Rafix kept a weary eye on the surroundings as the miles passed them by. It had been over a week since they had seen smoke from a ransacked village, but nobody knew if there were still enemies all the way out here. He was pretty sure that they wouldn't bother going so far out of their way and would remain concentrated closer to the larger population centers, but it wasn't something he would take for granted. The field of view wasn't the most favorable at this point in their journey. They had been in a fairly thick forest for quite some time, but Rafix's perception, as well as his more experienced subordinates, was high enough that he could still notice anything amiss in the immediate vicinity. He looked over his band of followers, proud of their accomplishments. Cecil, the newest member of their crew, had been worth recruiting, and it hadn't taken long to find Emilian and his girls in the nearby mountainous wilderness. The others he had brought along as companions hadn't been flung too far away, either. There was a distinct correlation between their positioning on the Void Bridge during the teleportation with where they ended up in the real world. The barbaric soldiers that had chased down the fleeing refugees near the capital had only been one small part of a vast army invading the region. At first, it seemed like they were bent on wanton destruction, letting the soldiers rampage and commit terrible atrocities. It was still true that they were let loose to do whatever they wanted, but there was also a heavy leash applied after their goals had been attained. Marching across the Tier 4 region, one only Cecil and his wife had any information about, they had witnessed the results of the conflict, and they had pieced together the goals, too. The commanders of the invading army were consuming all of the natural resources, including the people. They were like locusts, and they had no regard for human life at all, not even their own. The populace of the region was enslaved and put to work, receiving a brand of their own on their foreheads. They weren't afforded a foremark like the commanders of the enemy army, but they were instead branded with a 1 as a conquered people. The conflict had nothing to do with Rafix and his family, so they avoided it as much as they possibly could, but that didn't mean they went completely unnoticed. There had been more than a handful of battles against some truly ravenous lunatics, but they had obviously not been expecting the level of resistance Rafix and his crew could put up. If they ran into a situation where they could help without exposing themselves too much or taking up too much time, though, they would. There were several instances where Rafix simply led his people through an enemy encampment or occupied town. Their goal wasn't necessarily to liberate the people. They didn't have the time or resources to look after so many people. They just couldn't stand letting the atrocities occur right in front of them without doing something. They had eventually liberated some mounts from an enemy cavalry unit, too, and their marching had transitioned into riding. Not everyone already had the skill, and Rafix and the others that did spent several hours helping the others unlock it. It might have seemed like they lost some time, wasting it with horsemanship training in the middle of their journey, but the training didn't mean they stopped in place and didn't move. Any loss of progress they had suffered was easily made up for later. It wasn't always ideal to trade one's legs for a horse's hooves. If it had been just Rafix and his party, they would have simply run, but not everyone in their group had super high stats. There was more than one person, adventurer or otherwise, with a combat class and nothing else to lose who had decided to follow Rafix, and he didn't turn them down. The numbers of his crew swelled from the original party of 5 to a small troop of 17. That included Cecil and his wife. The young lady wasn't a combat class, but she had nowhere to go, and Kylie and Riley took her in. Cecil continued to display his worth as a deep ranger, now having proper guidance from someone who knew what they were doing, and watching his wife interact with Kylie and Riley only reinforced his loyalty toward Rafix. It wasn't just that Rafix had saved them and taught him valuable skills. He was a true leader and took care of his people. He also wasn't a brash leader, charging in at every instance of injustice he saw that he didn't think he could easily solve. The fact that he chose not to risk his people's lives at every opportunity had more to do with garnering the loyalty of the new people than his righteousness. They had garnered the attention of a local commander at one point, and they had been chased for many days. It had finally come to a head, though, when the enemy commander, a man with a 4 branded on his forehead, grew overconfident because Rafix had been focused on fleeing, and he exposed himself to retaliation. He hadn't been able to put up much of a fight against Rafix, and they had had a mostly smooth journey from that point on. They had already been far enough away from the center of the region that there wasn't a large concentration of enemy soldiers anymore. They had only encountered a few bands of smaller squads roving the countryside. Those people had been eliminated, and neither Rafix nor any of his people cared that they didn't personally witness their terrible deeds. There had been no remorse after several weeks of traveling through the horror show. The border to the Tier 3 region, Vaskin, is just ahead. Cecil came riding up, returning from a scouting mission. There's a fortified military camp just on the other side of the border. Are they preventing people from fleeing? Rafix asked with a frown. Not that I could see. They simply make everyone passing through reveal their foreheads. I saw a couple of severed heads lining some spikes over the walls with brand marks on them. They were all just ones, though. Rafix's lips formed a thin line. Emilian, he called to his wife, turning toward her. She was smiling as she watched their daughters interact with Sarah Lee, Cecil's wife, and a couple of female adventurers that had joined them. The girls were mostly cheerful, but Rafix could see the haunted look in a couple of the adventurer girls that had joined his crew. Emilian turned to face him at being addressed. "Yes, dear," she smiled. "Make sure the girls are distracted when we cross the border," Rafix said. "There's something they shouldn't have to see on the walls." Of course, Emilian smiled and turned back to watching her girls. Rafix nodded his head. His girls had really shown their natural charisma, above and beyond the stat on this journey. They had quickly gained a place in everyone's hearts, and not just from their personality. They continued to work on their unique talents by patching up and repairing any damaged gear, and the pieces usually came out stronger than they were before. They weren't quite proficient enough to work on metal yet, but they got around that by employing their mother's mana, directing her, and pointing out where she needed to make adjustments. They finally exited the forest, and the aforementioned military camp came into view. The gruesome sight of the severed heads on spikes entered Rafix's eyes like a magnet. He looked over and noticed that his girls hadn't lifted their heads from their conversation yet, and he noticed Emilian ride a bit closer to engage in the talk. Rafix subtly increased the speed he was riding forward, and the others subconsciously kept up. He really didn't want his young girls to see such a thing, but it was inevitable that they would look up in curiosity. What would come finally came, but his girls didn't bat an eye. He glanced at his wife and noticed a gleam in her eye. "Mo-om," Kylie suddenly whined, whipping her head around to Emilian. "You're doing it again," Riley echoed, pouting at her mother. "Doing what?" Emilian asked innocently. "You know what you're doing," Kylie said. "Is there something you're hiding from us?" Riley inquired. "Haha, just a little test," Emilian consoled the twins. "I was just checking to see how attentive you were and how long it would take you to notice." "That's a likely story." Kylie crossed her arms over her chest. "We're not children, you know," Riley added. "Oh yes, you are," Emilian retorted. "You're only 11 years old. We have our classes," Kylie complained. "You have your Tier 1 classes," Emilian said. Reevan had already served in the military and started delving dungeons by the time he was 11, Riley pointed out. "You're not your brother. First of all, you don't have combat classes. Secondly, you haven't trained in fighting skills for years. Finally, I'm the mama, and you'll be my children forever." "Yeah, we'll be your children forever," Kylie agreed. "But not children forever," Riley disagreed. "I don't see a distinction," Emilian said. The little conversation between the three females of Rafix's family lasted long enough to get the two girls close enough to the walls that they would have to look at an unreasonable angle to see the severed heads. Rafix should have guessed that Emilian would just do some little magic to block his daughter's sight. They were fabulous with anything related to crafting in any way, even just simple grass bracelets, but they weren't interested in actual spell casting. Their argument had been pretty sound after their last demonstration, when Rafix had returned with news of Reevan, though. They had simply said that their items could do it for them. Because of their lack of interest in spell casting, their defense against magic was equally as deficient. Emilian tried to get them to come out of their shell by testing them now and then, but it had so far only increased their mana sense and mana sight skills. They would spot the anomaly and then cajole their mother into dispelling it. Emilian was usually very strict in her mana teachings, but she had a soft spot for her daughters, and they had shown enough talent with their likely lifestyle class direction that she would acquiesce. "Halt!" A call came from behind a barred gate. None of the guards were standing on this side of the fortifications, but there were plenty on the walls that had watched their approach. Rafix and his group stopped their horses where they were in plain view. "Show your foreheads." Rafix had been expecting the order, so he simply lifted his bangs with his hand. He wore his hair in a style where his bangs didn't cover his forehead, but there was no reason to not make a show of good faith. All of the females moved their hair out of the way, and the companions that were wearing helmets took them off. The guards standing behind the bars carefully inspected everyone's heads, trying to see if there was anything used to cover up a brand mark. When they were confident that that wasn't the case, they unlocked the gate and let it swing open, motioning the group to move through. Rafix led his team to cross the border to the adjacent Tier 3 region. "If you would, we have some questions about your travels," the guard addressed Rafix, the clear leader of the band of people. Certainly, Rafix motioned for Emilian to lead the others to the side of the road where they could stop and rest for a moment. He dismounted from his horse and handed the reins to his wife. "Where are you coming from?" the guard inquired. The long answer or the short answer? Rafix quirked an eyebrow. The guard frowned at the reply, never having heard such a response before. It was a simple question, why make it complicated? The true answer, he said after thinking for a second. "We're coming from Quran, a Tier 4 Empire 70 or so jumps away from this one. The portal was destroyed mid-transit, and we were spilled out over the countryside." Rafix didn't have any reason to hide the truth. "Well, where are you headed to?" the guard fumbled. Usually, the people passing through recently were locals headed to their region as refugees. Rafix's answer insinuated that this Tier 4 region might not have been their actual destination. They usually wanted to know where people were going within their own region so they could regulate the population of the refugees, but Rafix didn't seem like a typical refugee. We were headed to Wispan for personal reasons when we were interrupted. Rafix confirmed the guard's suspicion. We want to head to the closest Tier 4 region where we can use their teleport circle to complete our journey. The guard looked back at another soldier near the guard station. The other soldier gave him a surreptitious thumbs up that couldn't hide from Rafix's perception. The guard turned back and nodded to Rafix. In that case, you're in luck. The guard was much friendlier now. Our empire's Tier 4 region is unusually close to the next, closest empire. If you follow the highway, but turn south at the first major intersection in a couple of days, you can't miss it. It's the only road the same size as this one. Crossing it, you'll head toward another Tier 3 region in about half a week by horseback. That region is on the border with another Tier 3 region that's a vassal of the neighboring empire. You can get to the capital in about a month or so, depending on travel conditions. No problem, the guard said. Just make sure you keep clear of the roads when any military units are using them, and don't stop for an extended time at any major city. The refugee problem is quite out of hand, and we're having a hard time placing the new ones. I understand, Rafix said. After seeing what's going on back there, I can't blame them for running, but I do have a question for you. And what would that be? The guard asked. Why are you all holed up on the border? That's your liege empire, but you're not helping them. We get that question a lot, the guard sighed. The truth of the matter is that we did send help. We sent an entire division, half our military strength, and they never came back. There's been no word, and at this point, we can only assume that everyone's lost. I had a brother in that division, as well as many friends. I'm sorry, Rafix said with genuine contrition. I've just been in a situation where vassal states ignored the pleas of their liege empire, choosing to ignore helping those they swore to follow instead to fight each other for the right to take over. I guess I'm just a little touchy on the subject. I've never heard of warring empires before, just the occasional scuffle between lords and regions seeking benefits. What's this world coming to when someone nearly 100 jumps away has a similar story? The guard shook his head. It was a little different. Rafix touched his nose. It was due to a dungeon break in the capital, and it was more than double that many jumps away. Anyway, it's a sad state we're in right now. Keep your head up. Rafix clapped the man on the shoulder. Rafix and the guard nodded to each other, each one feeling as if they had built a bit of rapport during the short interrogation that had somehow turned into a friendly chat between veterans on the perils of life. Rafix walked over to where his group was waiting for him and remounted. So, Emelian inquired. They were friendly enough, Rafix answered. He even told me that we're not going to have to spend a year traveling to the next Tier 4 capital to continue our journey to Wispan. The next closest Tier 4 region is only 3 regions away. There must be a Tier 5 region between them, Emelian said thoughtfully. That's what I was thinking. Most Tier 4 regions aren't directly next to a Tier 5 region, but there are almost always 2 or more Tier 4 regions connected to it if there is. Hey, I'm just thinking out loud, Rafix defended himself. I know, my love, I was just teasing. Emelian leaned forward and placed a peck on his cheek. She straightened up in her saddle. Now let's get going. Only a month away from seeing my little boy. Rafix grinned at his wife's enthusiasm. He shared the same sentiments after all. Just a little longer and we'll be able to bring him back home with us. Reivin awoke once more before dawn, refreshed and feeling energized. Their plan at the ballroom had gone much better than they had anticipated, and he was feeling great. Now we just need to watch out for Silpha stepping up the next challenge, Reivin thought as he stretched his body. She doesn't seem malicious, but she definitely comes across as one who's greatly entertained by the situation. Reivin headed out to the backyard to continue exploring new avenues for his abilities, and he was slightly surprised to find Cyrilla waiting for him. She was dressed in simple workout attire, as well, and she was already swinging her sword around. Morning, Reivin called, beginning some calisthenics. Cyrilla stopped swishing the training sword and turned to face Reivin. Kefira thought it would be a good idea for me to get some training in with you, she stated simply. I just advanced to Tier 4 after receiving the final push from my monthly life experience calculations, and I thought I was doing a really good job with getting an epic class. Now that I've met you, I'm not so sure anymore. Tier 2 with a mythic class. Cyrilla shook her head. I need to do better if I'm going to remain relevant to Kefira, and I can already tell that your entry into her life has already started to propel her beyond what she was previously headed to. My class is technically a legendary Tier 3 class, Reivin said after some thought, and that's only one rarity above epic. It's just the nature of how and when I got the class that made it mythic. Yeah, but that's even more rare, so if you look at it a certain way, it's still genuinely mythical, Cyrilla argued. I was just trying to lessen the blow, Reivin shrugged. So what's your goal with training with me? To get stronger, Cyrilla said as if it was obvious. That's a given. Reivin shook his head. I mean, what's your goal, short-term and long-term? If you train with a specific direction in mind, you'll be able to tailor your exercises accordingly, and you'll get much further. I need to get a legendary class at Tier 5, Cyrilla said, determination in her eyes. You're not aiming low. Ryevin nodded in approval. So that's the long-term goal, and we probably have several years to get there unless you start heading off to run all of the dungeons every reset. Even then it would take a long time, Cyrilla said. Experience gains noticeably drop at Tier 3, and it only gets worse the higher one's tier gets. I'm only level 1 Tier 4, and I need 42,400 experience to reach level 2. There are 150 levels in Tier 4. It takes almost 11 million experience to get to Tier 5 from level 1 Tier 4. I thought experience gains only dropped if you fought things below your tier, Ryevin said with a frown. Well yeah, but most of the dungeons don't start with Tier 4 monsters, even the ones in our Tier 4 region. Only the premier dungeon of the region has all Tier 4 monsters with Tier 5 bosses. The dungeons in our region and most Tier 4 regions are like a pyramid. There are 4 dungeons with Tier 1 to 2 monsters, 3 with Tier 2 to 3, 2 with Tier 3 to 4, and 1 with Tier 4. Tier 5 and up regions are slightly different. Tier 5 is a watershed, and it acts like Tier 1 relative to Tier 4. There will be about 4 or 5 dungeons in a Tier 5 region with Tier 5 monsters and some Tier 6 bosses. Tier 6 regions will have 4 with Tier 5s and 3 with Tier 6s, etc., etc. But it's not so simple as just hopping over the border to a Tier 5 region. Sure, there are places like that in the world, and you could even find all of the tiers close to each other in certain special areas, but our region isn't bordering a Tier 5 region. There is some wilderness to cross for about a month, at least, to get to the Tier 5 region we send people to. What do you mean by wilderness? Ryevin asked. My understanding of wilderness is just uncivilized places. Not wilderness, but wilderness with a capital W, Cyrilla explained. Wilderness in terms of regions are places where the mana density fluctuates erratically, and it's not fluctuating in fixed places. One moment you could be standing in a spot that feels like a Tier 1 region, and the next moment it feels like a Tier 6 region. That's an extreme example. Most wilderness areas between Tier 4 and 5 don't exceed Tier 4 or 5 mana density, but you get the idea. Huh, I never knew that. Why would you? It's not something a Tier 1 region would be concerned with. If you had progressed all the way to Tier 4 Academy in the usual way, you would have learned about it organically. You can think of each local group as a giant circle with concentric rings. The very center is a Tier 8 region, and it expands outward all the way to Tier 1 regions. The Tier 1 regions are on the outer edge of the circle, so there are way more of them than any of the other tiers. That's not a literal representation of what a local group looks like, but it gets the idea across. That makes a lot of sense. We did learn that there are multiple Tier 1s attached to a Tier 2, and multiple to Tier 3 up and up to Tier 4, so it makes sense that there are way more Tier 1 regions than any other. I just didn't know about the wilderness. I thought the regions progressed evenly to Tier 8. Nope, and there's also vast expanses of wilderness between the local groups. The wilderness has its own unique opportunities, but it's generally weaker than the Tier 4 regions that border it. There are also no dungeons or large deposits of valuable resources due to the fluctuating mana density. But back on topic, there's a reason it takes years and years to reach Tier 5. You mentioned that your father was 33 when he was mid-Tier 5, and as far as I know, that's some sort of record. Kefira's parents are twice his age, and they're just reaching mid-Tier 5. Granted, they don't see much combat, but as the reigning monarchs, they have systems in place to not let them lag too far behind. The Imperial Guards are Tier 5, Ryevin pointed out. What about them? The Imperial Guards are low-level Tier 5, and the youngest one is 45 years old. Cyrilla chuckled. Don't forget, vitality extends lifespan and keeps one looking younger longer. That's a good point, but then again, my father was an Imperial Guard as a teenager. Didn't you say he was a ceremonial Imperial Guard? Cyrilla quirked an eyebrow. Yeah, I hadn't realized there was such a large difference. If he was anything like you, and considering you said he has a legendary Tier 5 class, I can only assume he was, then his actual combat power probably wasn't too far off from matching a typical high-level Tier 4 combat class while still in Tier 3. The Imperial Guards only have rare classes, and some of them even had uncommon classes in Tier 2 or 3. That makes sense. My mother did say that he was way more powerful than anyone had expected when things went south. There you go. Anyway, to get back to the main point again, I have time to increase the future rarity of my classes if I put in the hard work. A lot of the powerhouses in Tier 5 and 6 weren't people who always had the maximum rarity class for their tier. There's at least one famous man who scraped by with the bare minimum for advancing each time: uncommon Tier 3, rare Tier 4, epic Tier 5. It's common for hardworking people to gradually increase the rarity of their classes as they go. It's the people who rush too fast without building their foundations or grow too lazy that get trapped. Well, that was some nice information you provided for me, and I do believe it was the most words you've ever spoken to me before. Ryevin smiled. I think you just said more words now than the sum of everything you've said to me prior. Well, don't get used to it. Cyrilla rolled her eyes. The only time we'll be hanging out without Kefira present is during these morning training sessions, and she told me she plans on joining again once all the tests are over. Fine by me. Anyway, your long-term goal is to upgrade to a legendary Tier 5. The Imperial Guards have rare Tier 5 classes for the most part, and they're all below master level with their weapon skills. That should be one of your short-term goals. Reach level 75 plus with your primary weapon. What about auxiliary weapon skills? Rievin asked. I'm familiar with the most common ones, Cyrilla answered. It's always a good idea to have an understanding of what one may be fighting against. I have spears, hammers, axes, and daggers at around level 10 each. Rievin nodded his head along to Cyrilla's explanation, thinking about a path forward for her. That's a good start. You're a novice in each of those skills, and I think another good short-term goal would be to bring those up to apprentice mastery, so level 25. We should also throw in some other weapons to add to the list. I noticed you didn't mention any ranged weapons, so we'll add throwing, bows, and whips to the mix, and if you want, I can teach you how to use a war fan. Do you have all of those skills? Cyrilla asked, surprised. She was present when he had demonstrated a near mastery level with spears on top of his sword skill. Sort of. Rievin smiled mysteriously. Cyrilla snorted and rolled her eyes. I don't want to ruin the surprise, but I think there might be a pleasant outcome if we raise all of those to apprentice mastery. Not only that, but getting a better understanding of all of those weapons will also lay a broader foundation to expand upon with your sword skill. Have you been stalled out with your sword skill for a while now? Yeah, it's been sitting at 55 for months, Cyrilla confirmed. It's not even a major threshold, but I've been stuck there for a long time. Hey, I've been telling you all about my skills and levels. What about you? What's your swords and spears skills at? Rievin did a quick check of his status page before replying. They're sitting at 70, he said. 70. Cyrilla was shocked. Isn't master level reached at 75? You're definitely at that level with swords and nearly there with spears. How are your skill levels so low? 70 is low for Tier 2, Rievin asked with amusement. Cyrilla rolled her eyes. The simple fact is, I don't have the same major thresholds as everyone else. I think it'll balance out at Transcendence, but I'm not sure. Things just get weirder and weirder the more I learn about you. Cyrilla shook her head. I've never heard of anyone having any skills that didn't follow the same pattern. 124 for novice, 2549 for apprentice, 5074 for expert, and 75-100 for master. I just noticed, but there's no journeyman mastery level, Rievin said with a frown. Journeyman is a professional designation. Cyrilla shrugged. People who are journeymen with lifestyle classes are typically at level 50 to 60 with their basic general skills. They're low-level experts. All right, good to know. Rievin cut the conversation short, or he would never get anything done before he had to leave for his new job. The conversation wasn't actually that time-consuming, but every minute counted. He walked over and grabbed the different ranged weapons he had mentioned to Cyrilla. Okay, for the first short-term goal, we'll start with having you acquire the ranged weapon skills I mentioned, he said. We'll start with whips. It's a handheld weapon with medium range, so it's probably the best transition weapon for you from melee to ranged. We'll work on throwing after that. The practice whip that was supplied to Kefira's yard looked like it had never been used. It was in pristine condition, and it was made out of some sort of soft cloth that wouldn't cause too much damage even when striking bare skin. Rievin tossed it to Cyrilla. The weight and shape made its balance wonky as it flew through the air, but Rievin's weapons master skill also applied to throwing things. It sailed like it was aerodynamically designed to do so. Cyrilla started in surprise, thinking that she was going to have to dodge to catch the tricky weapon, but she stopped in place as it was thrown perfectly to her. She caught it and gave Rievin a complicated look. Your throwing skill is also close to the master level. She seemed defeated. Rievin barked a laugh and shook his head. Not exactly, he said. Don't worry about it. If what I think can happen does happen, you'll understand. By the way, you never did tell me what your Tier 4 class is. It might help me to design better training for you if I know. Sure, it's no secret. Cyrilla shrugged. I'm the Sapphire Blade. It's a sort of spell blade hybrid class, but it focuses on the ice affinity, and my own unique charm was added to it. Tier 4 and up classes are generally personalized to the individual. That I did know, Rievin said. All right, let's get to work. The morning had been fruitful, if not for Rievin, and Cyrilla had already unlocked whips and was well on her way to unlocking throwing. Once she got everything unlocked and started leveling them, he would be able to participate more with his own skills while helping her. He wasn't discouraged by losing out on training himself. He remembered that his father had told him that training Rievin had been the thing that pushed him past level 100 in his weapons prodigy skill. It would be good to get a different perspective while teaching, and that could be doubled up with overseeing the training of the mercenaries we'll be sending out, Rievin thought. Rievin took his time getting dressed in his officer's uniform. It was a different one from the formal attire he had worn the previous evening. Garrett had supplied it to him when he had detailed his mission. The biggest difference between the two uniforms was mobility and comfort. The other major difference was the lack of medals and other accessories. They looked roughly similar, but this one was paired with boots, and it was designed to be worn with armor over it, much like he had worn while in Drallo. He didn't put any of the armor on, though, as he wasn't going to be fighting today. I may participate in sparring matches in the future, but even then it might send a certain message if I never wear armor. He had breakfast while he waited, and it wasn't long after that there was a knock on the door. He set his finished plate aside for the staff to take care of and opened the door to find Kaiser waiting for him similarly attired, just with a general's rank insignia. It might seem strange for a general to personally escort a lieutenant, but the Imperial liaison insignia offset that thought. "You ready to go?" Kaiser asked, eyeing Ryevin up and down. "Sure am, brother," Ryevin smiled. Kaiser rolled his eyes. "It's a good thing I like you," he said. "Notice how I feigned ignorance of your class and rarity at dinner the other night. Yeah, I thought that was a little weird. It was so you could brag a little about it. Not everyone there knew everything about you. You're welcome." Kaiser nodded. He eyed Ryevin sideways as they walked toward the main palace. "What are you going to do to repay me?" "Do my best to make sure your men don't die," Ryevin queried. "That's without saying. That's your main job anyway." Kaiser wasn't having any of that. Action for action, Ryevin remembered the advice that Belafront had given him. Does this count as an action, though? It did have a good effect on Kefira's other siblings. "Well, what do you want?" Ryevin asked. "A regular sparring partner," Kaiser answered immediately. That, Ryevin was tempted to say he could agree to that request immediately, but he held back for a moment. "I'm going to be super busy, and there's no telling when Silpha will start her next action to test me," Ryevin thought. "If I blindly commit to this arrangement, I might be shooting myself in the foot. That can be arranged." Eventually, Ryevin said, keeping it vague, "I see you've been learning court lessons already." Kaiser chuckled. "Don't worry. It's not a ploy by my parents to take up more of your time, though they would probably encourage me to do so if they knew. I'm ready to wait, and we can do something less regularly until you know exactly how much free time you'll have." "In that case, yeah," Ryevin shrugged. "I don't see any reason to say no. I would have agreed even if it wasn't to repay you." "Oh yeah, I noticed you like to train." Kaiser laughed. "If you're sitting still, you're falling behind," Ryevin said. "Other people are working toward getting better all the time." "Are you serious?" Kaiser nearly came to a stop in surprise. "Who's going to surpass you in your age range?" "Kefira could, but she's with you anyway." "I recognize that I have a huge lead over my cohorts," Ryevin said. "But if I just take that for granted and coast along into the future, one day I'll meet someone in the same tier as me who's stronger. I would only have myself to blame for that, if you say so." Ryevin gave Kaiser a look. "I'm not going to stay in a tier 4 region forever. The world is huge, and there's plenty of higher tier regions to explore." "A lofty goal, but are you an adventurer or a soldier?" Kaiser asked. Ariella, the enemy commander, had a 6 tattooed on her neck, Ryevin replied. He looked at Kaiser through his lashes for a moment, letting that statement sink in. "The other empires facing enemy invasion have reported brand marks on the enemy soldiers' foreheads. I'm guessing there will be plenty of opportunity for both in the future." "That's a good point." Kaiser frowned. "It's also very troubling. That Ariella girl was around the same age as you and Kefira, maybe a few years older, but her station was the same as mine. I easily defeated the decoy, but you mentioned that she had monstrous stats when you and Kefira fought her, so she's probably the same level or even higher as I am. And her master was the strongest person I had ever seen," Ryevin said. "And I've seen some strong people. Has Kefira told you about my parents?" "She said enough for me to understand what you're getting at," Kaiser acknowledged. "Are you saying her master was stronger than your father?" "Definitely," Ryevin said. "He put everyone on their knees with his presence alone. I don't think he was actively suppressing us. That's not something my father can do as far as I know." Ryevin shook his head. "We can't win a war by just sitting back and defending," he said. "We're going to have to eventually find them and strike at them ourselves. When that happens, we'll need to be prepared for that level of resistance. But we're not at war with them," Kaiser pointed out. "We're just going to be sending soldiers as mercenaries to gain some resources and experience. Isn't one of the main purposes of getting experience for the soldiers the possibility that they'll attack Wispan?" Ryevin countered. "We should make plans for every eventuality, and getting officially dragged into war should be one of the higher priority scenarios." "You should definitely be making plans. You're right, and I am." Kaiser smiled and clapped Ryevin on the shoulder. "I'm a general, and I wasn't just appointed to the rank with nepotism. I worked for it. Father Garrett and I have already begun the planning sessions with the other brass, and once my uncle gets back from his adventure in the Tier 5 region, he'll join as well." "Good to know." The two hadn't been standing still while holding their conversation. Kaiser had led him out of the palace grounds and toward a barracks that Ryevin could see from atop the hill. It was located along the inner city wall near where Willowen abutted against some mountains. Ryevin was relieved to see that there were manned fortifications atop the mountain. It wasn't left undefended. It didn't take long for them to traverse the city. Pedestrian traffic got more sparse as they got closer to the barracks. The commercial and residential areas gave way to industries and lodging obviously set up to accommodate the army. Not everyone walking about in this area was in uniform, but Ryevin could tell that the civilian population dwindled as military personnel became the norm. Kaiser led him to barracks off to the side of the main military buildings. Ryevin could recognize that it was clearly set up for recruit training. Are these going to be fresh recruits, or? Ryevin asked. No, Kaiser denied. They're from the regular military, but none of them are from my expeditionary unit. We thought it was prudent to give them a break after their long trek. We'll eventually recruit from adventurers and former soldiers in the future, but the first couple of batches are going to be regular military personnel. Explanation: if I get sent as a mercenary commander, it will be irregular troops that I'll have to lead, Ryevin interpreted. Kaiser led him to the drill grounds of the barracks, and there was already a company formed up. Ryevin surveyed the troops lined up, noting that they were just as disciplined as the ones that Kaiser had led if a little small in number. The company commander spotted Kaiser right away. "Company, attention," he commanded. The soldiers snapped to attention from a state of rest, and the captain turned about to offer a salute to Kaiser. "First company, all present and accounted for, sir," the captain exclaimed. Kaiser returned the salute. Very well. The captain took his place to the side and behind Kaiser on the other side of Ryevin. Kaiser stepped forward to address the soldiers. "Everyone knows what you're here for, so I won't give a long-winded speech. Your captain can do that at a later time." There were no chuckles or fidgeting from the soldiers, but Kaiser and Ryevin weren't expecting any. "This," he gestured toward Ryevin, "is Lieutenant Ryevin. He was present for the invasion of Drallo, and he fought against them from the beginning to the end. Don't let his young age fool you. He was a company commander, and he's a master of the sword and spear. I've sparred with him personally, and I can attest to his prowess. He will be acting as a training overseer, but his main job will be to instill the differences between fighting monsters and humans. As everyone knows, war, real war, between empires is unheard of." Ryevin was there when his commanders assumed their experience fighting against monsters would translate to fighting against people in war. They were wrong, and they paid the price. Pay attention to what he has to teach you. That is all, Captain. The captain walked out in front of Kaiser and offered another salute. "Take charge of the company and carry out the mission of the day," Kaiser ordered, returning the salute. "Yes, sir." Kaiser performed a smart-about face, and he winked at Ryevin when nobody else could see him. He marched off, leaving Ryevin standing where he was, the captain looking at him with expectation. "All right, let's get to work." "What is the biggest difference between fighting a horde of monsters and fighting against other people?" Ryevin asked. He was in a small classroom with the officers and senior enlisted personnel of the company he was training. The regular troops had been given some basic drills based on Ryevin's previous experiences practicing maneuver under fire, and he brought the leadership aside to give his wisdom on warfare. "Skills." One of the lieutenants raised his hand and said, "Being able to increase general skills to become a better fighter, and class skills to use offensively and defensively. That's a good guess, but not what I'm looking for." Ryevin nodded to the lieutenant. "Think about it. Several types of monsters use weapons, and they have a certain level of proficiency. Some monsters can use mana and spells, and that works like class skills. Some monsters have racial characteristics like camouflage or poison. Also, how often do you actually get the chance to use your class skills in group combat? If your troops are fighting individually and have the chance to use their skills, then something has gone horribly wrong. At that point, they're not fighting for victory, they're fighting for survival." Several of the veterans nodded their heads absent-mindedly at Ryevin's remarks on skills. He let the silence wash over the room as he watched and waited for the leaders to consider the issue and have an opportunity to come to the right conclusion. "Organization," the senior staff sergeant finally said. "That's another good one." Ryevin inclined his head to the older man. "Organization accounts for a lot of things, and it can even be tied to the answer I'm looking for. Organization isn't just soldiers standing in line and protecting the flank. It involves all sorts of issues from overall strategy to individual tactics and the supply chain. What about organization and leadership separates monster hordes from armies? I've already given you a clue. Strategy and tactics," the captain said. "The ability to intelligently devise plans and countermeasures." "Yes," Ryevin said. "The biggest difference between monsters and human armies is their ability to analyze and exploit your weaknesses. In Drallo, the enemy army exploited our misapplication of experience with fighting against monsters. We thought we could trick them and accomplish our main goal of rescuing the civilians by distracting them, but instead, we walked right into a trap, and an entire company was annihilated because of our hubris in the first battle. On a smaller scale, they used shock troops to literally throw at our spear wielders, and they would use their bodies to nullify the spears and let those behind them move in for the kill while the front lines were flustered. You're not going to encounter a monster horde that's going to do that. They might accidentally achieve the same result just from how they instinctively fight, but they're not going to come up with a plan to do it intentionally. This is where your leadership comes into play. You have to be able to spot the goal of the enemy's actions and issue the proper orders. In my case, I didn't hesitate to order my men to abandon their spears and switch to another weapon. Okay, what's another difference? We've already mentioned skills, organization, strategy, and tactics. What's something else you need to account for? Something that we live with every day of our lives and probably take for granted. Reevin once again paused to let those present think. He wasn't going to immediately launch into how to counteract these differences. The biggest mistake he made in Drallo was not pointing out these underlying issues when he tried to introduce different tactics. If he had been able to convince the leadership that they needed to consider different factors, that first battle might have gone differently. He had an advantage this time, though, because he was now in a trusted position with the confidence of the imperial family behind him. Had proof of his experience, classes and levels, one of the sergeants ventured. Exactly, Reevin said. Monsters typically fall within a predetermined level range. People, on the other hand, will have vastly different power levels. People have different classes and levels, and that in turn means they have different stats. You will never be able to look at the enemy army and just know how effective they're going to be in fighting. You'll have to test the waters with actual combat to get a feel for it. The invaders sound like they're at least affiliated with the same people that invaded Drallo, so I can tell you that they're mostly low-tier soldiers that have no regard for their lives. The enemy commander referred to them as Deathsworn, so I imagine there's some level of brainwashing going on. You'll be able to tell their approximate tier based on the brand marks on their foreheads. It was pretty universal that higher numbers indicated higher levels and better quality gear. Heck, more than half of the regular enemy soldiers didn't even have weapons. The officers and sergeants were very attentive and took notes. Reevin could see that they were taking this lecture very seriously. So we've talked about the main differences between monster hordes and armies. Now, what does that translate to in a practical sense? Reevin looked at each of the soldiers attending his class. He could tell that they were understanding his point, but they just weren't able to put it in the right words. It means that you're not going to face 10-to-1 odds and come out on top, Reevin said. Contemporary wisdom for assaulting a fortified enemy position is 3-to-1 odds, and by that I mean you have 3 to their 1. You're not going to be able to just roll over your enemies. Don't hesitate to use everything to your advantage. One of my favorite things to do was to distract an enemy patrol with a portion of my troops and then descend on their flank from an elevated position. Use your maps and the terrain to your advantage. It is not the same as fighting monsters. All my life, the biggest problems I've ever encountered have almost always been due to complacency. Even a tiger gives its all when it hunts a rabbit. Learn to utilize light, medium, and heavy infantry. Make your soldiers use the tools you give them. Be flexible. Over the next month, we'll be going over different scenarios in the classroom, and then you'll take the lessons you learn in here to the troops out there. I haven't had time to come up with a complete schedule yet, but I do know that I want to spend the last week in the field with another company acting as an enemy force. Captain, do you have a mage corps that's going to accompany your men? Reevin turned to the company commander. We have a mage squad, the captain answered. We need to incorporate their training with the soldiers. There's no reason to separate them at this point. There's a place in combat for them standing back and hurtling large spells at the enemy, but you'll want to be as effective as possible combining your arms. I have a caster class, and I mainly used magic when confronting the enemy on the field to tremendous effect. That's all for now. Reevin began to dismiss the leadership. I need to come up with the scenarios for you to analyze, and we can begin on those tomorrow. Let's go check out the troops. Lieutenant Reevin, will you be assessing their individual skills? The captain asked as they waited for the current drills the company was running to end. Reevin had given them some simple maneuvers to practice. One of the things that had led to great success for him in the previous campaign was splitting up his platoons into their smaller individual sections. Small unit tactics had a place in contemporary warfare. Not all battles had to be huge battalions lined up facing off against each other. The tactics that adventurers used with their small parties and the tactics that a military squad used were different. It wasn't difficult to investigate and extrapolate the different fighting styles that regular adventure parties used when they accepted missions to hunt down monsters. It was perfectly normal for the military units to understand and even practice these tactics, especially since they also participated in dungeon delves to level up. Adventurers usually took on missions that were smaller in scale than would make sense for the military to handle, and one of the main purposes of the Imperial Army was to defend against monster and beast hordes. They focused on larger-scale battles and didn't send their soldiers to hunt down the smaller bands of monsters and beasts, working as a small team against other people, though ones that would be organized just like them, was a different story. The drills that Reevin had assigned the soldiers of the company to practice had been how to disengage from a whole unit into smaller ones as quickly as possible, as well as how to form backup amid combat. Forming backup into a company or platoon level might seem like something easy and common sense, but adding in the chaos of combat while doing so added dangerous variables to the mix. To simulate this, the 4 platoons of the company were split in 2, and they took turns breaking up and forming back up, with one platoon performing the maneuver while another harassed them. That won't be necessary, Ryevin denied. I'm more interested in their ability to work together than on an individual level. There won't be too many duels when fighting against the invaders. Almost all action is going to be in groups, and I trust your own judgment on your troops' skill level. I'll mainly be focused on personally training you and the other leaders who are more likely to fight alone if you fight at all. If we fight at all, what do you mean by that? One of the lieutenants asked. Ryevin glanced at the man. It's not the job of the officers to do the fighting for their men. Your job is to oversee the overall situation, and you should only step in if there's a threat that your men can't handle, like a really high-level enemy elite or someone with master-level skills. The captain nodded his head at the words, and the lieutenants had thoughtful expressions on their faces. The lieutenants weren't as experienced as the captain, and they were still hot-blooded young men. Their idea of warfare was most likely still romanticized, and they had daydreams of standing out in front of their platoons, leading a charge. Leading from the front doesn't mean literally standing in front of your men. It's more along the lines of being there with them and not sending them off while you stay at headquarters. As long as you're in your proper position, doing your job and not backing down in the face of danger, your men will view you as leading from the front. The platoons finally ended their practice. He could tell that several of them had been flustered at the beginning of their training, and they were still out of breath, but they had been performing smoothly at the end. Repetition was the name of the game for this type of practice. Doing it over and over again under stress would make it so that they could act without having to think about it. Until Ryevin had assigned them the training, they had only ever formed up under ideal conditions. Throwing in a harassing force had shown them that they weren't quite as prepared as they had assumed. What I really want to know is their level of skill in working together and obeying unexpected orders. Ryevin turned to the captain. I'll assume command over a platoon and give them some combat orders, sir. Very good, the captain nodded. First platoon, stay where you are. Second, third, and fourth platoon, fall out. The lieutenants and sergeants went to their men and made sure that they didn't disperse. They formed up into a semicircle behind first platoon, and Ryevin took up his position behind them. First platoon, advance, Ryevin commanded. The platoon began to march forward in an orderly manner. First squad, javelins. Throw, draw swords, shield wall. Second squad, spear thrusts, abandon spears. Withdraw in order. Third and fourth squads, disengage left and right. Second squad, retreat at speed. Shield push, disengage, retreat. Third and fourth squad, envelope. Second squad, draw swords, charge. The orders came fast and hard. The platoon was in the middle of following one command as Ryevin was already issuing the next. There was some hesitation from some of the men at the fast pace, and it disrupted the flow of the orders slightly, but it wasn't too bad at first. The real issue came when Ryevin ordered the third and fourth squads to disengage to the left and right. The soldiers in the squads didn't know which direction they were supposed to follow, and they ended up tripping over each other. That caused a further issue when Ryevin commanded the second squad to retreat quickly. The first squad performed the action of the shield push easily enough, but there was still a tangle when they were supposed to retreat. By the time Ryevin ordered the third and fourth squads to envelope the enemy, the platoon was in full disarray. Only a few of the soldiers were in position to follow the command, and there was nobody available to charge the enemy from the second squad at all. Ryevin watched it all with an impassive face. The soldiers continued to try and follow the commands that they expected Ryevin wanted them to follow, and there was eventually a situation where the second squad was formed up with the men from the third and fourth squads on either side of them. The first squad was now several yards behind, also formed up. Okay, fall back in, Ryevin said. He walked out in front of the platoon, accompanied by the captain and the platoon commander with a sheepish look on his face. Combat is fast, Ryevin said after they had regained their order. Officers won't always have time to give all the little nuances of a command for everyone to fully understand what they want. This can be alleviated by practice. When I called for the third and fourth squads to break off to the left and right, nobody knew which squad I was ordering where. There are two ways to get around this. First, like I said, as you practice with your lieutenant, you will learn his intentions. Second, you should always assume that a respectively is added to a command including more than one element. If I had said, third and fourth squads, disengage left and right, respectively, you all would have understood that I was saying third go left and fourth go right. That being said, speed is paramount in combat. What if adding the word respectively to the command interfered with the timing of what I was trying to accomplish? That was the biggest problem. The other problem was hesitation. As the soldiers following the commands of your officer, you are going to be engaged in close combat. You won't always be able to see everything your leaders can. When I ordered the second squad to abandon their spears, half of you hesitated. You hesitated because you didn't understand the command. You need to put your trust in your leader's orders and follow them instantly. Don't think about why you're getting the order, just obey. You can always figure out why an order was given later. For instance, in the campaign in Dralo, the enemy soldiers would charge forward and deliberately get impaled on our spears. They would use their bodies to hold the weapons down, and in the moments that the spearmen didn't know what to do, those behind would swoop in and attack. I had to order my soldiers to drop their spears to protect their lives. If something like that is happening somewhere on the line, but not to you personally, you might not understand the order. If you hesitate because you don't understand, you put yourself and everyone around you in danger. Ryevin looked each soldier in the eye. You could see chagrin and embarrassment on their faces. It is perfectly acceptable to make mistakes right now, Ryevin said. I don't look down on you and think you're not good because of what happened. I did it on purpose so you can learn. Right here, right now is the time to make mistakes. We'll practice different scenarios and we'll push you fast and hard to throw you off balance so that you won't make the same mistakes in combat. Here, a mistake means you have to do it again. In combat, a mistake means you die. Let's go again. Ryevin once more assumed his position behind the platoon. He gave out the same commands as before, but he issued them in a different order just so they wouldn't be anticipating them. They performed all of the commands properly, and the final result was everyone witnessing a phantom platoon fall into a trap as they thought they had routed the platoon. The first squad ran away from their position. The second squad charged through them as the third and fourth squads descended on the flanks. The first squad turned around and supported the second squad, and the final result was a textbook display of luring an enemy into a trap. There wasn't an actual enemy, of course, and everyone watching the platoon perform the maneuvers had to use their imagination. Very good. Ryevin complimented the men after they once more formed up. Take a breather, and we'll have the other 3 platoons start practicing. Ryevin walked to the side with the captain as the other platoon commanders took charge of their platoons. Have the lieutenants give fast orders, Ryevin said to the captain. They don't always have to make sense. Just have them give a lot of commands quickly, but not so fast that they can't be carried out at all. In the meantime, sir, you should be thinking up similar commands you can issue to platoons as a whole and practice the same thing on a larger scale. Sounds good, the captain said. How long do you want us to continue? A couple hours, with breaks, Ryevin said. You should also have the lieutenants switch which platoon they command, and you can also have the squads mix and match with each other to form completely different platoon makeups. You never know what's going to happen out in the field. I ended up with a platoon from a completely different company under my command for a couple of months, and we had to jerry-rig specialized squads for certain situations. That's something I hadn't considered. The captain stroked his chin in thought. Hey, don't feel bad, sir, Ryevin said with a smile. I hadn't prepared for it either. The 2 men chuckled. I have some planning to do for later and some letters to write, so I'll let you get to it, Ryevin said. When you're done, just do your thing and I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, see you then. Ryevin walked off the drill field and returned to the building next to it where he had given his lecture earlier. He had been given a small office and he went straight there. The inside of the office didn't have any personal effects, obviously, but it did have a bookshelf with various books relevant to the Imperial Army. There were books on regulations, common strategy and tactics, maps and information on the various vassal regions, and some standard treatises on leadership. Ryevin wasn't interested in any of those things, though. The mercenaries he was training weren't going to be operating in any vassal states to Wispan. He also didn't need to know all of the rules and regulations of the Imperial Army just yet. He simply sat at his desk and pulled out some parchment and a pen. A mage squad isn't going to be enough for training purposes, Ryevin thought as he put pen to paper. I'll need more mages to train with each platoon for maximum efficiency and the place to get more mages. Ryevin considered what he wanted to say for a moment before he drafted the letter. I am the Imperial Liaison attached to Princess Kefira, Lieutenant Ryevin. I am writing on behalf of the Imperial Army to request a joint exercise with some of the more advanced students. We are practicing the tactic of combined arms, and we are in need of more mages to efficiently train. As a de facto graduate of the Magic Academy, I could think of no better option than to petition you for cooperation. This is a great opportunity for the students to get some practical training they're unlikely to get anywhere else, and they can make friends and acquaintances with people they would normally not interact with. I look forward to working with you, Lieutenant Ryevin. Ryevin kept the missive short and to the point before putting it away in an envelope and sealing it. I can get the name of the headmaster when I go back to the palace, Ryevin thought as he pulled out another piece of parchment. I'll have someone deliver it then. He moved on to the next letter to draft. He could just go in person, but he felt it was better to go through official channels considering his mission. Prince Trevor, I am the Imperial Liaison attached to Princess Kefira, Lieutenant Ryevin. I understand that you are looking for new and exciting ways to train your men. Ryevin stuffed the papers into his storage pouch. Anything that was put into it would be preserved exactly how it was placed inside, so he didn't have to worry about them getting crumpled up or shifted out of order. He wrapped the papers up in a thin folder that was in one of the drawers of the desk to keep them all together before putting them away. He hadn't had time to prepare for a whole lot on the first day. He had only given a simple lecture to the leaders of the company. He used that time to gauge their understanding of the situation as well as their personality, as far as he could see in such a setting, as much as they were evaluating his insights and ability to impart knowledge. The exercises of the soldiers had been quite basic, as well. He had spent the past several hours devising many different scenarios they could run into. He didn't just use his experience of fighting the war in Drallo, but he also delved deep into his dreams and came up with things he hadn't personally dealt with. I seem to have a lot of dreams covering a wide variety of combat situations, Ryevin thought. I never really realized how many different types of dreams all centered around the same thing I had had over the years. Something about every climb and place. A large majority of the dreams focused on desert and urban combat, though. He hadn't had time to read the reports of where the company was going to be deployed yet, so he had simply created scenarios for every situation he had ideas for. Most of them were situations that they could realistically come across, but he also had to factor in magic to his dreams. In his dreams, there were weapons used that simulated magic, but it wasn't nearly as flexible. He had managed to come up with some truly outlandish situations relative to his dreams once he combined magic into the equation. Scenarios they could be fighting in weren't the only thing that he developed for the education of the leadership. He also wrote up several simple tests. The first one that he planned on giving them the next day was simply to get a look into their inner thoughts. There weren't any right or wrong answers, and he just wanted to see how each of them tackled problems from their perspective. It included questions like, in what kind of situation would it be beneficial to split up your forces into their individual squads? What about splitting them even further than that? Who should be in charge of the smaller units, and what would the chain of command look like? As a mercenary company, they might find themselves attached to larger units fighting large-scale open battles, but in his estimation, it was more likely that they would be given more autonomous missions. Developing small unit tactics to increase flexibility seemed like a good route to go down for now. Ryevin tidied himself up and then stepped out of his office. The building he was in was a simple one designed for classroom learning. There weren't any administrative offices or anything, though the company commander did get his own temporary office. The training grounds weren't restricted to this, though, and Ryevin simply walked out of the building to make his way over to the local administrative building. He walked in and headed straight to the scribes. He knocked on the door as he entered, and several young male and female soldiers in their non-combat uniforms looked up. I've been so used to just referring to the soldiers in the platoons and companies lately as men that I forgot that women are fighting in the military, too. It's not that I have a prejudice or anything. Cyrilla is definitely a good example of a competent fighter of the fairer sex. I just haven't really thought about it. They were all in armor with helmets, anyway, so it's hard to tell without digging. It seemed like the distribution of the soldiers according to gender was roughly similar to when he was in Magron. It was only an assumption on his part, though, as he hadn't investigated too deeply. It just seemed at first glance that there were more women present in the scribe's office than men, and he made the logical conclusion. "What can we do for you, sir?" a young lady with sergeant's stripes asked as Ryevin walked up to the desk. "I have several documents that I need several copies made," Ryevin said, pulling out the folder containing his afternoon's work. The sergeant accepted the folder and scanned the contents briefly before looking up and nodding her head. "Certainly, sir. How many copies do you need, and when do you need it done?" "Let's start with 11 copies for now, and I'll need them done by tomorrow morning." "Not a problem, sir. Just leave them with us and you can pick them up first thing." Ryevin nodded his head and took one last glance into the back of the room to see the scribes hard at work. He noticed that their writing speed seemed to be beyond what was possible without some sort of active skill, and with his perception, he could tell that they were making exact copies. Not all of them were doing such work, of course, but Ryevin was only interested in that portion, so his eyes were naturally drawn to it. There are 11 people in the leadership lecture, Ryevin thought as he exited the building. The company commander, his XO, the 4 lieutenants, 1 senior sergeant, and 4 sergeants. I'll need a master copy of my work if I'm going to be training another batch next month. No reason to have to rehash all the same work over again. I'll be able to add to it and refine it, too. Ryevin was pleased with the outcome of the first day. He hadn't known exactly what he was going to be doing when he had shown up, and he had kind of just winged it at first. After he had gotten into the swing of things, though, he had been able to create a sort of mental road map for himself. He had spent the rest of the afternoon, after writing the letters, preparing for the rest of the journey. There was nobody to escort Ryevin this time. Kaiser had gone with him in the morning to not just take him where he needed to go, but to also introduce him to the soldiers. It wasn't a complicated path to get back to the Imperial Palace, so Ryevin wasn't too concerned about not having a guide. He walked along the streets, marveling sights and sounds of the city. Now that he wasn't moving with purpose with Kaiser, he was able to really take everything in. He hadn't missed too much on his trip to the practice grounds, but he could now focus on the little details. If Ryevin didn't have divine sense, he might have missed it, but he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure sitting on the second story of a nearby restaurant. Ryevin looked around and smirked, but he didn't show any outward change in his gait. At the end of the block, he turned off the main path and headed into an empty alleyway. He took several steps into the alley and then he just stopped and waited. He saw the man coming for him with his divine sense as soon as he entered his range. He didn't turn around, curious as to how the man would approach him. The man didn't say anything, and he quietly charged toward Ryevin's exposed back, thrusting a long dagger at his kidney. Ryevin frowned at the action. If that's how you're going to play it. Ryevin twisted his body as he ignited his entire self with a conflagration. He hadn't displayed any of his magical abilities in front of anyone in the capital before, and the man was caught completely off guard. Ryevin's hand swooped down and clamped on the man's wrist. There was no playing around this time. Ryevin applied his full strength, coupled with gravity mana, and crushed the man's wrist bones into dust. The dagger clattered to the floor, and the assassin took in a deep breath to scream in anger, pain, and fear, but Ryevin's other hand came over in a chop and destroyed the man's throat. His actions were extremely deliberate. Ryevin held the limp man's wrist as he turned and looked up into the eyes of the familiar figure in the restaurant. Ryevin used a wisp of air mana to scoop up the dagger. The fire still raged around him, and the man's clothes and skin were melting from the heat, but he could only give out silent screams. Ryevin inspected the dagger briefly before turning it over and plunging it into the back of the man's neck, severing his spine and ending his suffering. Ryevin stood back up, flipped the dagger over to hold it by the blade, and launched it up through the open window of the restaurant. Rumfort stared wide-eyed down at Ryevin. The dagger, still dripping blood, pierced into a beam an inch away from his face from where he was watching from the window. Ryevin smirked at him, turned back onto the main road, and continued his walk back to the palace. He had scanned the man's body with his divine sense, and there hadn't been any incriminating evidence on him. It would simply be his word against Rumfort's if it came to that. He wouldn't hide the information from anyone, and he would immediately report it to the imperial guards at the palace. They didn't have jurisdiction over the occurrence, but it would be better than Rumfort lodging a complaint of murder against Ryevin from out of the blue. Ryevin did perform a slight trick and mentioned that there had been a mastermind watching from somewhere, but he had only seen his shadow. He told Prince Garrett immediately about what had happened, though, and he didn't hide that it had been Rumfort's doing. He whistled a happy tune as he departed the scene, not caring about the aftermath. Ryevin had been correct in his actions of not hiding anything. His little trick of not mentioning who the mastermind was to the guards had put Rumfort in a tight spot when he had come forward with the allegations. If he had been smart, he would have got one of his underlings to do so, but he had thought that he had a solid case against Ryevin and didn't think clearly. The imperial guards delivered that information to the constables, and an investigation was launched. There had been 0 witnesses in the alley, and Rumfort claimed he was the only one to witness Ryevin brutally attacking someone for no reason from the restaurant. Ryevin hadn't completely disfigured his assailant's face, so it was very strange when there was no body discovered. He would have implicated Rumfort by having been in his employ. The entire thing turned into Ryevin's word against Rumfort's, but since there was no body, no weapon, and no witnesses, it didn't amount to much. It did make Rumfort lose a lot of prestige in the noble social circles, though, as Ryevin hadn't been shy about spreading the truth of the matter. To use a sneak attack against someone's back was the epitome of dishonorable. Of course, Rumfort had his die-hard friends who would believe anything he said. They also wouldn't have cared if he was guilty anyway. He was a noble, and Ryevin was a nobody. The entire debacle only ended up making Ryevin look like someone decisive when choosing to kill, and Rumfort looked like a cowardly idiot. The weeks went by after that first day, and there were no more incidents other than rumors about it. The training that Ryevin devised, while not perfect on such short notice, was good enough, and he was seeing positive results from both the leadership and the soldiers. Ryevin never became friends with the other officers, and they didn't hang out after the training was done. They would be going off in a month anyway, and it would be a long time before Ryevin would see any of them again. It made more sense to use this experience to become friends after they came back from their expedition if Ryevin was still where he was. The officers and senior NCOs took learning the things Ryevin was teaching them very seriously. They weren't stupid either. Once Ryevin opened the door for them, they pretty much were able to extrapolate the next steps for themselves. Ryevin was just there to guide them and point them in the right direction if there was a hiccup in their understanding. After a week of training, a reply finally came from the Magic Academy, and it was accompanied by 20 Magic Academy students. They had a wide range of specialties for their affinities, and Ryevin was pleased to see that they could pick up on what he wanted from them very quickly. They weren't first-year students, but he could tell that even if they had been, they were all a cut above what was found in Garrock. He wasn't surprised at their competency, though. From all the talk and the things he had seen from Kefira, and the mages that had accompanied Kaiser's army to Drallo, Reeven knew that they were capable people. He only told them what he wanted from them, and then they got to it. He didn't even have to give them safety guidelines while practicing throwing spells around really close to moving soldiers. They handled all of that on their own. Reeven put forth a requisition letter to Prince Garrett, not going through Kefira, to set up the contribution points and other rewards for the students. Reeven didn't have to do anything, as the entire purpose of the training was the imperial family's idea to begin with, and he was simply given a promise that it would be handled appropriately. The last week of the training was spent in the field, and Reeven had pitted the company against Trevor's company. He had recently been promoted to captain, and he had been looking for a way to get some training and experience in for his troops aside from running dungeons and regular drills. Reeven didn't leave him high and dry, either. He supplied him with exactly the same information he was teaching the mercenary company. The two companies had a blast collaborating, setting up battles and situations for each other to solve. The company Reeven was training wasn't stingy with reciprocating the favor, and they seemed to benefit almost as much from devising tactics for Trevor to solve as they did the other way around. The battles between the companies looked nothing like the traditional setup of soldiers lining up en masse and marching into each other. They were spread out all over the place, divided up into multiple smaller units across a wide range of terrain. As a bystander, Reeven had been not only impressed by how quickly they adapted, but it was entertaining as well. There were several times he had forgotten himself as he watched a squad or platoon move about knowing that there was an ambush nearby. His heart would pound, and he would wonder how they planned on getting out of the situation. They didn't always. There were times when the platoons and squads had to accept a defeat and go back and reflect on what they could have done better. Reeven had made them agree with each other not to pit each other against impossible odds. There was never a situation where one of the entire companies ambushed a single squad or anything like that. Every situation had a solution to it, so they needed to figure out what it was. By the end of the week, Reeven finally had to step in and put an end to some of the shenanigans going on. They had gotten more and more complicated to the point that it was no longer making sense. Reeven had shaken his head at Trevor and the company commander he was training, and they had simply said they were having too much fun. Well, get it out of your system. Reeven yelled, real anger in his voice. This is war. It's not fun. It's all right for you to enjoy a job well done and be proud of yourself, but don't get lost in it. You should take pride in being competent fighters, and it's fine to have fun. What is not fine is ignoring the purpose of your training in pursuit of entertaining yourselves. People die in combat. You need to take this seriously. Reeven tapped into his heroic bearing skill while he used commanding shout to yell at the officers. It was the first time he had raised his voice, and he could tell that none of them had been ready for it. He had been pretty soft-spoken, all things considered. The officers stared back at him with deathly white faces, Trevor included. Did I go overboard? Reeven thought. He didn't change his facial expression, though, and he continued to stare them down. A blinking notification caught his interest, and he opened it up to check. New skill unlocked. Tier 5, Aura Bloodlust, Heroism Zoo. Oh, Reeven was stunned. I guess that's what it was. Reeven hadn't realized that while using his heroic bearing to inspire awe into the people he was chastising, his own experiences and anger had turned it into something else entirely. He had thought that he might get some sort of intimidation skill sometime soon with how he had handled Room Fort and his cronies, but he hadn't expected an aura of bloodlust. With a mental flip, he could switch between being a pillar of strength, raising the morale of his own soldiers, to being an emissary of doom, instilling fear into the enemy. He was only at skill level 1, but it didn't seem difficult to switch between the two. He seemed to have an intuitive grasp of how to do so. Maybe the higher levels increased the potency and range, not the ability to invoke the skill. Reeven didn't storm off in anger or anything, though he could tell that some of the officers had wished that he had. They moved about awkwardly in front of him for a while, but they eventually got their heads screwed on straight again. Overall, it had been a fantastic success. The two companies, though they wouldn't be seeing each other for a long time, had bonded quite a bit over the experience, and the officers had built a good rapport as well. It didn't hurt that Trevor was very charismatic. Reeven stayed on the sidelines, watching. It wasn't that he was antisocial. He would be perfectly happy to make friends with any number of officers, especially ones that were already friendly with one of Kefira's siblings, but he just didn't have the time to invest. He knew that he would have to continue to train more companies to send out into warfare, and he and Kefira were both waiting for the next move from her mother on the social front. He simply said that he was impressed with how well they had grasped the concepts and ran with them to make them their own, but he continued to caution them to not lose sight of the forest for the trees. They didn't have to treat each individual soldier like a chess piece. The companies returned to the city, and the Magic Academy students returned to the academy. There would be another bunch of students for the next company training if they thought it was worthwhile. Reeven knew that it definitely had been for the soldiers, but he would have to wait on a response from the academy on whether or not they thought it was a good idea to continue sending more mages. He was optimistically hopeful. "So what did you make of him?" Rupert asked as he flipped through the report. Rupert was the headmaster of the Wispen Magic Academy. It wasn't just students that he had sent at the request of the Imperial Liaison, but they had sent an instructor to witness it as well. The man Rupert had sent had been a trusted confidant of his for many years. "Him, sir," Polly, the supervising instructor, asked. "Are you asking about the Imperial Liaison? Who else?" Rupert snorted. I'm not sure I understand, but it's all in the report, sir. Quit being so wishy-washy. I have the damn thing in my hands." Rupert rolled his eyes. "I'm not talking about your thoughts on the exercise. I can see it right here. I'm asking you what you thought of the man, the liaison as a mage. What would your opinion of him be if you were an instructor and he was your student?" "Well, I didn't get to witness a whole lot of his spell casting, but from what I did see, he had a fantastic grasp on even some fairly high-level spells. I would say I was more impressed with his thoughts on magic in organized combat, but I put that in the report." "If I may, why do you care so much, sir?" Paula asked. "I don't really," Rupert said, placing the report down. "I would have cared, but he's already technically graduated. Maybe we can send him an invitation to put his thoughts on military spell tactics into a treatise or even teach a class on it." Rupert trailed off, lost in thought. "I'm not following, sir." Rupert was brought out of his musings and he looked up at Polly. He rolled his eyes at the man. "He's always been trustworthy," he thought, "and he has a great grasp of magic. Anything outside of that, though, he has no interest in trying to figure it out for himself. What am I going to do with him? He's that random kid that Princess Sophia came running in here all those months ago to get transferred to our academy," Rupert reminded Polly. As soon as he mentioned it, recognition dawned in Polly's eyes. "Yeah, that one. I thought it was just a favor for the princess, and we'd have to keep an eye out for someone who probably didn't belong. Then this guy shows up, already an Imperial liaison with all that entails about graduating with honors, and he's flinging fireballs, firestorms, lightning chains, and all kinds of spells about like they were nothing. And he has some unique concepts about warfare." Rupert slammed his fists on his desk loudly. The papers and pins jumped into the air, and Polly flinched at the sound. "He could have been my student, damn it." Rupert leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Do you know what sort of prestige mentoring such a talent would get me?" "Well, that's out of the question now, but if he can't be my student..." Rupert gave Polly a cunning look, a twinkle in his eye. "Maybe he can be my teacher." Rupert sat in silence for a few moments, watching and waiting for Polly's reaction. The other man just stared back before replying. "But what could he teach you?" "You're the headmaster," Polly said. Rupert smacked himself on the forehead. "Oh, right," Polly said, "now that you mention it." "Just go." Rupert held his head in one hand as he motioned for Polly to excuse himself. Go, just go. Post this cooperation on the notice board for the third years. We'll keep sending anyone that wants to volunteer." Polly scrambled from his seat, grabbed his copy of the report, and left the headmaster's office. Headmaster Rupert sat with his head in his hands for several minutes. "How do I get that liaison over here?" "He's apparently attached to Princess Kefira, and he's currently working for the Imperial Army." He did say to contact him if there's anything we need to make the cooperation possible." Yes, this could work." Reeven perused the progress he had made in his skills over the past several months. It wasn't the first time he was seeing it, but he hadn't dismissed the screen. He had let it accumulate into an in-depth picture of growth over time. There were a couple of things that stood out to him. It seemed that his divine sense not only didn't hinder his other perception skills from leveling up, but it also accelerated their growth rate. His night vision was perfect within his divine sense range, and yet the ability to see everything in near pitch darkness had helped the lesser skill increase. That effect translated into his ability to see things outside of his divine sense range as well. The greatest beneficiary of this synergy had been spatial awareness. He raised an eyebrow at the notice that his poison resistance had ticked up by 2 levels, too. "Looks like someone spiked one of my drinks at the ball the other night. I guess my vitality, and the fact that I had poison resistance unlocked, was high enough that I didn't even notice it." It wasn't a surprise that his alcohol tolerance had gone up. Almost all of the drinks had been slightly alcoholic. Everyone in attendance was fully grown. He was most happy with his increases in his new Tier 5 and higher skills. He had begun sparring with Cyrilla in his attempt to increase her variety of weapons skills, and he had deliberately allowed her to strike him during their sessions. His own weapons master skill had finally fully formed into the master level, so he wasn't too concerned with his own skill growth when it came to sparring with Cyrilla. Allowing openings for Cyrilla to strike him with her much lower-leveled skills had another interesting effect. He had unlocked the tutor skill from their individual training sessions, and her skill growth had noticeably accelerated afterward. "I don't know if it's the confidence she gets from landing blows against me that has led to her increase in skill leveling, or if it's the tutor skill," Reeven thought. "Which came first? Is the tutor skill just a reflection of my success, or is it the cause of it? I won't know until I train someone else around the same skill level, and can gauge the difference in leveling speed. Saying that Cyrilla's skill growth had accelerated was a bit misleading. She didn't suddenly shoot up to apprentice mastery levels in her skills, and she didn't mention her numbers going up faster. Rievin could just tell with his expert eye that her abilities were growing faster. She still had a long way to go before she would be ready to unlock the weapons prodigy skill as his father had. He had taken a couple of years to initially get his wide range of weapons skill to level 10, though Cyrilla was working with a better foundation than he had when he was a child just starting. Rievin had kept up the training sessions with Cyrilla every single morning over the past month, but he still hadn't been able to join Kefira in resuming their evening mana practice. The training with the company had been pretty tame at first, but as time went on, he had more and more to do in the evenings. It was especially impossible in the last week, as he had joined the company in the field for the duration. Now that the company has finished their crash course in human-on-human warfare, they're about to head off to do their mission, Rievin ruminated. They'll be gone for a couple of years, it seems, and there's a week's break before I need to train the next company. After that, I should have a lot more free time, too. Despite not getting to spend much time with Kefira over the past month, they had still managed to see each other at least a little bit. Here and there, he had made ample progress on his affinities using the methods that Kefira had taught him. He pulled his affinities tab up to take a gander at them as well. Affinities, Tier 1, Air 74, Earth 74, Fire 74, Water 74. Tier 2, Ice 49, Lightning 49, Magma 49, Metal 49, Mist 49, Mud 49, Plasma 49, Wood 49. Tier 3, Bludgeon 24, Darkness 80, Durability 24, Friction 24, Gravity 24, Kinetic 24, Light 80, Mass 24, Piercing 24, Sharpness 24, Weight 24. Tier 4, Eternal 9, Traveler 5. Tier 5, Abyss 1, Veridical 1. He was still in that strange lockstep of leveling his affinities together. He did give each affinity an equal amount of time when doing his mana circulation, so it wasn't that surprising. It was more surprising that the affinities that had previously been lower level had easily caught up with the ones he had unlocked earlier and stayed with them. Maybe my talent in each of them is to a degree that it won't display a difference until I've leveled them to a certain extent, Rievin thought. My basic elemental affinities are almost at the master level, though, and each of the other tiers is hanging out at the next threshold down, except for darkness and light. Rievin and Kefira had tried to squeeze as much time together as they could, but her parents had her resume her training with her mentor after a week of being back. That had kept her out of the palace most of the times that Rievin was present, and he had ended up spending more time with her siblings than her. They hadn't made it a regular thing yet, but Rievin had managed to have several sparring sessions with Kaiser, and Prince Garrett had been in attendance at a couple of them. Prince Garrett had informed him that it wasn't the plan to have him personally train every single company that was going to go out. The officers of the company had secretly been grading Rievin on how effective they thought his training and methods were, and now that they had given their stamp of approval, Janet and Garrett were going to invest more manpower into the project. The next training session, Rievin wouldn't be training just another company in the nuances of fighting other people. He would be training his replacement instructors. The third training session would see those replacement instructors taking over the bulk of the mission, and Rievin would be evaluating them on their performance. If all goes well, I'll only be busy for another 2 months, and then I'll have a bit of a break before Kefira's dad gives me another test. I don't know what the next test will be, but I have a hunch it's going to be focused on something other than the military. His hunch came when he received a reply to his letter sent to the Magic Academy well after the first company's training was completed. He recalled the contents of the letter. Imperial Liaison, Lieutenant Rievin, greetings and salutations. I know that's redundant, but I'm an old man, so deal with it. I have long heard of your exploits as a liaison attached to Princess Kefira from her older sister, Sophia. It was almost every other day that she would drop into my office to regale me with the latest scoop on your heroics, blasting enemy soldiers with large-scale spells like it was nothing, leading from the front and challenging the commander of the enemy army to personal combat all by yourself. Consider me shocked when I heard the tales of your conquests. I don't know if Princess Kefira, quite the prodigy of magic herself, has elucidated to you the benefits of continuing your education after your graduation, but I assure you, we can offer mutual satisfaction. You would be hard-pressed to find another student or teacher with the same experiences as you, and I believe your knowledge and expertise on combat would be most welcome among the young mages. Yes, you're reading that right. When I say continuing your education, I mean as an instructor. You told me most graciously to let you know if there was anything I needed to secure our cooperation with you, and I dare say the opportunity for further learning is what the Magic Academy is all about. You seem like a well-rounded young mage, and my colleague has given a glowing review of your training sessions. There aren't enough slots available for the students to attend the joint training sessions with the military in its current form, and even if there were, a classroom lecture would still be the best supplement for them. Come by my office sometime to discuss what you can get out of it as well. I understand you're currently busy, but my old man senses are telling me it won't be for long. I look forward to meeting you. Respectfully, Archmagus Rupert. Headmaster WMA. P.S. That's my title, not my class. If you want to know more about this old man, you'll have to meet me in person. Revan had been amused at the language the older gentleman had used in his letter. He had sprinkled eccentricity, flattery, bragging, and humor, and dangled a promise of new knowledge and remuneration in a very short missive. Revan remembered the contents of the letter so well because he had been so amused by it that he had read it several times. He had chuckled each time. Revan wrapped up his morning training and progress evaluation. Now that he had a week's vacation from training, he had decided to try and spend more time with Kefira. He had told her well in advance about his week off, and she had promised to try and get some free time as well. Her duties were a bit different than his, though, and she was still considered a student. There was a fundamental difference between a student and a teacher, and she had to abide by her mentor's schedule. Revan had never met her mentor, but he knew that it wasn't the headmaster that had sent him a letter. From what Kefira had told him, he wasn't interested in such a position, and he had been a court mage for a long time. He had got his position because of his time affinity, though he wasn't a prodigy like Kefira. It was more important that he had the actual time affinity and not one of its offshoots. Kefira had explained that an affinity level of 10 with the broad affinity was superior to a level of 25 in an offshoot if for no other reason than its versatility. It didn't end there, though, and it was much like Revan's weapons master skill. A lower level was both broader in range and more potent. Revan walked across the little courtyard to Kefira's house and knocked on the door. One of the maids opened it for him and led him to the sitting room off to the side. Her Highness is almost done getting ready, the maid said. He didn't have to wait for long before Kefira descended the steps. He saw her through his divine sense, so he got up right away to go and wait for her to come down. She saw him waiting and smiled, bounding down the last few steps to throw herself into his arms. "Hey, you," she said, looking up into his face. "Hi." The two separated, and Kefira motioned him to follow her outside. As Kefira opened the door, Cyrilla came out of her own abode across the way and assumed her position following behind Kefira. She had obviously taken the time to wash off the sweat and grime of their morning sparring session. "I didn't manage to get today off, but my Magus Feral did agree to give me the last 2 days of the week off, so we'll have 4 days to spend together before you get busy again," Kefira explained. "Okay." Revan nodded his head. "We had expected as much, and 2 days is more than we had hoped. Now that you have some free time, you can accompany me to the Magic Academy and get yourself acquainted with some of the people there. Yeah, I got an invitation from the headmaster to teach a class about what I'm doing with the mages in the military, so I should probably find some time to meet him too." "I wouldn't go meet him yet," Kefira said, shaking her head. "Let him sweat for a bit. Better yet, let it be known that you visited the campus and didn't immediately seek an audience with him." "Why is that?" Revan asked, confused. "Power play," Kefira said. "He's not your superior, and you're technically an honored graduate with the position of an imperial liaison. You don't want him to get in the habit of you being available at his beck and call." His letter did come off as a request, but it wasn't worded in such a way," Revan said, stroking his chin in thought. "It was a bit ambiguous. The tone was one of asking, but the wording said, 'Do this.' See, he's testing you." Kefira nodded her head. "The position of headmaster is as much a political one as it is one of competence. Don't get me wrong, he would never have been a candidate if he wasn't a good mage, but that's not how he got his position, and it's not what his duties are. I hadn't ever really considered it before. Do you know who his friends are? My uncle, Belifrant, is his main sponsor." Kefira gave Revan a pointed look. "I know you've met him a couple of times, and I haven't really said anything about him before. I'm not going to now either, for certain reasons." Kefira gave an exaggerated wink. "Let me guess. He asked you not to, no comment." Kefira smiled. "Ah, so I'm guessing he's an ally, which makes total sense, considering he's your mother's older brother and he wants to test me out. Speaking of, he did ask me to meet with him sometime, too. I guess I'll have to make time for that this week, too." The two continued to converse as they left the palace and headed to the Magic Academy, Cyrilla still trailing behind them. The Magic Academy was located in the inner city relatively near the Imperial Palace, but it was still a bit of a walk. With their stats, though, it didn't take them that long to arrive. The Magic Academy in Willowin was similar to the one that Revan had attended in the capital of Garok, but it was much more ostentatious. It was also several times larger. The gate guard simply nodded and waved Kefira through, and he only hesitated a moment before spying Revan's liaison insignia on his collar. It was a clear indication of his position as an academy graduate. One didn't need to have graduated from the Magic Academy. The Knight Academy graduates were candidates who worked for the imperial family, too, but either way, he was still allowed unfettered access. "Come on," Kefira said, grabbing Rievin's hand and dragging him along. "I'll introduce you to my mentor. Even though he's a court magus, he still mostly spends his time in his office at the Magic Academy." "All right," Rievin said with a smile. Rafik stepped out of the void corridor with his wife and daughters in tow. They had learned their lesson from the time they had been briefly separated when the void corridor had collapsed on them, and they had traversed the way holding hands. Each of the members of Rafik's troop had made the journey with 4 or 5 similarly holding hands. They weren't going to take the chance of everyone getting split up again. Rafik had remained calm on the surface, but there had been some real terror when he witnessed his wife and children get flung into space. "So this is Willowan," Emelian said, looking around. She took a deep breath. "This place is a bit superior to the other Tier 4 regions we've traversed to get here." "What do you mean, Mom?" Kylie asked. "The mana density feels the same to me," Riley said. "It's the purity," Emelian clarified. "Each tier region has almost an identical amount of mana density, but the level of purity varies. Some of it has to do with the climate. Some of it is due to the natural resources present. I've also heard that the people can have an effect as well, though I don't know how true that is. Reminds me of home," Rafik said wistfully. Emelian gave him a small smile, but Kylie and Riley just looked at him in confusion. "What home?" Kylie asked. "Garak," Riley quirked an eyebrow. No, Rafik said with a chuckle. "I'm talking about a long time ago. Your mother and I weren't born in Garak, I'm sure we've told you that." Kylie and Riley shared a look, frowning at each other. They looked like someone looking in a mirror to Rafik's. Their facial expressions loosened at the same time as they had an epiphany. "Princess Amelie," Kylie said. "And brave Sir Fenrix," Riley added. The two turned to look both Rafik's and Emelian up and down, thoughtful expressions on their faces. "I don't see it," Kylie said. "I thought Sir Fenrix would be more dashing," Riley pouted. "Hey," Rafik said, holding his hand to his chest. Kylie and Riley burst out laughing. They giggled together at the look on their parents' faces for a moment before they calmed down. "So you've kind of been hiding it from us." Kylie gave Emelian a pointed look. "Pretending to tell us a fairy tale," Riley said. "We were going to tell you, but life happens," Rafik said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "Now's not the time for a history lesson," Emelian said, taking charge. She picked a direction and started walking off. "We need to locate the Magic Academy, find lodging, investigate the situation, and try to contact Rievin. We have a lot to do, and I expect to meet my son as soon as possible." "All right, lead the way," Rafik said. He motioned for Kylie and Riley to follow their mother as he stepped up to his party mates. "Drak, go find suitable lodging for everyone and send some people to mix with the pedestrians. Let's get a feel for the people here so we know what to expect." "Yes, my lord," the large man who usually acted as Rafik's vanguard said. Even though he wasn't wearing his heavy armor, it was unmistakable what his profession was. Nobody would look at him and think anything other than a frontline warrior. He had a bit of an irreverent attitude, but that was something Rafik actually appreciated about the man. Whenever the party was split from being under his direct leadership, he was the man to take charge of the team. Having delegated a mission to his followers, Rafik quickly caught up to his girls. Emelian didn't waste any time. She immediately asked the first person she came across for directions to the Magic Academy, and she set off with purpose. Rafik and the twins kept an eye out for the surroundings, taking everything in, but Emelian was razor-focused on her mission to find her son. The teleport circle was located on the outskirts of the inner city from what Rafik could tell. There was a wall nearby that separated the city from more city, so it wasn't on the outskirts. It was typical for the teleport circles to be located near the more prosperous center of capital cities. Only rich people, even by Tier 4 region standards, made use of the teleport circles. They didn't stand out from the crowd much. Other than hurrying along and looking around wide-eyed at everything, they seemed to fit right in. They had gotten lucky in the rotation of the teleport circles, and they had only had to spend 4 days before they reached their final destination once they had trekked across the land for a month to reach the neighboring empire capital. It was plenty of time to wash off the travel dust and get some much-needed rest. It wasn't long before they were standing at the gates of a luxurious campus, and Emelian marched right up to the gate guard. The man held up his hand and stepped in front of Emelian, blocking her path. He wasn't hostile or anything, but he was clearly barring them from barging through. "May I inquire as to your purpose?" the man asked with a smile on his face. "We're looking for our son," Emelian answered. "He's a student here." Certainly, the gate guard said, nodding his head. He motioned for Emelian and the others to follow him to the office next to the gate. Another gate guard took up a position where he had left off. He walked to a counter and pulled out a large book from underneath. "What's your son's name and what year is he in?" Emelian turned to Rafik and frowned, flustered at the question. "His name is Rievin, but I don't know if he's a 2nd year or a 4th year," she answered. "You don't know?" the guard asked skeptically. "He was absent from school for 3 years, Emelian explained. "We got a notice from his previous academy that he had transferred here, but we don't know any other details." "I see." The guard flipped through the large tome and scanned the list of names present on each page. There were thousands of names, but the man went through them very quickly. He was apparently familiar with the task. He flipped through several pages before putting the tome aside. He pulled out another one, and he once again began flipping through the pages. A frown appeared on his face, and it only deepened as he continued to search. He finally set the second large book aside as well. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but there's no student here by the name of Rievin," the guard said. He gave a little shrug and had an apologetic look on his face. "What do you mean by that?" Emelian asked. Her own frown was beginning to deepen. "Exactly as I said," the guard answered. "I'm sorry." "Did you get the wrong information? You said he was transferred after several years absent." Emelian took a deep breath. Rafix could see the fire building in her, and he quickly stepped forward, grabbing her hand and squeezing it. "The message of his transfer was very specific," Rafix said. "The Willow and Magic Academy in Wispan. Is there someone we could meet within the administration?" "Oh, sure." The guard nodded his head. "However, they're all very busy, so you'll have to make an appointment." "That's fine," Rafix said. He leaned over and whispered to Emelian, "It'll be all right, just stay calm." The guard pulled out another booklet, this one much smaller than the other ones that contained the student roles. He flipped to the most recent entries and scanned the page. "How does the afternoon midweek sound?" the guard asked, looking up at Rafix. 2 days is the earliest I can squeeze you in." "That's perfectly fine." "All right, I'll put you down." The guard bent forward and made a notation. "When you come by, I'll be happy to escort you where you need to go." Rafix and Emelian turned around and pulled their daughters along with them. They stepped out into the street and turned to look at the Magic Academy. "We're so close." Emelian sighed. "He's right on the other side of these walls. I can feel it." Emelian gave Rafix a sideways glance. "Do you think you could?" "I'm going to stop you there, honey," Rafix said with a tight smile. "There's no reason to do anything foolish like breaking into the grounds." "Yes, I could do it, and I could probably get away with it, too. It doesn't make sense to take the risk, though. It's only 3 days before we can get an answer from the administration. Let's just be patient." "You're right, I'm not thinking clearly." Emelian leaned forward and gave Rafix a quick peck. "We can wait another 3 days, but they had better have some answers." Emelian gave Rafix a stern look. I know. Rievin suddenly stopped outside the doors to Kefira's mentor's office. He had a strange sensation in his gut. "What's the matter?" Kefira asked, pausing her grasp toward the doorknob. "I don't know," Rievin said, shaking his head. "I suddenly felt that I've forgotten something back at the palace. I got the urge to hurry back to look for something, but I can't think of what I could have forgotten." "Is it important?" Rievin gave her a wide smile. "How could it be? I'm not going to let whatever it is I forgot to intrude on our little bit of time together. I'll go look in a bit once you're busy." "All right, if you say so." Emelian stepped out into the street, feeling frustrated. They were here. They had traveled all this way, suffering countless delays and even getting sort of caught up in some ridiculous war, and now that they were standing at the gates of their destination, there was a solid wall thrown up in front of him. "What do they mean there's no record of our boy?" Emelian fumed. "Could there be another Willow and Magic Academy in Wispen somewhere else? I know the world is big, but that seems like a stretch." "Stranger things have happened," Rafix said. Emelian gave him a fierce glare. "I'm just saying." Rafix shrugged defensively. "You're not helping," Emelian said. "Well, I think we should go to the Adventurers Guild," Rafix said. "We need to make use of their communications to send word back to Talon and the others who are still in Quran. Plus, we can petition for a list of the empires in the surrounding local groups." "Do they have that information?" Emelian asked. "Isn't the Adventurers Guild more independent at this level?" "Yeah, there's no overarching leadership overseeing the entire Adventurers Guild. The guild masters at the Tier 4 capitals are generally considered the local masters. That doesn't mean there aren't records, and we're only searching for the Tier 4 regions. The message the headmaster sent us was clear that it was a Tier 4 magic academy. My gut is telling me that this is the right place, but there's no harm in searching out more information. It's not mutually exclusive. We can do both. You just want to find out some information on the local dungeons and adventuring opportunities." Emelian smirked. Just because she was frustrated that they hit a temporary snag didn't mean she couldn't still joke around and flirt with her husband. She agreed with Rafix. This felt like it was the right place. There was just some sort of miscommunication somewhere that prevented Rievin's name from showing up on the rolls at the front gate. His name might be on a more up-to-date list and just hadn't been passed along yet. Rafix began shifting his eyes around, keeping his head on a swivel, and Emelian recognized that he had noticed something amiss. She followed his gaze with him, and even though she wasn't quite as experienced as he was, she wasn't far off. She had spent years running about with Rafix before they had gotten married, and he had taught her a lot. She very quickly spotted the situation that had alerted her husband. Some men who were obviously some sort of militia, constable, or military members, but they weren't in uniform, watching them. They seemed to think that they were doing a good job of watching them surreptitiously, but they couldn't hide from the perception of the couple. Kylie and Riley were still oblivious. It hadn't yet been necessary to teach them the rules of the wider world yet. They had been safely ensconced at home or in a preparatory school, preparing for entering the official Magic Academy at Quran next semester. It wouldn't be long now before they unlocked their Tier 2 classes. The two twins were still happily ogling all of the grand buildings around them, mostly focused on peering over the walls to the large, ornate Magic Academy grounds. Even from their vantage, they could feel the whiff of mana spike and could tell that there was something grand to see just on the other side of the obstacle blocking their view. Kylie and Riley huddled their heads together and pulled something out of their pouches. They didn't yet have a storage pouch, as Rafix and Emilian believed they needed to learn to economize their carrying space before being given such a valuable item. One needed to learn to walk before one could run, and they applied that philosophy to a lot of their parenting. Emilian couldn't make out what it was that they had pulled out, but she suddenly felt a large spike in mana as whatever it was cast some sort of spell. The two girls looked at it intently, not realizing that a lot of passersby suddenly took notice of them. Emilian hastily threw up a mana barrier, cutting them off from the surroundings. It had only been a second that they were exposed, but the damage had been done. Most of the pedestrians shook their heads like they had seen an illusion or something, but Emilian's heart started to beat faster as she noticed an older gentleman suddenly veer from his path towards the academy gate toward the little family of four. The older gentleman was wearing a red suit with a cape, and he had a little matching walking stick to go with it. The wood of the stick was brown, but the ornate handle was ruby red. His hair was gray, and he had a handlebar mustache under bright, clear eyes. Those eyes were filled with interest as he looked at Kylie and Riley, who were still oblivious to the trouble they had caused. Emilian stepped forward, and Rafix was right next to her. Now that he was closer, the older gentleman was not very tall. He was actually a couple of inches shorter than the two 11-year-old girls who had sparked his interest. He wasn't hunched over or anything, but he was a bit portly. He had a grandfatherly smile on his face as he saw Emilian and Rafix step forward. He immediately changed his direction from approaching the two girls directly and walked up to Emilian. He held one hand out in a sort of half-wave, half-disarming manner. "Oh ho, I see that a couple of treasures have graced our academy today," the man said, stopping in front of Emilian and Rafix. "I take it the two of you are their parents." Emilian narrowed her eyes at the older man. She hadn't trained her sense thread enough to get a gauge of the man's danger level, but the fact that Rafix was resting his hand on his sword's pommel told her everything she needed to know. The man had a knowing look in his eyes as he gave a glance at Rafix's stance, but he quickly dismissed it. He had a twinkle in his eye, and Emilian could faintly glean the distinct sense of amusement from the man. "That's right," Emilian answered, the suspicious look on her face not wavering. "And who might you be?" "Oh, how terribly rude of me," the man said. He sketched a quick bow. His movements were fluid and much more graceful than belied his portly figure. He straightened back up quickly. "My name is Rupert. I'm on quite good terms with the headmaster of the academy, and when I noticed the spike of mana coming from the lovely little ladies over there, I felt compelled to come introduce myself." Rafix didn't move, but Emilian heard his voice loud and clear in her ear. He was sub-vocalizing, and he was doing it in a way that only Emilian would be able to hear. "He's not lying," Rafix said. The message was succinct. Left out was he's telling the truth. Just because he wasn't lying didn't mean he wasn't holding something back. "Is that so?" Emilian quirked an eyebrow at him. "And why would you say that?" "Oh ho, no need to be so defensive, my lady," Rupert said with a laugh. "I'm just a sucker for talented youths." The flavor of the mana your two girls gave off was quite something. It wasn't a system spell, and it wasn't a weave with knots or patterns. I'm guessing it was a magic item. Rupert stared into Emilian's eyes, and she would have sworn that she didn't give anything away. The man nodded to himself like she had confirmed something anyway before continuing. "And judging by the intensity and focus, I'm guessing it's one they crafted themselves." "I'm not sure what you're getting at," Emilian said. Rafix's hand moved from his pommel to the grip of his sword, his fingers tightening. "Would you be interested in enrolling the two girls as special admissions students in the academy?" Rupert asked abruptly. "I would kick myself if I didn't try to introduce these two young girls to my friends in the academy." "So do you work in the academy then?" Emilian asked. "I'm a mage, yes," Rupert answered. "And apparently a politician, too," Emilian muttered under her breath. Rupert barked out a laugh. "I've never held such a class, my lady." He grinned at them, a twinkle in his eye. "I see," Emilian said, focusing on Rupert more closely. "It's not the right time to accept students, though. That's why I said special admissions students. As long as they achieve their Tier 2 classes, they can apply for special admission, take a little test, and become official students regardless of the time. I take it that they're enrolled in the preparatory school." "I'm not sure I should be divulging any information to you," Emilian said. "You haven't exactly been entirely forthcoming yourself." "Ah, but that's because you're outsiders," Rupert said, holding up a finger. "If you became insiders, I would have nothing to hide." "Fair enough," Emilian conceded. "I hate to burst your bubble, but my girls are still only Tier 1. We're about to be Tier 2, Kylie said, popping up next to Emilian. "We could probably reach it in a week if we have enough materials," Riley added, stepping forward on Emilian's other side. Emilian leveled a stern glare at each girl in turn. They wilted slightly at the fierce look, but soon straightened up their spines. What? It's not like it would be in the way, Kylie said. There aren't any conflicts with us going to school, Riley added. Aren't you the one that's always encouraging us to focus on our training and education? Kylie asked. Isn't this what you want? Riley raised an eyebrow. Emilian almost staggered at the barrage from the two girls. Rafix just glanced at her, and she could see the laughter in his eyes. Girls, Emilian said in a firm voice, now is not the time. Kylie and Riley stopped arguing. They knew that tone of voice, and it would only hurt their cause to continue at this point. Emilian looked back at Rupert, who had watched the interaction without interrupting. He gave her a charming smile when he noticed her attention back on him. I can see that you all are busy, and you probably have your own difficulties, Rupert said. No worries, no pressure. If you change your mind, just come back to the gates and let the guards know that you wish to apply for special admission with Rupert as the recommendation. I won't keep you any longer, and I bid you a good day. Rupert gave a little nod to the couple before twirling his cane about as he turned and walked back to the academy gate. Emilian watched him go, and she noticed that Rafix relaxed his grip on his weapon. That bad? Emilian asked him. I could have taken him, Rafix said, but it wouldn't have been pleasant, and that's not counting the fact that there would be a swarm of other mages and soldiers flocking to our position right away. It would have been enough for the three of you to get away, though, probably. Well, he did say he was friends with the headmaster of the academy. Nope. He said he was on good terms with him, Rafix corrected her. Those are two different things, of course. Anyway, that was a bit of a strange encounter. I wouldn't have guessed that he approached with the intent to recruit. Speaking of, Emilian turned to look at her two girls. Why in the world did you release that sort of magic right outside the gates of the Magic Academy? Everyone around here could feel it, and I'm sure more than one instructor on the inside perked their head up, too. Sorry, Mom, Kylie said sheepishly. We were testing out a tracking spell Riley supplied. We were trying to see if there were any traces of Reborn nearby, but we didn't get any readings. Emilian's lips formed a thin line. That's less than encouraging, Emilian said. Bah, it doesn't mean anything, Rafix said. He could just be masking his signature, or it might have changed enough that your tool couldn't track him. Did it take into account that he might have got the local mana imprint? Kylie and Riley shared a look before looking down at the item still in Kylie's hand. It looked like a compass, though when Emilian focused on it, she could tell its obvious magical nature. They were getting better at concealing that effect, though, and she wouldn't have known about it if she didn't give it her full attention. I knew there was something that we were forgetting, Kylie said. We should tinker with it, or make a new one. Riley nodded her head. That's all well and good, but I think it's time that we went back to the teleport circle to find the others, Emilian said. You can mess with your things once we get to the inn we'll be staying at. I'll escort you guys there, Rafix said out loud. I'll head to the Adventurers Guild after to settle the other things. Rafix continued for Emilian's ears only. The majority of those watching us broke off after our interaction with Rupert, but there's still a couple. I guess that they're just keeping an eye on us because we showed up with so many people and we're probably giving off dangerous vibes. That sounds lovely, Emilian said. Don't take too long on your errand, though. I'm sure the girls would like to go out and explore a bit, and I wouldn't want to do that without you. Yay, Kylie and Riley exclaimed simultaneously, jumping up and down. If there was one thing her daughters liked to do, it was investigating the crafting talents of the cities they visited. Where some girls were interested in the latest fashion trends, Kylie and Riley were interested in the different crafting methods they could glean from the works they observed. I'll be as quick as I can be, Rafix said. He held his arm out to Emilian, and she hooked her right arm in his left. Kylie and Riley took up stride on either side of them, and they made their way back to the teleport circle. They were new in town, so the best solution for a meet-up place was the one place they had all already been to. Didn't hurt that it was in the middle of the city, either. Emilian was still frustrated at the situation, but she was now considering things from a different angle. Should we let the girls enroll here? She thought. Reborn is a student here. There has to be some reason for it. Do we have to pick him up and drag him back to Quran with us, or would it make more sense to send someone to pick Talon and the others up and bring them here? What a fascinating pair of children, Rupert thought to himself as he sat down at his desk. Their mana signatures were very unique, and the spike in mana their little device gave off was quite something for some tier ones. Rupert pulled up the documents waiting for his attention and got to work. While he was always interested in new talents, he wouldn't let it distract himself when it was time to work. He had time to think about it more when he had a break. He was busy at work for some little time before there was a knock on his door, and after calling for the person to enter, he looked up to see his confidant, Palai, walk into his office. What's the word? Rupert asked, not pausing in his work. Reborn has entered the campus, Palai said. Rupert paused his hand as he was setting a sheet of paper down on a stack of completed documents. He looked up at Palai before exaggeratedly scanning the room. Well, where is he? He asked. Palai followed his gaze around the room before looking back to Rupert. He's not here, Palai said. Rupert set everything down and rubbed his temples with his fingers, closing his eyes as he sighed. I know that he's not here, Rupert said. I was implying, why isn't he here? Oh, because he's somewhere else. Rupert slammed his fists down on the desk. Paula, you're doing it on purpose, I know it. Rupert glared at his old friend. Rupert stayed in his position, fists balled up on the desk as he stared at Paula. One of these days I'll catch him smirking or something. He has to be messing with me. I don't understand, Paula said. I did say those words on purpose. Gahhhhh, Rupert screamed, throwing his head back. Just before he did, he caught a faint twinge at the edge of Paula's lips. Ha, got him, I'm not crazy. Rupert took a deep breath. He slowly lowered his head and looked at Paula, much more composed. Where on campus is Reevan? What is he doing? Who did he come with? Who has he spoken to? What has he done since arriving? What is his purpose? Just tell me everything you know. He arrived on campus with Princess Kefira, Paula answered, no longer playing dumb. He escorted her to her mentor's office, and then he went to the library. He's been there ever since. He steepled his fingers as he thought. Princess Kefira probably told him to not seek me out right away. She's not the best at the game, but she's no newbie. I think I understand his intentions. Rupert pulled out a blank note and scribbled a hasty message on it. Imperial Liaison, Lieutenant Reevan, I invite you to visit my offices at your earliest convenience. There is still plenty of time before we need to work anything out, so don't feel any pressure to come today. The Academy and its library are open to you whether you decide to take me up on my offer or not. In fact, I hope you take full advantage of what knowledge we have available. If it would make you happy, you can bring Princess Kefira along with you as well. I look forward to discussing your future and the future of the Academy. Sincerely, Archmagus Rupert. Headmaster WMA. He folded the note and handed it to Paula. See that someone delivers that to Reevan in the library, Rupert instructed. He didn't let go right away when Paula tried to take it, and he looked him right in the eye. Not you, of course, Paula nodded. Rupert nodded in return and let go of the note. Did you hear about my little encounter outside the gates earlier? Rupert asked conversationally. I did, Paula confirmed. And what? Rupert rolled his eyes and pinched his nose. And what did you hear about it? What did you think? I heard that they did something with a unique mana signature. Some speculated that it was due to a magic item, but that was just conjecture. I thought it was a good idea to approach them, even if it's not necessarily your job as the headmaster. And who would you have had do it? Rupert raised a questioning eyebrow. A lesser instructor, Paula said straightforwardly. And which one would that have been? Rupert continued to ask. Paula didn't have an immediate answer. There wasn't one. I was the only one there. It would have been a shame to miss the opportunity, so I took it upon myself. This is actually a good lesson for you, Paula. Don't miss a good opportunity just because you feel it's not your job. If you see something that should be grasped and you're the only person able to do so, don't hesitate. Yes, Headmaster, Paula said. That makes sense. Of course it does. I'm the one who said it. Anyway, make sure someone verifies with the guard post that they left a note about the incident. I don't want a guard to not know about it just because they forgot to pass it along word of mouth. When they show back up not if I want the guards to be ready to send them in. Yes, Headmaster. Was there anything else? Student Orion has returned from his life experience expedition, Paula said. Rupert sat up straight, a look of delight flashing across his face. Oh ho, excellent, excellent. Things are sure to get interesting around here. Kefira smiled as she descended the steps, spotting Reevan once again waiting for her. It was the middle of the week, and while they hadn't been able to spend all day together the previous days, they had walked to and from the academy. Things were a bit slower paced, and they had squeezed in a couple of mana practice sessions as well. Kefira was in a great mood as she bounded down the steps and hugged Reevan. Are you going to walk me to the academy again today? Kefira asked. I'm afraid not, Reevan said. I made an appointment to meet with your uncle today, and besides, we'll have all day for the next 4 days together. I really need to squeeze in the time to visit with your uncle while I have the time. I figured that was the case, Kefira said. She was a little disappointed, but she didn't let it show. You did tell him you would meet with him sometime, and one needs to be a man of his word. My thoughts exactly. Maybe I'll make my way over to the academy in the afternoon to walk you home. The faltering smile on Kefira's face perked up. Great, I'll see you then. Kefira made her way to the Magic Academy with Cyrilla in tow. Reevan only followed her as far as the main palace, and he broke off to go to an office where Uncle Belliferent conducted business. The walk to the academy wasn't sad and dreary because she wasn't walking with Reevan. When he wasn't around, Cyrilla stepped up and kept in conversation with her. The two happily chatted as they entered the academy, and they made their way to Magus Farrell's office. Kefira knocked on the door and entered before anyone could say anything, but she came to an abrupt stop. An additional person was sitting in a chair across from her mentor. Kefira froze for a moment before she smiled brightly. Congratulations, Senior Orion, Kefira said enthusiastically. I'm surprised I didn't hear any rumors of your return. Kefira had always had a good relationship with her senior apprentice. While Kefira was just in a mentor relationship with the court magus, Orion was a true disciple. He was a few years older than her, and he had helped her out a lot when she had first started taking lessons with the magus. Kefira had always been a prodigy with her mana skills and affinities, but she hadn't been used to her soul being suppressed when she had started her education. Only the upper echelons of the academy knew the full situation, Farrell and Orion included, but she had still been praised as a genius with a handicap. How could you have known? Orion replied with a grin. The only people you talk to on campus are Master Farrell and Cyrilla. HMPH, I have friends, Kefira pouted. Orion just chuckled. I never said you didn't, I just said you don't talk to the other students while at the academy. I talked to you, Kefira pointed out. Orion rolled his eyes. And how exactly am I supposed to tell you the rumors of my return? Kefira just stuck her tongue out at her senior. Kefira had long since treated him as an older brother. Kefira, I'm afraid that I won't have time to teach you today. Magus Farrell spoke up. What? Kefira raised her brows at her mentor, a spark in the look she directed at him. You couldn't have told me that yesterday. I'm sorry, Farrell said, spreading his hands in helplessness. I told Orion to take the week off, but you know him. He showed up unannounced and demanded to get to work right away. You know I can't say no to my disciple when it comes to studying magic. Sorry for the abrupt notice, Orion said. But hey, that means I'll get my progress report out of the way, and we can get cracking on practicing that little trick you learned with space mana. Master told me about it just now. Well, too bad for you, I have plans, Kefira said, flipping her hair over her shoulder. You'll just have to wait until next week to get a chance to see what I learned on my expedition. A hint of a frown passed over Orion's face, but Kefira wasn't looking to catch it. He quickly smoothed out his facial expression, though, and adopted a genial smile. Yeah, too bad, and now your last day of instruction has been interrupted by me, he said. I'll have to make it up to you sometime. That won't be necessary, Kefira denied. I'll just take today as a free day and go shopping with Cyrilla or something. Magus. Kefira nodded her head to Magus Farrell. He nodded back with a sheepish look on his face. Kefira lifted her chin as she glanced at Orion, Senior. She turned on her heels and exited the room, dragging Cyrilla behind her. She looked calm on the surface, but underneath she was incredibly frustrated. Of all the times, she thought. If I had known, I would have told Rievin to meet with my uncle yesterday. We could have had a 5-day weekend. Come on, Cyrilla, Kefira said, linking her arm with Cyrilla's. Let's go shopping. You were serious about that. Cyrilla quirked an eyebrow at her. I would have guessed you would go to the training ground and demolish a couple of training dummies. They're not my opponent, Kefira declared. Well, obviously, Cyrilla snarked. Kefira pulled away from her friend and looked her up and down, tapping her lip in thought. A pink dress, she finally said. Cyrilla frowned in confusion with a flower crown. Kefira clapped her hands and nodded her head. Yes, we'll buy you a pink dress with a flower crown, and that's all you'll be allowed to wear for the next week. Excuse me, Cyrilla was shocked. You do know I still like girly things, right? Even when you're sparring with Rievin. Kefira raised an eyebrow at her friend. Surely you can't be serious. I am serious, Kefira answered. I think it's high time you learned how to fight in a dress. Nothing immodest, of course. Halfway above the knee, I think, should suffice. But how am I going to maneuver in such a short dress? Very carefully. I don't think either one of us would like for Rievin to get an eyeful, Kefira said pointedly. Ooh, look at this one. Kylie grabbed a bouquet of flowers. Look at the arrangement. The colors really blend well together, Riley agreed. I also sense a hint of mana in them. Even regular flowers in a Tier 4 region can be mana-infused, Kylie said. But I agree. These have a sort of flavor to them. We haven't experienced enough affinities, I don't think, Riley said. We'll have to ask Mom what it is. The two girls had spent the previous 2 days, after getting settled, exploring the different workshops along the roads. They didn't just explore the ones easily found on the main road in the inner city, either. One good thing about being an experienced adventurer, Rafix knew the questions to ask to find the true masters. Not all of them were open to the public, but for the ones that were, Kylie and Riley made sure to visit. They didn't have their Tier 2 classes yet, but their inherent Tier 1 epic class seemed to be geared towards crafting. It wasn't anything specific, either. Whatever they put their minds to creating, they picked it up quite easily. They absorbed a lot of knowledge about different ways to craft various types of items, and with their mother's help, they had even begun to delve into examining the flow of mana within other people's crafted magic items. Emelian didn't want to hold their hands forever, which was one reason she was constantly trying to push them with little tests, and she let the girls explore the workshops on their own with only minimal supervision. Minimal supervision meant either she or Rafix was nearby, and or a couple of the followers. They didn't have any trouble convincing the females recruited to follow their parents to accompany them for protection, and that was the situation in the flower boutique. Kylie and Riley were feeling a little sorry for their parents for not getting to spend any quality alone time together for several months, so they left them back at the inn. Their escorts weren't experts in any type of crafting, nor were they casters. There wasn't anything for them to do other than to look out for them, but Kylie and Riley took their orders for little things they wanted to be crafted to try, and pushed that last little bit toward their Tier 2 classes. Kylie and Riley had pretty much determined that there was no reason they couldn't just enter the same magic academy as their brother under a special admission, but to do that, they would need their next classes. Just like with combat, crafting granted experience immediately upon completion. Unlike combat, crafters got a bit of experience at the end of each step, and the quality of the material, as well as the finished product, could contribute bonus experience. They weren't nearly capable enough to handle Tier 4 materials yet, but if they did, a high-quality finished product could net them anywhere from 500 to several thousand experience. They didn't dare to waste any expensive materials, so they were shopping in the flower boutique to return to their roots of crafting. Even though they weren't getting anything major for their materials, they were still in a Tier 4 region, and even the mundane flowers had as much mana in them as a medium treasure from a Tier 2 region. Kylie walked up to the counter and got the attention of the attendant. "Miss, we would like to purchase a couple of these flower bouquets," she said. The attendant looked at the twins and gave them a charming smile. Of course, she responded, "Why don't you point out the ones you would like?" Kylie pointed to a couple of bouquets and Riley added a couple of her own. The attendant quickly and efficiently gathered up the bouquets. The prices were attached to tags on the baskets, and she added them together before turning to the girls. "That will be 7 gold and 32 silver, the attendant announced. She had a smile on her face, and she acted like she never doubted whether or not the two girls could pay the price. Kylie pulled out her pouch and counted out 4 gold coins. She stopped and looked at her sister, and Riley was already holding 4 gold coins of her own. Together they turned and placed the money on the counter. The attendant scooped the coins up, counted out the change, and handed it over to Kylie. Kylie walked to the door and signaled for a couple of the female bodyguards to come inside to get the bouquets. When they noticed the price tags attached to the baskets, they froze in place. "You too paid gold for these flowers," one of them asked, raising a skeptical eyebrow. "How can they charge gold for some measly flowers?" "SHHH, Kylie quickly covered the woman's lips with her finger. "That's incredibly rude. We didn't pay gold for some measly flowers," Riley said. Not only do these flowers have a lot of mana in them, but some of them are even attuned to specific affinities. And the arrangements are done in such a way that there are no clashes between any of the different affinities, and they complement each other and make the whole more than the sum of its parts. We're not just paying for some common flowers. These are works of art, and they can be used as inspiration for our own crafts. There's always something to learn from an expert, whether they're teaching you or not." The two girls nodded their heads and they turned to look at the attendant, worried that they might have offended the staff of the shop. They got a sweet smile and an encouraging nod in return. "Stop stomping." A voice entered their ears as a pair of girls entered the shop. "You're a graceful, battle-hardened lady. You should act the part." "Who's stomping?" the stomping girl in a pink dress asked. She glared at her shorter companion. And wouldn't "battle-hardened" typically lend someone to assume a stomping action? "Not from graceful ladies. We use our elegance as a sharp dagger." The shorter girl with the ruby eyes mimed lunging forward with a weapon, though her hands were empty. Kylie and Riley were immediately drawn to the display, sensing a new form of mana twirling about the ruby-eyed girl. They had just encountered it for the first time moments ago, and they looked back and forth between the girl and one of the bouquets being held by Kylie. "She has the same mana," Kylie whispered to her sister. "It seems to be coming from these purple cream-colored flowers," Riley whispered back. The girl in the pink dress immediately locked her amber eyes on Kylie upon hearing the whispers, and she felt a twinge of cold shoot down her spine. The other girl smacked her on the shoulder. "Hey, knock it off," she reprimanded her companion. "They're just children." She walked over with a graceful step while her friend clomped her feet behind her. They took in the female bodyguards nearby and immediately dismissed them. Kylie and Riley shared a look. "I'm sorry if my friend scared you," the girl said. "My name is Fira and this is my sister Sira." "Why would you say that?" Kylie asked, tilting her head to the side. "You're obviously not sisters," Riley added, identically tilting her head though in the opposite direction. "We're sisters," Kylie gestured between her and Riley. "I would guess that the two of your cousins at best," Riley said, nodding her head sagely. Fira and Sira were taken aback at the statement, sharing a look. Fira opened her mouth to say something else, but her eyes got snagged on one of the bouquets dominated by blue held in Riley's hands. She let out a little gasp and pointed at it. "Sira, those would make a perfect arrangement for your flower crown," she exclaimed. "The blue is light enough that it won't clash with your pink dress, and I'm sure we can get someone to arrange it perfectly with a mix of complementary colors. Little ladies, would you be willing to sell your bouquet to us?" Kylie and Riley shared a look once again. "Nope," Kylie flat out refused. Fira frowned at the refusal, but before she could try to persuade them, Riley opened her mouth. "But we could make the flower crown that you want and sell you that," she said. Fira and Sira eyed them skeptically. Kylie nodded her head to one of the female bodyguards, and she dutifully pulled out a flower crown that they had made for her from some lesser mana-infused flowers from the Tier 3 region they had traveled through a month ago. There was an unmistakable aura of mana surrounding the flower crown. It was one beyond that of simply having high-end materials. Fira and Sira's eyes opened wide as Fira accepted the crown. This is fascinating, she said. Did the two of you make this? Fira looked up at the two young girls. Yeah, we made them. Kylie nodded her head. Well, one of us made it. We don't have to work together on a single item, Riley added. We just don't really keep up with who made what unless it's more important. We've made hundreds of flower crowns at this point, Kylie concluded. I can see that this is expertly made, Fira said, handing the item in question off to Sira for her inspection. Do you have any other designs available for us to see? Kylie and Riley shared another look. Not any ready-made, Kylie said. We just had some ideas on a new way to do it, Riley said, if you give us just a moment. We'll have one made right now. Up to you, Sira, Fira addressed her friend. You're the one that's going to be wearing it. I quite like the way this looks, Sira said with satisfaction. There might be more ornate ones worn by other ladies, but the simplicity of this one has an elegance all to itself. I dare say my crown will be unique. Not so fast, Fira held up her hand. If I'm not mistaken, I believe I've spotted some void flowers in that purple cream bouquet, am I right? We don't know what it is, Kylie said, but it matches one of your mana signatures, Riley said. If you don't mind, I would like to buy 2 flower crowns from you, Fira said, nodding her head. One from the ice thorn roses and one from the void flowers. Kefira winked at Sira. We will have a unique pair of flower crowns. I can't promise that the underlying enchantment will be of satisfactory quality for the void flowers, Kylie warned. We've never worked with such high-quality materials before, Riley added. In fact, we've never worked with anything as high quality as the ice thorn roses, as you called them, and we just extrapolated the new method for weaving the flowers together. That's fine, Fira said. We're more interested in the aesthetics coupled with the fact that they're magic items at all. It doesn't matter the quality of the items right now. I can always commission more from you in the future after your skill increases. That's acceptable, Kylie replied. If you give us a minute, we'll have them made for you right away, Riley said. Right here, Fira asked in surprise. Sure, Kylie said. Why not? Riley asked. I'm looking forward to it. Fira and Sira stood aside and watched intently as Kylie and Riley plucked the flowers out of their respective bouquets to make the flower crowns. The twin girls mimicked the way the flowers were woven together in the bouquets. They weren't perfect, and it was a new method they had just seen without any instruction, however. Their efficiency in using the newly derived method noticeably increased as they continued to work. By the time they were finished, it only took a couple of minutes. The final portion of the flower crowns was visibly higher quality. Kylie and Riley held the 2 crowns in their hands, inspecting them with frowns on their faces. We should have practiced, Kylie said. We were too arrogant, Riley agreed. It's fine, Fira stepped forward and took the purplish flower crown from Kylie. We can hide the imperfections in our hair. We just orient the best-looking part toward the front, and nobody would know any different. I'm very satisfied, Sira said, accepting her bluish flower crown. These crowns aren't our highest quality work, Kylie admitted, though the new method we use seems to have affected their base stats, Riley said. They're lovely, Fira said with a smile. How do I go about contacting you for new ones in the future? Kylie and Riley once more shared a look before turning back to Fira and smiling. Is this a good idea? Cyrilla leaned forward and whispered into Kefira's ear. We don't know anything about them, and I've spotted some non-uniformed militia watching their group. That's standard procedure for high-level parties entering the city, Kefira retorted. Based on their crafting and mana skills, I imagine their parents are quite impressive. I doubt there's some random bait to draw me into a plot. It would require some ridiculous levels of planning and strategizing for something like that. I'll trust your judgment, but I must remind you to be cautious. Kefira and Cyrilla walked beside the twin girls. They had said that the best method was to simply take them to meet their parents. They would decide if it was appropriate to establish a more than transient relationship. Kefira approved of the girls' decision. They walked with the girls, chatting about the capital and the different magical weaves found in different magic items. Kefira wasn't an expert, but neither were the 2 girls. They were quite young, and even though they seemed to know about a lot of different methods, they only had some superficial knowledge. They're perfect candidates for further education at the Magic Academy, Kefira mused. But why would I send them there? Heh, she chuckled to herself. The twin girls and their female guards, clearly a band of adventurers, not a professional outfit, lead them to the highest quality inn at the central square, located near the teleport circle. Kefira spotted several other people who were clearly allies of the female troop, and she spotted several that were clearly at the level of the Imperial Guards. She and Cyrilla shared a look, and Cyrilla's hand twitched at a phantom sword at her hip. She was already wearing her pretty pink dress, so she had put her sword away into her storage pouch. It was still readily available. It just wasn't carried on her person directly. The female guards broke off from escorting the twins to loiter around the outside of the inn with some of their comrades, and the 2 girls continued to lead Kefira and Cyrilla to their room. They only climbed to the 2nd floor of the establishment. They weren't staying in the best rooms of the inn, but even the cheapest room in this inn was leagues ahead of the suites of many of the others found in the city. The twins led them into a room located closest to the stairwell, and Kefira and Cyrilla followed them inside. A A young woman was sitting at a table sipping some tea. Kefira froze when she first laid eyes on her. She had the illusion that she was looking at her own mother. They didn't look alike physically, but their mannerisms were very similar. She might be as cunning and dangerous as my mother, Kefira thought. She's obviously a high-ranked noblewoman from somewhere. She shot a glance to Cyrilla, but she was looking further into the room. Kefira followed her gaze, and a man walked into view. At first glance, he looked a little familiar to Kefira, but the sudden chill of danger the man exuded distracted her. She was unable to continue looking at his face. She noticed movement out of the corner of her eye, and she realized that Cyrilla had retrieved her sheathed sword from her storage pouch and was in the process of baring its blade. Kefira quickly grabbed her forearm to stop her. She turned to the sitting lady with a sheepish look on her face. These two people weren't purposely pressuring them with their auras, and Kefira didn't want Cyrilla's instinctual reaction to offend them. The presence of the woman washed over her, and she struggled to stay standing upright, gritting her teeth. She succeeded after a moment, but it wasn't easy. The lady in question observed Kefira for a moment. Kefira felt like all of her secrets had been laid bare before her, but mercifully she turned her gaze to the twins. "And who are these two young ladies that you have brought to our room?" she inquired. "I was wrong," Kefira thought. "This lady is much more dangerous than my mother." Kefira stood there, panting, as she tried to compose herself. The aura that had come over her wasn't one that she was completely unfamiliar with. She had obliquely experienced such a thing from her parents when having to resort to certain methods in the past, but she had never been the object of the aura. Not only that, but her parents weren't combat classers. The lady in front of her was obviously a powerful combat class, and she could feel powerful affinities mixed into the aura. She didn't recognize it, but the flavor was somewhat familiar. It gave her the sense that the woman was in complete command and control of everything around her. Kefira's heart beat furiously in her chest long after the aura was retracted. Before the woman could have a conversation with her daughters, Kefira decided to simply lay out her plan and get out of there. "Please don't be upset with your daughters," Kefira said, gulping. "I convinced them to bring me here." The woman turned her attention back to Kefira, but she didn't release her domineering aura this time. Kefira heaved a silent sigh in relief. "I encountered your daughters in a flower boutique, and they showed me their talents in crafting these flower crowns." Kefira pulled out the purple flower crown that one of the girls had made for her, and Cyrilla pulled one out from behind as well. Cyrilla was a beat behind Kefira, having a bit of a harder time composing herself. "These are wonderful creations, but there are some obvious flaws. They were trying out a new technique, and I told them I would be interested in purchasing anything they make in the future when they've refined their abilities. They told me rightly that they needed their parents' permission, and so here we are." Kefira stepped forward and placed a card on the table next to the tea set. "Here's a way you can get in contact with me at the Magic Academy," she said. "I bid you good day." Kefira grabbed Cyrilla's hand, and the two of them quickly escaped from the suffocating room. She briefly heard someone calling for her to wait, but she wasn't in the mood to do so. The two didn't stop moving until they had exited the inn entirely and turned the corner of the square where it was located. Kefira put her back to the wall of a building and placed her hand over her beating heart. She took several deep breaths. "My goodness," she finally said. She glanced at her friend. "Have you ever experienced such crushing pressure before?" "No," Cyrilla shook her head. "Even my grandfather has never put forth anything like that. At least not when I've been around. It was strange, though. It wasn't threatening per se, but it was like I had no defense against it. Yeah, it gave me the feeling that that woman had complete control over my life and well-being while I was in her presence," Kefira agreed. "I didn't get the feeling that the lady was hostile, which is why I was able to summon my courage and continue my plan of cooperation. I don't know what would have happened if she had thought we were after her girls. I don't know, and I don't want to find out." "Agreed. Let's head back to the palace. I'm sure Rievin is done with his meeting with Uncle by now, and I need a pick-me-up after that." Kefira grabbed Cyrilla's hand. Her hand was cold and clammy after, and she could feel the other girl's still elevated heartbeat. She didn't let go, though. They both felt a bit of comfort from each other's presence. "Did you get a good look at their father?" Kefira asked after a moment. "I only caught a glimpse of him before their auras overwhelmed us," Cyrilla said, shaking her head. "He gave me a bit of a familiar feeling, though I can't quite put my finger on why. Considering he wasn't really paying attention to us, and we could feel his power, I'm guessing he's probably even stronger than the mother," Kefira said. "I got the impression that their mother is high tier 4. I'll bet their father is at least low tier 5. I wonder where they came from and what they're doing in Willowin." Kefira didn't expect Cyrilla to have an answer for her musings. She was surprised that such young girls were able to create the flower crowns out of the mana-rich flowers the way they had, but she still hadn't expected their parents to be so strong. The girls were obviously going to pursue a lifestyle class path in their lives, and she had expected her parents to be the same. It was just another shock to find that her parents were combat classers. It wasn't an absolute rule, but typically children followed in the same vein as their parents. Combat classers raised combat classers and vice versa. Maybe they had other siblings that were more inclined to fighting. If they hadn't ruined their first impression by retreating as quickly as possible, they might find out one day. Kefira wasn't going to let her momentary weakness scare her away from her purpose in nurturing future talents that easily. Mother Kylie exclaimed. "Why did you do that?" Riley questioned. "Do what?" Emelian asked back. She was genuinely confused. She had no idea why those two girls had taken off running the way they had. She had tried to call out to them to wait, but they had either not heard her or they had deliberately just not listened. Either way, they had quickly disappeared. "What do you mean?" What? Kylie asked, raising her eyebrows. "You were releasing your domain on those nice girls," Riley pointed out. "Oh, was I?" Emelian tilted her head. "I hadn't realized. It must have been habit. I seem to do it when I meet pretty young girls without thinking about it." "Why would you do that?" "Rievan's not even here," Kylie said. "We wanted to be friends with them, and now they'll never want to come back. If they're so weak-willed as to be scared off by a little bit of pressure, then you don't need friends like that," Emelian snorted. "That's not exactly fair," Rafik said, walking up and taking a seat next to his wife. "I mean it as you were talking about here." "Hey, I'm only high tier 4, Emelian defended herself. "I'm not exactly a powerhouse in a tier 4 region." "Yeah, but you have to look at the quality of your tier 4, Rafix argued. "Your tier 4 isn't exactly the same as a commoner's. Not only that, but your domain fundamentally encapsulates your sovereign affinity. I'm sure they felt like you had complete control over their lives, which is why they wanted to get out of here so quickly." "Not many people can react appropriately under that sort of pressure." "I guess," Emelian said. Her two daughters just stared back at her with unhappy expressions. "Fine, I'll apologize to them the next time we meet." Kylie and Riley's gloomy expressions evaporated to be replaced with bright smiles. "You're the best," Riley declared. "You were just complaining that I scared off potential friends, and now you're trying to butter me up by saying I'm the best." Emelian quirked an eyebrow at them. "At least they'll know that our mom is strong," Kylie said, shrugging. "Better for them to know we're fierce than to think we're weak," Riley agreed. Emelian glanced at her husband, who was trying to keep a grin off his face. "Look at the things you're teaching our daughters," Emelian said. "What?" "I didn't hear anything wrong with what they said," Rafix replied, unfazed. "You want their friends to be intimidated by their mother." "I don't want their friends to think they can be taken advantage of without consequences," Rafix said with seriousness. "I've seen perfectly fine friendships go down the drain when the balance of power was skewed too much. Even if the parties involved don't want it to happen, being too weak can invite contempt. Our girls are still only tier 1, almost tier 2, and we're in an unfamiliar land. I doubt those two girls they brought would intend to use them in such a way, but if there was a situation where Kylie and Riley felt like they couldn't say no, they might end up in a bad relationship anyway." "I know what you mean," Emelian replied. "Anyway, what was with those two girls you brought? Tell me about it." "It was like Fira said," Kylie answered. "Fira was the one who spoke," Emelian questioned. "Yup, and Sira was the blonde girl," Riley explained. "We were shopping for materials to craft items," Kylie said. "We figured that if we want to reach tier 2 as quickly as possible, we needed to focus on gaining experience. Even if we're not able to handle the materials as well as we would be able to with higher skills in the future, just working with them will give us more crafting experience. Making things like flower crowns don't require as much technical proficiency to accomplish. It's not the same thing as a blacksmith forging something out of dark iron or cobalt. The only tricky thing is the mana pathways for the materials found in the higher-end boutiques." "And what was this new technique that Fira mentioned?" Emelian asked. "We observed how the people in the boutique used the affinities inherent in the flowers to meld together in how they arranged the flowers," Kylie said. "We tried to do the same thing when we took the flowers out to make our own crowns," Riley added. "We weren't quite able to handle the affinities perfectly at first, though, so there were some flaws in the beginning. We should have practiced on something else first, but they had asked us to make them the flower crowns on the spot, so we got a little ahead of ourselves." "See?" Rafix asked. "That's not exactly the kind of situation I was talking about, but it's similar enough." "If they had known about your power, I'm sure Kylie and Riley would have been more comfortable telling them to wait a couple of days to find them to pick them up after they had got some practice. I'm sure it had nothing to do with the twins wanting to show off," Emelian said, rolling her eyes. "Anyway, continue." "Fira noticed the flaws right away, but she was still interested in paying for the flower crowns," Kylie said. "She told us she would like to enter into a longer-term relationship, but we knew we weren't in a position to make that decision," Riley said. "So we brought them here to ask you guys." "Well, I'm not against the idea," Emelian said, but Kylie questioned. "But we need to see what's the deal with your brother first," their mother replied. "If he's a student here and wants to stay, then we can work something out." I didn't sense any malice in either of those girls, and they gave me the impression that they were most likely part of the nobility. I don't know what rank they are, but that doesn't really matter. Having some form of cooperation with them would give us more reason to relocate here, too. It's not like we have to pack up and leave as soon as we meet with Rievin again, and that girl said we could meet her through the Magic Academy. She might even know Rievin, though probably not. There are thousands of students there, after all. If she doesn't know him, she might know someone who does, Rafix pointed out. If we meet a dead end at the admin office later, we could ask her about it. That's a good idea, Emelian agreed. We'll have to find out if they have any other motives for forming a relationship with a couple of young Tier 1 girls, though. Nothing ever comes for free, especially with nobles. A favor for a favor is how they operate, and giving you the opportunity to sell your flower crowns to them is definitely a favor in their books. How else would you be able to enter the eyes of the little noble girls? You would end up spending all your money on expensive materials only to sell them for a loss to the commoners who don't have as much money to throw around. We hadn't considered that, Kylie said with a thoughtful expression. If we can make a profit off of trying to reach Tier 2 faster, then we'd be able to buy even more crafting materials, Riley said. Yes, that's generally how it works, Emelian said with a smile. Maybe Fira can get you a deal on taxes, too. Taxes? Kylie exclaimed. We have to pay taxes, Riley shouted. Of course, Emelian said with a laugh. Welcome to the real world. I know that you'll be busy over the next couple of months, finalizing the training schedule for the military units we're going to send out as mercenaries, and won't be able to meet with me regularly, Belafront said. What I can do for you is to make sure certain officers get assigned for the next training sessions, and they can meet up with you after the training sessions to help you with what I've laid out for you. That's generous of you, Rievin replied. I don't always have to be returning favors, you know. And in this particular instance, it's more about the long-term benefits of the family than it is about doing you, specifically, a favor. In the future, if you do something similar, you don't have to tell whoever you're doing a favor for about your goals like I am. That way you can gain a future benefit and immediate remuneration in the form of a favor owed. In our case, we can be considered to be on the same side. You don't have to conspire for maximum benefits every time, especially with your true friends and allies, but it's never inappropriate to do so for just acquaintances. I'll keep that in mind, Rievin said, nodding his head. Belafront observed the young man seated across from him. He had shown up with only a couple of social skills, and he only knew a little bit of etiquette. Belafront wasn't sure how many skills he had unlocked under his morning tutelage, but he could tell that even if he didn't unlock any of them, he was absorbing the lessons quickly enough that it wouldn't be long. The young man had spirit. He could see why his niece was so taken with him. I know you're anxious to get out of here and go to Kefira, so we'll end it here for today, Belafront said. Rievin tried not to look excited at the announcement, but he still wasn't able to hide his emotions from the older man. Belafront had been in the political ring for decades. He was confident that there weren't any members of the younger generation that could hide anything from him. Rievin stood up from his seat and gave a slight bow. I look forward to it, Belafront said. I can give you more insight into the different factions in the Imperial Court and their goals. All you need to know for now is that my family and I are firm supporters of the Imperial family, and we have been for generations. Belafront stood up from his seat as Rievin straightened up, and he shook the young man's hand. He walked him to the door of his outer chambers, and then he was gone. He's young, smart, and driven, and best of all, he's not ambitious for personal political power, Belafront judged. If we can get his edges smoothed out, he'll be a great help to not just Kefira and her siblings, but to the Empire as a whole. We haven't discussed any future plans, but with Kefira by his side, there's a spot for Wispan in them. Belafront nodded his head as he sat back down. He still had some time before he needed to return to his duties. He spent most of his time meeting with other nobles in the foyer of the palace, just outside of the petition hall. He had been working for years to curb the selfish interests of the other nobles, and he was finally able to see some hope in retiring. If it was possible, he would like to move on to the next stage of his life around the same time as his younger sister. He hadn't been sure if it would be possible until recently, though. It wasn't that there weren't any talented individuals in the younger generation, but he hadn't seen anyone stand out nearly as much as Rievin. He wasn't planning to groom Rievin for his role, but he would be much more secure if Rievin could assist those that took up his mantle. The various factions of the nobles and the monarchy had always played a game of tug-of-war for interests, and if it wasn't carefully handled, one side would grow too powerful to the detriment of the regular populace of the empire. He served the Wispan Empire first and foremost, and the imperial family was a close second. That meant that he had to sometimes curb the interests of his and the imperial family's interests. Learning what issues to compromise on and how much to compromise on was just as important as being able to survive and thrive in the field of politics. It was always good to recruit some fresh blood without too much of a bias to their side, and Rievin fit that bill. Politics was a complicated subject, and it wasn't always ideal for getting everything that one wanted. Sometimes that lesson was forgotten after years of balance and prosperity, but Belafront was confident they wouldn't have to go through a period of civil strife between the different factions for quite some time. While empires invading each other was, until recently, unheard of, infighting wasn't. They didn't do it with armies, though. They did it through cloak and dagger. Every empire ran the risk of political reshuffling, and Wispen was no different. In fact, based on the reports I've read about the invading armies, I have my suspicions that that's the end result of one faction gaining too much power, he thought. It fits the bill. Bellefonte stretched out his muscles as he once more gained his feet. He didn't rest too long after he met with Rievin, and it was time for him to get back to work. No rest for the weary, he lamented. We have an appointment to meet with the administration, Emilian said to the gate guard. It wasn't the same person they had run into the other day, but luckily, after checking the appointment book, he nodded his head. He motioned for them to follow him, and he led Emilian and Rafix into the campus. Kylie and Riley had stayed home for the meeting. They were interested in gaining enough experience to reach Tier 2 as quickly as possible, but it had been a sort of esoteric goal when they first started. Now that they had begun making the actual flower crowns with higher tea-ear materials and recognized the challenge, they were fully engrossed in the project. It wasn't just about getting the experience anymore. Now they were trying their hardest to create new and unique things. It had always been their favorite thing to do, long before they even had their first tier class. It was the main reason they were going to reach Tier 2 while still only 11 years old. Most children, even when actively gaining experience instead of just the passive experience gained from the monthly calculations, took nearly the entire 3 years to reach Tier 2. It's not the same as having a Tier 2 class while still in Tier 1, but leveling up so fast must be some kind of record, Emilian thought, chuckling to herself as she thought about the reason for her daughter's absence. I told them that if Rievin was found during the meeting they would be able to meet him quickly, but I don't think they heard me. They were so focused on their task. They probably think that they'll have all the time in the world to spend with Rievin anyway. The gate guard led them down the main path. Off to either side was beautiful scenery. There were flowers, plants, walkways, fountains, and all sorts of flowering trees. Emilian could feel the mana oozing off of the plants. Not only the plants, but the paving was full of mana as well. Emilian had grown up in such an environment, but years outside of Tier 4 regions had desensitized her to it. Even the time spent in Quran, the Tier 4 region that was ultimately over Garak, where Rievin and the girls had been born, hadn't been enough to get her used to it again. The wall of mana floating about in the atmosphere upon walking across the threshold into the campus hit her in the face. It wouldn't have mattered either way, though, as the ambient mana in Wispen, and especially the campus of the Magic Academy, was so pure. If she didn't know better, she would have thought that they were on the border of a Tier 5 region. She had never formally entered the Magic Academy of Vin, so she didn't know it was unique to here, or if it was common for the Magic Academies to be so saturated. She and Rafix didn't show surprise on their faces, though, and they calmly followed the guard. It only took a couple of moments to walk the length of the main road to the administration building. The most magnificent building in the center of the academy was where the main offices were located, so they didn't need to travel all over the campus to find it. The admin offices related to student admissions and records were on the first floor. The foyer was a large, open space with statues and busts of famous graduates and instructors. There was a runic pattern inlaid into the bricks of the floor, but Emilian didn't know what it was for. She had never received a formal education on runes, so she only knew a little bit about them. The walls contained tapestries of amazing feats of casting, and they seemed to tell a story of an empire building itself up into the prosperous nation it was today. She didn't let herself get distracted by the glamour of the ostentation, but she did take note of it. The guard led them to an office clearly labeled. After motioning for them to enter with his hand, he stopped and stood next to the door. He was clearly not going to leave them unattended on the campus. Emilian walked up to the counter where a student was manning the position. She gave the young girl a gentle smile. "Good afternoon," Emilian said. "We have an appointment." Emilian and Rafix. The young girl pulled out a folder and opened it. After just a couple of seconds, she found the names and returned the gentle smile. "Of course, ma'am," she said. "The director is waiting for you in his office." The girl pointed to an open doorway behind the counter. Emilian thanked the girl and gave her a small nod before turning to walk around the counter. Many students were working in the admin office, and they were all busy ruffling through paperwork. Emilian stepped into the office. It was well lit and fully furnished with all sorts of knickknacks. "Well, knickknacks to me," Emilian amended. "They might be precious to him." There were bookshelves full of books. Paper was everywhere. They were scattered on the books on the shelves and on the desk, and there were piles of them littered on the floor as well. It was not a very tidy office, though the man sitting behind the desk was apparently hard at work at whatever he was doing. He looked up as the two entered, and he set his pen down to indicate for the two of them to take a seat. "Welcome, welcome," he said with a genial smile. "Emilian and Rafix, I presume." Emilian nodded her head. "I've been told that this has something to do with a student here. I wasn't given the full story, just that there was some sort of discrepancy. Our son transferred to this academy from another one several months ago," Emilian stated. The headmaster of his old school received a system notification about the transfer, and so we traveled all the way here. It took us well over a month using the portal system between empires, and when we finally get here, his name wasn't on the student roll at the front gate. Yes, I can see how that would be frustrating, the man said. Just let me check real quick. He pulled out a book from inside his desk and flipped it open. What was the name of your son and what year is he asked. Reivin, and he's most likely a second year. The man paused in his search and looked up quizzically. Most likely. He asked, our son disappeared in a dungeon 3 years ago when he was a first year, Emelian clarified. I don't know if his transfer was 1-for-1 or if he was advanced a grade or anything. I see, the man said. We'll just have to check them all then. It's not much of an imposition. The names are in alphabetical order and updated every month. He flipped to the first-year portion of the student roster and scanned the contents. He didn't find what he was looking for there, so he continued to the next year. He flipped through the entirety of the book, and just like the gate guard a couple of days before, he finished without finding what he was looking for. You say the headmaster of his previous school received a system notification about his transfer. The man queried. That's right, Emelian answered. Okay, then I'll take a different tack. He put the roster away and pulled out another folder. You said it was several months ago. He asked again. Emelian answered in the affirmative. All right, I'm going to check the transfer documents. Just to be safe, he went back 5 months from what Emelian could tell from the title of the folder tab. There weren't nearly as many pages within the transfer folder as there had been in the roster, so the man moved through them very quickly. Finally, upon reaching the third tab, he stopped and pulled out a sheet of paper. Aha, the man declared. Reivin transferred from Garok Magic Academy to Willowin Magic Academy. Recommendations, Sophia. The man's eyes bulged and he spluttered on the name. Sophia Wiltwy Gulp, approved by Headmaster Rupert. Headmaster Rupert, Emelian thought, was that the man who tried to recruit the girls the headmaster. He was strong enough to be. And who's this Sophia girl? Emelian's hand clenched without her noticing. Ah, there's a special note here at the bottom, the man said, calming down. Will not be added to the student register until he arrives to check in. That explains it. I'm sorry, what was that? What explains what? Emelian asked. It says he won't be added to the student roll until he gets here. He hasn't checked in yet, so that's why he's not on the roll. The man shrugged his shoulders. He's not here yet. He's not here, Emelian repeated back in a deadpan voice. Her lips drew a severe line in displeasure. Then how was he transferred to this academy if he's not here? It says right here, the man pointed at the piece of paper. Recommendations, Sophia Willowy. And who exactly is Sophia Willowy that she can get a student transferred to the academy without their presence? Emelian continued to ask. Willowy is the name of the imperial family, the man answered. So that would be Imperial Princess Sophia Willowy. Imperial Princess. Emelian was shocked. What is that boy doing? We've been worried about his well-being, and he's been out here seducing little girls. Emelian grit her teeth. We'll just have to figure out a way to meet this Sophia. Since this involves my son, how do I get an appointment with this Sophia? Emelian asked. You don't, the man answered. Emelian quirked an eyebrow at the answer, and he continued. She's no longer a student here. This transfer was signed by the headmaster himself, which means that he was personally involved. The headmaster isn't usually the person who approves the transfers. You can meet with him, but you'll have to wait another couple of days while we schedule you an appointment. Emelian turned to look at her husband. He looked back at her with a gleam in his eye. Emelian frowned and elbowed him in the ribs. He just chuckled. This no good man. Oh, right. Emelian suddenly remembered something. She pulled out a card she had received a couple of hours ago and handed it across the desk to the man. We met a student who gave me this card, saying I could use this to meet with her through this. Would it be possible to get into contact with her or one of her teachers to try and speed things up? The man glanced down at the card and his eyes once more bulged. He instilled some mana into the card to verify the claim and then choked on his tongue. Kefira. He looked up at Emelian with a strange look in his eye. You met with Kefira. Yes. Is there a problem? Emelian was taken aback at the response. Kefira Willowy, the younger sister of Sophia Willowy. What? Emelian was shocked as well. She had had an inkling that the girl was a member of the nobility, but she hadn't guessed that she was one of the imperial princesses. Well, if there isn't another girl named Kefira who's a student here, then that would be her. Auburn hair with ruby red eyes. That would be her, the man said, inclining his head. She doesn't live on campus, obviously, and if you just met with her, she's not attending any kind of classes today. I can get you in contact with her mentor, though. Let's do both, Emelian answered. Let's get an appointment to meet with the headmaster at the same time. If one doesn't pan out, the other might. I like the way you think, the man said with a smile. He handed the card back to Emelian. Okay, just give me a few moments to pencil you in, and then I'll escort you to Magus Farrell. No problem, the man answered back. Normally, I would get one of the students to take you, but since it involves the imperial family, you understand. I certainly do, Emelian replied. Her smile turned sardonic. The admin officer quickly made the appointment note for Emelian and Rafix to meet with the headmaster. He got up from his desk and motioned for them to follow him. He handed the note to the girl at the counter and told her to make a copy and give it to the receptionist for the headmaster. If there had to be any changes to the time of the appointment, the receptionist would let him know, and he could tell Emelian before they left the campus. He walked them out of the administration building, dismissing the gate guard on the way, and took them deeper into the campus. There were more buildings all over the place, each one connected with various walkways. Students roamed about the grounds. They didn't just walk, though, and Emelian witnessed several groups practicing magic. There wasn't any offensive magic being cast. That was all reserved for the official training grounds. The admin officer led them to a building near the library and headed straight in. Magus Farrell, Kefira's mentor, was on the 4th floor, and they quickly ascended the stairs to arrive in front of his office. The admin officer knocked on the door, and a reply came for them to enter. Magus Farrell, the admin officer, greeted an older man sitting behind a desk. There was a youth around Reevan's age, maybe a few years older, sitting in one of the seats. "Ah, Mage Karis, what can I do for you?" Magus Farrell said. "Well, not so much for me as these two." Karis motioned toward Emelian and Rafix. "They've come here to find their son." Magus Farrell assumed a skeptical look at the statement. I know, but here's the deal. He was transferred here from a different magic academy with Princess Sophia as the sponsor. He's not actually here yet, and they wanted to meet with her to find out what's going on. "I see," Magus Farrell said, nodding his head. "And you want me to ask my student Kefira to get them into the palace. Is there any reason she would agree to such a thing?" Emelian handed over the card once more. "We've met her already," she said. Magus Farrell did the same thing that Mage Karis had done. He infused his mana into the card to verify its authenticity. Once he was satisfied, he handed the card back. "That certainly makes things easier, however. She's not on campus today," Magus Farrell said. "She was originally supposed to be training with me today, but my disciple came in early after his expedition, so I've been dealing with him. I gave her the day off." "Everything has to be complicated, doesn't it?" Emelian muttered under her breath. Rafix noticed her shoulders slumping, so he reached out and gave her hand a comforting squeeze. "That being said, I have an official position in the palace," Magus Farrell continued with a smile. "If you're willing to wait a little while, I can take you there to meet with Sophia. You would do that for us?" Emelian perked up. "Certainly, after you subject yourself to a lie detector. Nothing fancy. You just have to state your purpose in the visit in the presence of someone with the skill at a high level, and I can let you in." "Great," Emelian exclaimed. "We'll do anything we need to put your mind at ease in letting us into the palace." "Master, why don't we go now?" The young man spoke up for the first time. "We're basically done here, and I can go meet with Kefira since we weren't able to spend too much time together today. She's going to be my fiancée soon anyway, so I should really go see her." "Sure, I don't see why not." Magus Farrell nodded his head with an indulgent smile for his disciple. The two of them got up from their seats. "Since Magus Farrell is going to take you to the palace directly, do you want me to cancel your meeting with the headmaster?" Mage Karis inquired of Emelian. "You're welcome. Since you're going to be going to the palace with Magus Farrell, I'll let him escort you off campus." With that, the admin officer took his leave. Emelian and Rafix filed behind Magus Farrell and his disciple and headed toward the exit of the campus. Magus Farrell turned his head and addressed Emelian. "So, out of curiosity, why are you using such a roundabout method to gain entry into the palace?" he asked. "What do you mean?" Emelian was confused. "Why don't you just use your diplomatic standing?" "Diplomatic standing? Well, yes. Aren't you from an imperial family of another empire?" It was Magus Farrell's turn to be confused. His disciple was slightly taken aback and gave her an appraising look. "Why would you think that?" Emelian asked. "Come now, I've been a court magus for a long time," he said with a chuckle. "While I don't recognize the exact affinity that has so seamlessly fused with your aura, I can tell it's one of rulership, a quite sophisticated one at that. Along with your bearing and mannerisms, it isn't too hard to put the pieces together." "Well, I don't see any harm in telling you," Emelian said with a shrug. "It's complicated, you've guessed right. I am from an imperial family of another empire, but I don't have any diplomatic standing. Not here." She paused and looked Magus Farrell in the eye. "Not anywhere." She let a little melancholy enter her voice. "Ah, I think I understand," Magus Farrell said. "I apologize for prying." "It's fine," Emelian dismissed his concerns. "It happened a long time ago." Magus Farrell led Emelian and Rafix, along with his disciple, through the streets of the capital toward the palace. They climbed the slope of the tallest hill in the city, and Emelian laid eyes on a familiar yet unfamiliar scene. She hadn't had much reason to seek out the palace in Quran, so it had been many years since she had laid eyes on an imperial palace. This one was just as magnificent as any she had seen, and it brought forth many memories. Most of them were pleasant and filled her with wistfulness, but some were not so pleasant. It had been many years since she had thought about the evening she and Rafix escaped her home. Rafix, always the attentive husband, once more sensed her mood and squeezed her hand in comfort. They made their way to the front of the palace, where they were stopped by some of the imperial guards. The guardsmen's bodies stiffened when they laid eyes on Rafix, but they didn't reach for their weapons. They could clearly tell that Rafix was a significant threat. Magus Farrell gave Rafix a thoughtful glance before addressing one of the guards. Sergeant Lensit, good day, Magus Farrell greeted. I have here a couple who are acquainted with Princess Kefira, and they wish to meet with Princess Sophia about an issue with the Magic Academy. I told them I could arrange it if they simply spoke the truth where someone could tell. If you don't mind, sir. Sergeant Lensit gave a brief nod before focusing his gaze and intent on Emelian. The other guard never took his eyes off Rafix. I guess they can tell that I'm a threat, too. Our son was transferred to the Magic Academy with Princess Sophia's sponsorship, but he hasn't arrived yet, Emelian simply stated. We wish to meet with her to find out where he is. Sergeant Lensit stared at Emelian for several seconds before turning to Magus Farrell. She speaks the truth. Not only that, but there are no hidden motives behind her words, Sergeant Lensit said. Her focus is almost entirely on her stated task, so much so that if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have thought it was possible to be so focused. Everyone usually has something else weighing on their minds, but this lady does not. Emelian was surprised at the answer. She had expected a simple, yes, she's telling the truth. The sergeant had gone into great detail to extinguish any suspicions for her, though. Why would he do that? She didn't have time to wonder, though, as Magus Farrell thanked the man and led them into the foyer. Wait here for one moment, please, Magus Farrell said to Emelian and Rafix. There were several groups of older gentlemen standing around discussing various topics of politics. Magus Farrell crossed the foyer and entered the open double doors, where Emelian could see even more people before a man and woman sitting on a pair of simple thrones. Magus Farrell's disciples spotted someone he was acquainted with and took his leave as well. Emelian didn't have time to look around much more as one of the older gentlemen detached from his group and approached them. He walked up with a smile on his face and gave a short half-bow to the couple. Good afternoon, the man said. I saw that you were escorted by Court Magus Farrell. Are you attached to the Magic Academy, or? Emelian smiled at the friendly older gentleman. No, sir, we are not, she replied. Count Magus Farrell has taken it upon himself to help us with a personal matter. The older man's smile slowly turned into a frown as he looked back and forth between Emelian and Rafix. He didn't seem like he was getting hostile or annoyed with them, so Emelian didn't press him on his expression. The two of you seem awfully familiar for some reason, he said. My name is Belifrant. Have we met somewhere before? No, sir. We've just arrived in Wispan not long ago. Just a couple of days, in fact, Emelian answered. I see. I wonder what it is then. He tapped his lip in concentration. He didn't have long to ponder the issue, though, as Magus Farrell came back out of the room and approached them. They'll see you now, he said. Princess Sophia is already in attendance. Don't mention it. Emelian nodded to the older gentleman, who responded with a wave. She and her husband walked across the foyer and entered the petition hall. Many people were standing on either side. Some of them watched the pair approach the thrones, where another young lady had appeared standing next to the seated woman, but most of them ignored them. Emelian and Rafix stopped at an appropriate distance from the seated pair. Emelian glanced at the younger girl standing next to her mother, for who else would be seated there but the Empress? Her brows furrowed before her gaze moved to the Empress, and their eyes immediately locked. There was a sense of electricity in the air as they stared at each other. Are you the ones looking to meet with my daughter? The Empress asked. Yes, Emelian answered with a simple nod. Though looking at her now, she seems average. All sound in the room immediately ceased. All eyes were focused on Emelian, but she paid it no mind. I'm sorry, what did you say? The Empress slowly stood up from her seat. Did you just say my daughter is average? Emelian looked up at the angry Empress. Are you angry that I called your daughter average? I didn't mean it as an insult. How could you possibly mean it any other way? The Empress asked. Her frown hadn't receded and she hadn't taken back her seat. As a mother, I have to make the right decisions for my son, Reivin, Emelian said. The silence continued to stretch as the Empress and everyone else stared at Emelian. Emelian noticed recognition in their faces when she named her son, but their reaction was not what she was expecting. You're Reivin's mother, the Empress asked. Yes, Emelian answered. If you're Reivin's mother, then why are you looking for Sophia? The Empress asked. Emelian was taken aback. Didn't Sophia sponsor him to transfer to the Magic Academy? Emelian asked. The Empress looked at her daughter. Sophia took a step forward. Yes, I was the one that interceded with the headmaster on his behalf, but I did it at my sister's request, Sophia explained. Your sister, Kefira? Emelian asked. Things were getting more convoluted in her head. She had already met Kefira, though she had introduced herself as Fira, and she had used that as an excuse to meet with Sophia, the girl who had initiated the transfer for Reivin. Now she's finding out that it was Kefira who was responsible to begin with. I think maybe we should speak in a more private setting, Emelian said. The Empress scanned the crowded room. She noticed that everyone was paying attention to the conversation. She turned back to Emelian and nodded her head. I agree, she said. She stepped forward and headed for the exit. Sophia fell in line behind her, but her husband remained where he was seated. He had an amused look on his face. Emelian turned with Rafix and followed the Empress out of the petition hall. The Empress led them deeper into the palace. They weren't followed by any of the Imperial guards, but that wasn't necessary as Emelian spotted several of them posted in various locations throughout the building. They finally reached their destination, and the Empress led them into a cozy sitting room. There was already tea on the table, and several maids were in attendance. The Empress indicated for Emelian and Rafix to take a seat, and she followed suit across from them. Sophia took a seat next to her mother. "Summon Kefira," the Empress said to one of the attendants. She turned her head back toward Emelian after the maid set off to complete her task. "So you're Rievin's mother. My name is Silpha, and you already know my daughter's name. How should I address you?" Silpha picked up a cup and took a leisurely drink. Her eyes never left Emelian's. If it had been anyone else, they might have been intimidated by the gaze of the other woman, but Emelian was made of sterner stuff. She simply returned the gaze. "Oh my, where are my manners?" she said. "My name is Emelian, and this is my husband, Rafix. To answer your first question, yes, we are Rievin's parents. Considering the response, I'm guessing he's here. Where's my boy? Why did you summon your other daughter but not my son?" "I did summon him," Silpha replied. She calmly set the teacup back down. "He's most likely with Kefira right now, so if she shows up, so will he." "Well, that's acceptable," Emelian said. Silpha raised an eyebrow at the imperious tone. "Care to explain what's going on now? You'll have to ask Rievin for the specifics, but I can give you some of the answers," Silpha said. "Sophia, if you would." "Yes, mother," Sophia said. She smoothed her skirt before looking Emelian in the eye. "My sister, Kefira, was in a lower region for her life experience expedition. We kept in touch more than the rest of our family, and one day she sent me an unusual request. She asked me to set up the paperwork for the transfer of someone she had run into on her adventures. She had a good impression of him, and the things she said convinced me to help her. I did what she asked, and the headmaster took care of the formalities. That wouldn't have taken care of everything, though, and he would have had to sign a request on his end as well. So while I have a good impression of your son, and we've met and conversed on a couple of occasions, I don't really know him all that well." Emelian studied the younger girl for a few moments. "Are you resentful that I called you average?" she finally asked. Sophia was slightly taken aback at the straightforward question, her eyebrows rising in surprise. "Yes," she said, matching the straightforward nature. "I apologize," Emelian said, inclining her head slightly. "I actually didn't mean to say that out loud, and I wasn't intending to insult you. I was under the impression that you were involved with my son more than you are, and I have a tendency to judge such young ladies harshly. Does that mean you're going to give my other daughter a hard time?" Silpha spoke up. She had an unreadable expression on her face. "My lack of experience in court is coming to bite me in the backside," Emelian lamented. "I've kept up with my practice as much as I can, but there's only so much one can do out in the boonies." "That depends," Emelian replied. "Oh, on what?" Silpha asked. "On if she's worthy of my son," Emelian answered. "And what makes you think your son is worthy of my daughter? I know my son. Well, I'll have you know that Kefira is the most talented person our empire has seen for thousands of years. That's a good first step. It really depends on how talented the local people are, though." "HMPH, you're awfully arrogant, aren't you?" Silpha said, narrowing her eyes. "I have the capital to be," Emelian responded. "In case you didn't notice, you're sitting before the Empress of a Tier 4 nation, and she just told you that her daughter, one of the imperial princesses, is the most talented person ever seen." "That doesn't impress me," Emelian said, quirking an eyebrow. "I was born and raised in an imperial palace, too, of course." Silpha didn't have any other reaction other than that at Emelian's revelation. Rievin must have said something about our history. The two ladies were sending out snippets of information to test each other. Emelian was a little rusty, but as they conversed, she found herself enjoying the back and forth. In fact, Kefira is known to those who know as the Septimus. Silpha threw out a tidbit, her eyes still watching for Emelian's reaction. "What a cute nickname," Emelian replied, deadpan. She gave the other mother a look that said, "I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'm still not impressed. There are literally thousands of talented young men willing to marry my daughter, not just from the locals, but we've even had inquiries from other imperial princes as to marrying into our family. No matter how high of an opinion you have of your son, he still has a lot to prove." "So you say," Emelian replied, "I'll be the judge whether or not my son should have any connection to your daughter." "Oh. You think so?" Silpha smirked. "I think you might have been away from your son a little too long." "What do you mean by that?" Emelian frowned. "Do you know what Rievin said to me the first time we met?" "How could I? But I'm sure you're going to tell me. He proposed marriage." Emelian was shocked. Her body locked up momentarily, and she even felt Rafix twitch involuntarily next to her. "Doesn't your daughter already have a fiancé?" Emelian asked. "Who told you that?" Silpha inquired with genuine curiosity, tilting her head to the side. "That Magus Farrell's disciple. What's his name?" Emelian waved her hand, dismissing the young man who had accompanied them to the palace. "HMPH," Silpha snorted. "Nothing official. So your daughter is leading on several different young men. I'm not gaining a lot of confidence in this daughter of yours," Emelian said. "Also, I've already met her." "First impressions are important, and the first thing your daughter did when we met was run away with her tail between her legs." A noticeable chill permeated the air as Silpha's eyes narrowed even further. If she squinted anymore, she would have to close her eyes. So a grown woman is in the habit of bullying a child. All I did was look at her, Emelian said with a shrug. Please, I can feel your aura leaking out. I can see where he gets his undisciplined attitude. What need does one have of discipline when you're so far above everyone else, and you think it's your son that's on the pedestal? It's certainly not the little girl who's stringing a bunch of men along. My daughter's personal relationships are no concern of yours. Exactly, and so I shall retrieve my son and take him with me, and abandon his duties. You wish. He has obligations. Well, if your daughter wasn't in the habit of seducing boys, there wouldn't be any obligations. Watch your mouth. My daughter has always been with her lady in waiting. There's no chance that there's that kind of thing involved. So you use a double team to wrap young men around your fingers. You're the one who said he has obligations. To the crown, he has a debt to repay. It sounds to me like you just can't let him go. Who's the one who was trying to say he wasn't worthy? Because he isn't. My girl is the only known person with the space-time affinity ever to be born. That. Emelian held her finger up to rebuke the other woman, but she finally came up short with a retort. Now that she had a second to think, she finally noticed that she and Silpha had long since stood up from their seats and had been shouting at each other, nose to nose. She turned her head to take in the others in the room as she took a step back. The maids were studiously ignoring the conversation, but Sophia was leaning back in her chair with her eyes as wide as they could go. Rafix was grinning from ear to ear, but it cut off as soon as Emelian frowned at him. What's going on in here? A voice reached Emelian's ears. She turned and saw the same young woman who had come to her room with her daughters earlier that day, but her vision was arrested by the figure that followed her into the room. I could hear shouting from all the way down the hall. Reborn strode into the room behind the girl that he towered over. He habitually glanced in all directions before laying his eyes on the inhabitants in the middle of the room. As soon as their eyes met, his went wide with surprise. Reborn, Emelian shouted, joy overriding all of her other emotions at the sight of her son. She turned to face him and she felt Rafix get up from his seat beside her. Mom, Dad, Reborn shouted. He rushed across the room, careful to sidestep around Kefira lest he accidentally shove her out of the way. Emelian didn't have time to fully appraise him after all this time before he scooped her up in a hug. She hugged him back fiercely, followed shortly by Rafix joining in. She felt the vibrations in Reborn's chest as Rafix pounded him on the back. They stood like that for several minutes, oblivious to the rest of the world. Emelian was faintly aware of that Kefira girl walking up to her mother, engaging her in a hushed conversation. Reborn finally extricated himself from the hug even though she wasn't quite ready to release him. Yet, what are you doing here? He asked, a huge grin on his face as he peered into her eyes. He glanced back and forth between her and his father. We got word from your previous academy of a system notification informing them of your transfer to the Willow and Magic Academy, Emelian briefly explained. It wasn't much trouble to find the path. She left out the huge number of loyalists they had sent out, as well as the expense involved to find said path. I had never even considered that, Reborn said. When did you get so tall, boy? Rafix asked from beside her. Now that they had separated, she could see that he had grown immensely in the years they had been apart. He was now a head taller than his father, and she had to look up to look him in the eye. That requires some explanation, Reborn said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. I don't know the exact details, but it's only been several months for me that we've been separated. You've been missing for years, Emelian exclaimed. I know, Reborn said with a nod. It came as a great shock to me when I saw that my age had gone from 11 to 14 in what felt like a couple of days. Well, you can tell us your tale slowly now that we've found you, Emelian said. Quick, pack up your things and let's go. Go, Reborn was taken aback. Go where? Home, of course, Emelian said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Because it is the most obvious thing in the world, she thought. What's wrong with him? Home is where my family is, Reborn replied. Now that you're here, this is as good of a home as any. Don't you want to see your sisters again? Emelian asked. There's no way you didn't bring them with you, Reborn said with a snort. In fact, Kefira was just in the middle of telling me a story about a pair of interesting twins she met in the market earlier today. He raised his eyebrows inquisitively at her. Fine, you're right, they're here with us, Emelian conceded. But what about your other friends? Talon and Kimberly stayed behind to hold down the fort, and I think Melissa still carries a torch for you. You know what your relationship with her was like. Do you want to abandon that? Emelian watched Kefira and her mother out of the corner of her eye to gauge their reaction at her words. Silpha's brows came down slightly, but Kefira smirked after noticing Emelian's attention on her. This cheeky brat. Send for them, Reborn said with a shrug. Even Melissa, Emelian asked, surprised at his response. Why not send for Larissa too while you're at it? Well, Melissa and her sister didn't go with us to the Tier 4 region, she admitted. They were talented. For someone from a Tier 1 region, they couldn't quite keep up at the end, though. I figured as much, Reborn said. He seemed to have already come to terms with reality before Emelian brought it up. His relationship with Simon and Will probably had something to do with that. Friendships come and go. Only family is forever. His words, wise beyond his years, confirmed her suspicions. Exactly, Emelian agreed. So you should have no problem coming back with us to Garok, where we've spent years establishing ourselves. This little fling with Kefira can join your other memories of the friends you've parted with. I don't think so, Rievin said, shaking his head. If you think going back to Garok is so important, you'll be going back without me. Truly, Emelian searched his eyes for the answer. She wasn't actually overly invested in going back to Garok. Rievin was right when he said that home was where his family was. It would be just as easier, in fact, to stay here. She just wanted to gauge his determination for the relationship Silpha had told her he had built with Kefira. Truly, Rievin confirmed. Besides, I have obligations. Emelian stared at her son for several long seconds. Her stomach dropped and her face turned pale. She mastered her emotions, though, and with a sigh continued the conversation. Have you picked a name yet? She asked. A name? Rievin was confused. For your child. Is it a boy or a girl? Do you know? Rievin's eyes went wide and he spluttered. Are you insane? He shouted. Emelian stole a glance at Kefira to see that her face had turned beet red. We're not so brazen as to have crossed that line. Yet, that last part was muttered under his breath, but Emelian still heard it. Rafix apparently heard it too, because he chuckled beside her. Emelian elbowed her husband in the ribs without looking. So then what sort of obligations do you have? Emelian asked. She didn't mention that she felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. With her son's mention of family and obligations, she had let her imagination run wild. She was happy to learn that she wasn't going to be a grandmother anytime soon. The thought had never crossed her mind before, and she was slightly surprised at her own subdued reaction to her crazy thoughts. Kefira helped me force my Tier 3 class transition, Rievin answered. I have a mythic class. It would be incredibly ungrateful of me to just drop everything and leave after what she has done to help me. A mythic class, Emelian shouted. Only mythic, Rafix teased. Knowing you, I would have expected a pseudo-divine at the very least. You've been slacking. I was close enough to see the options, Rievin said. Anyway, why do you think I transferred schools? Kefira took advantage of a loophole to help me, graduate. I see, Emelian said. Come, let's go meet her, Rievin said. He grabbed her hand and led her around the chairs to stand in front of Kefira. Emelian knew that Rievin knew that they had already met. He had just told her that Kefira was telling him about it. She figured he wanted them to get a new start. Instead of taking his place next to her and introducing the girl to his mother, Rievin let go of her hand and walked over to stand next to Kefira. Kefira looped her arm with his before looking back at Emelian with a bashful look. Hello, mother, Kefira said. Rievin nearly choked when he heard the words, and Silpha once more narrowed her eyes behind her daughter. Kefira glanced up at Rievin with a mischievous glint in her eye that didn't escape Emelian's gaze. What did you do, Rievin? Emelian questioned her son. Me. Rievin pointed at himself. I didn't do anything. Why would you think that? She's clearly teasing you more than she's teasing any of us, Emelian pointed out. You obviously did something. I didn't do anything, did I? Rievin turned a questioning look to Kefira. When you met my uncle, she said. Rievin stared at Kefira for a moment before recognition dawned on his face. Hey now, addressing your uncle as my uncle isn't the same thing, Rievin said. It isn't. Kefira questioned. Well, I'm not mad about it, just surprised. Good, does my opinion matter? Emelian asked. No, Rievin replied. Emelian rolled her eyes at her son. She held her hand out to Kefira. Come sit with me, she said. Kefira glanced at Rievin and after an encouraging nod, she took the hand to sit down next to her. Rafix sat on Emelian's other side. Rievin noticed that there wasn't room for him to join them on the same seat. He looked around at the open seats before shrugging and sitting down next to Silpha. Silpha snorted and rolled her eyes, but she didn't say anything about it. I feel like we got off on the wrong foot, Emelian said. It's all right, I forgive you, Kefira replied with a cheeky grin. Emelian was momentarily at a loss for words until Rievin barked out a laugh. She frowned at her son. Anyway, tell me about the shenanigans my son has been getting up to since he's been gone. I'm sure you have a lot to say on the matter. Certainly, Kefira perked up. And then you'll have to tell us about your journey here, Rievin replied. He didn't seem nervous that Kefira would embarrass him. That's a good sign. Sure, Emelian said. The room was silent after Emelian and Rafix finished their much shorter tale of their journey to Willowen. The other inhabitants of the room had grim expressions on their faces. Emelian had been surprised to learn that Rievin and Kefira had had a run-in with the same group of people that had disrupted their teleport hopping, though they told a story of a much less vicious encounter. We already knew that there had been multiple instances of invasions, Silpha finally said. Though we didn't know that there were some empires that hadn't sent out any serious requests before falling. I wonder how many more regions are in turmoil right now. Do you guys have a plan to deal with them? Rafix asked. That's one of Rievin's obligations, Silpha replied. He's mentioned that fighting people is a lot different than fighting monsters, and he's been spending his time training our soldiers to adapt to the changes. We're going to be sending them out as mercenaries to fight against the invaders on someone else's turf. If they ever show up here, we'll hopefully have built up enough experience in that type of warfare to not be at a disadvantage. That seems like a sensible course of action, Rafik said. There's only so much one can learn through training. Real-world experience is the best teacher, and what better way to get it in this situation than fighting on someone else's land? Our thoughts exactly. Silpha nodded. Considering the scope of the invasions, are you even sure that the ones you guys ran into in Drallo are from the same faction? Emelian asked Rievin. Maybe, Rievin answered. I wouldn't know unless you had information on their commanders. They might have been from a Tier 5 region. Yeah, Kefira said. That Jezebel had a 6 tattooed on her neck, so we think they were from a Tier 6 faction. Tier 6, Rafix exclaimed. Jezebel. Emelian's concerns were on a completely different matter that was revealed. She gave a sharp look to Rievin. Is there a child somewhere out there? She questioned. There had better not be, Kefira shouted, directing her own fierce glare toward Rievin. No, Rievin shouted. You saw that I was in the middle of fighting for my life when you showed up and rescued us. Yeah, but that wasn't the first time you had met her, Kefira pointed out. The first time I met her, she nearly stabbed me in the heart with some sort of death beam, Rievin said in exasperation. The second time we met, she crushed me with a giant boulder, nearly killing me. You were crushed by a giant boulder. Emelian looked at her son with alarm. Relax, Mom, Rievin gave her a consoling smile. Don't you see that I'm perfectly fine in front of you? We'll talk about it later, Rafik said, patting Emelian's hand in comfort. Okay, but I'm not happy about it. And you think I am? You seem awfully nonchalant to me, Emelian retorted. We have other, more pressing matters to discuss. Rafix kept the conversation on topic. We need to meet with Kefira's father for obvious reasons, but also so that we can give him the information we just supplied. He should be done soon, Silpha said. You can join us for dinner. That sounds like a good idea, Emelian said, absent-mindedly patting Kefira's hand. She didn't understand her own feelings, but she was warming up to this girl that had captured her son's heart much faster than she had thought possible. She was looking forward to meeting the rest of her family. The atmosphere was harmonious as the two families dined together. Someone had gone and collected the twins, Kylie and Riley, from their diligent work in crafting. They were happily getting along with Kefira's siblings. They instinctively knew how to pull on the heartstrings as they stole Kefira's youngest child position. Rievin had been surprised that his mother had calmed down so quickly. Like Kefira, he had heard the shouting match from down the hall. He hadn't put two and two together until entering the room, though, as he couldn't immediately recognize his mother's voice due to the muffling. Once she had spotted Rievin, though, she had calmed down at once. She seemed to take to Kefira just fine, too. Kefira had been worried that she had left a bad impression on her when she had fled the first time they had met, but her banter with his mother had apparently lifted her opinion. Emelian was able to converse calmly with Silpha, and Rafix was able to hold a conversation with her father quite easily, as well. Rievin had been a little apprehensive that his father wouldn't have much in common with Kefira's father, but with the way they were getting along, he needn't have worried. Rievin sometimes forgot that his parents were raised in a similar environment as Kefira's family. It only took a little bit of time to adjust back to the mindset of palace life. The years abroad had only broadened their horizons, not dampened them. Rievin felt as if he was finally able to fully relax. He treasured his time with Kefira, but there had always been that nagging feeling in the back of his mind that something was missing. Those missing pieces were filled in now, and he was at peace. Kefira picked up on his change of mood, and she kept smiling up at him, truly happy for his reunion. Neither one of them had ever thought that his parents would arrive out of the blue as they had. If they had known that transferring schools the way he had would trigger a system notification, they might have been able to predict the outcome, especially since Rievin knew how capable his parents really were. Emelian had brushed it off, but Rievin understood just how expensive and manpower-intensive finding the correct route in the time they had, much less making the actual journey, must have been. It was a testament to their wealth that they were able to drop dozens of gold coins on his sister's projects after the trip without batting an eye. There was no awkward phase of his parents not adapting to the environment in the palace. Even his sisters acted like there was nothing unusual about eating with the reigning monarchs of a Tier 4 empire. They had been happy to learn that their potential friend was their potential future sister-in-law, too. They hadn't worded it as such, but everyone knew the intention. Rievin hadn't dined with Kefira's entire family on more than a couple of sparse occasions, but this time the atmosphere was exceptionally more lively. It sounded like they were in a common mess hall instead of the dining room of the imperial family. Loud conversation and laughter chorused out from the room, and even the attendants were affected. So, Mother, what about my proposal now? Kefira addressed Emelian. Emelian didn't even blink at the address anymore. Kefira had taken the opportunity to smoothly turn her joke into how she actually addressed Rievin's mom. About the girls? Emelian asked. Kefira nodded her head. I don't see why anything formal needs to be set up now. Emelian shrugged. You can do whatever you want as long as they agree to it. What about housing them in my quarters, so they don't have to walk back and forth from the palace and wherever you're staying? You want to take all of my children away from me. Emelian frowned. We have guest houses, Kefira said. There was a glint in her eye. I'm sure Rievin's parents would want a little autonomy, don't you think? Silpha interjected. But Kylie and Riley are children, Kefira argued. They're still only Tier 1. They would need the presence of their parents for a stable life as well as easy communication. They would need permission from their parents for everything, and it just makes sense for them to be close at hand. I seem to be missing a vital part of the conversation, Silpha said. Why are we bringing Rievin's sisters into the palace in the first place? Oh, mother, I didn't have time to talk to you about it before everything happened, Kefira said. The reason I met mother-in-law was because of the twins. They have a talent for crafting, and I wanted to enter a long-term cooperation with them, where we provided training and education outside of the Magic Academy. What kind of talent do they have that prompted you to seek them out? Do you have an example of their crafting available to show me? Before Kefira could mention the flower crowns that she had commissioned earlier in the day, clapping and laughing came from where the two girls in question were seated. The three ladies looked down the table and saw that Trevor, Sophia, and Kaiser were staring at a little white statue on the table. It was a little man with a chef's hat, and he was holding one of the salt shakers in his hands. What? Silpha began but cut off in surprise as she observed the little man. There was a strange, subtle aura emanating from it. Kefira's three siblings were fascinated by the appearance of the strange cloth statue, and the 5 people involved didn't notice that they had become the center of attention for everyone in the room. Darlings, what is that? Emelian called out to her girls. Kylie and Riley looked up and noticed that everyone at the table was looking at them. They perked up at the ability to show off. He's the head chef, Kylie announced. Isn't he cute? Riley asked. Rievin just sat back and watched Silpha's expression. He knew that his sisters were unusually talented when it came to creating strange things, but he hadn't seen them in a long time. He had no idea to what extent they had advanced their skills. Most of the time, he had been away from them. They had still been too young to unlock their first class, so there was only so much they could have done. They hadn't had the time to interact with each other more than the first double hug they had tackled him with upon arriving, but they were having a grand time with Kefira's siblings all on their own. There were plenty of opportunities to spend time together in the future. Is that a napkin? Silpha asked. Yup, Kylie affirmed. Looking closer, Rievin recognized the fabric of the little construct. The girls had taken the cloth and pinched it and tied it in knots to create the shape of a little person. They had appropriated several napkins from those seated around them to complete their little project. Rievin had no idea how they had managed to create something strong enough to stand and hold a salt shaker out of a couple of napkins. What does it do? Kefira asked. I can feel something, but I have no idea what it is. It enhances one's sense of smell and taste as long as they're within range of it, Riley answered. Interesting, Silpha murmured. Were the dishes not palatable enough for you? Oh no. They were delicious, Kylie denied. That was the inspiration, Riley added. They said they wished they could recreate the feeling later whenever they wanted, Trevor said. They were reluctant to go back to bland meals. Silpha exchanged a look with Kefira. Kefira just smiled back at her mother. I see, Silpha said. Do what you want. The evening meal continued in a light-hearted manner. The twins were a big hit with their excessive cuteness, and the attendants snuck them larger portions of the dessert when they thought nobody was looking. It couldn't escape Rievin's divine sense, and he imagined they weren't doing it without permission anyway, but the act of sneaking some sweets made it that much more fun for the girls. Kefira and Emelian discussed bringing Rievin's family into a guest house on the palace grounds. The guest houses were on the opposite side of the palace as the individual residence of the imperial family. There were still a lot of small details for Emelian and Rafix to hash out, but their housing situation was handled. They just needed to find accommodation for the people they had brought with them. Having them stay in a hotel was no longer a viable option. It was looking more and more like Rievin's family would be permanently moving to Willowin. They still had a lot of followers back in Garok, and there were apparently several groups scattered about different neighboring empires as well. It would take some time to relocate all of their people. The organization that his parents had built wasn't made up entirely of loyalists from Vin, though, and Rievin suspected that many people who didn't know the full story would choose to stay behind. I wonder what Talon and Kimberly will choose, Rievin thought. Going from their Tier 1 region all the way to the presiding Tier 4 region was one thing, but traversing multiple teleports millions of miles away is something else entirely. He would respect whatever decision they made. The only slightly annoying thing for Rievin was now that his parents had a place on the palace grounds, they demanded that he move over there with them. He had been getting away with staying in Kefira's personal courtyard because all of the security made it impossible for any kind of impropriety to occur, and his position as an imperial liaison made him one of her people. Now that he had a family living within the palace, some of the excuses for staying with Kefira were now gone. He didn't really have an argument prepared, and Emelian and Silpha both hid laughter behind their smiles as they ambushed the pair with the demand. It wasn't something either one of them had anticipated being an issue. It wasn't done out of spite to keep them apart. In the grand scheme of things, it would hardly do that anyway. It was partly due to Emelian's selfish request to keep her son closer to her for as long as she could, and Rievin could hardly begrudge that of her after 3 years apart, and it was partly just the logical thing to do. I'll just have to get up a few minutes earlier to walk over there for the morning training with Serilla, Rievin said with a sigh. With his divine sense, Rievin noticed his father's ears twitch. Rafix turned his head to stare at his son, a gleam in his eye. Did I hear the word training, he asked. There was a manic light to his face. No, absolutely not, Rievin denied. You heard wrong. Kefira gave him a strange look. That was not the response she had expected. Rievin was one of the most diligent persons she had ever met when it came to training, and he actively sought to increase his training time as much as possible. Denying such a thing to his father was the last thing she had expected. Oh, so you admit to your slacking. Rafix quirked an eyebrow at his son. Rievin didn't know how to respond. He's been very diligent ever since I've known him, Kefira spoke up in his defense. He's been helping my cousin Serilla to unlock and level a bunch of weapons skills lately in an effort to push her beyond expert level with her sword skill. Is that right? Rafix said, stroking his chin. A sly smile formed on his lips. You know, I have some small experience with that kind of training. Rievin's going to be busy with those obligations everyone's been talking about. How about I help you out? I can be responsible for the training of your courtyard. Wait. Rievin started, but it was too late. That sounds like a great idea. Kefira agreed happily. Rievin put the palm of his hand on his forehead and sighed. Excellent, excellent. Then it's official, Rafix said, nodding his head. Kefira had a happy smile on her face when she noticed Rievin's unusual reaction. What's the matter? She asked. Kefira, Rievin said with a sigh. He gave her a forlorn look with a shake of his head. You realize you fell into his trap? Trap? Kefira asked, taken aback. What trap? You're part of your courtyard, Rievin pointed out. You've just agreed to give the responsibility of your training over to my father. And Kefira still wasn't getting it. Do you think my skill levels got so high just because of my natural talent? Rievin asked. There's a reason I have a habit of always training so hard, and it's not just because I want to improve. If I don't keep up with my training, the demon will get me. Oh, come now, Kefira said with a chuckle. She brought a glass of fruit wine to her lips to take a sip. Do you think you should be drinking that? Rafix's voice rang out. Kefira paused, the glass touching her lips. Her eyes darted between Rievin and his father. Rievin sighed once more and motioned for one of the attendants as Kefira lowered the glass of wine hesitatingly. Water, Rievin said. For both of us, please. Rievin looked at his father's predatory smile. His canines were on prominent display. Loud yelling startled Kefira awake. She couldn't tell what words were being shouted, but it didn't sound frantic or like anyone was angry or in danger. It faintly reminded her of her time with the volunteer army for some reason. She quickly got out of bed and got dressed for exercise. Rievin's father had told her to be prepared to train alongside her subordinates. According to him, it was right and proper for the master to sweat just as much as the servants, if not more. It was still dark out the window, but now she was awake. She wouldn't have been able to go back to sleep with all the racket coming from outside anyway. Her house was devoid of any maids as she made her way out of her room and down the stairs. She walked out the door and headed toward the back, where her little training field was. Stepping around the corner of her house, she found her staff. All of the maids were lined up in exercise clothing. They each had an implement of everyday work in their hands, and they were brandishing them like weapons. One maid had a cleaver and was repeatedly chopping it down onto a log that had been brought from who knows where. Another maid was holding a duster and stabbing it out like it was a spear. What? Kefira was surprised as she looked around at the activity. She spotted Serilla chopping away with a hatchet, and Kefira walked over to her. Serilla was moving as quickly as she could. Her arm was going up and down in a repeated fashion, striking another log with the blade of the hatchet in the same spot over and over again. She was careful to use the same amount of strength for each strike, and she never let the blade get stuck in the wood. Despite that, it didn't seem like the cut was getting any deeper, no matter how many times she struck. Where's Rievin? Kefira asked, walking up to her cousin. Serilla glanced up at the question. Her eyes were wide and wild, and Kefira felt a sinking sensation in her gut. Faster, faster. A shout reached her ears, and she turned her head in the direction it came from. Rounding a corner in her courtyard, Rievin came running on all fours. There was a harness attached to his chest, and he was pulling a sled behind himself. Rafix stood on the sled, brandishing a whip that he would strike out above his son's head to keep him motivated. There didn't appear to be anything weighing the sled down, but Kefira could tell that Rievin was struggling to keep it moving. The enemy is at the gates, and you need to get these supplies to the front line, Rafix yelled, cracking the whip. Move, move, move. Kefira could see the sweat pouring off of Rievin's forehead as he struggled to keep the sled moving. She expected to see deep ruts behind the sled, but there was no such thing. There was something off about the whole situation. You better find something to do before he finds it for you, Cyrilla whispered, going back to her chopping. What do you mean? Kefira asked. Hurry, Cyrilla replied, not looking up from her task. Kefira was bewildered as she looked around at the frantic activity. It seemed like everyone was giving as much effort as possible in whatever task they were doing, and she was the only one standing about. She stood out like a sore thumb. Reevin slipped on the cobbled ground, and the sled came to a complete stop. There was no sliding like one would expect from such a vehicle in motion. It was moving one moment, and the next it was at a complete standstill. Ah, Reevin's wounded. Rafix's voice rang out. Kefira, come get your boy and carry him to the healers. Move, move, move. His life depends on you. Kefira moved automatically, not having time to think about what was going on. She ran over to Reevin panting on the ground. She unstrapped him from the sled and picked him up over her shoulders. His weight staggered her. She should have enough strength stat despite being a caster class to easily carry him, yet she almost collapsed to the ground when she hefted him over her shoulders. Kefira hadn't fully understood what the implications were for giving responsibility to Reevin's dad, but now she finally grasped what Reevin meant when he had said she had fallen for his trap. She could choose to ignore Rafix's commands if she really wanted to, but now that he had authority, she was inclined to do as he said as long as it was within the scope of his responsibility. Don't just stand there, run some laps, Rafix called out to her. Kefira took some staggering steps, caught up in the rhythm of Rafix's training. She only took a glance back to see Rafix leap out of the sled and approach some of the maids. You'll never clean all the dust that way. Rafix barked at the maid with the duster. Thrust, thrust, keep your balance, clean that dust. What kind of meal are you preparing? Even slices, a quarter of an inch apart. How could you possibly have the face to serve something so embarrassing? That firewood isn't going to chop itself. You still need to get it stacked, and you haven't even cut one piece yet. Let's go, 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 Kefira, pick up the pace. Your man is bleeding out. You don't want to be responsible for his death, do you? Rafix continued to shout at all of the members of Kefira's courtyard. Each person was doing their own thing. All of the tasks seemed to have something to do with the tasks that maids would perform on an everyday basis, and yet it was simultaneously intense weapons training. Kefira struggled to maintain a jogging pace with Reevin over her shoulders. Why are you so heavy? She finally gasped. Gravity-infused weights, Reevin replied. What's the purpose of that? Kefira nearly screamed. My dad is a firm believer that one has to be exhausted while training. It's more efficient that way, at least as long as you already have a foundation built. But you're getting to rest right now, not really. Even without doing anything, an increase in gravity puts a strain on the body. He's probably letting me recover just enough to begin training in earnest after you run a lap or two. It didn't seem like the others were exhausted, she pointed out. He was gauging their abilities, most likely. Also, he just hadn't gotten to them yet. He was focused on me first, and I imagine Cyrilla is next. The two stopped talking as Kefira had to focus on her breathing. She didn't know if the gravity was tailored for Reevin or her, but it was enough that both were struggling, and she had just started. She ran an entire lap around the outer edge of her courtyard at Reevin's indication, and she dropped him off once she made a complete lap. There was no time to rest, though, and she immediately joined the rest of her staff in the exercise that Rafix had concocted for them. They had scuzz brushes on the ground, and they were running back and forth, pushing them ahead of themselves. There weren't enough weights to go around for everyone, so Rafix had to come up with a way to put them in a position that would tire them out as quickly as possible while adhering to the nature of the training. Having everyone run about in a posture that they weren't used to activated muscles in ways that they were rarely used. Rafix had everyone go through several rounds of calisthenics with variables added in. There wasn't any exercise that was done in a normal manner that Kefira could see. Reevin had begun training with his weapons immediately after she had dropped him off, while she and the staff continued to expend their energy. It wasn't long before Rafix determined that everyone was sufficiently warmed up before he had them get down to business in earnest, too. He stalked behind everyone with his rod in hand, and he was liberal with granting instruction. Everyone present besides Reevin was at least tier 3, and the strikes from the rod weren't anything that would cause any kind of damage. It stung, but that was it. Kefira's courtyard resembled a recruit training field with a senior instructor prowling about. Dust is the greatest enemy of all time for a maid, Rafix said. Stab it, kill it, eradicate it from existence. A maid screamed as she assaulted her imaginary foe with her duster. Excellent, what is happening? Kefira thought for the 1000th time that morning. Reevin stood with his sword at the ready, staring into his father's eyes. Neither one made a move, assessing the situation and posture of the other person. Dried sweat beaded Reevin's brow. He had time to recover from the exercises earlier. It was the first day his father was back to training with him like the old days, and the plan wasn't to get too heavy right off the bat. His father wanted to evaluate every aspect of his growth. To that end, he had simply observed how he trained in his usual manner. He came up with unique ideas to add to the calisthenics simply to keep things fresh. It could get boring, and he was also worried that the other staff members he was going to take under his wing, for the time being, would be put out if it was too tailored for combat. His guess had been right, and with the mindset his antics had created, everyone had fun practicing in the morning despite it being something they typically never did. All of that was over now, and it was time for a serious sparring session. Reevan knew that his dad's skill was transcendent, and he was looking forward to seeing what his father was like when he let himself really put in the effort. For years his dad had to hold himself back, but now Reevan had crossed the master threshold of his weapons master skill. Both of the combatants were versed in a huge array of weaponry. Reevan had his weapons master skill, which let him treat everything as a weapon, but his dad had his weapons prodigy skill, which let him use every weapon. They were more similar than they were different, though Reevan's skill would apply to literally anything he wanted to use for combat. Because of their skills, even though they were standing off against each other with training swords, they had the other weapons laid out on the ground for easy picking. A cold wind blew across the courtyard. Time seemed to slow as Reevan focused with his entire concentration on the man in front of him. Without any indication, he moved. A loud clack sounded out in the courtyard as Rafix easily blocked the exploratory strike. Reevan fluidly moved into the next strike, and Rafix easily kept up with him. He didn't counterattack just yet, allowing his son to maneuver his weapon around in various ways, seeking an opening. There was none. Rafix had a pleased smile on his lips as he fended off his son's attacks. Some of the strikes were as straightforward as could be, but he also slipped in some unusual movements as well. Nothing he did could escape the cool gaze of Rafix, though. Eventually, Rafix concluded his evaluation of his son's offensive, and he lashed back with a quick jab of his sword. Reevan hadn't let himself get caught up in his own offensive, though, and he smoothly transitioned into the defensive as Rafix pressed him. He knew that his dad was checking everything out, so he also chose not to counterattack at this moment. Rafix was controlling his stats the same way Kaiser had done so during their sparring session, but his dad was far more proficient at it. Not only was he more precise and seemed to match Reevan's stats exactly, but he also had perfect control over his body, and he never accidentally let his grasp on his stats slip. Rafix continued to launch strike after strike against Reevan, and he easily fended them off. Finally, Rafix revealed his transcendent ability, though, and it took Reevan by surprise. Rafix's sword came slashing in at an angle, and Reevan moved to parry it like all the previous attacks. Warning bells went off in his head, though, and he glimpsed something with his divine sense. It wasn't anything visible. It was like an intangible force directed at him. Even though Rafix's sword was coming in with a slash, the momentum behind it seemed to gather at a certain point in front of Reevan, and with a chill running down his back, he trusted his instincts and adjusted his parry from fending against a slash to fending against a thrust. Reevan's sword met resistance where there didn't seem to be anything, and he knew that he had guessed right. Somehow his father had turned his slashing attack into a piercing one without adjusting the trajectory of the strike at all. Rafix brought his weapon around in a smooth transition into an overhead swing. Warning bells once more alerted Reevan to the difference, and instead of meeting the strike head-on, he stepped back into the side. There seemed to be a weight to Rafix's strike, and it was like he had swung a giant hammer at him instead of a sword. The match looked odd to those viewing from the side, as Reevan's actions seemed to make no sense. He would swing his sword about to block the wind, yet it would work. The observers could hear the connections made with the weapons, and they could feel the vibrations in the air. A strange dance occurred in front of everyone, and it took some little time for Reevan to adjust to the rhythm. His divine sense was his saving grace, as it was able to pick up the intangible forces his father created when he changed the nature of his attacks. Finally, Reevan stopped being so passive, and he counterattacked. He wasn't able to do the trick that his father pulled off, though he was hopeful for the future. It seemed like the thing his father learned while training him was to mix up his attacks freely, and since he had already figured it out, it was something that Reevan would be able to learn when the time was right. The sparring session continued with each of the men attacking, parrying, and dodging in turn. Rafix didn't always alter the force of his attacks, but Reevan was able to defend against it whenever he did. Rafix had been a little surprised that he hadn't thrown his son off his stride nearly as much as he did, though he had a happy expression because of it. He would only be proud that his son exceeded his expectations. The match eventually ended when Rafix's superior skill finally caught up, and he knocked his son's sword to the side, his own resting against his throat. Excellent. Rafix praised. That was fun, Reevan agreed. All right, now with the other weapons, Rafix declared. Reevan nodded and put his sword on the ground, following his father's example. They both picked up spears. A new match quickly ensued. They didn't spend as much time testing each other out this time, and the fight started in earnest. Instead of focusing entirely on one weapon, the two individuals freely swapped to different weapons as the opportunities presented themselves. They would strike and defend against each other with spears, then the next moment, one would dash in and switch to a more short-range weapon. Daggers met hatchets, axes met hammers, whips met spears, all sorts of weapon combinations played out on the grounds. The maids in attendance were completely flabbergasted and watched with open mouths. Kefira had a happy smile on her face to finally witness her man let loose against a truly skilled opponent, and Cyrilla clenched her fists in anticipation of one day mimicking the feat. The bout lasted several minutes, and even Rafix was sweating and a bit winded by the time he clinched a victory once more. There had never been any suspense that he would be the winner, but Rievin made him work for it. "I'm proud of you, son," Rafix said, clapping Rievin on the shoulder. "You've grown far more than I could have hoped for. Life and death situations will do that," Rievin said with a smile. "That it will. It pains me to know that you've had to endure those kinds of situations. It always will as your father, but I have faith in your abilities to get you home safely at the end of the day. I know you were holding back." "Oh yeah, what makes you say that?" Rievin asked. "You didn't use any magic," Rafix said. "You didn't use any of your abilities, either," Rievin pointed out. "I've seen your arsenal of incorporeal weapons before. Do you want to try your luck against it?" Rafix asked with some anticipation. "I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested in experiencing your full combat power." "Sure." The pair once more faced off against each other. A bevy of translucent weapons sprang forth from Rafix's body. They circled him in a little tornado. Rievin wasn't to be outdone, though, and his body exploded with mana. He created a shield around himself, and he started the match off with a beam directed at his father. One of the shadow weapons intercepted the beam, and then there was a storm filling the courtyard. The bystanders watching had thought they had seen everything there was to see, but they were shocked at the display of martial prowess now on the field. Rievin used his own mana weapon skill to switch between melee weapons, now, as well as launching spells at his father at irregular intervals. Arsenal of weapons controlled by Rafix surrounded and assaulted Rievin from all sides at all times, and he had to concentrate with his divine sense like never before to be able to defend against them. Rafix didn't just let his floating weapons do all the work, though, and while the spectral weapons and spells were thrown about by either party, they simultaneously engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The fight lasted a bit longer than the first two matches, but the outcome was eventually the same. Rafix managed to overwhelm Rievin's abilities, and the fight ended with a training sword once more against his throat. "If my skill level with Arsenal was a bit lower, I might not have pulled the victory on that one," Rafix said, panting. "If a bullfrog had wings, it wouldn't bump its butt every time it jumped," Rievin replied with a smile. "Is there a limit to how many weapons you can control?" "Oh, definitely," Rafix said, lowering his practice weapon. "The higher my class skill, the more I can control. I have better control of them with a better grasp of my domain, too, so it's not a completely isolated ability." "Ah, I see," Rievin said. "Yeah, if I didn't have other skills that were tangential to combat, I wouldn't have performed nearly as well. Can you do that little trick where you change the force of the strikes with your phantom weapons?" "Not yet," Rafix answered. "It's something to work on." "It really threw me for a loop the first couple of times you did it," Rievin admitted. "Really, it didn't seem like it to me. Trust me, it did. It was one of those tangential skills I mentioned that helped me see through it. If it were just danger sense, I would have known something was coming, but I wouldn't have been able to react to it properly. So what was the skill that you used?" Rievin looked around at the bystanders. Kefira noticed his gaze, and she dismissed the maids to go get cleaned up and resume their regular duties. It was just Rievin, Rafix, Kefira, and Cyrilla on the training grounds. Rievin and Rafix began to pick up the training weapons from the ground. They snagged a water skin each and took some sips from it as well. Divine sense. Rafix spit out the mouthful of water he had just taken. He wiped his mouth as he stared at his son in surprise. Divine sense. "I take it by that reaction that you've heard of it," Rievin asked with a laugh. "Yeah, in those ancient records I learned from about weapons master and prodigy," Rafix said. "That's a skill that's not normally obtainable without a divine class or reaching close to ascension." "Can you use divine mana?" "Nope," Rievin said with a shake of his head. "The skill says it's normally tier 7, but because I can't use divine mana, it's greatly hindered and counts as a tier 6.5 skill. That's interesting. I've never heard of anyone having the skill before. Makes sense considering I've never known anyone anywhere close to ascending. You say it's something that is usually only obtainable when one is about to ascend. How does that work?" Rievin asked. "As far as I know, there are two ways to ascend. The first way is to initiate it when you're strong enough, and the second way is to get so strong that the realm kicks you out. When one initiates ascension, the divine power comes down to transform one's body and soul, altering it on a fundamental level. That change initiates the acquisition of certain skills, and divine sense is one of them. Acquiring the skill will break the mind if one's soul isn't strong enough. What about the other method?" Rievin asked. "You said one can become so powerful that the realm kicks them out. That happens when one breaks the level cap at tier 8, Rafix answered. "The end result is the same, but the method is different. One isn't transformed ahead of time before ascending. According to the ancient book I found, the environment of the divine realm will also initiate changes to the body and soul by just being there. It's actually harder to ascend with that method, but the transformation is more easily accomplished. I thought reaching the maximum level was the only way to ascend, Reevan said. It is now because nobody knows how to initiate ascension anymore. Communicating with ascended beings doesn't help, and if they did give the answer, those in contact with them haven't said what it is. Well, I'm sure the answer's out there somewhere. Planning on ascending one day, Rafix asked, eyeing his son sideways. It's something to think about, though I wouldn't say it's a goal necessarily. I just want to live my life to the maximum ability. I want to be able to do anything I want, and that means being as strong as possible. The world is so huge, and there are so many things to see. I bet the most interesting places in the world are in the higher tier regions. That's true, Rafix confirmed. The rules of the world can get strange when there's enough mana density. So now that morning training is over, what do you have planned for the rest of the day? The two had continued to clean up the training grounds as they had conversed, and they quickly got all the weapons put back in place. One of the maids eventually came back out and started to sweep up the dust and dirt that had been kicked up by the morning workout. Kefira and Cyrilla had gone in ahead of time to do their own cleanup. Kefira has the next couple of days off, and then it's the weekend, Reevan said. I have this week off before I need to get back to training with the military units. We're going to go explore the capital for a bit over the next couple of days. I would ask you to bring your mother and me along. We haven't seen each other in years after all, but I know that you guys have been planning this for a while. We won't intrude on your date. That being said, you should definitely let us know about anything interesting that you find out there. I'm sure your sisters would want to see it too. Don't worry about that, Reevan said. I won't keep all the good things for myself. We'll also definitely plan an outing for all of us next time. It's not just me that needs to spend some time with my family. You guys need to get to know Kefira more too. I must say I'm impressed with her so far, Rafix said. Her weapon skills aren't anything to write home about, but her attitude about it was. She never complained, and she stuck to it with all of her efforts. I know she's a pure caster, and the fact that she's willing to devote time to shore up some weaknesses without complaint is a good sign. Yeah, we started training together with weapons way back when we were still involved with the invasion of Drallo, Reevan said. What about that Cyrilla girl? I noticed that she had a large spread between her primary weapon and a lot of secondary ones. I started her off with the intent of unlocking weapons prodigy like you, Reevan admitted. Even without that goal in mind, working on other weapons is a good way to breach thresholds with her primary weapon. She's solidly at the expert mastery, but she's been stuck there for a while. Not only will it help with her understanding of swords, but it will also help her defend against others that use those other weapons if she has a better grasp of how to use them. Exactly, Rafix said. You got a good head on your shoulders, and I don't mean to intrude and take over what you're trying to accomplish. I'll be here to advise if you need it, but you handling her training will also help you in the long run as well. Yeah, I remember you saying that training me helped you breach transcendence with your skill. I'm not there yet, but there's no harm in laying the foundation ahead of time. Who knows, I might not even have a bottleneck when I get to level 100. Look at this cheeky brat, Rafix said. He put Reevan in a headlock and knuckled his head. You want to put all of my accomplishments to shame by achieving the same things quicker and easier than me. Face it, old man, the world belongs to the next generation. I hope you remember those words when they come to bite you in the butt in the future. The two laughed happily as they horsed around. Reevan was no longer staying in the little house in Kefira's courtyard, so he followed his father back to the guest house that had been provided for them. He would wash up and get ready for the day there. I hope you know that you could only ever make me proud, Rafix suddenly said. I will always be your father. I know, Dad, Reevan replied. I wouldn't have been able to do half the things I've accomplished if you hadn't pioneered them for me, too. Come on, there's something you'll finally get to see today that I know you've been interested in, Kefira said. She and Reevan were walking arm in arm, Cyrilla trailing behind them. Reevan hadn't wasted any time getting cleaned up and dressed for the day, and he had met back up with the two girls at the entrance to the palace after a quick breakfast. Silpha had provided staff to take care of their needs while they stayed in the guest house, but Emelian wasn't going to let them take the opportunity to cook breakfast for her son away. Reevan had devoured the meal with relish and thanked his mother for the delicious meal. It had been so long since he had eaten a home-cooked meal from his mother, and it had been everything he had anticipated. Oh, and what's this thing I've been interested in? Reevan asked. Why don't I know it? You will, Kefira said with a grin. I'm not going to ruin the surprise, but you'll agree with me once we get there. Fine by me. Reevan shrugged. I mean, pretty much anything in your company is something that I'm interested in anyway. Sweet talker, Kefira said, sticking her tongue out. The three made their way to the central part of the inner city. Reevan no longer glanced around in all directions to take everything in as he had been through the area several times. He still marveled at the construction of the amphitheaters where the arena and strikers guild were located, though. His expression perked up as he noticed that they were headed to one such building, and he looked over at Kefira with a pleasantly surprised look on his face. "That's right," Kefira said with a nod of her head. "We're going to go watch a bout at the Strikers Guild. We're going to the main theater, too. You'll finally be able to witness what it's like to have an entire team directing a fight." "That is something I've been interested in," Rievin acknowledged. "I've wondered how it works." "Well, now you're going to get to see." They walked up to the ticket booth and stood in line. It moved quickly, and before he knew it, they were in possession of 3 tickets to watch the official match. It wasn't just the one fight, though. There would be a lot of fights leading up to the main event. Rievin would have plenty of opportunities to see just how a team could influence a fighter. Scratch that, a striker. Rievin looked up into the stands after walking through the long tunnel into the amphitheater. The theater was built into a depression in the ground, so they were halfway up the stands when they exited the tunnel. Despite it being during the week, the stands were full of people. The sounds of conversation and cheering washed over him. He scanned the surroundings to find an appropriate location to sit with Kefira and Cyrilla. The admission into the venue wasn't for any specific seating. Most people had enough perception to be able to see everything clearly no matter where they sat, but higher-level people generally sat at a higher altitude. There wasn't any difference for most people, but simple courtesy had led to the unspoken rule. It wasn't an absolute rule, though, as some people, like Rievin, were there more for the entire package than just the fight. Rievin didn't want to go too far away from the arena because he wanted to witness the team in action. There was practically no way he would be able to hear what they were saying over all the noise, but being close enough to watch in better detail was a factor he considered when looking for a seat. Kefira understood his intentions and led him around to where she had spotted some open seats. Cyrilla just followed behind, keeping an eye out on the other spectators. "Does the Imperial family not have a reserved seating area?" Rievin asked. "We do, but I figured you wanted the whole experience," Kefira answered. "Ironically, we would be able to hear the interactions of the team better in the booth. There's a runic connection that filters out some of the background sounds from the crowd and allows for one to hear what's being said down in the ring. Well, how about we just find any old seat for now then, and we can move to the booth when we get closer to the main event. Sounds good to me." There was already a low-level bout happening between contestants in the ring, but other than having been scouted for their potential, there wasn't anything special about them. Some people had connections, and some people just got a lucky break to be able to enter the more official venues to work their way up the competition ladder. Rievin didn't know the intricacies involved in how one got the opportunity to fight in the main ring, but it really didn't matter that much to him. The more famous strikers wouldn't come out to compete for another hour, at least. In the time between, Rievin intended to soak up the entire experience that most people would get. The trio walked up further into the stands and made their way into the interior of a row. They had to bypass other spectators on their way. Most people were having conversations with each other and not paying too much to the action down below, but there were always some that were more interested in the sport and took every aspect seriously. Rievin plopped down on a seat next to an older gentleman with a younger man next to him. Rievin supposed that they were related, and the older gentleman was pointing out different aspects of the fight to the younger man. The younger man appeared to be just a couple of years older than Rievin. He was intently listening to the things that his older companion was explaining with a thoughtful eye on the fight. "See how he leans just the right amount to avoid that jab," the older man said to the younger. The young man grunted in affirmation. "Do you think a low Tier 3 striker is experienced enough to do that so smoothly on his own? Against somebody that he's fought before, or someone who fights similarly? Yeah, I would say so," the younger man said. "That might be true for a very talented striker," the older man conceded. "They do have a lot of practice bouts between a wide variety of other strikers before they have official matches, but that's not it. Those two down there haven't been in the business long enough to ingrain that sort of reaction into their bones. I could believe that they could do so with their own abilities, but not to such a perfect extent. No, he has a superior tactician. Look at the men in his corner." Rievin followed the older man's instructions and glanced over where there was a group of 3 people standing near the ring. They weren't shouting and screaming advice to the striker in the ring. They were calmly watching what was going on. The other side of the ring, however, was a different scene. There was a group of 5 people on that side, and one of them was jumping up and down excitedly, yelling something at the top of his lungs. It didn't appear to be effective. The opponent of the striker in question seemed to hesitate at the advice given by the man jumping and hollering. The one who had dodged within a fraction of an inch was able to capitalize on the slight hesitation and countered with his own jab. The man's fist landed on his opponent's chin, and he was further stunned for half a second. That was all it took for him to dash in and lay heavily into the man's body. He quickly disengaged and circled the other competitor. It didn't appear that a lot of damage had been done, but that wasn't the point of the Strikers Guild. Competitors in the Strikers Guild didn't normally fight until someone was knocked unconscious. Rievin had done a little research, and he knew that it was more technical than that. The opponents were graded on their abilities to land and avoid strikes more than on how much damage they could cause. Everyone's heightened vitality stats made it harder for someone to get knocked down in the competition. It still happened, of course. There were instances where someone was mismatched with an opponent or someone lacked the skills necessary to withstand certain effects that strikes to the head could cause. Even with 10,000 health, someone could get hit in just the right way to ring their bell and knock them loopy. It was considered an embarrassment for that to happen to one of the competitors, though. Look, he was anticipating not only the reaction of the striker, but he was also taking into account the distraction of the other man's coach. The older gentleman said, "It seems like the tactical teammates are the real rookies here. Screaming and shouting in the middle of the fight isn't going to do anything. You have to wait until the round is over. Calm, cool, and collected is how to be, not just for the striker, but the entire team. Look how they just silently watch and take everything in. When the round is over, they'll take that opportunity to tell their striker everything they observed from the opposing team. A good striker will be able to digest that information and make use of it in the ring. Trying to give directions in the middle of the fight isn't the way to go about it." "Excuse me," Ryevin interjected. The older gentleman looked over and nodded his head, indicating for Ryevin to continue. "What sort of members make up the team on the sideline?" "First time," the older man asked. Ryevin simply nodded his head. "There are a variety of teammates one could have on their side. The one we're watching right now only has a strategist, tactician, and observer. His opponent comes from a more well-funded organization, and he has a trainer and a healer. Trainers and healers aren't as necessary as having a solid tactician and strategist, but they can tip the scales in a close match. All the highest-tier competitors have a full team." "So I get what a healer does, obviously, but what does a trainer do? At least in the middle of the match," Ryevin asked. "The trainer not only can help the striker adapt their muscle memory more quickly to the advice given by the tactician, but they can grant some small physical buffs as well. The one with the trainer wouldn't be quite as agile or quick as he is without him, but his lack of experience and distraction from his own tactician is negating that advantage." "I see, and why do you say advising in the middle of the match isn't the way to go? What if something completely unexpected happens and needs an adjustment right now? Have you ever been in combat? Like combat, where a leader is giving out instructions in the middle of the fight?" the older man asked back. Ryevin nodded his head once more. "Okay, and how complicated were the instructions given?" Ryevin thought back to the first time he had fought in line when he was conscripted. All of the orders given were things that had been practiced many, many times. There weren't any deviations from what any of them expected to be ordered to do. "I think I see where you're going," Ryevin said. "Things that aren't complicated aren't going to need to be shouted to the striker in the middle of the match, and things that are completely unexpected are going to be too complex to direct on the spot." "Exactly," the older man said. "It's not the same thing as actual combat, either. There's a certain mindset when one is in the striker ring, and the fighters know that they're not going to be in any real kind of danger. That colors how they act, and so does worrying about winning the match. If there's a situation that throws everything for a loop, the better course of action would be to defend and wait out the round, regroup, and come up with a counter to the strategy. That tactician down there is either a rookie or too excitable. He's only causing his striker to make mistakes with his shouting. The other team, on the other hand, is simply watching and waiting. If you look at their expressions, you can see that they're not surprised by anything that's going on down there. I would bet that they even took into account the other tactician hollering and distracting their man. Is it even possible to plan that far ahead?" Ryevin asked. "Sure, they're not just observing the striker, they're observing the whole team. If they noticed the personality or inexperience of the tactician, it's perfectly reasonable that they took his actions into account." "That makes sense," Ryevin said, nodding his head. "Then how about the fact that the one striker doesn't have a trainer? You mentioned that his being able to dodge the jab within a hair's breadth was due to his team, but that sounds like something the trainer would influence." "You're right, but you're wrong," the man said. "It depends on the situation. If it's part of their strategy and tactics to bait the jab, the overall act can be influenced by the tactician. If it's not part of the overall strategy, though, a trainer could accomplish the same thing by helping the striker understand the reach and speed of the opponent in general. The strategist is like the general in charge of the overall situation, the observer is the scout, and the tactician makes the plans to match the two. My guess is that the strategist and tactician have come up with plans to guide the opponent's actions subtly so they can make up for the lack of a trainer on their side. They seem to be much more experienced than a striker of this caliber would normally have on their team. There's a story behind it, I'm sure. You seem to be quite knowledgeable about the teams," Ryevin commented. "Are you in this line of work or just an enthusiast?" "I've dabbled in the past," the older man said. "My grandson here, Herrick, is interested in the competitions. Not so much that he wants to select it as his class and live his life that way, but not all of the strikers or their teammates have the classes associated with it anyway. If they want to spend their whole lives this way and make a living through it, then, of course, they would tailor their class selection towards it. All the highest-tier competitors and their teams have the right classes. If I had to guess, I would say that the one with 5 people on his team, only the trainer and healer are actually classed for it, and the one with 3 members, they're all classed for it. Your words are pretty convincing, Rievin said, stroking his chin as he observed the match down below. My name is Rievin, by the way. Rievin held his hand out to shake with the older gentleman. Renri, the older man said, grasping Rievin's hand, I've already mentioned my grandson's name. Rievin shook hands with Herrick as well. These are my companions, Kefira and Cyrilla, Rievin said, introducing the 2 girls. Everyone shook hands with each other and introduced themselves. I see that you don't need to be a famous striker to get the girls, Renri chuckled. Herrick eyed the 2 girls with Rievin before returning his attention to the match down below. Renri elbowed him in the ribs, causing a blush to creep up the young man's neck onto his face. Herrick tried to ignore his grandfather's teasing, and Rievin joined him in watching the bout down below. Just because they were in their own world talking about the intricacies of striker matches didn't mean the competition didn't continue. As Rievin expected after the lengthy explanation of the teams involved, the striker, with only 3 members on his side, was declared the winner after several more rounds. Each time the strikers broke apart and started anew, he was able to lead his opponent by the nose. That wasn't to say that he was completely unscathed in the fight. He took several hits himself, but it wasn't anything that threw him off of his strategy. You're going to get hit no matter how good you and your team are, Renri commented. Unless there's a complete disparity in stats or skills, it's unavoidable, and that hardly ever happens in the professional matches. Rievin looked over at Kefira and motioned with his eyes to the booth that she had pointed out earlier for the exclusive use of the imperial family. He leaned in and whispered to her. What do you think about bringing them along with us? Rievin asked. They seem harmless, and Renri seems like he would be great at explaining what's going on in the upper-tier matches. It's no problem for me, Kefira replied. You don't have to worry about whether or not he's a danger, either. There are guards on duty whenever the booth is put into use. Rievin nodded his head with a smile. Hey, Renri, Rievin addressed the older gentleman again. We're going to move to a booth for the higher-tier matches. Do you and your grandson want to come along? Renri glanced at Herrick, who perked up at the mention of the booth. Rievin could clearly see hope in the other teenager's eyes. Sure, Renri replied. We would greatly appreciate that, actually. All right, come on. Rievin got up with Kefira and Cyrilla, Renri and Herrick following behind. Kefira led the way up the stands to where they could access the private booths. I've never been in one of the booths before, Renri said as they climbed the stairs. I've been ringside, of course, but it's been many years. I've always wondered what it would be like in one of the booths. There weren't just private booths for the imperial family and nobility. Regular people could spend money to reserve one, too. There were varying levels of luxury associated with them, and it was clear that Renri and Herrick were expecting to move towards one of the smaller, more basic booths. Kefira led them up to the top and turned in the direction of the larger booths, though. Renri frowned as they made the turn, and he glanced at Rievin. Are we going the right way? He asked. I don't think. His jaw dropped, and he froze in place as Kefira waltzed past some guards and opened the door to the premier booth. This is the Imperial family's booth. I know, Rievin said. Kefira here is a member of the Imperial family. Rievin grabbed Renri by the arm and dragged him along to the interior of the booth, Herrick tentatively following behind. Cyrilla didn't show it on her face, but Rievin could see the satisfaction in her eyes at their reaction. Renri pulled free from Rievin's arm and grabbed the back of his grandson's head. He shoved his grandson into a bow with him. Your Highness, please forgive us if we've shown any offense, he said. Rievin could hear the trepidation in his voice. He wanted to chuckle, but he refrained from making fun of his new friend. Oh, relax, Kefira said, taking a seat on a couch. Rievin followed her and sat next to her, holding her hand. Lift your head up. Renri and Herrick straightened out with some small hesitation. They glanced around the booth nervously, taking in all the luxury they hadn't expected to encounter. Renri, you don't have to worry about it, Rievin said. My lord, Renri said, looking at Rievin. I'm not a lord, Rievin said with a smile. Think about how we were acting just a couple of minutes ago. That's how you should act. This is her personality. It's true, Kefira spoke up. Right now, we're just on a date as a man and a woman. I'm not the princess, I'm just a spectator at the event. Just act normally. I'm not sure I can do that, Your Highness, Renri said nervously. I'm telling you not to worry about it, Kefira said. Rievin appreciated your expertise, and so do I. You'll make this more interesting for us. Of course, Renri said. I'll do my best to explain everything in the greatest detail. No, that's what we're saying, Rievin said. Just do it the same way you were earlier. Come on, let's watch the next match. A new pair of strikers had already mounted the stage, and their teams were on the sidelines, ready to observe and strategize. Renri walked up to a seat with his grandson and started watching the match. The sounds of the crowd weren't completely drowned out by the isolation. That was part of the experience, after all, but none of the noise came through from the magic devices transmitting the words of the teams by the ring. I've seen these strikers before, Renri commented. The one in the yellow is a hard hitter, and he likes to corner his opponents and draw the matches out into slugfests. The other guy in blue is more versatile. He's able to stand his ground in such a fight, but he's more agile. If the yellow striker wants to win this match, he's going to have to trap his opponent. The blue striker will have to avoid the corners. If he gets caught at the edge, it's fine as long as it's not a corner. I see, Rievin said. So then the teams on either side are going to try and figure out a way to do just that. The yellow team wants to get into a corner, and the blue team wants to stay away from them. Exactly, Renri said. The match started, and it played out the way Renri anticipated. The two strikers were both able to land pretty heavy hits, but they were also able to withstand them easily, as well. Renri kept up a litany of explanations as the strikers moved about in the ring. The blue striker danced around the one in yellow, occasionally exchanging blows with each other, and Renri commented on how the tacticians on each side were trying to come up with ways to have them move the way each side wanted. The yellow team proved to have the superior tactician, though, and he eventually managed to surprise the blue striker by bodily smashing him in the direction he wanted him to go. Once they were in the corner, the yellow striker laid into the blue striker, who was unable to get away. That one round was enough to secure the ultimate victory for the yellow team, as they were evenly matched enough that the blue team couldn't secure an advantage. So if they're so closely matched, was there any way for the blue team to win in the first place? Rievin asked. Of course, if he had managed to stay out of the corner, Renri answered. Rievin tilted his head in confusion. The judges take the teams into account, Renri explained. If they manage to pull off their strategy, they get points for it. The yellow team managed to get around in the corner to play on their strengths, so they got points for that. The blue team would have gotten the points for strategy if they had avoided it the entire match. I see, Rievin said, nodding his head, so the teams are even more important than just the performance of the strikers in the ring. Exactly, Renri said. Once we get to the level of the champions, we'll get to see some great shows. This is still considered fairly low level, and the strategies were quite basic. If this had been a championship match, there would be even more scrutiny on each individual round's tactics. So did the previous match not get bonus points for each individual round because it was low level? No, they did, Renri said. Only because it was so one-sided, though. It'll be hard to see something like that in the higher matches. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Renri was finally able to relax after he got into the groove of explaining the matches and the decisions the teams came up with. Rievin greatly enjoyed having someone so knowledgeable available to show him the light, and Kefira enjoyed Rievin having such a great time. She wasn't nearly as interested in the matches as Rievin was, but just the sheer amount of fun Rievin was having was infectious. Even Herrick opened up and engaged in conversation with everyone. The atmosphere in the Imperial booth was quite lively, and the day moved on quickly. Before anyone knew it, the final matches of the day were being held in the ring below. Now, this isn't a championship match or anything, but the final contestants today are championship material, Renri explained. They aren't champions yet, though. How do the championships work? Rievin asked with interest. Eligibility for the tournament is determined by these matches here, Renri explained. Participation, growth, strategy, and tactics are all more important than winning a lot of matches. It's never happened that I'm aware of, but it is possible to qualify for the tournament while losing every single preliminary match. There are two types of champions and the monarch. Champions are graded against the class standard. One has to make it to the final half of the tournament, and then the judges grade each match in extreme detail. If the striker performs to the standard, he'll be labeled a champion for that season, even if he loses the match. This is another reason why supporting team members is so important. Take that first match we watched together. That striker is still low level, but if he sticks with the team that he has and picks up a healer and trainer, he has a strong possibility of becoming a champion in a couple of years. Team members for someone becoming a champion, as long as they're members of the team before the tournament starts, also get a champion designation. The monarch is the striker who wins the tournament, and they're always a champion. I see, Rievin said, stroking his chin as he took the information in. How many contestants usually become champions during the tournament? How easy is it? It's not easy, Renri said, shaking his head. Out of a couple of thousand initial entries into the tournament, there's usually only about 20 champions. There's no hard rule that prevents there from being more, but meeting the standard is hard, and it's almost unheard of for someone without the specific striker class to achieve it. Not only that, but the standard is evolving. This year's standard is going to be based on the performance of last year's, and last year's was from the previous years. What are the benefits of becoming a champion? Aside from being able to charge more money for tickets and getting a higher cut, the most important benefit is an increase in experience gains while competing against other champions. The system grants an achievement and tracks it. Everyone wants to compete against a champion, even other champions. Their time becomes precious and they can charge a premium. The monarch is more so. Not only competing but getting training from a champion will also increase skill leveling speed, as with a talented teacher. Champions are always incredibly busy, but every striker lives to become one. The last important benefit is the international tournament. Only champions are eligible to go. It's basically the same thing as the local tournament, but at a higher standard. Becoming an international champion improves the system's benefits. It's a round-robin tournament where everyone fights everyone, and strikers participating in the international competition usually gain at least a couple of levels in a short period of time. I take it that the champions are at least mid-tier 4, Ryevin asked. Typically, Renri affirmed. Every now and then, someone in the low-tier 4 range will make it, but it's rare. Most people just haven't had enough time to polish their skills enough by that point. Mid-expert mastery is the bare minimum. SHH, here we go, Herrick called over from where he was standing next to the glass. Ryevin and Renri stopped talking and focused their attention on the ring down below. With his enhanced perception and the runic connection to the sidelines, it was as if Ryevin was there in the midst of the action. The two competitors visibly stood out from the previous strikers. It wasn't just that their color schemes were more complex, having more than one solid color for their outfits, nor was it their bodies, which were well proportioned and spoke of a life of intense training. Their entire demeanor was different. There was a bit of swagger even when they were just standing still. The striker in the corner closest to Ryevin wore black and gold with a sort of star pattern. His opponent wore blue and red. The red seemed to bleed into the blue, creating a sort of macabre visual effect. The two strikers charged at each other as soon as the match started, not wasting any time. They were very experienced fighters, and there was no need for them to test each other out. The strikers on stage were a level above even the second-to-last competitors. Their bodies seemed to move and bend in ways that didn't seem possible. Fists flew, legs struck, and knees sought ribs. They didn't avoid all of each other's attacks, but their movements seemed to take these hits into account ahead of time. The team members on the side were just as silent as the other professional teams had been. They were staring intently at the opponents clashing in the ring. Instead of the strikers testing each other out, the strategists and tacticians are doing so, Renri explained. By having their fighters go out and just assault the other right off the bat, the team members on the sidelines will be able to come up with an appropriate strategy starting the next round. At a certain level of competition, preparing an elaborate strategy from the very beginning just doesn't make any sense. I can see that, Ryevin said. It's the same kind of thinking that any plan will only last as long as the first arrow is released. I've never heard that saying before, but it makes sense to me, Renri responded. Right now, we can expect to see the strikers just unload on the other, and starting next round, there will be more rhyme and reason to their strikes. Just like Renri said, the two competitors alternated between going toe-to-toe and bouncing around the ring. They displayed a mastery of several different forms of fighting that others had specialized in up to this point, and Ryevin knew that they were just as good, if not better, than most of the previous competitors that focused on one type of conflict. There had been little in the way of active skills up to this point, though there had been a few. Now they were on full display. Ryevin watched as the one in black and gold appeared to manifest hundreds of fists at once, and they struck at his opponent in an endless barrage. It was impossible to avoid all of those attacks, and the competitor in blue and red activated a defensive skill. He ducked into himself, and a sort of barrier appeared around him. The hundreds of fists seemed to slide across the barrier as if it was slicked with oil. As the multi-fist skill of the black and gold striker ended, the blue and red striker activated a movement skill that saw him lunge instantaneously within the guard of the black and gold striker. He performed an uppercut strike, but the black and gold striker had anticipated the move. His body bent at a 90-degree angle, and he struck out with his leg, taking advantage of the movements to launch a counterattack of his own. The first match continued at a frenzied pace with strikes and counter-strikes, dodges and blocks. The number of maneuvers in the first match almost eclipsed all of the previous matches combined. Higher levels meant higher stats and skills. Not only were their base numbers much higher than the previous strikers, but their fighting experience was much higher as well. They were able to move about and strike at a much higher rate than those that had come before. And you said that these guys aren't even champions from last season, Ryevin asked, turning to Renri. Nope, Renri said. These guys didn't make it past the first half of the tournament, so they weren't qualified to even be evaluated. Even then, we'd have to see more from their teams before we could guess at whether or not they have a shot at the designation this season. How would you gauge their personal abilities? Ryevin asked. They're at the threshold, there's no doubt, Renri replied. Without knowing how well their teams will direct them, nor how well they'll be able to adhere to that direction, I would say that they're just at the cusp. Renri looked over at Ryevin with a significant look. There are over 100 such individuals each season, but even so, only about 20 make it. Wow, I can see why you say it's hard, Ryevin said with a chuckle. Ryevin put himself in the shoes of the black and gold striker in his head. The striker was performing moves that he had never attempted, but he could tell that he wasn't quite at the master level just yet. With a bit of practice to familiarize himself with his pugilist skill rolled into his weapon's master skill, he could see himself easily pulling off the moves. He would just need to learn them and practice them a bit for them to become second nature. He shifted his mental focus and put himself in the other striker's shoes as well. It was the same thing. Other than the specific class skills that they displayed, Ryevin didn't have any trouble imagining himself performing any of the moves he saw in the ring. With a bit of mana reinforcement, I think I would be able to keep up with their pace, too, Ryevin mused. Speaking of, I know you said that it was rare for people without the specific fighter class to make it to this level, but for someone that doesn't have that class, are there any restrictions on using mana skills? Ryevin asked. It depends, Renri said. Offensive abilities are obviously off limits. Mana shields are also a no-no. Most strikers use stamina to fuel their skills, so adding another resource element to the matches wouldn't be fair. That being said, in the rare case that someone is able to internalize their mana to increase their abilities, they're allowed to do so. The few instances of non-strikers making it to being a champion, they've all had the ability to cycle their mana internally to give their stats a boost. Stats aren't everything, though, and it's usually the skill level that prevents them from making it so far. There aren't many adventurers or soldiers that specialize in pugilism, after all. I've known a couple, but yeah, they wouldn't be able to compete at this level, Ryevin said. Are you thinking about competing? Kefira asked from where she was seated behind them. Ryevin and Renri turned to look at her. I know you're a master swordsman and spearman, but I haven't seen you fight very much with your fists. Renri cast an appreciative look at Ryevin at Kefira's statement. It was very rare for someone so young to achieve mastery level in a weapon skill, much less two of them. I haven't practiced the moves that are on display down there, but my skill with my fists is almost on par with my sword skill, Ryevin said. Renri gave him a shocked look. Herrick quirked his eyebrows with suspicion. With a bit of dedicated training, I think I could hold my own against someone at the level of the last competition. I would need to reach Tier 3 and gain several levels to make up for the stat difference, though. Wait, what? Renri exclaimed. You're only Tier 2, and you have 3 skills at the master level. My dear Ryevin here is an officer in the Imperial Army, Kefira simply said. She left the statement there. Ryevin had said previously that he wasn't a lord. Becoming an officer in the Imperial Army without the backing of a noble family required one to have extraordinary abilities, so the statement spoke for itself. If you saw how his father trained him, you wouldn't be surprised. Cyrilla spoke up for the first time. The two of them are insane. Are you seriously considering competing? Renri asked after calming down for a moment. It's something to do, Ryevin said with a shrug. If I can get good enough to fight against a champion, that would be even better. Without the time to run a couple of dungeons, my experience acquisition will be much slower than it has been in the past. You're not the first amateur with such an idea, Renri said. If you truly have the skills to back it up, it shouldn't be much of a stretch for you to be able to do so. If you don't have mid-expert level or higher, I wouldn't recommend wasting your time. If you're telling the truth, though, I can introduce you to a couple of gyms. I was planning on taking Herrick to one tomorrow. He's not interested in being a striker, per se, but he wants to explore the entire industry to see if something fits. Every good team member on the sidelines has at least some experience as a striker in the ring. What about you? Ryevin asked. You said you dabbled, but you didn't go into any specifics. I've participated as everything except a healer in my day, Renri answered. I had obligations that prevented me from taking the class, though, so I never went professional. There was something about his words that struck Ryevin. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he suspected that the man wasn't being fully truthful with how he worded his statement. All right, Ryevin said with a nod. Then, if you don't mind, I can trust you to steer me to a good gym with a good team. I can do that, no problem, Renri said. I have other obligations with the military for the next month, so I won't be able to dedicate my time to training, Ryevin said. That being said, I have time in the mornings that I train every day anyway, and I'll have some evenings and weekends off. If your skill level is already in the master range, then you won't need to do too much more than some specific training on the appropriate moves. You're not planning on going pro or taking the class, so it should be fine. All right, let's set it up. The two ended their conversation and returned to watching the match. The first round had ended, and now the two strikers were acting completely different than they had in the first round. Instead of going all out and putting everything on display, they seemed to be attempting to lead the other striker in a certain direction. With the display of mastery over the types of fighting, it would be difficult to create too much of a difference. The biggest thing each team tried to do was lead the opponent into a specific style they could counter. Ryevin could see the machinations of the tacticians and trainers at play. There were subtle differences in how the two strikers fought against each other. Their strikes seemed to be more tailor-made for their opponent, specifically. Even though the frantic nature of the fight had calmed down a lot, it wasn't any less exciting. the anticipation of watching and waiting for a strategy to succeed was just as fun. Watching one of the strikers nearly fall for a ploy, only to spring their own trap to counter it, lead to a certain sense of satisfaction. Reivin, especially with his history of leading soldiers on the battlefield, greatly enjoyed this aspect of the match. As the rounds continued, though, one team proved to be superior once more. The black and gold striker was able to trap his opponent in ploys more often, and he steadily accrued more points to his side. It wasn't just that his team was a step better. Renry pointed out that he was also able to implement the strategy and tactics more easily than his opponent. After 15 rounds, the match ended with the black and gold striker winning with a decent margin. Reivin and those in the booth with him waited for a bit after the final match before leaving. Everyone was streaming out of the venue at the same time, so even if they left early, they would still have to meander in line for quite some time before they got out. None of them were in a particular hurry anyway, so we can meet outside in the square here, Reivin said to Renry. What time were you planning on heading to the gym tomorrow? Probably around 9 or so, Renry said. That'll give the members of the gym time to get into their training sessions so we won't interrupt them, and it'll be early enough that Herrick can get started on a full day. 9 sounds fine to me, Reivin replied. I don't plan on sticking around all day, though. I only have so many days to spend with Kefira right now. I'll help you explain it to the owner, Renry offered. If you can show your mastery level, they'll be more inclined to let you do what you want, especially since you're going to be an amateur anyway. All right, we'll see you then. With that, the group finally left the booth. Renry and Herrick separated to walk out of a different exit, and Reivin followed Kefira as she led them to an exit that would take them to the other side. The day wasn't over, and she planned on walking through the city a bit more before heading home. I knew you would be interested in watching the matches, but are you sure you want to try it out for yourself? Kefira asked. Do you have time for that? Reivin said. I don't plan on putting too much time into it. The allure of the experience gains from fighting a champion is definitely a huge enticement, but I'm actually more interested in the strategists and tacticians. Renry said that every good strategist and tactician has experience in the ring as a striker. I see potential in translating the skill set to warfare. Right now, as a commander, I'm able to give commands and come up with strategies and tactics, but the strikers can bring those strategies and tactics into how they operate on a fundamental level. If we can imbue soldiers with that same thing, it could save lives. I can see how they're similar, but they're completely different things, Kefira said. For strikers, it's multiple teammates affecting one person. For soldiers, it would be 1 or 2 people affecting hundreds of people. I know, Reivin said. That's one of the reasons I want to get into it. I need to do some research, and what better way than to experience it myself? You don't always have to be thinking of ways to improve yourself, Kefira said with a wink. You're allowed to relax and just enjoy something for itself. But this is what I enjoy about these things, Reivin replied. Plus, if I weren't this way, I wouldn't be me. And I love that about you, Kefira said. I was just teasing. The two, followed by Cyrilla, made their way out of the Strikers Guild amphitheater. The matches had taken up most of the day, and the sun was close to the horizon already. It hadn't seemed like it was that long while they were inside watching the matches. Time had gone by really fast, but looking back on it, Reivin could see how it took so much time. There wasn't much time to do a lot, so they simply strolled through the streets. They watched the people around them and conversed about the different things they could see. Business was still running in the commercial districts, and it didn't seem like it was going to let up any time soon, but Kefira's family generally liked their children to be back in the palace near the time of sunset. It wasn't a hard rule, and there were certain things to do that were only available in the evening, but they weren't out to do anything like that today. They just had a leisurely walk through the crowded streets, circling around before heading back in the direction of the palace. There were no plans to have a banquet with the entire family, so Reivin led Kefira to the guest house where his parents were staying. If Reivin was going to be staying with them, instead of the little house in Kefira's courtyard, he was going to take advantage of the situation and have as many home-cooked meals from his mother as he possibly could. That extended to bringing Kefira along. It wasn't just that he wanted his girlfriend to experience the same great food, it was a good opportunity to continue building a rapport between them. He also planned on explaining his plans to his father. Who knows? Maybe he'll have some insights on combining the abilities of the strategists and tacticians, and he might be interested in exploring the field as well. It would be a good source of experience for his followers between delving dungeons. A plan for maximizing experience gains and skill leveling was forming in his mind. The smell of sweat permeated the air as Reivin stepped into the gym for the first time. He hadn't known what to expect, but he felt at home in the cozy little space. It wasn't fancy like some of the interiors he had peeked at on their trek to this location, but everyone was taking their training seriously. That was something Reivin could appreciate. Rafik stepped up next to him and peered at the different training contraptions in use. Everyone was moving about in concert, and it seemed like a well-oiled machine. Rafik's curiosity flitted from one training location to the next before he returned his gaze to his son. Renri had a smug smile on his face, and Herrick, standing next to him, was like a kid in a candy shop with his eyes wide. "What's your first impression?" Rafix whispered to Rievin. It wasn't loud enough to carry throughout the entire room, even with enhanced perception, but it was loud enough that Renri could hear it standing next to them. "My very first impression is one of hardworking people focusing on their tasks," Rievin said with a nod. "And then your second, there's no stress." "Exactly," Rafix exclaimed. "Everyone is glowing with health. They're all fat and happy. Nobody is wheezing or doubled over for air. Nobody is dragging their body like they've been put through the ringer." "This is just the morning warm-up," Renri defended. "Exactly my point," Rafix countered. "They should be pushing themselves until they're tired at each station. They're so focused on their warm-up that they're treating it like the training itself. I think these people have grown complacent." Complacent, the deadly word, the bane of Rievin's existence. He couldn't help but frown as he continued to watch the training. Renri opened his mouth to continue to defend, but a large, burly man naked from the waist up to expose his scar-covered torso rushed over to the group standing near the entrance. "I see frowns and doubt on faces," the man boomed out. Everyone training paused in their actions to look over at the commotion before other staff members shouted at them to continue. "Are you displeased with my training methods?" "Displeased is a harsh word," Rafix responded, unperturbed by the confrontation. "Maybe disappointed." The burly man stared at Rafix for a moment before throwing his head back and barking out a short laugh. "Ha, you have a sharp eye," the man exclaimed. "Most people wouldn't notice in the first place, too dazzled by the unfamiliar environment, and the rest would shrink back from my intimidating stance. You looking for work, buddy? You seem like someone who could add some motivation to the place." "You can't afford me," Rafix replied with a deadpan expression. "Ha ha ha." "I guess not," the man wiped a tear away from his eye. He was truly filled with mirth at the interaction. "You guessed right. These people aren't here to push themselves." But the man held up his index finger for emphasis. "These people aren't striker material, and they know it. They're not here to become strikers. They're here just to get some experience before they work on becoming a strategist, tactician, or other team members. The ones who have the drive to become a striker are in the back." "And you think not experiencing the same harsh training is going to give them the proper experience necessary to understand what it means to be a striker?" Rievin questioned. "They have," the man replied jovially. "That's why they know they're not striker material. I don't let anyone join the gym without spending at least a week in the back with the true strikers. Those that aren't cut out for that kind of lifestyle come out here to continue their training. They help me lure in the unsuspecting novices." The man had a sadistic twinkle in his eye. "Ha, now we're talking." Rafix gave his own laugh, clapping the burly man on the shoulder. The man staggered under the casual slap, and a look of surprise flitted across his face. Renri glanced back and forth between his old friend and Rafix. He stole a glance at Kefira and Cyrilla smirked at him. He was beginning to understand what she meant when she mentioned how they trained together. "So, Renri, old pal, is this your grandson you mentioned?" The burly man shifted his attention to Herrick. "That's right," Renri replied. "This is Herrick. Herrick, this is trainer Dustin. He'll be in charge of your training from now on." Dustin vigorously shook Herrick's hand, but he didn't crush his hand with his strength. He didn't need to intimidate new recruits in such a manner. "I'll be sure to take good care of your grandson, Renri," Dustin said seriously. "I know you will," Renri said. "This here is Rievin. We met at the amphitheater yesterday, and he's shown some interest. He's told me some interesting things, and I think you might enjoy having a student such as him in your establishment. He's not interested in going pro, though. This other gentleman is his father, Rafix. We just met this morning." "I see," Dustin said, looking both Rievin and Rafix up and down with a critical eye. "And what about the two young ladies behind you?" "We're just spectators," Kefira said. "And we're not going to get in the way. We're only accompanying Rievin here today. If it's only for the day, I suppose I can let you in the back when your boy starts his training." Dustin summoned Rievin and Herrick to follow him over to the wall where words had been painted. He pointed at the words. "Read our philosophy before we begin." Rievin looked up at the words. "Suffering brings character. Character brings determination. Determination brings hope. Hope brings laughter. Laughter brings the trainer. The trainer brings suffering." The words tugged at Rievin's memories. They had a familiar tint to them. It was the first time his dreams of the past had had a resonance in a long time. "This is our training philosophy," Dustin intoned. "We make everyone taste suffering, and through that they build their foundation. We don't just breed strikers here. We build men. Complacency is a killer." "I see that you understand," Dustin said to Rievin upon seeing him nod his head. "Thus, once one achieves the point that they're no longer suffering, we must reintroduce it to build further upon the base. There will never be an end to training once you step through these doors. Even those who give up on being strikers and turn toward being team members have to suffer in their own way." "Excellent," Rafix approved. "You ready, Herrick?" Rievin asked, clapping the other teenager on the shoulder. "Remember, pain is weakness leaving the body." "Pain is weakness leaving the body," Dustin repeated. "I like that." Rievin stepped through the doors to the back with Herrick in tow. They opened their eyes to a completely different scene than the facade out front. Kefira sat at the table and watched in amusement. The introduction of Rievin and Rafix into the mix had been like an explosion. They hadn't done anything overt, but just their sheer intensity had sparked the competitiveness in the others' training. The tempo had already been really high when they had first entered the depths of the gym, but now people were literally scraping the barrel. Kefira looked over and saw one of the striker trainees have to be pulled out of the barrel of water. His body had collapsed on him as he dunked his head into the water, steam boiling out from his high body heat from the training. "I think this might have been a mistake," Cyrilla whispered. She knew just how powerful Rafix's perception was. She didn't want him to overhear what she had to say. "How so?" Kefira asked. She had an inkling of an idea as to what Cyrilla was getting at. "Look at him." Cyrilla gestured toward where Rievin and Rafix were doing their training. Rafix was perched on the back of Rievin's shoulders. He had come up with a rope from somewhere, and he had looped it around to tap against Rievin's side. That wasn't the end of it, either. Rievin also had another one of those sleds strapped to his body. They weren't using anything fancy like gravity-infused weights this time. Instead, there was just a huge pile of them on the back of the sled. "Giddy up," Rafix yelled, slapping his son in the side with his rope. Rafix kicked his heels into Rievin's sides to encourage him further. Dustin stood at the end of the room with his arms crossed. Sweat dripped down from his brow that had nothing to do with the heat of the room. The rest of the trainees had upped their intensity to match Rievin's, but most of them had already fallen out. They simply couldn't keep up, but Dustin didn't show any expression of discontent. He simply launched them into sparring matches at a quicker pace. "I think father likes an audience," Kefira said with a giggle. "You know he can't hear you over here," Cyrilla said, rolling her eyes. "You don't have to keep calling him father." "I know," Kefira answered. "It started off as a bit of a joke, but I like it. It makes me feel like our relationship has gone a step further. I'm doing it for me." Renri sat with them, bouncing his leg with nervous energy. He had already seen his grandson collapse more than once. Herrick hadn't built up the same amount of tenacity as the others. It was his first true day, after all. He had been thrown into a sparring session immediately, and once he had recovered enough after the short bout, he had once more been tossed into the maelstrom. This level of hardship hadn't been what Renri had expected, and he was worried that his grandson would be put off by the whole thing. He hadn't quit yet, though, and that gave him some hope. "What manner of demons have you introduced to my gym?" Dustin said as he walked up to the sitting trio. "And you said that Rievin is going to be a part-timer." "I guess that's a good thing because he might kill all of my clients otherwise." "You're loving this," Renri retorted. "I can see the glee on your face." "Well, Rievin and his father have led interesting lives, to say the least," Kefira answered Dustin's question. "Rievin has been fighting in some form or another since before he was even 10. He got conscripted to a small county's army because of a loophole in the requirements before he had unlocked his Tier 1 class, and he's been like this his whole life. His father was an imperial guard for a fallen empire. I'm sure he's seen a lot of bad things in his life, and that drives him to push his children as hard as he does. He's got more kids." Dustin had a hopeful look on his face. "His daughters are crafters." Kefira shot that idea down right away. She couldn't imagine Kylie and Riley thriving in this kind of environment. "They might be able to make things for your gym, but they're not going to join it anytime soon." "Two demons are good enough, I suppose," Dustin said with a chuckle. "Cyrilla," Rafix's voice boomed out to those seated at the table. "We skipped morning training for this. Prepare yourself." The rope that Rafix had been using to whip his son came sailing out of the blue and snagged Cyrilla in its loop. She was yanked up from her seat and dragged through the air toward Rafix. "Noooo," Cyrilla screamed as she was brought before Rafix. Kefira's face went pale as she watched Rafix instruct her to get started on physical training. She made herself as small as she could in her seat to avoid Rafix's gaze, but it was no use. "Kefira, do you want to fly, or are you going to come over here yourself?" Kefira sighed as she glanced at Dustin and Renri. They simply gave her commiserating smiles at her plight. She stood up and made her way over to Rafix, who had dismounted from his son. Rievin hadn't completely reached the point where he normally would when he was training, so even after his father dismounted from his back, he continued to drag the sled around. Rafix took some time to get Kefira and Cyrilla going on their exercise, and then he was standing in front of Rievin. Rievin didn't have time to think about what was going on when his danger sense pinged. He twisted his body and hardened his muscles to dodge and block some strikes that Rafix suddenly threw at him. "You always have to be prepared," Rafix commented. With that quick barrage of fists, Rafix disappeared once more to run back to Kefira and Cyrilla. Rievin continued exercising his body to deplete his stamina. It took more and more to burn through his stamina as his body got used to the hard work once more, but it was inevitable that he would get exhausted. He finally reached a point he deemed appropriate, and he disentangled the harness from his chest. He jogged over to the sparring ring, not giving his body even a short rest of walking. He mounted the open ring with an instructor waiting inside, and he assumed a fighting stance. His mental fortitude and iron will skills had been steadily climbing, he could tell. They hadn't ranked up yet, but he knew it was only a matter of time. He kept his focus and made sure his body was perfectly stable as he faced off against the instructor. They launched into a furious bout, the instructor not much worse in skill level than Rievin. He had the advantage of not being exhausted, but this was the point of the training. Rievin used all of his perception and divine sense to focus on his opponent, and he gave just as good as he got. The instructor didn't pull his punches, and Rievin could tell that he would have some bruises later if he didn't use mana healing, even with his regeneration skill. The instructor didn't just fight him with his pugilist skill, either. He launched the skills that Rievin had spied the professionals using in the ring the day before. A flurry of blows materialized out of nowhere, and it took everything Rievin had to avoid and block all of the strikes. He paid careful attention to the man's body as he released the skill, trying to pinpoint how it worked. The skill was quite different as compared to his elemental weapon skill he had intuited. I must have gotten very lucky with that skill, Rievin idly thought. It was basically tailor-made for someone like me to pick up. Even figuring out how to manually activate charge was magnitudes easier than trying to figure this skill out. Ever since Rievin had seen Kaiser activate his spear skill during their sparring session, he had been interested in trying to replicate it and add it to his class skills. Seeing something similar from the strikers the day before had increased his fervor in wanting to acquire the skill. Being the target of the skill was a lot different than being a spectator of it. He used his divine sense to gauge the instructor's body and stamina usage. He would have to experiment himself if he was going to figure it all out, but he could get a baseline for how it should be done as long as he kept his senses open. The instructor didn't just use the fist barrage skill, either. He also used the shield skill Rievin had seen previously. It was fundamentally different than his own mana shield. There wasn't a speck of mana in it, and yet it worked very similarly. Rievin imagined it wouldn't do anything against a mana attack or spell, but it worked very well against a mundane attack. He felt like his fists were striking a slick ball of ice as they were redirected to the side. The sparring session lasted quite a bit longer than several of the other trainees, and even the instructor was beginning to slow down by the time Rievin called it quits. The instructor ran over to the side where a healer was waiting, and he switched places with another staff member. He would need to take a break before he was ready to instruct more trainees after his sparring match with Rievin. Rievin didn't want to lose the feeling he had gotten from his divine sense when it came to the fist barrage skill, so he immediately made his way over to a punching bag. He focused his mind and body and attempted to recreate the skill. He mentally grabbed hold of his stamina and directed it like he had the charge skill all those years ago when he had been desperate. He directed the stamina to fill his arms, and he launched punch after punch at the punching bag. He adjusted how he used his stamina after each attack, and he was beginning to get a feel for how it should work. Something was missing, though, and after several more fruitless tries, he realized that the stamina shouldn't just be directed into his arms. His entire body was needed to activate the skill and pulled even more stamina out of his reserves to bolster his stance and posture. He was starting to get the feel for the skill, but his body finally failed him before he was able to succeed. He hadn't been paying attention to his stamina usage as it hadn't been a real issue for a long time. He glanced at his stamina and saw that it was getting dangerously low. If he continued, his body would collapse, and he would have to spend hours to recover instead of minutes. With a sigh, he dropped his arms and walked over to one of the water barrels. There was a steady stream of trainees dunking their heads into the water, and staff members made sure to change the water out with clean water after every usage. There were plenty of barrels available for everyone that nobody had to wait, though, and Rievin immediately dunked his entire upper body into the water of one. Steam rose from the barrel, and he yanked his head out of the water after just a moment. Water went sailing through the air, and his body was already starting to dry from the residual body heat radiating off of it. Class skills aren't something most people can pick up right away. Rafik's voice reached his ears. He looked over to see his father was also using one of the water barrels. At some point, Rafik had stopped acting as a motivator and had picked up his own exercise. Rievin had been too engrossed in his own training that he hadn't noticed, but he glanced up to see another instructor had taken a place with the healer to recover from a sparring session. Don't get discouraged because you didn't pick it up right away, Rafik continued. It'll be more stamina intensive to figure it out than when you actually use it, so you're bound to end in failure a couple more times, as long as you're doing it while already tired from all the exercise. Yeah, I'm not discouraged, Rievin said. If I hadn't already figured out how to manually use my stamina to activate a skill, I might have a lot more trouble figuring this out, but I think it's only a matter of time. Time and repetition. That's my boy, Rafik said, clapping Rievin on the shoulder with a smile. To be fair, I've never seen anyone else pick up a class skill for another class so easily. I can already tell that you've made a lot of progress on it. I've had a lot of time to think about it, Rievin answered. I saw Kaiser use a similar skill with his spear months ago. I've been thinking about it since then. Having someone use it on me again with their fists while I was paying attention really helped too. Well, now that we've gotten the first bit of training out of the way, let's head over to the instructor that's teaching the proper way to use the moves you lack, Rafik said. That's one of the main things you wanted to work on, am I right? Yeah, I've noticed that I've gotten a bit of tunnel vision from using my sword all the time, Rievin said as they made their way over to a different part of the training room. I hadn't really thought about it too much because my skill was still improving, but it slowed down a bit. I think if I shore up the foundations of the other weapons with specific maneuvers, I should be able to level up the skill at a quicker rate once more. I don't know to be proud or depressed at that statement, Rafik said. It took me 10 years longer to get to where you are, and you're talking about increasing your speed even more. Don't let anyone else know about it, or they might just quit life from the depression. I've never been one to compare myself to others too much, Rievin said. I know that my skill levels are much higher than my contemporaries, but I've never really paid attention to just how much higher. I usually fight against people an entire tier ahead of me after all. Well, to put things in perspective, Cyrilla just reached tier 4, right? Rafix asked. Rievin nodded his head, and she had just gotten past the expert mastery level for swords before reaching tier 4. She's considered to be extremely talented. Rafix gave him a serious look. Most people don't reach level 50 in their primary skills until close to mid-tier 4. You're 10 levels away from tier 3 and already well past master level. It's unheard of. I wonder what would happen if I reached transcendence before reaching tier 3, Rievin idly mused. Rafix pinched his nose with a sigh. Only my son would say something like that seriously, he said. Most people would be talking about a myth or legend in that context. I'm sure it'll do wonders for your available tier 3 classes, but that's something to think about later. Come on, let's go learn those pugilist moves. Rievin returned his focus to the present. Rafix wasn't just leading him over to drop him off, he was going to participate as well. He had a different skill than Rievin, but it was quite similar. It would do him a lot of good to focus on a combat style he wasn't used to as well. Ariella held the sword up in front of her. She frowned at the shining blade before tossing it to the side in disgust. She lifted her hand and blasted the group of people who had been sparring with her away. They cartwheeled through the air, blood spraying in their wake. Us, none of them are good enough, she said, flipping her hair over her shoulder. She turned and stomped out of the training grounds. She walked into the open air, not even paying attention to the breathtaking scenery around her. She was focused on her journey across the bridges spanning the floating islands. There were crystal-clear streams forming waterfalls, falling from one sky island to another until they ultimately landed on the ground far below. The palace she resided in wasn't a monolithic structure. It was hundreds of buildings built atop the floating islands found in the Tier 6 region they had built their capital in. The capital city was down below, but it wasn't a problem to travel between the palace and the surface. There weren't just bridges spanning the distance between the islands. There were short-distance teleports that allowed one to travel up and down quickly. If the palace was built traditionally on the surface like so many of the Tier 4 empires, it could take several hours to traverse the entire grounds. As it was with the ease of movement afforded by the bridges and teleportation circles, one could get to their destination within minutes, no matter where one started or ended. Rainbows formed in the air where the waterfalls fell to the earth. There was a runic system implemented to keep the streams going in perpetuity. The base design mimicked a simple water fountain, but it incorporated space runes to send the water from the ground to the top of the islands in the sky. The stones were alabaster and shone in the sun, and the bridges had a clear strip of magically hardened glass in the center to allow for one to appreciate the view. It was also a test of will for those new to the palace. Ariella had grown up in the palace, so she had never known anything different, but some new servants weren't able to handle standing miles above the ground with seemingly nothing below them. Those individuals were quickly sent back to the surface in shame. All of the servants and staff members in the palace were natives of the Tier 6 region, with the 6 branded on their foreheads. Ariella ignored those she passed that got down on all fours to bow to her as she walked by. It was easy to ignore them when she had spent her entire life living with such etiquette. Nobody with a brand would dare to look her in the face. She stomped across several bridges and through several teleport circles until she reached the apex of the floating islands. Her imperial father didn't occupy the highest point of the palace. That honor was left to the elders, one of which was her master. She mastered her frustration as she neared the doors to her master's abode. It wouldn't do to walk through with an improper attitude. She wasn't in the mood to add punishment to her already bad mood. She took a deep breath as she paused in front of the heavy double doors, but a voice called out for her to enter before she could lift her hand to knock. She grabbed a hold of the door and pushed it open. The interior of her master's quarters, while made out of grand materials, was bare and sparse. He didn't believe in surrounding himself with luxuries more than what the building was made out of. That didn't mean he led the life of an ascetic. He just didn't allow himself to get distracted from his own mission, constantly improving himself and the talented scions of the empire. All of the gold, silver, and gems dotting the room were nothing more than mere medals and decorations. He was seated on some cushions in the middle of an open room. They weren't there for his comfort. They were magically imbued to increase his mana absorption and other mana skills while meditating. Ariella gave a steep bow as she entered the room before walking up and taking a seat in front of her master on a mat. "I can sense your frustration," her master intoned. "Were the sword slaves not up to your standard?" "Of course not," Ariella said before she could regain her composure. "Forgive me, I didn't mean to snap, master. It's just been so long, and all of the searching has been fruitless." "You should just stick to training with the masters," her master said. "I know that is the way to improve my skills the quickest, but improving my skills as fast as possible isn't everything," Ariella said. "There's something inauthentic about it. If I can get someone who's even within a decade of my age that has the same skill level as that boy, I feel like I'll be able to spur myself on better. Being able to compete against someone who's clearly more talented will ignite the drive that I'm lacking. I'm getting bored, but I don't want to stop. It's a conundrum. Why not just take a couple of regiments and bring their empire into the fold? That's not what I want to do. It would feel cheap. If their empire is subdued naturally, then of course I would go and retrieve them, but I don't want to target their empire just for those two people. There are better things to spend our resources on. Anything that makes you improve quicker is a good use of resources," her master replied. "Speaking of, I still need you to bring that girl to me. You said you detected both space and time mana in her spells. She's a talent that's worthy of elevation, and I'm the only one that could teach her." "I know, master. If nothing else, I'll simply go by myself to invite them here for an extended stay. It's not unheard of, and maybe they'll even agree to stay on their own accord. That's an option, and it wouldn't hurt to try. Just be careful that they don't have some sort of resentment toward you from the actions of your subordinates in that dreadful desert. People from the lower regions are strangely attached to their perceived freedom. I don't think they have any lasting anger toward me," Ariella said after some thought. "I did what I said I would do in freeing the workforce, and I didn't go out of my way to hurt anyone. I'm sure they'll see things my way as long as I can explain it properly." "That being said, how does your training go?" Ariella sighed. "My magic training is still progressing apace, but my sword skill is slowing down. Even with the greatest blade masters of the Empire at my disposal for training, I don't have the motivation. I've stalled out at level 71. Have you considered the other scions?" her master asked. "Don't even mention them," Ariella scoffed. "I'll be lucky to find any around my age that's barely above the expert level." "I didn't mean sparring against them," her master shook his head. "I meant teaching them. It's well known that when one stalls out, teaching others is a way to spur growth. I would have to find someone worthy first," Ariella said. "I'm not going to waste my precious time instructing a lout just for my own skill growth. They will have to deserve it." Ariella was the most talented young scion in the Empire. She had grown up constantly being extolled about her greatness and her destiny. Even with her arrogant attitude that had been bred from such a lifestyle, she was still mostly amicable. She just didn't suffer fools, which she considered most of her contemporaries. She got along much better with her older siblings and cousins. Her oldest brother was over 100 years her senior, and he had long since reached transcendence in his sword skills and multiple affinities. He had been lauded as the most talented son in generations until Ariella had been born. He had never shown any resentment towards her talent, and he even took time out to help her train on occasion. The mission of their people didn't allow them to squabble over something so petty. There was only so much time, though, and he had his own life to live. Her other siblings weren't as powerful as he was, but she still got along with the older ones, getting down to the siblings that were only 20 or so years older than her, though, and she couldn't be bothered. It wasn't entirely Ariella's personality, either. She had 30 siblings, and the ones closest to her in age were all lazy, relatively speaking, at least in Ariella's eyes. They could be focused on improving the way she was, and if they hit a bottleneck, they could also do what she had done. She had scoured the realm for any kind of boost she could acquire, and after years and countless man-hours spent on the ordeal, she had discovered an interesting monster in the depths of a lowly Tier 3 region. Subduing the creature wasn't just to gain a powerful pet. After building up a certain amount of rapport, she would be able to communicate and delve into the monster's mind and memories. Tier 7 monsters were almost universally sapient, especially ones that had reached that stage through effort instead of birthright. Being able to communicate with their minds would open up a whole new avenue of advancement for Ariella. Her siblings had never even considered the possibility. To them, traveling to a lesser region was beneath them. Even after Ariella had displayed her Tier 7 monster that she had acquired from such a lowly place, it hadn't spurred any ideas in her immediately older siblings. "I'm sure you can find a few if you look hard enough," her master said. "Isn't that your thing? If you can't find someone worthy of your time in the nobility, maybe you could expand your search to the established, non-noble families." "Wouldn't that Rievin and Kefira fall into that category anyway? In fact, they would be in a category below that." "I suppose," Ariella said, twirling her pink hair with her finger. "I'll have to get my attendants to do the searching. I don't have the time for it. Maybe they can set up some sort of competition. That's not a bad idea, her master said. Even if you don't find anyone worthy through the effort, just witnessing such a spectacle might give you the motivation you're looking for. Witnessing the struggle of others might be what you need. You're quite sheltered up here in the palace. All right, it's decided then, Ariella said, standing up. She gave another deep bow. I'll have my attendants form a competition for the mortals below while I check out some of the lesser nobility myself, and if all of that still proves fruitless, I'll go on a journey to meet with Rievin and Kefira directly. Good, I'm glad you were able to set your mind at ease with a direction. Go with my blessing. Ariella left her master's domain, her spirits lifted. Her master had always been like that. He didn't force her to do things his way. He listened to what she had to say and led her in a certain direction with conversation and simple suggestions. He was the most honorable elder in the empire, and thus the greatest master one could find, but he wasn't the right fit to teach people directly. Like he had said about Kefira, his specialty lay in space-time. It wasn't nearly as rare in the higher regions as those in the lesser regions assumed, though it was still very rare. Her master had lived for several thousand years at this point, and he had only met one other person with the space-time affinity in all those years, and that person had been his master. He had a lot of apprentices to whom he taught space and time individually to, but they weren't the scions of the empire. They were the teachers of the scions. He only accepted a few direct disciples, Ariella being one. He used his connections and status to help her grow more than his own abilities. That wasn't to say that he didn't give her teachings directly from time to time. Those lessons were more on how to live as a person, though, and not focused on the intricacies of magic. His level was so far above Ariella's that it didn't make sense for him to teach her yet. He would let his apprentices do so until she reached a point where they couldn't anymore. Ariella had a pep in her step that had been missing after her swords training session. She was done with her physical training for the day, so she simply went for a walk within the palace grounds. Eventually, she stumbled across a gathering of other young nobles in a garden. She walked up with a smile on her face, and all of the other nobles gave her a quick bow at her approach. Each of the young nobles had a 6 tattooed on their hands. The style and placement of the marks were indicative of one's status in the empire. The imperial family had a bold tattoo on their necks. Relatives of the imperial family had the marks on the backs of both of their hands. Dukes and marquises had the mark on their right hands, and counts and barons had the marks on their left hands. Commoners had the brand mark on their foreheads, like everyone from the Tier 5 regions and below. Even the monarchs of a Tier 5 region had a brand mark on the forehead, though they were in the habit of outlining it in ink to set them apart from their subjects. "What's everybody doing?" Ariella asked in a pleasant tone. She could see the nervousness on the faces of several of the nobles, and she immediately dismissed them from her mind. If they were too caught up in such things, they weren't worthy of her. She had approached them, after all, and that should have been enough to put them at ease. She wasn't bloodthirsty in the sense that she would wantonly destroy the lives of the young nobles for some perceived slight. Replying to the princess, "We were simply relaxing while watching the flowers," one of the young men said. He met her gaze, and his own didn't waver. Her estimation of the young man went up a slight notch, though she still didn't have any idea who he was. "What's so special about the flowers you were watching?" Ariella asked. "Oh, these ones only bloom once a year," a young lady piped up. "We don't have the status to stroll through the more restricted gardens, so this is the rarest spectacle we can see, and it just so happens to be the time for them to bloom." "I see," Ariella replied. She wasn't that interested in the subject. "Does the princess care to join us?" the first young man asked. He stepped back to make way for Ariella to enter their circle if she so chose. There are things one can learn from observing nature. Even though these gardens aren't the most valuable, there is still beauty to behold. Everything has its time and place. "Everything has its time and place," Ariella parroted. A thought struck her at the young man's words. "I've been so caught up in forcing the issue with my sword's training that I've lost the drive to work on it," she thought. "There's a time and place for it, though, and I should let nature take its course. This young man has given me some unexpected wisdom. What's your name?" Ariella focused her entire attention on the young man. He wasn't particularly handsome, in Ariella's opinion, but her opinion was colored by her impression of Rievin. The young man was around the same age as her love, but he was much shorter. He had short, cropped black hair, and his face had no stubble to speak of. She liked a more rugged look on her man, but she wasn't romantically interested in the scion standing before her. Replying to the princess, "This one's name is Sukai," the teenager responded. "What's your sword skill?" Replying to the princess, "This one's sword skill is 61. How old are you?" Replying, "Hey, stop it," Ariella interrupted him. "Just speak naturally. I'm the one that came to you. Is that all right?" Sukai hesitated for the first time. Ariella rolled her eyes. "I'm saying it is," she said. "If it makes you feel better, you can use formal speech when any of my siblings or higher-ranked nobles are around, but when it's just us, you can speak informally." Sukai glanced around at the throng of other youngsters standing around. They were very clearly not just us at the moment. "Don't worry about them." Ariella dismissed all the other young nobles. "None of them had the balls to speak up when I came to you. Well, except for that young lady. Ariella nodded her head to the girl that had mentioned the flowers blooming. She's all right, I guess. None of the others are worth your time, though. Ariella nearly laughed at the look of conflict on the young man's face. He was obviously friends with the lot of them, and Ariella had just said none of them were of any importance. That might be true in her world, but he was their peer. Ariella wasn't aiming to alienate him from his friends, she was just trying to tweak his mindset for what she had planned. Anyway, your age, Ariella prompted him. Oh right, I'm 17, Sukai answered. Macy, your highness, she answered. That other girl, Macy, can come with us. I don't use the sword, your highness, Macy hesitantly said. What did I say? Ariella leveled a glare at the young lady. That I could go with you, she asked more than answered. Yes, your highness, Sukai and Macy both responded with a bow. He has the backbone necessary, and his skill level is higher than his contemporaries, though still quite weak, Ariella thought. I shouldn't cancel my plans of having my servants host a competition in the capital down below just because I happen to immediately stumble across someone who might be worthy of my time. Maybe teaching more than one could give some added benefit. She hadn't necessarily approached the group of youngsters to fulfill her goal right away. She had approached them on a whim because she had just been happy. That being said, when she was focused on a goal, she could and would go after it with all her might. Ariella stood around without entering the center of the circle of friends. She hung back a bit, closer to Sukai than any of the others, but she didn't engage in conversation. After a few minutes, the others seemed to forget about her presence and began to talk amongst themselves again. They didn't have to wait long for the flowers in question to bloom. It was preceded by an accumulation of mana in the already dense atmosphere. A light surrounded the bulbs, and they slowly unfurled to reveal a rainbow of colors. They were all the same species of flower, but none of them were alike. Some were deep shades of a single color. Some had a smattering of different colors at random. Some had the entire range of the rainbow. Thick, fat bees seemed to materialize out of nowhere, having sensed the new flowering buds. They flitted from flower to flower, pollinating the plants and feeding on the mana-dense nectar. Ariella watched the spectacle with an air of indifference, but even she was pleased with the beautiful sight. She just wouldn't show it on her face. She let her new followers spend some more time with their friends, extolling the virtues of the flowers. When the conversation deviated from the topic, Ariella finally interrupted the group. Is that all then? She asked. Sukai, Macy, and the others paused their conversation and looked back to the forgotten princess. Yes, your highness, Sukai answered. Good, then let's be off. We have much more fun things to do than watch some plants and insects. She strode off toward her own quarters. She didn't glance back to make sure they followed her instructions. She had already been more than accommodating in waiting for them, and they wouldn't dare to not listen to her. We'll see how this goes, Ariella thought. I doubt he'll make a decent stand-in for Reborn, but it should be better than the sword slaves. I might have to make that trip to their empire, regardless of whether or not I find what I'm looking for. You know, I've been thinking about this, but what's the deal with these engagement requests to Kefira? Emelian asked. Reborn was seated with his family having an evening meal after a long day. Kefira was present for many of their meals, but she didn't make it to all of them. She was focused on her own training with her mentor, and her life didn't revolve solely around Reborn. It started off as a test of my mettle, Reborn answered. Her mother wanted to ensure I was the best candidate for Kefira's spouse, so she deliberately set things up for others to try their hand. The rules are that, officially, there's no stance from the imperial family, but unofficially, they're on my side. After everything that's already happened, though, I think it's become more of a game for her mother than anything else. It started with a banquet that insinuated Kefira was looking to be courted, but nothing has happened for a while now. I imagine the next shoe is going to drop any day. That's stupid, Emelian said. You're clearly the best candidate there is, no matter where they look. They should just announce it and be done with it. Why cause all this unnecessary headache? You're looking at it with a bias, Mom, Reborn replied. Plus, I just said it wasn't real and that it's a game to entertain Silpha. That first banquet ended up actually being quite an enjoyable experience. I don't know what she's going to throw at us next, but I can't imagine it will be anything serious. If you say so, Emelian shrugged. I did meet a young man who claimed to be Kefira's future fiancé. Really, you've interacted with the young nobleman. When? It wasn't a young nobleman, as far as I know. He might be from a noble family, but that wasn't part of the introduction I received, Emelian explained. It was Kefira's senior apprentice brother, the direct disciple of her mentor. Oh, I know who you're talking about. His name is Orion. Kefira's talked about him a few times, and she views him as a literal brother. He's no threat. I trust your judgment. The dinner continued with Reborn and Rafix discussing different things about the training they were doing in the Striker gym, as well as the concepts Reborn was trying to impart to the military officers that would take over his job instructing warfare against other humans. Rafix, when he wasn't busy with his own things, accompanied Reborn to the training grounds. He was interested in everything that his son was doing, and he had his own unique ideas to share. It had been over half a month since they had first attended the Striker gym. Rafix never formally joined as one of the members, but he had built a rapport with the trainers and was welcome anytime. They still paid the fee. It didn't hurt to be courteous. The boss at the gym had tried to decline the payment and pay Rafix instead, but Rafix didn't see it that way. He was mostly there for his son, and any advantage any of the other trainees received was purely incidental. The twins had begun receiving instruction on different crafting methods, expanding their repertoire of things they could make. They had finally reached their Tier 2 classes, and Rievan had been shocked to learn that they had epic Tier 1 classes when it was revealed that their Tier 2 classes were also epic. Does that mean I would have had an epic Tier 1 class regardless of whether or not I had had a forced class transition? Would I have had access to epic Tier 2 classes if I had been able to select the inherent epic Tier 1 class like my sisters? Would I have been able to advance to a legendary Tier 2 class if the conscription had come after I had been able to receive my epic Tier 1 class? Rievan didn't know, and he was unlikely ever to know. The questions were endless and with no answers, so he simply threw them to the back of his head. He was genuinely happy for his sisters, but he felt a little strange now that they were technically in the same tier. It wasn't the same thing at all, with him being so close to officially advancing to Tier 3, but the technicality made him feel as if he was lagging behind. He knew deep down that that wasn't the case. He had been frozen in time for 3 years, and he had deliberately halted his level advancement, but he hadn't really considered the possibility of being around the same level tier as his younger sisters. He knew it would happen eventually, what with how levels increased per tier and experience requirements increased while gains decreased. He had thought they wouldn't be around the same tier until he was mid to late Tier 4 though. The twins had advanced to an epic Tier 2 class called Scion of Rafinux. Everyone was a bit confused by the name. At first, they thought it was the system making an error on Rafix's name, but that couldn't have been the case. They just tossed it away as not important. Truly wasn't. The important thing was that they had such a superior Tier 2 class without having to jump through all the hoops Rievan had to. Their Tier 2 class focused on magical crafting, just like they had already been doing, and the class skills were nothing to scoff at. They were able to manipulate materials with their mana just as easily as if they had access to the tools for mundane crafting. Rievan had watched as they melted some metal at room temperature and melded it into the shape they wanted. Usually a skill like that wouldn't become available to a crafter class until Tier 4, even if they had an epic Tier 3 class. The only downside was that their mana reserves weren't able to keep up with their class skills. They wouldn't be able to maintain a decent pace of crafting using those skills until they either leveled them up significantly or until they had already advanced to their Tier 3 class. Fully unlocking their bloodline would work, but their parents were going to follow conventional wisdom in that aspect. The twins were going to have to work without the advantage to gain life experience before they were afforded the boost. I have one final lesson for your mana training. Emelian spoke up as dinner wound down. It's really 2 exercises, but I'm going to teach you both of them tonight, hence the final lesson. They're not the last things you'll learn, but they're the last things I have to teach you. You know that weaving tapestries within your spells grant significant boosts, but I don't think anyone has ever instructed you on how to increase your ability to do so. Come with me and I'll show you. After the family cleaned up the remnants of dinner, they dispersed to their different areas. Rievan followed his mother into a side room where they would have some privacy. There are 2 aspects to how powerful imaging can be in your spells. Emelian started: speed and accuracy. Accuracy doesn't necessarily mean how realistic your image is. It means how close to the concept you have envisioned your image represents. Naturally, a more realistic image will usually better represent the concept you're imaging, but not always. Speed goes without saying. If you have to waste minutes creating an image that will give a 10 boost to your spell, then you've wasted your time. You could have just cast the spell multiple times without any kind of image. You need to be able to imprint your image nearly instantaneously, and there are a couple of tricks to accomplish that I'll explain to you later. First, you need to focus on what kind of imaging you'll be creating. The best method that I know of is to start simple and move your way up to more complex. The easiest imaging you can do is abstract watercolors. Affinities have a range of colors they can manifest as, such as red and orange for fire, and blue and white for water and ice. There is overlap in the colors though, and they don't have to be exact until you become a master. Even I don't always manage to create perfect images at a reasonable speed, and I've been practicing for nearly 2 decades. The first exercise is to build your spell shell. Select the mana appropriate for the imaging, then slam that mana into the interior of your spell shell. Just fill it in as quickly as possible. Don't worry about anything else to begin with. Then you dissipate your spell shell and do it again. Dissipate the shell and do it again, over and over. Each time you slam your colors into the spell shell, make small tweaks to better represent the concept you're trying to imbue. Let's say you want to increase the explosiveness of a fire blast spell. Obviously, you would choose fire mana, but another good affinity to select to complement the spell is air mana. Air mana is predominantly green in color, but what makes up green? Emelian paused for Rievin to think about what she had said and ponder the question. He had never really gone too in-depth with the imaging aspect of spell casting, and even Kefira had focused her more advanced techniques she taught to him on the weaves and knots. Green is yellow and blue, Rievin answered. And fire can be represented by red, orange, and yellow, Emelian continued. She held her hand out and created a mana ball representing what she was explaining. She went step by step so that Rievin could follow along with the logic. She started with a maelstrom of deep green that slowly shifted into yellow. It was like a mini tornado. As the color shifted to yellow and expanded ever outward, the colors deepened into orange, though there were still some strands that shifted back to yellow to continue to represent air. The orange continued to shift in hue until it was a deep red, and Emelian was left with a perfect orb. A green tornado filled the interior, and it seamlessly shifted colors until the outer edge was a deep red. This is a great watercolor representation of a fire blast spell, Emelian said. You won't be able to do this yet. Instead, you should start with this. Emelian held her other hand up and copied the process. This time, she didn't make any shapes, and she didn't have the colors meld into each other. At the center of the new orb was a green dot, surrounded by a yellow ring, then followed by orange and then red. The colors were distinct and the image was very simple. You might not even be able to get something like this the first several times you try it, Emelian said. Don't be discouraged. You should probably start with a two-dimensional image too. Just form your spell shell, then gather affinities to fill the imagining and slam it into the interior of the shell. That seems easy enough, Rievin said. Emelian gave him a skeptical look. As an exercise concept, Rievin hurriedly amended. I mean that the training seems simple enough. For now, Emelian agreed. This is only introducing you to the most basic form of abstract watercolor imaging, though. This is what I would create for my own fire blast spell. Emelian dissipated the other orbs and instantly formed a new one. The image of a star exploding in great detail appeared above her hand. Rievin was gobsmacked at the image in front of him. He could feel the power in the image his mother displayed. There weren't just the concepts of fire and air mixed together. He could sense plasma, light, darkness, and even her Tier 4 celestial affinity was in the mix, among others. That's different, Rievin finally said. Emelian smirked. That's the first part of the final lesson for today, Emelian said, the orb winking out of existence. The last thing I'm going to teach you is derivative of mana circulation. Until now, you've circulated your mana through your meridians to increase your affinities. There's another exercise you can do that will help speed things up. It won't directly increase your affinity levels, but it will increase your progress rate. You might be asking yourself, why isn't that the first thing we learn then? And the answer to that is that it's not possible until your affinity level is around 60. You need firm control over the mana in order to do it safely, otherwise, you could cause irreparable harm to yourself. Do I have your attention? Rievin nodded his head. The last method is to disperse the affinity into every inch of your body. Fill each and every cell in your body with the affinity. You want to steep your very being in the affinity. If you don't have a firm grasp on your affinity, you could destroy your cells with the mana, and when they reform, they will be fundamentally different. They will be built out of that affinity. This would greatly enhance your ability to level that affinity, but for that cell, it would be forever locked out of every other affinity, effectively crippling that part of yourself. If someone was only able to use one affinity for their entire lives, it would be an acceptable thing to do, but people aren't like that. Life isn't like that. I have no idea what would happen if someone remolded their entire being into one specific affinity, but I doubt it would be anything good. Your meridians are designed to carry mana, which is why this isn't a concern when doing your mana circulation, but the rest of your body isn't built that way. I'm sure you've noticed that any time you've wanted to move your mana about to a different part of your body, say releasing a spell from your feet, you actually move the mana there along the meridian lines, and the point of expulsion is also from the meridian. Rievin thought back to the many times he had infused his body with mana. He had done it many times when using his body as a weapon and activating the elemental weapon skill, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized his mother was right. He wasn't actually infusing every aspect of his body with the mana instead. It was radiating out from the meridian lines inside his body. There was a difference between radiating mana out from the meridians and infusing the cells on a fundamental level with the mana. Another reason why we don't teach this method first is that it's painful, Emelian continued. When you infuse fire mana into your being, you'll heat up and feel like you're on fire. When you infuse ice, you'll cool down and feel like you're frozen. It's quite uncomfortable. Imagine what it would feel like to steep your entire being with the slashing affinity. One has to have the necessary willpower to withstand the exercise, and pain resistance doesn't afford any protection. That last statement got Rievin's attention. There were very few things that could bypass pain resistance. He realized that his mental fortitude and iron will were about to get another round of advancement in the near future. That's basically it for the last lesson. You'll feel when your cells are straining, and you need to retract the mana. Remember, only use the affinities you've reached level 60 or higher on, or you won't be able to control them well enough on such a scale. Because of the nature of what you're practicing, you should always do this exercise second to last. Do all of your mana skills training first, then when you're wrapping things up, do this exercise followed by regular mana circulation after. Don't try to use mana absorption at the same time unless your affinity is 80 or higher. I know your basic elements are above 80 at this point, but you need to gain some experience with the exercise before you try to complicate things. I'll leave you in peace to practice for now, but call me before you first attempt the last exercise. I'll come to watch over you, so nothing goes wrong. Emelian gave a small smile and kissed Rievin on the forehead before departing. Now that he was alone, Rievin got down to business with his new training method. He formed his spell shell and flung his mana affinities inside over and over again. His mother was right that he wouldn't be able to achieve even a basic two-dimensional representation of the fire blast spell right away. Colors were only in their approximate locations, and he continued to tweak them over and over. After an hour of hard work, he finally had a decent-looking ring of colors. Am I going to have to do this for every single spell I know? Rievin thought with despair. I'm sure after gaining a modicum of expertise in the ability, I'll be able to shave some of the training time off, but every spell has its own unique concept. Many spells have more than one, just the fire blast spell has several. What if I want the explosive force not to contain as much fire? What if I want the fire to burn more in a condensed space? That's 3 different concepts I'll have to practice, right there. His parents weren't lying over the years when they said training was endless. He was finally figuring out what higher-level casters did all the time. It was much more complicated for Rievin to visualize an image and then try to recreate that mental image with his mana than he had thought. Even though he was using his mind and not his hands, he had a hard time grasping how to translate what he was seeing in his head into a tangible image. He sunk into the exercise like he hadn't done anything in a long time. Every waking moment he was chewing on the problem. His sisters didn't help. They didn't know that they were rubbing it in his face, but every time he looked at them, they had some sort of complicated creation of some sort or another at the tips of their fingers. He fondly remembered the painting they had done of him and his friends at the dinner table that even managed to shift depending on the perspective you viewed it from. They weren't great teachers either. No matter how he posed the question to them, they didn't understand how Rievin wasn't able to create the works of art that they could. It came so naturally to them that they would be masters without being able to explain the fundamentals of how it worked. They would see a problem, think for a second, and then just give the solution like it was obvious, completely skipping all of the steps required to arrive at the answer. Emelian just chuckled at his struggle and interaction with the twins. You're thinking about the problem too hard, she said. I've shown you the end goal, but you're forgetting that I told you you're working on the simplest of the simple exercises. You need to build a foundation in other things before you increase the complexity of your work. What is it that I do every day, and what is it the girls started doing? You weave, Rievin answered. He didn't see how that would help him in this situation. He already had the mana weaves down. And the girls did the same thing, just with grass and different colored plants they could find. You're seeing the overall picture without delving deeper, Emelian chastised. What is it that I'm weaving? What is it that the girls did with their different colors? Ah, I feel stupid. Rievin smacked himself on the forehead. You're weaving patterns, and the girls started with simple images before they moved to more complex ones. Exactly, Emelian nodded her head. It's not just that casters are more focused on mental stats over their physical ones, they also have to develop the appropriate skills for it, too. You've been so far ahead in every other aspect that I sometimes forget that you haven't dabbled in the arts more. I've done piano, Rievin thought for a moment. Is there any way to translate that skill toward visualizing images for casting? At a later time, Emelian answered. You can definitely add more complex concepts like sounds, even moving images, to your imaging, but you're not there yet. I really should have had you enroll in an artwork class when you were at the academy all those years ago. I just wasn't thinking because you were so focused on your martial skills for so long. There's a reason other than talent that people don't spread themselves too thin. Yeah, I've never had enough time to do all the things that I've wanted, Rievin replied. Now that I have a direction, though, I think I can make some progress soon. Rievin began to carry around a satchel with parchment and pencils. He wasn't ready to make colorful masterpieces by his own hand, but he did stop to copy images he could see from time to time. He had a lot of pieces of weapons and soldiers standing in formation sitting in his satchel already. He was rewarded with his hard work, though, and he gained several skills that would further his ability to image properly. Skills leveled up, Tier 1, Drawing 2325. Penmanship 3334. New skills unlocked, Tier 1, Shading 07. Tracing 07. Tier 2, Color Correction 01. All the drawing had spurred his skill that he had acquired a while ago to continue improving, and it had even advanced his penmanship a level. He hadn't expected shading to be a separate skill, but after seeing the difference in his drawings after having unlocked the skill, he realized how important it actually was. There was an entire gradient of shades one needed to use to convey the image better, and the skill helped him gauge exactly the depth he needed to make it pop. Surprisingly, increasing his shading skill had come with the Tier 2 color correction skill, even though he was working exclusively with black and white drawings. There was a certain sense of gaining the skill. Black and white could convey just as much meaning as the regular color spectrum if done the right way. His increased skills, so far, only marginally helped his mental visualization and mana imaging, but he did see some progress. He could feel his abilities working towards unlocking a new skill, but he wasn't quite there yet. I'm guessing that the next one will be visualization itself, Ryevin mused. I honestly don't see how it couldn't be a skill, what with how important it is. His mother had never come right out and explained the skills he would need, but her very words alluded to them. Finding out for himself without being told helped him develop his abilities more naturally. If someone had given him a road map to follow, then there would be no space for experimentation. He would just walk along the path already laid before him, and that wouldn't be him. Another half a month passed, and it was time for Ryevin to take another break from his duties assigned by Kefira's father. The training of the others had gone much smoother than he had anticipated. There was no pushback or fighting. There were no egos getting out of control. All of the officers and senior enlisted members who had been assigned to learn from him had been eager to further their own understanding of warfare and combat. News had come back from the first company that had been sent to work as mercenaries. They hadn't done much yet, as the first month had been spent in regulatory hell. A nation backing a mercenary company was a new thing. Most mercenaries were independent adventurers, signing on to bolster the ranks of a nation needing to purge monsters. The new war had created a vacuum for professionals to fill. As of yet, only the soldiers trained by Ryevin could loosely fit that definition, but it was only a matter of time before others gained the necessary experience to do it themselves. Having the backing of an empire would allow for much higher quality gear and personnel, but that also came with a premium price. Ryevin could envision an entire industry of displaced adventurers, with experience fighting against other humans forming in the near future. There might even one day be an entire organization that rivaled the Adventurers Guild if the conflict spread far enough. It would have to encompass multiple clusters for something like that to happen, though, Ryevin thought. The Adventurers Guild, as far as I'm aware, permeates the entire realm. There's not really a necessity for a mercenary guild to grow that large at this point. Where would I fit in all of that? I'm basically spearheading the entire thing, and if I'm not off my mark, I'm guessing Janet is going to want me to lead a mercenary company of my own under Kefira's banner. Captain Cormac is going to be leading his company to the front lines next week, Kaiser said. Ryevin snapped out of his musings, called back to the present by Kaiser's statement. Ryevin had been summoned to the petition hall, where he met with Janet, Garrett, and Kaiser to discuss the situation on the other side. His position was a bit special, as his rank and role in the Imperial Army didn't qualify him to attend the meeting, but his role as the Imperial liaison assigned by Kefira did. They've finally worked out all of the ins and outs of the contract, and they're going to go into service directly, Kaiser continued. We'll keep an eye on them and see how well their month-long training session prepared them for the actual thing. It would be best if they're able to provide a stable example for the others to follow, Ryevin commented. Having a strong line across the front would be better for everyone. Let's just hope that the Allied commanders have a head on their shoulders and don't wallow in their old ways of monster fighting. That was something that was taken into consideration, Janet said. We don't know how well they're going to operate on the larger front, and since we only sent a company so far, I don't want my soldiers to face undue danger because of incompetence on their part. They're going to be going to the far reaches where the enemy numbers are much less. It's a double-edged sword, doing it that way though, Kaiser said with a nod. They'll be safer that way, but their example won't spread to the larger forces as quickly. I'm not as concerned with their safety as I am with my own troops, Janet replied. Ryevin nodded his head at the statement. It was a harsh reality. They all hoped for the best for their allies, and not just because it would make the war effort better for their own people. That being said, they couldn't prioritize outsiders over their own well-being. In the end, it was more important for their soldiers to contribute where they could, gain the necessary experience, and return home alive for any future incursions they might face one day. Right now, there isn't a whole lot of news other than the impending setting off of the company, Garrett said. We'll be holding these meetings as often as the teleport circle rotates to the empire in question. This is just the first meeting, and we wanted everyone to have a clear idea of what's going on. Ryevin, you have one more month in your position as lead trainer. This last month, instead of evaluating the troops, your job will be to evaluate the job of the instructors. If all goes well, and we hear positive results back from the company we've already sent, This is definitely something that we want to expand to the entire Imperial Army. You won't be required to do it personally, as long as everything works out how we hope. Revan already understood all of that, but there was nothing wrong with receiving a refresher. What will my role be after that? Revan asked. You're an officer in the Imperial Army, Janet answered with amusement. What sort of role do you think you should have? I figured you were going to have me raise a banner in Kefira's name and lead my own mercenary company for a time, Revan said. That's exactly what we had in mind, however. Because of the nature of the mission and your relationship with Kefira, I'll leave that as voluntary. I won't demand that you do such a thing. You have time to discuss it with Kefira and your family as well. Speaking of my family, I'm sure that if I agree to go, my father will want to accompany me. Is that feasible? Your path is still one of exploration, Janet replied. We're going to be looking to expand the war effort beyond just the standing army. As such, you'll receive a promotion to captain and receive a writ, but you'll have to raise your own private force. How you set it up is up to you, so there's no problem having your father accompany you. Excellent, Revan replied. With that news, he already had some ideas in his head. He would need to send out some letters. He was sure there were more than a few from his old company in Drallo that would jump at the chance to join him again. Not only would they get official entry into a Tier 4 region, but they would be working together again. I don't know about all of the volunteers that served with me, but those in leadership positions will most likely come up. They're the ones I spent the most time with after all. I wonder what they're all up to. Did they go back to adventuring with their teams? Did all of their old party members survive the ordeal? I'll also have to discuss this with Dad. He's used to being in charge. I'm sure we can figure something out. He, his subordinates, and my old comrades together will be able to build the bones of a very powerful force, actually. Revan was excited about the prospect of going off on an adventure with his father. He had been anticipating going to the dungeon Rafix had access to with his high-level party soon. He just hadn't had the necessary time off to do so, and he wasn't going to spend his 1 week of off time in a dungeon with his dad when he could spend it with Kefira. I'm glad to see that you're not completely against the idea, Janet said after watching Revan think for a moment. The more I think about it, the more I think it's a good idea, Revan admitted. I'll just have to convince Kefira that it's the right thing to do. I'm sure you'll find a way, Janet said with a slight smirk. Revan narrowed his eyes as he sensed a trap. This might be a combination strike between Janet and Silpha in their little game, Revan realized. This might lead to a small conflict between us, and there's no telling what Silpha might get up to in my absence. I'll have to handle this delicately. Revan didn't let the thoughts discourage him. He wasn't lying when he said the more he thought about it, the better it sounded. He hadn't been completely sold on the idea when it had just been speculation on his part. He had expected to take over one of the Imperial Army companies, though, and learning that it was another effort to expand their efforts outside of the Imperial Army and that he could take his father and his crew, he realized that it was the most appropriate step forward for him. Running dungeons as they reset was a great way to gain experience, though the higher-tier dungeons had a longer time between resets. It wasn't just Rafix's dungeon that he had access to that reset once a month. All of the Tier 4 dungeons in Wispen had a month-long reset time as compared to the 1-week reset time found in Tier 1 regions. Leading a military unit and fighting in a war offered almost as much experience as a good dungeon run, but it didn't have any time constraints built into it. If he could utilize his father's key for his own troops once a month as well as lead them in combat in the field, he could grow a substantial force even when considering the high starting point he was imagining. That's another thing I'll have to consult my father about. I need to know exactly how his access key and that dungeon work. Is it the key itself that sets the instance, or is it based on who uses it? If it's the latter, we could send parties in one at a time almost constantly when we have downtime, but if it's the former, we'd have to prioritize an elite team. The discussion about the mercenary company and the plans for Revan in the future was done. Revan wasn't even paying attention to the meeting anymore at this point. His mind was filled with possibilities and plans for the future. Revan, a voice intruded on his thoughts. Revan looked up to see Kaiser standing in front of him. He looked around and noticed that the other 2 members of Kefira's family had already departed, and he was alone with Kaiser. Oh, is it that time already? Revan asked. Kaiser just smirked. Yeah, for about 5 minutes now, he replied. You didn't respond the first couple of times I called your name. I was about to smack you upside the head to get your attention. Ah, well, just been thinking about the situation, Revan said, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. It's not a big deal, I don't have anywhere to be right now, Kaiser said with a shrug. I just figured it would be bad taste to leave you here alone. Who knows how long you'd have sat there in contemplation before realizing something was off. The 2 made their way out of the petition hall, so it seems like I won't be able to be a constant sparring partner for you after all, Revan said. Maybe when I get back, unless your dad sends you off on a mercenary mission as well. That's unlikely to happen, Kaiser answered. The only reason I was dispatched to Drallo is because of Kefira. I'm usually required to be in the capital at all times. Nominally, my uncle is the general of the army, but he's got his own things on and he doesn't spend much time here. Unless there's a true emergency, I'm the one running the show. That makes sense, Ryevin said. He's got to be high enough level that he basically has to be in a Tier 5 region to gain enough experience to continue his growth, and he needs to keep growing to be the final arbiter of defense for the nation. Well, I mean, he's not the only one, Kaiser said. There are a lot of older family members out there, and there's also the older members of the noble families, and some of the more prominent non-noble families, too. He's just the one in an official position. One day I'll probably take up the mantle and do the exact same thing. Until then, I think we can do something about our sparring sessions right now, Ryevin said, looking Kaiser in the eye. You've been a bit busy recently, but I think if you join my father and me for our morning training sessions, you'll be pleasantly surprised. My dad is much more skilled than I am, and I guarantee you won't have to hold back with your stats when you spar against him. I've been meaning to ask, but I didn't want to come across as rude, Kaiser said. You and I have a relationship, and he and Kefira have one as well, but I'm just your future brother-in-law. It might be a little weird for me to impose on your father for personal reasons. I see that you've come to accept the inevitable, Ryevin said with a laugh. It might seem weird to some people, but I don't see it that way. Our families work in a different way than most people, at least as far as commoners go. The noble and prominent families all keep together as a clan for the most part, and our families are the same. You got a point there, Kaiser said. Sometimes I forget that you're not actually a commoner yourself. Your situation is just unique, kind of like a nomadic imperial family. Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate, Ryevin agreed. I'll talk to my dad. You'll just need to show up. Tomorrow morning should be good. Aren't you guys training at the Strikers Guild right now? Kaiser asked. Not every day, Ryevin said. Even though I've made good progress on my pugilist skill, I still have a lot of other weapons that I train with, and I just won't be able to keep up with them if I exclude everything else to focus on the Strikers Guild. I go 3 times a week. I feel like it's a good balance for me. All right, sounds like a plan. I'll see you in the morning then. See you, Ryevin said with a parting wave. Now I just need to wait for Kefira to get home and have that conversation with her. Absolutely not. Kefira put her foot down. Well, hold on, you haven't even listened to my arguments yet, Ryevin said. I don't need to hear it, Kefira responded with a shrug. You're just going to tell me all about the benefits you could get, how it'll be great for your personal growth, and how it'll do wonders for the trust my parents put into you. No, actually, I wasn't going to mention any of that, Ryevin said, shaking his head. Kefira raised an eyebrow, skeptical of his assertion. You already know all of that, Ryevin replied, seeing an opening. And your objections were going to be along the lines of us being separated for an unreasonable amount of time just as we've really started our relationship. Kefira kept staring at Ryevin, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with his words. He continued on. My argument is simply, what's stopping you from going with me? Kefira's eyes widened at the question. She had apparently not even considered it. She had just got back from a life experience excursion. The conventional wisdom was to consolidate and build on the experiences one gained in order to advance to the best class one could unlock. Then they would spend some time getting used to their new class for quite some time before heading out on another excursion. It wasn't typical to leave on an adventure right after having returned from an extended one, at least not for members of the imperial family. Is there any reason why you can't do what you would normally do at home abroad? As far as I know, you're not really obligated to attend classes at the academy, and your mentor is more for general magic at this point. You've grown beyond what he can teach you about space magic, and your foundation is solid enough that I doubt you need to spend much more time in the academy. I hadn't thought about it that way, Kefira admitted. The biggest roadblock to this course of action isn't my studies, though, but my parents. They're not going to like sending me out right after I came home, especially if my destination is a war zone. Heh, I've already considered that too, Ryevin said with a grin. We'll just leave the convincing to my mother. Every argument your parents could make to keep you here, my parents could make the same and then some against sending me. If they're in our corner, there's nothing your parents will be able to do. While I agree with the sentiment, you shouldn't underestimate my mother, Kefira said. I'm sure she'll pull something to throw a wrench in our plans. I see that you're referring to it as our plans, Ryevin teased. Kefira rolled her eyes. I'll admit if I'm able to go with you, that's basically my entire argument thrown out the window. Still, we'll need to keep on our toes when bringing this up to my parents. We'll deal with it as it comes, Ryevin said. I'm sure they'll see things our way. Plus, we still have quite some time before anyone goes anywhere. I still have the last month of training to oversee, and then I'll have to raise and train my own troops. We'll have to decide which empire we go to as well. Are we going to join the Imperial Army companies already sent out, or are we going to open up a new front? There are pros and cons to both choices. I've already sent out letters to my old comrades from Drallo, so we'll also have to wait for them to arrive, too. I'm sure they'll get here before it's time to go, but you never know. They might be busy with their own things and have to delay their departure. It seems like you've got a handle on it already, Kefira said. I think I might take a hiatus from the academy, either way. It's not just you that I need to spend time with. I think I'll spend my days with your mother and sisters. That's a good idea, Rievin said. I'm sure there are a lot of things you could learn from my mother, so it's not like you'll be abandoning your own training either. That's the only thing I'm actually worried about, Kefira said with a chuckle. I know I've grown on your mother, but I've seen how your parents have trained you over the years, and they love you. Rievin folded his arms as he took a seat on the sidelines of the training grounds. Kefira took a seat next to him, with Cyrilla still standing behind her. They weren't necessarily going to take a break, but the sparring session between Kaiser and Rafix was about to begin. The maid staff from Kefira's household stood a little ways off, also waiting to watch the session. Rafix had been relentless in his training of everyone present ever since he had joined, though. To be fair, it was mainly in coming up with interesting ways to deplete their stamina. The actual training methods were mostly tame, with Rafix watching over them with a critical eye as they went through their motions, and the sparring sessions were between people of equal skill levels. The staff had grown to enjoy the training sessions, despite the torture they went through to get exhausted beforehand. Do you want a friendly, competitive match, or do you want to be destroyed? Rafix addressed Kaiser. Kaiser stood with his spear at the ready, not willing to give his opponent any openings in case he pulled a surprise attack stunt. It wasn't unheard of, even in friendly sparring sessions, and it wasn't frowned upon either. Training to be prepared for an unexpected attack was part and parcel of combat training, after all. I want you to give me everything you got, old man, Kaiser replied. Rafix quirked an eyebrow at the statement. He was standing with his arms at his side with no weapon in sight. He held his hand out, and a training spear flew from the stand where it had rested through the air into his hand. He deftly caught it and brought it into the ready position. Hey, now what was that? Rievin called out. I've never seen you do that before. Neat trick, huh? Rafix replied with a smirk. Actually, I just learned how to do it. You're not the only one who's constantly improving. That's a fun trick indeed, but it's not very practical, Kefira commented. When are you going to be without a weapon in the midst of combat? You'd be surprised, Rievin said with a shrug. What if your weapon breaks? What if you find a weakness in the enemy, but you need a longer-reaching weapon, and there just happens to be a spear lying on the ground? I can think of a lot of instances where it might be useful. Fair point, Kefira replied. I'm thinking more along the lines of one-on-one duels, and you're thinking about the battlefield. The two halted their conversation about the merits of Rafix's new ability and focused on the sparring session. The wind whipped up between the two, standing and staring at each other before either of them even moved. Kaiser was already panting and had sweat dripping from his brow. He was visibly struggling to maintain his proper stance. Rafix didn't have that problem. He had participated with everyone else in making sure that he was just as tired before the training sessions truly began, but this was how he always trained. His body had long since ingrained in itself always to maintain perfect posture at all times, no matter how he felt. Rievin suspected that he could have a lance through his stomach and daggers in his back and still maintain the perfect fighting stance. Rafix had agreed to relegate his stats to match Kaiser's, but it was immediately obvious that he far surpassed Kaiser in skill the second he moved. Kaiser took a staggering step back as Rafix instantly appeared before him, stabbing forth with his spear. The spear seemed to defy all logic, and without wavering in the slightest, it thrust right through all of Kaiser's attempts to parry it. Kaiser had to abandon his attempt at blocking, and he rolled on his back, springing to his feet in a guard stance once more. Rafix didn't relent, and he continued that same thrust without pause, moving his body forward to match Kaiser's retreat. The spear appeared to snake around all of Kaiser's efforts while simultaneously moving in a straight line, and the tip of the blunted training spear halted against Kaiser's throat. The match was over before it had even begun. Kaiser wasn't able to block one move. He stared wide-eyed at Rafix over the length of the spear, his own spear forgotten in his hands at this side. What was that? Kaiser shouted, "You said to give you everything I got," Rafix replied with a shrug, lowering the spear. "I took that to mean you wanted to be destroyed. I take it back," Kaiser said. "I want to have at least the chance to put up a fight. Then you should have said you wanted a friendly, competitive match." "Well, now I know. Now you know," Rafix confirmed. "Also, what was it you called me? Old man, how old are you, Kaiser?" "Huh," Kaiser was taken aback. "I'm 26. "I'm only 10 years older than you," Rafix said. Kaiser's body froze, and he stared at Rafix in confusion for a few moments. His mind had gone completely blank at the statement. "Wait, you mean to tell me that you're younger than my oldest brother and sister?" "I mean, I'm telling you I'm 36. I don't know how old your siblings are." "Garrett is 41 and Faria is 37, Kaiser said. "Then yes, I'm younger than them. How old did you think I was?" Rafix asked. "Our parents are in their 70s. I just assumed you were around the same age as them. It gets hard to tell when people's vitality gets to a certain point." "That's true, but there are ways. Anyway, why call me old man at all? I don't look old. I was just taunting you," Kaiser replied with a shrug. "I figured it would make you take the sparring session more seriously. I didn't know you were going to obliterate me like that." "You're playing with fire," Rafix answered with a laugh. you didn't tell them. Rievin leaned over and whispered to Kefira. About your parents' age, Kefira replied. Why would I? She tilted her head. Fair enough. Rafix and Kaiser resumed their stances across from each other. They both assumed a ready stance once more. They hadn't particularly spent any of their energy in the short exchange a moment ago, so they were still ready to go. A friendly, competitive match this time, Kaiser called out. Sure, Rafix smirked. Once again, a wind whipped up between them. It was decidedly different this time, though. Rafix dashed forward at a more normal speed. His stats were equivalent to Kaiser's, so they were much higher than he had displayed with everyone else. He didn't use his near teleportation speed this time, though. Rievin didn't know if that had been some sort of skill, or if he was just able to utilize his stats more efficiently, but he was moving at a slower pace now. Their spears flashed through the air. Kaiser was able to deflect the strikes and turn the turning of his spear into counterattacks this time. He was under no illusion that he would be able to defeat Rafix anymore, but that didn't mean he wouldn't give his best. Kaiser didn't just use his spear's skill. He used everything he had available to him. He cycled through blocking, dodging, striking, counterattacking, and using his class skills. He wasn't able to gain the initiative even with his class skills thrown into the mix, but it did prolong the inevitable. Rievin paid particular attention when Kaiser initiated his Thousand Lances skill. He had been trying to pinpoint the mechanism for activating the Flurry of Fists skill he had witnessed from the strikers, and Thousand Lances seemed to follow the same concept. Rievin's body twitched as he envisioned activating the skill with his own stamina, and Kefira eyed him suspiciously. Rievin gave her a reassuring look, and she returned her attention back to the sparring session, after a smile to indicate she wasn't worried. Rievin's body continued to spasm as he thought about the skills. The sparring session went about the way that Rievin and everyone else had predicted. Kaiser was constantly on the back foot. He was marshaling all of his skill, using it to his utmost ability to fend off the relentless attacks that Rafix threw at him. It didn't last, though, and Rafix began using his transcendent ability. Kaiser stumbled in confusion when a spear thrust blew him back like he had been smacked with a hammer. He briefly glanced between Rafix's spear and his own, but he didn't have time to analyze what exactly had happened. Rafix was upon him once more. Rafix didn't alter all of his strikes. He slashed and twirled his spear about normally before Kaiser once more dodged back in confusion when his danger sense warned him that something was wrong. A strand of hair fluttered to the ground, having been slashed when Rafix had clearly thrust his spear once more. What is happening? Kaiser asked as he recovered his stance. I don't know what you mean, Rafix answered. He stepped forward and performed an overhead swing. Kaiser met the attack with a block from his spear, but as soon as the two spears made contact, Kaiser's body curved in a C shape as if he had been slammed in the ribs. He staggered to the side before crumpling to his knees. I yield, Kaiser called out. He held his side in obvious discomfort. Sorry about that. Rafix dropped his arm holding the spear and used his other hand to help Kaiser to his feet. I didn't mean to hit you so hard. I've gotten used to sparring with Rievin, and he's able to see through my ability. Truly sorry. It's fine, Kaiser wheezed, hunching over with his hand on his ribs. What were you doing? I was using my transcendent ability. I can manipulate the nature of the force of my attacks, even alter the direction at will. Transcendent ability, Kaiser replied with a deadpan expression. You've achieved the transcendent level, and you're 36 years old. It was a statement, not a question. Yeah, Rafix answered with a shrug. I was stuck at level 100 for years and years. Training Rievin over the years when he was a child finally pushed me to level 101. Kaiser forgot about the ache in his ribs as he palmed his face with his hand. His body shook, and it took Rievin a moment to realize he was laughing. I know that some of my older family members in the deeper parts of the Tier 5 region have reached the transcendent level from my uncle, but they're all over 200 years old. My uncle was the most skilled martial classer I'd ever personally met before, and his primary skill level is only about 95 or 96. He's well over 100 years old, too. How in the world have you managed to reach a transcendent skill level at such a young age? I've led an interesting life, Rafix answered with a serious expression. I wouldn't wish the same on anyone else. An interesting life, you say, Kaiser said. I haven't had much time to learn about it from Rievin, but maybe one day you'll share your tale with us. Sure, Rafix shrugged. We're not hiding anything, we just don't broadcast it everywhere we go. Anytime, Rafix chuckled. Kaiser waved to Rievin and Kefira. He put his training spear back in its place and hobbled out of the training grounds. Rafix turned to face the spectators. The maid staff had been frozen with wide eyes ever since Rafix had summarily defeated Kaiser in their first match, and it had only gotten more pronounced during the second match. What are you all waiting for? Rafix shouted. The maids came back to themselves, looking around at each other. Let's get to work. Kefira, Cyrilla, and the maids all lined up to perform their weapons training under Rafix's instruction. He stalked back and forth with his teaching rod, though he didn't have to use it nearly as often as he had to when he first started. Rievin didn't join them in their line, though. He walked up to Rafix. How come you didn't use that ability where your spear avoided all of Kazer's attempts to parry it against me? Ryevin asked. I did, Rafix replied. It didn't work against you. He shrugged. You've mentioned a skill that helps you perceive the changes I make with my transcendent ability. I imagine that same skill allows you to notice the truth of my regular strikes, too. Well, how exactly did you do that? Ryevin continued to ask. There's no huge secret behind it. You're almost able to do it yourself, and I've seen the beginnings of such. It's all about using your opponent's perception against them. When your skill is high enough, you can make them see what you want them to see with your attacks. Ryevin stood in front of a punching bag that they had installed after they had started training with the striker's gym. He assumed a boxing stance and performed some exploratory moves. His stamina coursed through his body, enhancing his strikes as well as stabilizing his body. Not quite like this, more like this, Ryevin corrected himself. The way I've been stabilizing my body would only work if I were practically standing still, but Kazer didn't have that problem. He was able to freely move about while activating his Thousand Lances skill. Ryevin continued to experiment, adjusting the way he used his stamina. He hopped around the punching bag until he started to get a better feel for how the stamina affected his body, and suddenly his fists blurred as he struck twice at the same time. New skill unlocked. Martial class skill, Double Punch 01. Ryevin nearly stumbled at the successful activation of the skill. He stood and looked at the notification window with some surprise for a moment before his face broke out in a grin. He immediately pulled up his class skills and abandoned charge to replace it with Double Punch. The system clearly labeled Double Punch as a martial class skill, so he suspected he needed to use it in a martial class skill slot. His charge skill as well as cleave skill had long since passed the 100 mark, but there hadn't been a significant change to the skill like a general skill would when surpassing 100. He hadn't focused too much of his effort on being able to activate cleave manually, but since he could do so with charge, and he had leveled it up past his initial goal, he decisively switched it out. He would focus on turning it into a general skill, soon with his ability to use it without system assistance. Ryevin performed the new skill multiple times, noting that the stamina requirement was considerably less than what he had expended in order to learn the skill. The skill that he unlocked wasn't exactly the same as what he had seen with Flurry of Fists and Thousand Lances. Those other skills were a rain of multiple blows, but his Double Punch skill performed 2 attacks simultaneously on the exact same location. The first thing Ryevin focused on with his new training was to punch 2 different spots at the same time instead of the same spot. He continued to adjust the way his stamina coursed through his body when using the skill, but now that he had the system assistance, he only needed to apply slight alterations instead of using it completely manually. It took him 30 minutes and hundreds of skill activations, but he eventually managed to punch his target on opposite sides at the same time. He continued to perform the maneuver until he was able to freely choose his targets. Skill altered. Martial class skill, Double Punch. The stamina activation has been permanently altered. Nice. Ryevin lifted his arms in triumph. He wiped the sweat from his brow as he checked his stamina usage. Stamina, 4,013, 15,860. Still good, now it's time for the next step. Ryevin walked over to the arsenal of training weapons and selected several of them. He carried them with him back to the punching bag, setting all but the training sword down on the ground. He held his sword at the ready and focused his intent. He attempted to activate the Double Punch skill with a sword in his hand, but the first couple of attempts ended up with him lashing out with the pommel of the sword instead of the blade. His body still wanted to perform a punch instead of just an attack. Before he succeeded in his strike, he switched his weapon. Ryevin cycled through the various weapons while activating the skill. Most of the time, he punched while holding the weapon, but if he was using a weapon that was held differently or from further away, nothing happened. When he stood back holding the whip, his stamina coursed through his body, but he felt strange as it didn't finish the cycle and dissipated into nothing as his body didn't move. He was too far away to strike the target, so the system simply failed to complete the skill for him. Something similar happened when holding 2-handed weapons. His body didn't know which fist he wanted to strike with, so he ended up just standing there doing nothing. Ryevin moved through all of the weapons and returned to his fists. He decided to tackle the problem he noticed from using 2-handed weapons, and he activated the skill in both of his fists at the same time, but through one activation. It took several minutes before his body got used to it, and he struck out with a double punch with both fists at the same time. He didn't get another notification, but he felt the stamina usage once more adapt to his particular usage. Having succeeded in another small goal, he once more picked up the training sword. He didn't cycle through all of the weapons before succeeding this time. He had just been getting a feel for all of the weapons. He focused his intent on his sword and continued to use the skill while subtly adjusting the way his stamina coursed through his body. He started with a thrusting attack, as that was the most like a punch in his mind. Eventually, he was able to move his body in such a way as to utilize the blade of the training sword instead of his fist, and he moved on to the next type of attack. An overhead swing could be seen as a type of haymaker if he thought about it a certain way, and with that mental flip of the switch, he was able to direct the skill into an overhand swing. He applied the same logic to horizontal slashes, and before long, he was able to activate the skill freely with a sword. The skill didn't alter again just yet, and he switched to another weapon. He didn't choose a weapon that had a significant difference in how it operated right away. He switched to a training dagger, and he was able to replicate the feat easily. Next came a hatchet, then a larger axe, followed by a warhammer. It was a bit of a struggle when he moved on to a great sword, but he eventually got that down as well. The spear took some time to figure out, but with the success of all the other weapons, it was eventually conquered as well. The way that his stamina was used with the activation of the skill continued to change slightly with each permutation, moving closer and closer to perfection in what he was trying to accomplish. He grabbed the whip, took several steps back, and activated the skill. After so much success with the other weapons, the skill immediately activated, and 2 lashes appeared on the punching bag from his single attack. Skill updated. Martial class skill, double punch, double strike. Double strike 1-6. Reborn didn't stop once he achieved success, and he immediately launched himself into this next experiment. He dropped the whip and dashed to the punching bag. He unleashed a flurry of skill activations on the target, altering the stamina usage once more as he used his entire body instead of just his arms. Punches, kicks, knee strikes, and headbutts joined together. Reborn's stamina continued to plummet, but he didn't pay it any mind. He felt like he was on the cusp of success, and he couldn't be bothered to hold back now. He didn't care if he received a backlash from stamina expenditure at this time. He could feel the culmination of his efforts coalescing. Not all of his attacks activated the skill when he started, but as his stamina usage continued to shift, a threshold was reached, and he launched an attack that incorporated all of his various types of strikes all at once. The punching bag was malformed as it received 18 attacks all at once. 2 headbutts, 4 elbow strikes, 4 punches, 4 knee strikes, and 4 kicks all at the same time. Skill updated. Martial class skill, double strike, multi-strike. Multi-strike 6-9. Reborn immediately activated the skill with just one fist, and he struck the target 11 times at once. Elation filled Reborn, but the stamina expenditure finally caught up with him, and he collapsed to the ground. He was unable to move on his own, but he felt hands turn him over almost immediately. Rafix, Kefira, and Cyrilla stood over him. He could see the maids waiting in the background as well. Reborn groaned as his body was flipped over. Congratulations. Rafix exclaimed with a giant grin on his face. It seems like you succeeded. The commotion you were making interfered with our training, but it seems like it was worth it. Reborn attempted to reply, but he was so tired that he couldn't even open his mouth. He pulled up his stamina to see just how much he had overdone it. Stamina, 77, 15,860. Reborn's eyes would have widened at the numbers on his screen, but he was so exhausted, even that was beyond him. His eyes rolled up into the back of his head, and darkness descended. Remember, don't think about the disadvantages your class gives you as compared to your opponent. Reborn gave some last-minute advice to Herrick. We don't even know if he's got the official striker class, either. He may be just like you, expanding his horizons to see about picking it up in Tier 4 later down the road. This is an amateur exhibition, after all, so it's quite likely. Reborn had spent over a month training with the Strikers gym, and it wouldn't be a complete experience if he didn't participate in an actual striker match. He, his father Herrick, and the rest of the team were making their way to one of the lesser arenas that housed amateur striker matches. Because their gym was located in the inner city, they were afforded the privilege of competing in one of the inner city arenas. It didn't necessarily mean that all the competitors were better than those from the outer city, but at least they wouldn't have to travel too far for their match. Herrick, unlike Reborn, trained at the striker gym every day from morning to evening. Proper rest was understood in the world of professional fighting, but with higher vitality and stamina, one could recover much quicker. The champions, if they wished it, were high enough level with enough vitality that they could practically train non-stop. Their time was very valuable, though, so they only did such things if they needed money for some reason. Dustin, the head trainer of the gym Reborn attended, trained both amateurs and professionals. He had a full team available for the amateurs, but they weren't dedicated to the individual. The professionals, if they proved their mettle enough to Dustin, would have an exclusive team. There were pros and cons for both approaches. The teams that served a wide variety of strikers had a broad understanding, but those that were exclusive to a specific striker didn't need to know as much as long as they complemented their teammates. There also wasn't a rule that the specialized team lacked the knowledge and experience of the other teams, either. Reborn was headed to an amateur exhibition, so they were with the amateur team. that didn't mean that the teammates were amateurs. They were professionals hired by Dustin, and they received just as much training as everyone else. They either didn't want to dedicate themselves to a particular striker, or they felt they needed to experience more before they committed. Honestly, as Rievin said, there are only a few people in the amateur leagues that have the official striker class. Dustin spoke up. It's one of the main ways to start off in the professional league. Those that are in the amateur league with the class are typically those that decided at the last minute and haven't polished their skills like the others that have had a clear goal from the beginning. There's nothing wrong with that, per se, and it's kind of what a lot of amateurs seeking to switch to the class at Tier 4 are doing too. Just don't get caught up in winning or losing. This is your first match, and it's more to test your guts and performance ability than anything. Nobody even cares if you win or lose. And maybe you're Gramps. Renry snorted at the comment. He acted nonchalant, but Rievin could see the nervous energy in the man's steps. Even if he doesn't care, he's still going to be rooting for a win. Winning is better than losing, all things being equal, Rievin thought. Rievin wasn't too concerned about his own match. He was just here for the experience. He had no ideas of living this kind of lifestyle and switching to being a professional entertainment fighter. He felt he would get a better grasp of the entire situation with the teams if he experienced every aspect there was to it. That meant fighting in a match in the ring. It also meant that he had plans to act as a strategist, tactician, and maybe a trainer if he could figure out the trick to impart muscle memory to someone. There was definitely a class skill involved, and with his recent experiments and further understanding of how stamina worked, he had confidence he could figure it out eventually. It really wasn't necessary for his goals, and it was one of the team positions, along with healer, that he could safely skip. His mana healing skill so far had resisted being projected out to affect someone other than himself. That might change one day as his skill level increased, but he wasn't there yet. The group made their way into the arena. They didn't use the entrance that led to the stands, even Kefira and Cyrilla following behind. They made their way to the side, where there was a set of stairs leading down. Dustin showed some sort of identification to the people guarding the door, though they clearly recognized him. They were just going through a formality, and they checked the names of the contestants and team members off of a list. Herrick and Rievin were the only newcomers participating in any matches from Dustin's gym, but matches were going on all day. There were dozens of matches every couple of days, though the amateur league didn't pull in nearly as many people each time as the professional leagues. Some members that were on the path to getting the official striker class at Tier 4 could draw a crowd, but Rievin and Herrick weren't expecting anything like that today. Rafix kept quiet for the most part, but he did offer some encouragement to Herrick alongside Rievin. He knew that his son didn't need any pep talks, and Rievin was treating this like any other sparring match. Herrick was a different story, though, as was considering his options for his future. He didn't have a ferocious attitude like one would expect from a professional fighter, though he never shirked his training. If Rievin had to guess, he would be middling talent at best in the ring, and he might have an advantage with his grandfather's experience as one of the team members. He would need to see more from him in that regard before he could make a determination, though. As it was, he didn't seem like he was going to become a professional striker. Herrick, you're up first, Dustin said. There's no reason behind it, it's just how the opponents were drawn up. There's no final match or anything like that. Everyone is doing an exhibition match. Don't let yourself be pressured, and just get up there like it's any other training session with one of the instructors. I can almost guarantee that your opponent won't be at the same level as one of my trainers. Sure, Herrick said. Herrick was psyching himself up. They had been wearing their competition clothes under their street clothes, so they just had to do a quick change before they were ready. They didn't have to wrap up their hands or put on any protective gear or anything, either, so until it was time to go out to the ring, they didn't have anything to prep. They didn't have anything to do until it was time to go out into the ring. Kefira and Cyrilla, being members of the opposite sex, weren't allowed into the male changing room. They had their own waiting area as spectators associated with the group. After taking his street clothes off and giving one last word of encouragement to Herrick, Rievin simply left the changing room and met up with Kefira and Cyrilla, Rafix tagging along. You nervous at all? Kefira asked. It was more to just strike up a conversation than actually worry about Rievin being nervous. Just one look at him could tell that he wasn't. Maybe for Herrick, a little Rievin answered. No matter how much we try and tell him that the results don't matter, this is his first competition. As far as I know, he hasn't had much experience fighting before joining the gym, so even if there wasn't a crowd, he might still have the jitters. We can only hope that he calms down once he's in the ring. Yeah, I hope he does well, but I know that he's not fully set on his path yet anyway, Kefira responded. Losing badly might accelerate his decision to switch to a strategist or tactician, which might be a good thing if that's the case, Rafix chimed in. I don't think he'll lose badly, though. I've seen some grit and determination in him over these past weeks. He's an unpolished gem. A cheap gem, but a gem nonetheless. That's high praise coming from you. Kefira gave Rafix an appreciative look. Rafik shrugged. I don't really value gems. Kefira stared at Rafik for a moment. Now I don't know if you're complimenting him or not, she muttered. Exactly, Rafik smirked. Rievin rolled his eyes. He knew that his father was actually complimenting the young man, but he wouldn't give up the opportunity to act like a prankster. He was just teasing Kefira, and she would come to learn his quirks over time. Commotion caught their attention, and they noticed their group passing by the open door of the waiting area. Rievin jerked his head in that direction. Looks like it's our boy's turn, he said. Let's go cheer for him. They filed out of the room and joined their group again. They made their way down a long alcove that led through stands to the ring in the center of the arena. Rievin was right that there wasn't much of a crowd. The arena looked like it could seat a couple of thousand spectators if they squeezed in, and there might be 100 or so present. Herrick didn't waste any time, and he immediately climbed up into the empty ring once they got there. Dustin was the overall trainer for the gym, not a member of the team, so he filed off into the viewers' area at the base of the arena, Rievin and the rest following. The team members made their way up right to the side of the ring. Herrick's opponent was right behind him in mounting the ring, and the referee didn't waste much time introducing them. He simply stated their names and the gyms they were from, and the match began. Herrick was definitely a little hesitant at the beginning, and his opponent seemed to be a bit more experienced. His opponent immediately closed the distance and engaged Herrick in a flurry of strikes. Herrick took a bit to get used to it, but once he regained his composure and blocked all the distractions out, he performed up to his usual standard while competing against the trainers at the gym. Herrick's skill level was a hair below his opponent's, and he came out of the first round clearly behind in points. He didn't let that faze him, though, as he got a pep talk from his team and remembered that the first round was usually just exploratory. Team he had wasn't phenomenal, but they weren't slouches, either. They came up with a plan, and the trainer imparted some pointers on how to handle some of his opponent's tells. It was clear at the start of the next match that the opponent's team wasn't as skilled as Herrick's. Herrick was able to make up for some of the disadvantages in the first round by taking advantage of some of the bad habits of his opponent, and he followed the instruction of the tactician to seize the initiative away from his opponent. The rest of the rounds, only 9 considering it was an amateur exhibition, went about the same way. Herrick squeaked out a victory by relying on his superior team members, but he proved that he could at least hang with the other amateurs around the same skill level and utilize his team members efficiently. Renry had a proud smile on his face, more impressed with his grandson's demeanor than the victory. Dustin clapped the sweating boy on the back with a large grin, and his opponent came over to shake his hand and exchange some small talk. The two teams conversed briefly before separating to make way for the next batch of contestants and teams, and Rievin followed them back into the depths of the arena. The match had only taken about half an hour, and it wasn't much more exciting than watching a sparring session in the gym. He didn't let that interfere with congratulating the other teenager, though, and Herrick was all smiles as he calmed down from the match. He just needed a few more matches like that to build his confidence, and he might be a solid contender for becoming a professional striker in a few years. I'm proud of you, son, Dustin said back in the changing room. Your skill level was what we all expected, but your ability to take direction and adapt what your team members devised for you was top-notch. That's the true hallmark of a good striker. Otherwise, it's just fist fighting with some kicks thrown in. Don't be too happy too soon, Dustin grinned. Now that I've gotten a good look, I know exactly which direction to take your training in the future. Remember, hope brings the trainer and the trainer brings suffering. Herrick's face fell for a moment, but the joy of his first successful match still won out. His smile came back as he discussed the match with Renry. You ready for your match? Dustin approached Rievin. As ready as I'll ever be, Rievin said with a nod. I know you're not taking this too seriously, but at least try to act like a striker when you're in there, Dustin said with a sigh. What do you mean by that? Rievin asked. Strikers are entertainers, Dustin answered. I know that with your skill, you could probably win the match outright by destroying your opponent. Instead of going all out, have a competitive match and try to compete with the strategy and tactics your team comes up with. I got you, Rievin replied with a nod. Good, put on a good show, will ya? Rievin just replied with a smile. It wasn't long before it was Rievin's turn to head to the ring. As they were waiting and conversing down below, it seemed like the ambient sounds coming from the stands above were growing over time. Rievin didn't pay it any mind at first, but he was shocked when he finally stepped down the alcove to the ring. Before, when it was Herrick's turn, there had only been around 100 or so spectators. Now there were close to half the stands full of people. Rievin wouldn't call it deafening, but it was considerably louder than it had been. What's going on? Rievin asked Dustin. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, he replied with a grin. Your opponent is one of those with the official striker class, and she's quite popular in the amateur leagues. She has a good chance of going pro, and soon. Rievin questioned. Is that a problem? Dustin quirked an eyebrow. Nope. Good. Rievin, like Herrick, made his way to the ring immediately. He hopped up and over the bands lining the ring, and he made his way to his corner. His teammates met him over there, but they didn't have anything to advise him on before the match. Ryevin looked up with the cacophony increased, and he spotted his opponent jump into the ring on the other side. Other than a band covering her chest, she was dressed just like any other striker. The curves of her body were a clear indication that she was feminine, and her figure was probably one of the reasons she was so popular. Before Ryevin knew it, he scanned her entire body from top to bottom, appreciating the lithe muscles of someone who trained hard. He felt a chill go down his back, and he turned to look in the stands. Kefira was glaring at him in disapproval. Ryevin held his hands up in helplessness. Kefira's glare only intensified. Ryevin rolled his eyes as he turned to his strategist. "Get me a cloth strip, if you would," Ryevin said. The strategist gave him a strange look, but he procured one from somewhere. As the referee was announcing the competitors to the crowd, to loud cheering at the name of his opponent, Ryevin tied the strip around his eyes as a blindfold. He still had his divine sense, and it didn't affect his vision in the ring at all. It did have the strange effect of making it easier to tune out the crowd, though, as he could now only hear them. It was like a black wall separated him from them, though. He noticed the glare on Kefira's face turn into a smirk. Her shoulders shook in laughter, and Cyrilla laughed next to her. "This girl, she's just pretending to be jealous." Ryevin rolled his eyes under the blindfold. Before the match started, Ryevin turned to face his opponent. She had a frown on her face, and she could tell that she was angry at his action. "Before we begin, just know that I'm not trying to insult you," Ryevin called out to her. Her frown only deepened, but there was nothing that he could do about that. "I have the blind fight skill, so there's no difference for me. My girl is watching, and she was giving me a look, so..." Ryevin shrugged. "My hands are tied." "If you say so," she replied. "Don't come crying to me later when I hurt you, though." "You don't have to worry about that," Ryevin smirked. The referee announced the start of the match, and Ryevin's opponent charged across the ring. She immediately began a flurry of blows coming from tricky angles, but Ryevin had no problems dodging and blocking the strikes. He could tell that his opponent's stats weren't quite as high as his, and her skill, while good, was nowhere near his own. After the first several exchanges, she calmed down, and the frown changed from one of anger to one of concentration. He didn't launch into a frantic attack of his own, though. He simply matched her skill level and stats, and the two of them danced around the ring, exchanging blows. The sounds from the crowd, even though they intensified at the start of the round, were pushed to the background. There was only the ring and Ryevin's opponent. As they fought, Ryevin got a strange feeling from the girl across from him. He knew that with system-enhanced stats, there wasn't much of a difference in physical abilities between the genders other than how they looked, but his opponent didn't move like a girl. She had all the curves in the right places for the most part, but her hips were a bit narrow. She didn't sway when she moved about, and Ryevin grew curious. Thoughts of investigating with his divine sense flitted across his mind, but that was something he had never done before. It was a line he wasn't willing to cross. He didn't have to invade his opponent's privacy to notice certain things, though. Her shorts moved in an unexpected way. If I had to guess, I would say. Ryevin left the thoughts there, focusing back on the match. There were other things to notice about his opponent that led credence to his conjecture, like when she swallowed and drew his attention to her throat. At the end of the day, though, it wasn't really important. She had her own life to live, and they were just strangers passing by, all things considered. The round ended with a tie between them in performance. Ryevin was skilled enough that he could easily match any opponent in the amateur leagues. He could probably match many of the professionals in the Tier 4 league, too. He returned to his corner and listened as the tactician explained what they were going to do. The trainer didn't really have much he could impart to Ryevin, though he was able to point out some flaws in his opponent's gait that Ryevin had been too busy to pick up on. Ryevin felt an energy settle in his muscles, and he could tell it would wear off after an hour or two. He figured that's what it felt like to have his muscle memory altered, and his body would naturally adjust to his opponent's flaw. He wasn't sure if it was necessarily a flaw, but her gait clashed with her body proportions slightly. The next round ensued, and Ryevin continued to match his opponent in skill. It was a novel experience to have his body move in a way that he hadn't trained previously, but he let himself move with the flow rather than fight against it. He found that he had to work harder to match his opponent's skill level while doing so, though. His opponent had another frown on her face, and Ryevin didn't immediately understand why. After exchanging several blows, though, he realized what it was. There was zero change in her fighting skill. It seemed that her trainer was unable to find anything to use against Ryevin, and she hadn't been able to improve upon anything for this round. Ryevin took advantage of the situation and didn't allow her to seize the initiative with her tactician's plan despite matching her skill level. He applied pressure on her and took charge of the competition. He didn't have to show a level of skill far above hers to be able to do so. The rounds continued, and there weren't any surprises until close to the final round. His opponent was growing frustrated as each round progressed. Ryevin didn't allow her tactician or trainer to find any flaws in his fighting style, and it was starting to grate on her. The surprise came when Ryevin noticed a glint in her eye insert and set to her posture. His danger sense pinged, and he realized what was going on. She had the official striker class, after all. Ryevin didn't have the defensive skill that the striker had. He hadn't had enough time to dissect it and learn it. His opponent unleashed her skill, and a barrage of fists appeared out of nowhere and rained down on him. She had to have unleashed at least 30 punches at once. It was more than he could do, though considerably less than he had seen from the higher-level strikers and Kaiser. Ryevin unlocked his skill level a bit, and taking advantage of his divine sense, he avoided and blocked all 30 of the punches. His opponent had a dumbfounded look on her face after the skill finished, and Ryevin grinned at her as he activated his own skill. He hadn't had a chance to level it too high, but he could unleash 15 blows at once now instead of the 11 when he had first completed the skill. The activation of the skill caught his opponent completely off guard, and he landed 12 of the 15 punches. She backed up and doubled over in pain from the repeated strikes to her abdomen. Ryevin didn't pursue her, though, and the bell sounding the end of the round soon rang out. The crowd was hollering louder than they had the entire time, but he wasn't paying much attention to it. He didn't know if it was to encourage his opponent or if he had won some of them over. It didn't really matter to him either way. There was only one more round, and he was squarely in the lead. The last round went as he predicted, and he ended the match with an overwhelming victory. If one only looked at the number of points, it would seem like he barely squeaked by, but those that could read deeper would know that Ryevin had controlled the outcome from the very beginning. Being a master with the proper moves and muscle memory made him a formidable opponent who really shouldn't have appeared in the amateur league. Ryevin removed his blindfold and hopped down from the ring. As he approached Kefira and the others, his opponent made her way around the ring to confront him. "How did you do that?" she asked. "Do what?" Ryevin asked back, confused. "My team members said that you matched me perfectly in skill, so much so that your fighting style was almost identical to mine. My tactician and trainer couldn't find anything to impart to me at all." "Oh, well, I'm not really an amateur," Ryevin explained. His opponent frowned at the answer, so he continued. "I'm just here for the experience, so I'm put in the amateur league, but I'm at the master skill level. I just matched my skill level to yours." Ryevin shrugged. "I see," the girl said. "So I guess I won't get the chance at a rematch." "Not likely," Ryevin answered. The girl waved to Ryevin, and he waved back. He turned back to Kefira, and she was giving him that false glare again. "Like what you saw," she quirked an eyebrow at him. "She's not exactly my type," Ryevin responded. Ryevin held his hands out in front of himself and acted like he was weighing something. "Compared to you, she's lacking." "Is that so?" Kefira folded her arms. "In what way exactly?" "For starters, she's not you," Ryevin shrugged. "When I was in the ring with her, I only noticed that she was a hard worker, but I doubt she's as hard working as you." "Is that all that you noticed?" Kefira's glare slipped into a half smile. "Yup, honest." "So I hear you've earned yourself a new moniker," Silpha said, addressing Ryevin. Kefira's parents had complained that she hadn't been spending enough time with them now that Ryevin had stolen her away, so they compromised and spent lunch together during the time she and Ryevin had scheduled together. Ryevin didn't mind, as he was going to be spending many years with her and her family, and it was always better to be on better terms than not. Kefira's parents also had their own unique takes and lessons to teach if one was able to listen well enough. "A new moniker?" Ryevin asked, confused. He didn't remember doing anything that would cause people to talk about him too much. "Well, not you specifically," Silpha clarified. "You recently fought in an amateur match against a striker, correct?" Ryevin nodded his head. "And you blindfolded yourself for some reason." Ryevin nodded again. "Well, the people in the crowd hadn't really paid that much attention to you before the match began, so there are only a few rumors that are tying you together with the new gossip, but there's a new blind striker on everyone's lips these days." "I see," Ryevin said. "I hadn't meant to make any kind of splash with my performance. It was really just me being silly to play along with Kefira." Ryevin shrugged. "Considering it was in the amateur leagues, it's not that big of a topic of gossip, but because you fought against a professional hopeful who's quite popular, you gained some notoriety. If it's not that big of a gossip topic, how do you know about it?" Ryevin asked. "Never underestimate the intelligence gathering of the Imperial Palace staff," Silpha calmly replied. "If there's something of note, we know about it, and considering we have all the pieces of the puzzle, we're able to piece things together better than the general population." "Noted. So you're saying you were being silly, playing along with my daughter," Silpha continued. "Yeah, my opponent was an attractive, girl." Ryevin paused as he heard Kefira clear her throat next to him. He glanced at her and rolled his eyes, patting her hand. "Nothing like you, of course," he placated. "Anyway, Kefira was pretending to be jealous, so in order to play along with her, I put on a blindfold. I have the blind fighting skill, so it didn't hinder me at all." "I see." Silpha took a sip of tea before placing it back down on the table. "I noticed you had a little hiccup there when mentioning your opponent. I take it you discovered something." Kefira perked up and glanced back and forth between her mother and Ryevin. Ryevin just smiled at her. Yeah, after noticing something fishy, if one pays enough attention, it's easy enough to spot. It's their own personal business, Silpha said, giving Rievin a significant look. I agree. I'm not one for much gossip anyway. What are you two talking about? Kefira asked. She was clearly confused. Nothing, dear, Silpha replied. Just an observation on one of our subjects. Okay, if you say so, Kefira said, shaking her head. Don't worry about it, Rievin said. Chances of running into her again are very slim. I'm not going to participate in any more matches before it's time for us to go, though I do want to try my hand as one of the team members. I'll have to switch my training up and figure out the technique first, though. Tactician should be the easiest one to jump into for me, considering I have the skill and all. Wait, Silpha said, holding up a hand. I think you misspoke there. You said before it's time for us to go. Please clarify. Rievin looked between Silpha and Kefira for a moment before focusing on Kefira. You haven't brought it up to them yet. I thought everything was settled already. We were going to talk to them together. Kefira shot back. What do you mean you thought everything was already settled? I thought you were going to tell them that we had come to a decision before bringing me along to discuss it. When you didn't say anything, I thought you had already worked it out with your parents. I thought we were going to talk about it today, right now. Well, I guess it's as good a time as any. Rievin shrugged. What are you two talking about? What decision? What do you need to discuss with us? Janet, who had been passively listening to the conversation while he let his wife dictate it, perked up and put his focus on the two teenagers. Rievin looked between Janet and Silpha, expecting Kefira to start the conversation off. And she didn't say anything. He looked over, only to find her avoiding his gaze as she focused on eating her lunch. He gave a small sigh. I've decided to accept the mission of leading a mercenary company of my own in a month's time. My father is going to go with me and Kefira is going to go too. No, Silpha shot that idea down right away. There was no room for compromise in her tone of voice. I beg your pardon, but we're not asking your permission, Rievin said, looking straight into Silpha's eyes. We're simply informing you of our decision. Silpha calmly took up her teacup again and took a sip. She set it back down and leveled a stern glare at Rievin. Is that how you see it? Do I need to remind you that Kefira is my daughter? I don't believe you have the right to take responsibility for her just yet. I understand your concerns, and we've already worked everything out, Rievin replied, dodging the issue Silpha brought up. If they were already married, then Kefira would technically be a member of his household, and it would be perfectly reasonable for him to take responsibility for her in the way Silpha was referring to. As they were not yet married, she was a member of their household, and they believed they had the final say. My father is going to be going with me, and Kefira isn't going to be engaging in any kind of behavior that she hasn't already, Rievin continued. I'd be happy to bring my parents over to continue the discussion if you want. Silpha narrowed her eyes at Rievin, and Janet barked a laugh from where he was seated. He had an amused look on his face as he looked on with interest. You have some backbone, boy, Janet chuckled, daring to stand up to my wife like that. Hush you, Silpha admonished her husband. She turned back to Rievin. Is that a threat? I don't know what you mean, Rievin replied innocently. I just figured that my parents would have a unique take on the situation and would be able to allay any and all of your fears. They've spent decades outside the confines of a palace, after all. They have a lot of worldly experience. Are you implying that we don't? Silpha retorted. I'll have you know that we've all engaged in multiple life experience expeditions, and we're twice the age of your parents. Yes, that's true, Rievin said, nodding his head. You and your husband, while younger, have gone on many adventures to help build your classes, and I wouldn't be surprised if the total time you spent outside were close to a decade. That being said, my parents have only really gone on one adventure, relatively speaking, but it has lasted almost twice as long as yours. I'm not insinuating anything here, just that they would be able to help convince you with their unique perspective. Mother, my last expedition wasn't my last one. Kefira joined the conversation. You and I both know that I will be going on several more trips outside. I don't see the issue. Because you're willfully blind to it, Silpha rolled her eyes. It's not about you going out into the world. It's about you going to a war zone and going out much sooner than you should be. There's no reason you need to go right now. You still have time to consolidate your gains, and Rievin doesn't have to consolidate his. Kefira fired back. You said I have no reason, but Rievin is a pretty big reason. Not only because of our personal relationship, but because he's my imperial liaison. This mercenary company he's going to be leading is ostensibly in my name, and with a writ from the imperial family because of my connection to it. It makes total sense for me to be there. Also, it won't be my first foray into a war zone. I dare say I have more experience on that front than you do at this point. Not only did I participate in Drallo, but I was also actually in command of the entire battalion for a good portion of the conflict. I won't be on the front lines, even if I participate in any battles. I'll be with the mages. Considering Rievin's abilities, his company will definitely have a magic component. It's only logical. That last sentence was the real dagger Kefira hid in her arguments against her mother. Kefira listed off all the pros to her side without letting her mother get a word in to break her flow. Everything she said was logical and well thought out in advance. She was coming to the argument with facts, while her mother was only concerned with how she felt about it. She intended to use that as a weapon against her mother. Her mother had always chided her children on being logical when it came to making decisions, and she wasn't going to let her mother escape that fact. "You're the one that deals with the family affairs," he said. He was having far too much fun watching from the sidelines. "This issue involves official matters of state," Silpha retorted, "and I've already hashed those out with Reivin." Janet smirked. "There will be consequences." Silpha gave her husband a severe look. "Worth it." Silpha rolled her eyes as she refocused back on Kefira and Reivin. "Fine. I agree that it makes logical sense for you to be associated with the mercenary company and for you to have interactions with them. It also makes logical sense for you to spend more time consolidating your gains and working on your foundation. You're about to reach Tier 4. You're not allowed to travel to another region until you do so." "That's fine," Kefira smiled at her mother. "We still have several months before it's time to go anyway. This isn't a company from the Imperial Army. Reivin is tasked with building a mercenary company out of adventurers, so he'll have to train them for longer than just 1 month, and he won't even begin assembling the company until next month to begin with. There's plenty of time for me to reach Tier 4 before then." Kefira had a happy expression on her face at having bested her mother. They didn't even have to bring in the cavalry in the form of Reivin's mother. She shared a smile with Reivin. Silpha continued to glower at her daughter. "Don't be happy too soon," she said. "While I agreed it made sense for you to have interactions with them, they're ultimately going to be led by Reivin in your name. That means you'll have to at least be a little aloof from their affairs. As such, it's perfectly logical that you don't spend the entire time with them. You will be allowed to go with Reivin, but you have to come back here to focus on your personal growth every other month, and you have to stay for a period of time as well." Kefira's expression turned into a frown after hearing her mother's words. She sought counsel from Reivin, but he too was a bit stumped. It did make sense for her to focus on herself, and it made sense to do so in the safety of her own home. She wasn't like Reivin. Reivin had built his foundation in both martial and magical means through conflict and fighting his entire life. Kefira, while being a powerful caster, was also a part researcher. The nature of her primary affinity and the fact that she didn't have anyone able to guide her properly made it a necessity. "I think she has a point," Reivin conceded. Well, having such a strict time frame for having to come home doesn't make sense," Kefira argued. "It only makes sense if the mercenary company isn't deployed. If they're sent into conflict, I would be no better than a deserter if I abandoned them to come home to meet a deadline." "She's got a point too," Janet teased his wife. Silpha gave him a sharp look. "I can agree to that. We'll amend it as such. If the mercenary company is in garrison, even if it's not the capital, you have to meet the every other month schedule. If they're deployed, you have to send a missive to us letting us know, and you'll have to return immediately upon completing any mission assigned to the company." Kefira was about to agree when Reivin noticed a particular gleam in Silpha's eye. He held up his hand to forestall Kefira, causing her to give him a questioning look. "If the mission is accomplished after the month-and-a-half deadline," Reivin said, "if we complete a mission and that deadline hasn't arrived yet, Kefira can stay until her appointed regular time." Kefira gave her mother a sharp glare after listening to Reivin uncover the trap. "Ha ha ha ha," Janet slapped his hand on the table. "It looks like your lessons with Belafront haven't gone to waste." Silpha's mouth drew a line. "Agreed," she simply said. "Excellent," Kefira exclaimed, clapping her hands. "Now that that is out of the way." "Wait, what do you mean, now that that's out of the way?" Silpha tilted her head in confusion. "We've only said that you can go. Now we have to make the plans surrounding it." "What do you mean?" Kefira asked. Reivin had a sinking feeling in his gut. "Well, you can't possibly think that Serilla is going to be enough of a protective contingent this time," Silpha scoffed. "You're also going to be visiting in your official capacity, not undercover as just an adventurer. We'll have to give the target empire sufficient notice, establish diplomatic relations, plan social gatherings to further our relationship." She glanced at Reivin and smirked. "We'll have to create a wardrobe and assemble servants and other staff. We have a lot more to discuss before we finalize anything." "Ha ha ha ha," Janet threw his head back and laughed again, this time directed at his daughter. "This is going to be a long lunch," Reivin thought. "This is going to be much more of a headache than we thought," Kefira complained, holding her hand to her forehead. "With all of the diplomatic duties she's heaping onto my head, I'll have hardly any time to spend with you." Reivin wrapped his arm over her shoulder and drew her in close as they walked along the path back to Kefira's courtyard. "It's not so bad," Reivin consoled. "Think about it. She only mentioned your duties, and your father hasn't said anything about the mercenary company other than what's already been stipulated. I still hold the official position as your liaison, so I'll be able to attend every state function with you. What about dereliction of duty? Don't you think my mother is just waiting to throw something like that in your face?" Reivin smirked. "That's why the chain of command exists," he replied. "My father is going with us, and he'll be the vice captain, the executive officer in military terms. I think it makes sense to distinguish some of the positions from the official military equivalent, he said in answer to Kefira's questioning look. Anyway, he'll be the vice captain, and after the mercenary members train with us for a while, I highly doubt anyone would be averse to serving under him. He'll take command in my absence, and I'll be freed up to go everywhere with you. Officers, especially those in commanding positions, have more duties than just commanding the troops. Even though the mercenary company will only be loosely affiliated with the military through the writ, I'll still hold the commission of a captain and your liaison. There isn't anything anyone will be able to say as long as I cover all the bases. That's a relief, Kefira said with a small sigh. I think my mother's lack of paying attention to official matters might have given her a blind spot to this issue. I'm not complaining, mind you. It works in our favor. I think my father noticed the hole in my mother's plan, but I don't think he's on board with the whole testing you plan as he used to be. I think my mother is just doing it out of habit at this point, too. You think so? Rievin asked, slightly surprised. That's not the impression that I got. Granted, I don't feel like she's doing anything malicious, but she still seems like she's fully committed to messing with us. I didn't say she wasn't going to mess with us, just that her attitude about it has shifted, Kefira replied. Ironically, I think it's meeting your mother that had the biggest impact. She senses a kindred soul in your mom. Yeah, I've seen the similarities, Rievin chuckled. So you're saying that seeing that my mother is similar to your mother has increased her opinion of me? Something like that, Kefira said. Anyway, I imagine my mother is going to try and put her own people in place with the staff she's going to assign me. One or two are inevitable, but we need to limit her influence as much as possible, especially for anybody that has any say in my schedule. We need to make sure that I, and I alone, am in charge of my decisions. My mother might have the ability to influence my decisions, but I'm my own person. Well said, Rievin agreed. Just like with my parents, they strongly influence my life, but they don't get to tell me what to do. Rievin and Kefira turned into Kefira's courtyard and immediately came to a stop. The blood drained from Rievin's face as he came face to face with his mother. She and his father were standing there, apparently having waited for them for some time. Emelian just calmly glanced at her son. Is that what you believe? Emelian asked. Her voice was far too cheerful for Rievin's comfort. We don't get to tell you what to do. Are you a man now? Is that what this is? No, Rievin ventured. He had stuck his foot in his mouth. He knew that his mother knew that he didn't mean it the way she was taking it, but there was no stopping what was to come. We'll continue this discussion later. Emelian dismissed her son. She turned to face Kefira. We came to spend some more time with you and maybe discuss some magic theory. I know that we've talked a bit about it with our visits, but we haven't had the chance to try any practical application out. Oh, certainly, Kefira responded, giving a commiserating look to Rievin as she walked forward to take Emelian's hand. Rafix held his hand out to stop Rievin as he made to follow them. Rievin shot his father an inquiring look. We can watch them and listen in to their conversation on magic later, but for now, let's work on something else, Rafix said. He turned and motioned for Rievin to follow along. We've already done our regular training, so we don't need to get ourselves warmed up first. It's not necessary for my idea anyway. Rafix stopped at the edge of the training field. Emelian and Kefira were in the center, facing the training dummies, and Rievin could already feel their mana. Emelian was going to give some pointers on actual casting to Kefira. Kefira had learned all the same training tricks that Rievin had from Emelian, and she had her own methods as well. She had spent far more of her time and effort on such things over the years, so she was much further ahead than Rievin was on that front. While Emelian had had less time for formal education in the past, the one thing she beat everyone else out on was actual, real-life experience. Before she got pregnant with Rievin, she had been a core member of Rafix's adventure party. She had a lot more she could continue to teach both Rievin and Kefira outside of the methods to exercise their skills behind closed doors. Rievin put that out of his mind and focused his attention on Rafix. Rafix noticed his son's attention and summoned his ethereal arsenal. I'm going to try and teach you some of the nuances behind my skill, Rafix said. It's a class skill, but it's tailor-made for me. I had the nuggets already built before I gained my Tier 5 class, and the system took that and fleshed it out for me. That's one of the benefits of getting a good class. Since you already have mana weapon and elemental weapon as skills, you should be able to replicate this skill to some extent. I'm looking forward to what you can build with it in combination with your weapon's master skill. Rievin's body felt like it was on fire as molten lava coursed through his very being. It wasn't isolated to his meridians, as would usually be the case when he practiced mana circulation. Sweat dripped from his brow, and it took all of his concentration to maintain the delicate balance. It wasn't a surprise to Rievin that he was struggling so hard. He was literally channeling the magma affinity through his body. He had recently broken through the threshold of the level 60 minimum requirement to infuse his body with the Tier 2 affinities he had available and worked his way through them in order. He found through experimentation that it didn't matter if he paired his affinity infusions to alleviate some of the discomforts. coursing the water affinity through his body, did nothing to offset the pain from infusing his body with the fire affinity. The pain he experienced was ethereal. It wasn't real. No amount of preparation could reduce the burden of the exercise. Luckily, the phantom pain disappeared within moments of ending the exercise each time. The Tier 2 affinities were an order of magnitude more uncomfortable than the Tier 1 elements had been. Where he had felt extremely hot and sunburned when infusing fire through his body, he felt like he was melting from the inside out with magma. He dreaded the effects of the Tier 3 affinities when he got to them one day, much less the Tier 4 affinities. I wonder what veridical will feel like, he thought absent-mindedly. It'll be a long, long time before I find out. I don't want to run the risk of mutating the fiber of my being unpredictably before I have enough control over the affinity. Ryevin didn't have much ability to form coherent thoughts beyond much of what had just flitted through his mind. He grit his teeth and buckled down to maintain the exercise without slipping up. Even with his mental fortitude and iron will skills, it was a struggle to maintain his focus. Emelian had advised him to take a gradual approach to the exercise. She had warned him that it would be tough and that he shouldn't try to force himself too much. With the Tier 1 affinities, he had managed to maintain the infusion for about half an hour for each element. It took some time to spread the affinity through his entire body. Likewise, safely retracting the mana took about the same amount of time. It took about 5 minutes for each, so that left him with 20 minutes for running the exercise at full capacity. Emelian had said that the purpose was to acclimate each of his cells to better accommodate the affinities. There was no downside, per se, to not infusing his entire body to the very edges that he could reach, but there wouldn't be as much of a benefit if he didn't. He wasn't ready to run the Tier 2 affinities in such a manner yet. It was a struggle just to extend the mana to the far reaches of his body, and as soon as he reached the very edges of his body, he immediately began to retract the mana. The magma affinity reached his extremities, and he breathed a sigh of relief as he started the process of pulling the mana back. The relief was gradual, but just getting over the hump of midway gave him a mental reprieve. It took longer to push the Tier 2 affinity through his body, so 7 minutes later, he finally ended the exercise with the magma affinity. He collapsed to his bed, sweat covering his body from the strain, and he laid still, panting, for several minutes. He didn't let himself take a full break, though, because if he didn't push through, he suspected he might not have the ability to keep going. He sat back up with his legs crossed, entering a state of meditation, and moved on to the next affinity. Metal was the next affinity on his list, and he had no idea what to expect from the sensations such an affinity would cause. His curiosity abated as soon as he began pushing the mana away from his core, though, and he groaned in pain as his body protested the action. It was hard to describe the feeling. It felt like he was getting stabbed without the stab wound. His body was stiffening up, and it felt like internal lacerations as his body turned into a metal statue. He knew he wasn't actually turning into a statue, and his body wasn't actually even getting stiff. It was all in his mind, but the mind was more powerful than the body. He wasn't able to twitch a muscle where the mana reached. The pain started off fairly dull, but it ramped up as he continued to press. This was another aspect of the exercise that his mother had warned him about during that first session that she had supervised. The longer he maintained the state, the more the pain and discomfort would increase. The only positive aspect was that it wasn't exponential, it was linear. Once he reached a certain point, the added pain didn't do much to negatively affect him. His mental fortitude skill allowed him to keep pace with the ramping pain, if just barely. That was the case for the Tier 2 affinities, but his willpower skills only went so far. They let him keep abreast of the increasing pain, but he knew that there was a ceiling, so he planned his sessions accordingly. For his Tier 1 affinities, he hadn't approached the ceiling of his willpower skills, but he only had so much time in a day. As it was, it took him 2 hours to cycle through all 4 of the base elements. He could already feel the benefits of the exercise, and the slowdown associated with increasing levels was noticeably reduced. He had already achieved level 88 in his base elements, and he could tell that he would reach level 100 before it was time to go on his mission to another Tier 4 empire. He wasn't sure if he even needed to do the exercise for his light and darkness affinities, though he would simply have to be a completionist. Those 2 Tier 3 affinities had been leveled up to 95, well above even his Tier 2 affinities that sat at level 61. Ryevin felt like every muscle in his body was cramping at the same time as the metal affinity spread through his being. His breathing became labored as the mana passed above his chest, through his lungs, and into his throat. His perception of reality seemed to be affected as the mana continued up his head and through his brain, ending at the top of his skull. He still had a little bit longer to go, though, and the mana crept along his arms and legs to fill out his fingers and toes. As soon as the affinity reached the tips of his fingers and toes, Ryevin began the process of retracting the mana once more. His mind relaxed a bit as the odd metal perception of reality shifted back to normality, though the pain in his core was continuing to increase. The pain radiated out from the center of his being, but he kept the pace even and steady. Eventually, the mana receded back to his core and lost the metal affinity. The pain and strange sensations fled his mind, and it became an echo of pain to be remembered. He once more collapsed to his back, panting to recover. I can't imagine how this is going to go when I start working on my Tier 3 affinities, Ryevin thought. Not only will the pain be even higher, but I have more of them. I wonder how Kefira will handle infusing her body with the space-time affinity when the day comes. Ryevin didn't let himself get distracted from his exercise for too long, and he once more sat up to move on to the next affinity. Mist was the next affinity, and he had hopes that it wouldn't be too bad. He was wrong. It was much worse than any of the previous affinities. How can such a benign-sounding affinity, Mist, be so sinister? It felt like his body was disintegrating, turning into the mist itself. It felt like his body was tearing itself apart at the tiniest level. He had expected a refreshing, moist feeling to spread through his body, but this was the farthest thing from it. The pain was unimaginable. It was the first time he failed to infuse his entire being all the way to the tips of his fingers and toes. He had to give up about 3/4 of the way through. That was awful, Ryevin thought as he laid back on his bed. I don't know if I want to go on after that. Mud is next. What could that possibly feel like? He didn't let himself wallow in pity, and he wasn't one for giving up. Sure, he hadn't been able to completely finish his mist affinity, but he wasn't going to chance irreparable harm to his body, and he had realized that his willpower skills weren't enough to power through to the end. He didn't view it as a failure. He had gone as long as he safely could. He wasn't worried that his body would be out of balance in the long run for not reaching every single cell with the affinity. His mother had explained that to him as well. As long as you reach every cell with the affinity, your cells will work to reach an equilibrium, Emelian had said. That doesn't just apply to each individual session. You might think that there will be more effective on your core because it has been infused with the affinity for the longest, but that's not the case. As long as you reach each cell in a session, each cell will receive the same benefit. Likewise, if you don't reach every cell in a session, you can slowly make up for it in the future. You won't immediately reach equilibrium with the next session, but your body will slowly adapt on its own. Don't feel bad if you can't do it your first time for certain affinities. It'll balance itself out as long as you're consistent and make progress with your willpower skills. Ryevin hadn't reached below his elbows or knees with the mist affinity, and he could feel that they weren't quite as attuned as the central part of his body to the affinity. The difference was minute, but it was there if he concentrated. He would just need to continue to work at it until he was able to power through the exercise. Ryevin spent the next hour cycling through his last 3 Tier 2 affinities. He didn't have to stop before reaching the end with the other 3, and his plasma affinity wasn't much different than magma had been. If he had to put the difference into words, he would describe it as being thinner than the magma coursing through his body while being a bit sharper and hotter. The mana exercises were going about as well as he had hoped, minus the small snag with the mist affinity, and he wrapped up his evening session with a refreshing course of regular mana circulation. Jekyll surveyed the magnificent city with a critical eye. He led his party members, along with a gaggle of other adventurers, into the capital city, Willowen, of the Wispen Empire. He had been ecstatic to receive an invitation from his former commander to bring his friends from the volunteer army up to the next stage. Ryevin hadn't included all of the details in the missive, but he hadn't hidden that they would be doing something similar to what they had done with the battalion. There were about 40 of the veterans making up the group of adventurers, alongside some of their fresh teammates for a total of 55 people. Returning to normal life had been strange for Jekyll. Not just him, but all of his party members had been changed by their experience. The effects of killing other humans while fighting for their own lives had lasting repercussions on how they viewed life. They were simultaneously less patient with those they considered to be fools and less likely to resort to violence during an altercation. If some other adventure party got out of line and resorted to blows first, they had no compunction in dishing it back, but they hardly ever started the fights. It was typically only the newer adventure parties that acted so immature, though as many of the parties active in the area had been fellow volunteers. The entire atmosphere of the Adventurers Guild in Orc had shifted. Many of the adventuring parties had left to travel to other areas to take advantage of the life experience boon they had received from the conflict, but Jekyll, his party members, and several other adventurers had hung around for just the missive that Ryevin eventually sent to them. They had grown bored with running the dungeons and receiving requests from the Adventurers Guild, and they didn't think they would find what they were looking for by just simply changing the scenery. The structure and mission of their time in the volunteer army had changed their outlook on life, and Jekyll was ecstatic to have the opportunity to be a part of something similar again. Jekyll and his party weren't the only ones migrating to the higher-tier region from Drallo. There weren't a ton of parties accompanying them on the journey, but he did notice that almost all of them were familiar faces from the company and platoon that Rievin had been in charge of. Not all of them were familiar faces, though. The fresh faces were party members that had either been in a different company or were new members that had been convinced to leave everything behind for a new kind of adventure. With his experience as an officer, even though the official ranking was only for a short time, Jekyll was able to tell that Rievin had invited a solid foundation for a command structure. The majority of the adventurers making the journey hadn't been leaders by any means in the volunteer army, but all of those that had participated as a leader was part of the group. Jekyll recognized the 5 squad leaders from his platoon: Turo, Herod, Rippo, Ingrid, and Marith. Surprisingly, Jek wasn't among the numbers, but he hadn't seen him in a long time. He was more carefree, even after the expedition, than the others, though, so it wasn't too surprising that he might have left for greener pastures earlier. The sight of the city drew sounds of admiration from the younger adventurers in the group. Even though it was an amazing sight for everyone present, those that had spent time in the war were more stoic. They had an air of calmness about them that other people just didn't have. It was noticed by the older soldiers serving as guards as they crossed into the city, but they didn't make anything of it, considering they had a missive with Rievin's Imperial Liaison stamp on it. They hadn't even been fully inspected at the gates like many other groups had been, and there was even a contingent of guards summoned to escort them further into the city. Most of the adventurers only gave it a passing notice, but as the one ostensibly in charge, for the time being, Jekyll had to take note of anything unusual. There hadn't been a vote or anything to decide a pecking order. Jekyll was just naturally drawn to take charge, and he had enough of a reputation even from before the invasion that it was natural for the others to let him. Jekyll wasn't fully aware of the significance of the stamp yet. He knew that Kefira had been more important than just a Viscount's daughter when she had interacted with that General Kaiser. It hadn't been advertised, but neither had it been kept particularly secret that Kaiser was one of the imperial princes. Most of the adventurers in the group didn't know much about Kefira, and they hadn't witnessed her interactions with the man, but Jekyll had been in a position to notice. They hadn't spent all that much time together with the imperial army before they split up to escort the civilians home. Still, that little bit of time was enough for him to pick up on enough hints to realize that Kefira was much more important than anyone had suspected in the beginning. The outer city quickly passed them by, and with the escort guards serving as a buffer, they were led straight through to the inner city without even having to stop at the gate. Rievin had sent them the missive through the Adventurers Guild, and he had told them to send word ahead the same way to notify him when they were going to arrive. Rievin had instructed them to meet in one of the hotels in the central square near the teleport circle, something none of the adventurers could casually afford to use, and he would handle the bill. Jekyll led the group down the path after inquiring about the direction, and they filed into the inn. It was much higher quality than any place he had stayed before, but he hadn't particularly been one to seek out such luxury. Most of their money earned through dungeon delving and quests were used to bolster their gear and supplies to work toward entering a higher stage one day, but it seemed like they would be getting a helping hand in that regard. Housing 55 people in the hotel would cost a lot of money, and Jekyll didn't think that was the plan. It was simply one of the easiest locations to meet up at, being such a prominent location. Jekyll, while everyone else was inspecting the grand luxury of the establishment, noticed Rievin with a couple of other people seated at a table in the distance. This was an upscale location, and it included a dining area, a bar, and a dance floor, and that was just the open-air floor in the front of the inn. Rievin was seated at a table that was sort of between the dining and bar areas. Jekyll recognized 2 of the girls with him, namely Kefira and Cyrilla, but there were also a couple of people he didn't recognize. They were seated in a way that showed they were intimately familiar with Rievin, but Jekyll wasn't going to make any assumptions before they were introduced. Rievin was seated facing away from the entrance, but he turned his head as soon as Jekyll was about 40 feet away from him. His eyes immediately locked with his, and he smiled as he waved him over. The other adventurers had meandered over to the bar area, having noticed that Jekyll was going to take care of the formalities. Jekyll, Rievin said, standing up and greeting his former subordinate. "It's been a long time. How have you been?" "We've been good for the most part," Jekyll said with a return smile. The two exchanged a handshake before Rievin indicated for him to take a seat. Kefira offered him a smile, though Cyrilla kept her vigil about the place. Now that Jekyll was closer, he could see the resemblance in the other 2 people seated with Rievin. Maybe they're siblings, he thought. Didn't Rievin say that he was transported countless miles away from his home, though? What kind of coincidence would lead to meeting up with them here? He was only shocked for a moment, though, as he quickly recalled the presence of the teleport circle outside. Someone got word sent much quicker than expected. That, or he wasn't teleported nearly as far as he had thought. These are my parents, Emelian and Rafix. Reevan introduced the suspected siblings. Surprise flashed across Jekyll's face as he hesitated while extending a hand toward Rafix. He overcame the shock one more, though, and shook hands with his friend's father. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Jekyll said. "I'm Jekyll, a former subordinate of your son's." "Yes, he's told us a lot about his time in Drallo," Emelian replied as he switched to shaking hands with Reevan's mother. She had a strong grip for someone of her stature, and he could practically feel the power radiating from the pair, even though they weren't broadcasting their auras. "I'm glad you made the journey," Reevan said. "I was a little surprised that Jek had disappeared, but we have a solid base for what we have planned." "And what exactly is that?" Jekyll asked. "You only mentioned that we would be doing the same thing as we did in the volunteer army." "Everyone here is ready and willing, but we don't know the specifics about anything going on." Of course, Reevan said. "Today is about getting you guys settled, and we'll let everyone have some time to go explore the city and have some fun before we get down to business. But I can at least tell you this much. There have been multiple instances of invasions across multiple empires since the time of our expedition in Drallo. And I'm not talking about some Tier 6 noble making a jaunt for a personal reason. These are full-blown, true invasions of the Tier 4 empires. Many have already fallen, and more still have asked for help. We're going to be mercenaries." Jekyll's eyes widened a bit at that. He had not expected the scale of what Reevan had described, nor had he thought Reevan would be going into business as a mercenary. He had that official stamp, and Kefira was sitting right there, so surely he had some sort of official post. Why would he need to recruit adventurers? Jekyll took a moment to compose his thoughts. Rafix and Reevan eyed him as he did so, but they didn't give any of their thoughts away. Emelian didn't seem to care all that much, and she appeared to just be accompanying her family. Kefira and Cyrilla were having their own little conversation together, but Jekyll was too focused on the matter at hand to glean any information from their words. "Well," Jekyll said, drawing the word out, "I know that all of the veterans that made the journey with me know what that means, but some of the fresh faces might not. I can say that we're all willing, though. What would you have me do?" Reevan smiled once more as Rafix gave him an approving nod. Reevan walked along the outskirts of the training men, watching all three groups work. His final month was to inspect the instruction of the officers and senior sergeants he had trained the previous month, but they only made up one group of his evaluation. The second obvious group being evaluated was the soldier of the company that was training to fight against people. The third and final group was Reevan's personal soldiers. He had got permission from Garrett to allow the adventurers that were going to make up the backbone of his leadership structure the opportunity to observe the training. They had spent the past several weeks learning from the instructors. They weren't learning how to fight against other people, though. They were learning how to instruct. Reevan wouldn't be able to train all of the recruits and trainees he would receive who were interested in joining his mercenary company once it was advertised. He already had a core group of individuals he could trust and who knew the subject matter, so why not have them learn how to teach it themselves? Not all of them were cut out for it, obviously. Several of the adventurers gained the teaching skill right away, proving their talent in the field. The majority had barely unlocked the skill, but there were still others that didn't unlock it at all. Reevan wasn't disappointed with those adventurers, even if they were disappointed in themselves, because they would still be able to have a role to play in training the mercenary soldiers. There had to be people to give demonstrations of what was being taught, and there had to be opponents for the drills when the time came. They would make excellent tutors, even without the skill, with their combat ability and tactics learned from the expedition in Drallo. Reevan glanced over at Jekyll, who was intent on watching all of the adventurers under his charge. It had been decided that Rafix would be the vice captain, but Jekyll would be the first platoon leader. He wouldn't get a commission from the Imperial Army, but he would still be afforded the respect an officer deserved while on official duty with the mercenary company. Those that would employ Reevan and his group wouldn't know the difference anyway, what with the writ they would hold from the Imperial family and being under the banner of Princess Kefira. Jekyll was one of the individuals who had unlocked the teaching skill around the midpoint. It didn't matter to Reevan whether the man had the skill or not, but it could lend some credibility in certain situations in the early days of recruiting and training the mercenary force. Jekyll's role would be to oversee the entire thing when Reevan wasn't around, and he knew the man's natural leadership abilities were a good fit for the task. Having the skill was just icing on the cake. The others that joined Jekyll on the trip to Wispen would take up the same roles they had before, but there was room for advancement as long as the mercenary company was successful and could recruit more people to its ranks. Reevan didn't know how popular the idea would be at first, as most people were still under the impression that there existed the army to ward off monster hordes and adventurers to delve into dungeons and retrieve scarce resources. The third style of combat would be something new to most people, though it wasn't hard to understand. Working as a soldier purely for money and not for reputation, honor, or to uphold an agreement was something that people weren't used to. The monetary compensation was the first thing that Reevan had hashed out with Jekyll and Garrett in their first official meeting, and he wanted it to be the main issue going forward. It might seem strange to someone who knew Reevan, but he was looking at it as the mercenary companies being resources bought and paid for, and he wanted it to be perfectly clear up front. The main source of income for the adventurers that chose to become mercenaries wasn't going to be supplied by Wispan. Garrett had agreed to compensate them through access and assets. They would be free to use the training facilities for a certain amount of time each month, and they would have the option to have priority to purchase additional time. They would also supply the first batch of gear to the mercenaries. That included the new recruits who passed the training. The final piece of compensation that was the real deal maker for Jekyll and the other adventurers was priority quotas to the Tier 4 dungeons protected by the Imperial Army. There was one just outside of the city, up the mountain where the base of the training camps was situated on. That particular dungeon was technically open to the public, but there were long wait lines and reservation requirements. There were just too many people wanting to access it to allow it to be a free-for-all. The Imperial Army had wisely set it up so that there were always some additional slots available every week so that they could dole out such favors as they arose. This was perfectly fine with Reevan. It would allow his mercenaries to transition more smoothly into a different lifestyle. They would be able to hold on to their old ways of delving into dungeons in parties before they fully integrated as professional soldiers, and then they would get the opportunity to practice their teamwork together as soldiers in the dungeons after they had acclimated. It was a subtle influence on their frame of mind. They would get to act as adventurers to deal with the stress of a different lifestyle, but even that very act would slowly transition into further training them as soldiers. The key would be to set the parties up appropriately, and the best way to do that would be to make sure the squads of the platoons were set up properly. The cap on how many people could be at a party and still receive experience played a part, too. Not every restriction was wholly negative. Some adventurers might look at that cap and hold it against a tough dungeon or quest they could complete if they could just add 1 or 2 more people, but that same restriction would force them to grow to overcome the challenge. Reevan planned to force that growth towards military-esque teamwork and tactics. "Do you think you and your men have a handle on the training regimen?" Reevan asked Jekyll. Jekyll continued to watch the soldiers and adventurers for a moment longer as he gathered his thoughts. "I think we should requisition a couple of instructors for the very newest Imperial soldiers," Jekyll finally admitted, turning to face Reevan. "We have what it takes, the experience and skill to teach this." He gestured at the training going on in the distance, "but we don't quite have the necessary know-how to turn adventurers into soldiers." That's a good point," Reevan said, contemplating the revelation. "I had been too caught up in changing how the soldiers looked at how to fight, now that the enemy wouldn't be monsters, that I had forgot to take into account that you all had only been soldiers for a short time. None of you have the training of how to train soldiers. I'm sure you'll be able to pick it up quickly, especially those few that gain the teaching skill right away. You all know how to be soldiers. You just need to be able to teach that to others." "Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could figure out how to get them to dress into ranks properly, how to form a shield wall and maneuver with their spears as a unit. But there are all kinds of little minutiae that I'm afraid we'll overlook. That might come back to bite us one day, and none of us want a sore backside." "Truer words have never been spoken," Rafix replied, barking a laugh. "Dad, you're not helping," Reevan said, rolling his eyes. "Sure I am." Rafix clapped his son on the shoulder. "Even soldiers need a sense of humor, especially soldiers." Reevan just stared at his smirking father, unable to contradict him. "The man's got a point," Reevan conceded. "All right, fair, but we're trying to have a serious discussion about the future of our mercenary company here." "It's not the right time," Reevan argued. "It's the perfect time. It's just the 3 of us. If we never let ourselves go for fear of losing the respect of our subordinates, then we'd go crazy. We can't vent to them, so we have to vent to each other." Reevan sighed in his heart, not because his father was a lost cause, but because he knew he spoke the truth. His own experiences and the dreams of the past let him know it was the truth. He had been too caught up in his own sense of righteousness. As it should be, Rafix nodded his head. Jekyll just watched the interplay from the side. He could see where Reevan got his natural charm from. He had only known Rafix for a couple of weeks, but the man had a way with people that just drew them to him. If Reevan wasn't around, Jekyll could see himself easily following his father off on some sort of other shenanigans, and he did not doubt that that would be exactly what it was. Shenanigans. "Anyway, I think we'll only need the help for the first month," Jekyll continued. "We can pick it up on the job, and once we have all the little details ironed out, we should be able to become fully self-sufficient on the training front. How long are we planning on training the recruits until we deem them ready to go, do you think?" "My natural instinct is to say 3 months, but I don't think it will be that long," Reevan replied. We don't have to condition the recruits, so we can throw that entire aspect of the training out. Oh, we'll still push them mentally and physically, but we won't have to set aside time specifically for physical fitness. That will cut down on a third of what I have going on up in my head, so we'll say 2 months. 2 months, Jekyll repeated. He stopped to think about it for a moment. That's still twice as long as the training we received in Drallo. Reevan gave him a considering look for a moment. Aside from our platoon and Jex, were the others truly ready? Reevan queried. We did a lot more additional training with tactics than the others did, and we still suffered in the beginning. The rest of the battalion was completely unprepared. The way I'm looking at it, we'll spend 2 weeks to turn them into soldiers, or at least get them into the mindset. We'll spend 2 weeks turning them into a unit. We'll spend 2 weeks turning them into a fighting unit, and finally, we'll spend 2 weeks practicing tactics. Just like these Imperial soldiers, we'll spend the full last week in the field without any breaks. We have the experience of the Imperial soldiers to help us in the first month, and we have the experience of true warfare in this training camp for the second month. We might not be able to produce the premier fighting force in the world in that amount of time, but we'll have the seeds of one. Very good, Jekyll said, nodding his head. I'll let the others know your intentions, and we'll craft our plan with that in mind. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, Reevan said, clapping Jekyll on the shoulder. I'll get that requisition for assistance with the military instructors to Garrett, and I'll have them convene with you guys ahead of time to work everything out. I'll also always be around to assist, but as the nominal head honcho, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to directly lead the training. In the future, if we have to recruit more people, I won't be able to anyway. Might as well set the precedent now. I trust you guys. You won't be disappointed. The rest of the training and evaluation for the third company was completed without a hitch, and after another week off that Reevan spent with his family in Kefira, it was time to get down to business with the new recruits. They hadn't just been sitting and waiting for the training to end. Reevan had already put out feelers and spread the word about the mercenary company. Reevan had expected it to take weeks to fill the quota he was looking for to outfit an entire company of 3 platoons, but he had been surprised. Word had spread in certain circles about the invasions taking place in other empires. It wasn't common knowledge to the general populace still, but it wasn't particularly hidden either. Word had spread in the adventurer circles. They were, at the end of the day, people who made their living through combat, so it made sense that they would seek out other avenues of advancing for the future. Those that had learned the news the earliest were those that had the means, and they also used that means to learn about the expedition that had happened in Drallo. 2 and 2 were put together, and after hearing testimonials about the experience gains possible in warfare, some of the adventurers had grown intrigued. All of this culminated in a fairly decently leveled amalgamation of adventurers, ready to try this new mercenary company out when it opened its doors. Reevan had thought he would need to temper the training they would receive so as not to run too many people off and not have enough to fill out the numbers. He was met with the opposite problem, though. They would need to intensify the training to weed out the chaff, or they would have too many people. Reevan wasn't ready, nor was the infrastructure in place, to command a mercenary battalion. Officer training was one thing. There were always considerably fewer candidates than recruits for enlistment. There just weren't enough prisoner bands available to use the same trick of limiting stats that Reevan had gone through in Drallo. That left the old-fashioned method of exercising until the recruits were exhausted before any training could begin. Rafix's eyes lit up like he had received a shiny new toy when Reevan revealed his intentions, and the training began. Rafix took particular glee in coming up with new and interesting ways to ensure everyone was always tired, and Reevan let him run with a free hand. He had great synergy acting with the Imperial instructors and the Drallo veterans. They worked the adventurers until they were dripping with sweat, and then they instilled discipline in them. Nobody was allowed to bend over with their hands on their knees to catch their breath. Nobody was allowed to throw their heads back and groan. If anyone broke the rules, they would be subjected to more physical training under the direct supervision of Rafix. After the first dozen recruits were sent for his personal tutelage, nobody wanted to experience that again. The number of recruits dropped precipitously after the first week. No contract held them in place for the first month, and if the adventurers, who were used to a carefree lifestyle, found that the new way of doing things didn't mesh with them, Reevan was happy to send them on their way. It was better for their personnel to be made up of those that were there voluntarily and found they enjoyed the lifestyle, rather than of those who felt like they were obligated to put up with it. Some of the latter still stuck it out, but they had their own personal reasons for doing so. Reevan didn't have the time or need to investigate each one in detail, so he just let the numbers adjust naturally. The first 2 weeks consisted of personal discipline. The recruits were constantly tired and hungry, and they were forced to always maintain perfect military bearing. Any infraction at any time for any reason was swiftly punished. Even in the middle of the night, when a recruit needed to relieve themselves, they had to maintain proper bearing under the scrutiny of the watching instructors. After the first 2 weeks, the focus switched from one of personal discipline to one of group discipline. No longer were individuals punished for infractions. They were punished as a group, sometimes as the entire recruit training unit altogether. The first week had some heated moments where tempers flared and resentment flourished, but that only led to harsher disciplinary measures. At the end of the first month, those that stuck it out were acting like proper military soldiers. They would never need to learn all the pomp and circumstance associated with the official imperial army, but they would need to speak the same language. Ryevin was incredibly pleased with the outcome. Ryevin kept to the outskirts for the most part, but he wasn't completely absent from the training. The recruits knew who he was, and he made sure that they knew that he was around and watching. Kefira made several appearances as well, and it was quickly made known that they would be the personal mercenary soldiers of one of the imperial princesses. This knowledge itself, after the transformation into a disciplined unit by the end of the first month, lent a certain amount of pride to those that stuck around. Individual combat prowess wasn't nearly as important as being a cohesive fighting unit was, and Ryevin used the veterans to demonstrate this at the beginning of the second month. The base level of the volunteers found in Willowin was considerably higher than those found in Orc, but after a short spar between the recruit platoons and the veterans forming up platoons, they learned the truth of the matter. There were fewer veterans than one entire platoon of recruits, and there were 3 platoons of recruits. Ryevin made his first official appearance leading the veterans to basically toy with the recruits. He didn't hold back, and he maneuvered the veterans around and tore into the recruits with their precision. He didn't leave the recruits completely defenseless, either. Jekyll and Paul were giving directions to the platoons squaring off against the veterans. The difference wasn't that Ryevin was so much better than Jekyll and Paul at leading a platoon. He was, but that wasn't the point. The main point was that despite recently becoming a cohesive unit, the recruits couldn't fully translate that into combat power. They lacked the ability to follow the directions of Jekyll and Paul promptly in the same way that the Imperial Army platoons had first struggled with Ryevin's commands all those weeks ago when he first started. Learning of the synergy a unit could achieve with proper instructions, the proper ability to actually follow those instructions, and the ability to fight perfectly as a unit only further fueled the recruits' desire to learn. The first 2 weeks of the second month were spent on drill, drill, drill. By the time the first 2 weeks of the second month were over, each of the recruit platoons was just as capable of fighting as a unit as the veterans of Drallo. Higher levels and stats weren't all just for show. It was only when they didn't know what they were doing that they couldn't keep up. They still didn't have the steel in their spine and the flames in their eyes that the veterans had, but Ryevin was happy with the progress. The last 2 weeks of the second month were spent mostly in the field. The 3 platoons took turns facing off against each other in multiple scenarios, culminating in the week-long exercise that had become a staple of Ryevin's training style. Ryevin didn't spend the entire week with the recruits in the field. That's what he had subordinates for, but he did spend the majority with them. Ryevin had had a couple of occasions to display his combat prowess to the recruits, and his willingness to suffer the same extremes that they did out in the field endeared him to them. He had their respect more than just his title and position would dictate, and none of the veterans were surprised. By the end of the 2 months of training, Ryevin still had a slight dilemma. There were too many recruits that completed the training. The last several days of the training hadn't been spent in luxury, though. He had been coordinating with Kefira and some of her friends from the academy. Ryevin hadn't forgotten that he was going to have a mage corps associated with his mercenary company. Kefira had been in charge of that aspect of the training for the second month. The mages had accompanied everyone else during the first month of disciplined training, but they had gone off on their own for their combat training. Ryevin also didn't forget about the importance of proper combined arms, either. He would just practice that with the company after everything was finalized. Ryevin and Kefira had spent the last several days brainstorming what to do with the additional recruits, and they had come up with a partial solution: mage guards. Instead of having the mage corps completely separate from the melee unit, they would assign some of them to act as protectors at all times. If something went wrong and people got separated like it happened in Drallo, the mages would always have at least some melee fighters to be with them at all times. That just leaves us with trying to place about 50 recruits, Ryevin said with a sigh. I have an idea, but I don't know how feasible it is. He gave Kefira a look with a raised eyebrow. Let's hear it, Kefira prompted. First, a question, Ryevin replied. What sort of opportunities do the less fortunate, those not able to make it into the academies at a young age and have no set family training, have? You mean like orphans? Kefira asked back. Exactly like that, but not necessarily. And I'm talking about 9-year-olds, those close to getting their first class but not quite there yet. For the most part, they're left to their own devices. They generally give up on getting a combat class, or they strike a deal with some adventurers for training. Kefira shrugged. It's worked out for society overall, for the most part. Well, what if we gave them a more structured opportunity? Ryevin asked. I think I see where you're going with this, but give me the details. Instead of setting up a school or night academy, what if we had a place where they could go to get the necessary skills to help those looking to gain a combat class? We wouldn't teach any theory, and there would be no intricate contribution points or graduation system. It would be a place purely where the unclassed could go to work on their skills under the supervision of experts. That would greatly reduce the cost, Kefira mused, but there would still be a cost. Since the main monetary compensation for the mercenaries is going to be through the commission of the target client, how would you pay them? I'm assuming you're going to put some of the extras into this training school to drain the numbers. That was exactly my intention, and I was thinking that Belafront could help us on that front, Reevan said, wiggling his eyebrows. I'm not sure how keen the Noble Council will be to fund such a project, even if we get Belafront on board. That's the beauty of my idea, Reevan said. I don't want him to propose it directly to the council. I want to use his connections to get donations. Maybe the way we could get the council involved is by proposing tax breaks for those that donate. We would fund the enterprise through charity, at least at first. In the future, those that used our service could be among the donators. That could work, Kefira said, and then we would have just a few additional recruits left over. I'm sure we could find some sort of administrative job we could have them rotate through. Sounds like a plan. Let's make it happen. Short update. Short update. Reevan sifted through the sheaves of paper. Kefira and Jekyll were seated next to him, going over their own papers. I think Marith is a good candidate, Jekyll said after a moment, showing his paper to Reevan and Kefira. They had been trying to reduce the number of people they would need to take with them to the next Tier 4 empire without arbitrarily dismissing some of those who had finished the training session. Reevan had come up with the idea of leaving some of them behind to train the younger citizens who didn't have the same opportunities as the others, but it was much more difficult to decide on who to leave than they had thought it would be. The adventurers had all joined to get the opportunity to challenge themselves in a new way and gain life experience. They hadn't signed up to babysit children. That being said, there were certain behaviors that Reevan and the others had noticed in some of the veterans that lent them to believe they may be more suited to training others than fighting on the front lines. Not all of the veterans that had gained the teaching skill easily were among those that had been observed, but most of them were. Reevan didn't know if there was a correlation between talent and what people naturally gravitated toward or not, but this one data point seemed to suggest so. The next task had been to go over all of the relevant documents about their time on the front lines during the expedition in Drallo. Copies had been sent via the Adventurers Guild that maintained the records with their tokens, and Reevan had requested those copies. They cross-examined the merits the individuals had achieved during the invasion and compared them to their accomplishments in teaching. It wasn't as simple as seeing that the people didn't have a lot of amazing accomplishments on paper versus being good at teaching. Not every little detail was recorded, after all. They simply narrowed the selection down to those that, on the surface, were probably more likely to agree to stay behind. I think that's as much as we're going to get for now, Reevan concluded, accepting the documents from Jekyll and adding them to another stack of papers. We have 15 names here, not nearly as many as we need to cut back on, but I guess we'll have to figure something else out there. Why do we even need to cut the numbers? Jekyll asked. It's not like we need the formations to be perfectly neat and tidy. It's not about that, Reevan explained. It's about the teleportation costs. I know that 50 people, when compared to the entire company of 3 platoons, doesn't seem like that much, but it adds up. Part of our negotiations with those requesting help is for them to bear the costs of the teleportations, but if we can keep those numbers down, they're more likely to agree to the stipulations in the contract we want. I see, Jekyll said. I'm just glad I don't have to worry about that. Sounds like a headache. Yeah, it's a lot more annoying than trekking through the desert. I'm not built for paperwork. Give me a weapon and an enemy to fight and I'm happy. Give me a pen and a paper to write, not so much. That's why I'm an adventurer, Jekyll chuckled. And yet here the both of you are, Kefira teased with a small smile. Don't rub it in you're here with us, too, Reevan pointed out. But I don't mind nearly as much as you do, Kefira shrugged. Reevan glanced at Jekyll. I think she just volunteered, Reevan said with a smirk. Is that what it sounded like to you? That's what I heard, Jekyll agreed with a straight face. Kefira's smile dropped immediately. Wait, that's not what I said at all. She protested, you can't saddle me with all of this. Reevan burst out laughing as he hugged Kefira to himself with one arm. You know I'm just teasing. Come one, let's go interview the selected adventurers. Reevan would and could just order anyone under him, but he wasn't going to do that if he didn't have to. There was no reason to seek out that kind of resentment. He was the one that had called his old companions all the way from Drallo to Wispan in the first place. It wouldn't be right to just one-sidedly decide that they were going to stay in the capital to run a martial combat school. Reevan stepped through the open portal into the vast emptiness of the void. He had heard stories from his parents and Kefira, and he had traveled to the space between realms, but this was the first time he had stepped into the local teleportation path. It wasn't quite as breathtaking as viewing the River of Souls and the other realms floating in the distance, but it had its own charm. Rievin glanced around and paid attention to the mana that was holding the void corridor together. Kefira was walking beside him, and she was reinforcing the corridor with her own space-time affinity. This was something she had theorized she could do, and upon noticing a bit of success, she wasn't immediately skilled enough to make much of a difference. She continued to bolster the void corridor as they made the trip. It wasn't entirely necessary to do so, but because they were bringing more people with them than Rievin had initially planned on, taking on some of the burdens by reinforcing the mana from within would reduce the mana cost on the other side. There was a reason using the teleportation circles was prohibitively expensive, but having a space-time mage could theoretically reduce that cost to almost nothing. It would take a lot of power and personal resources from the mage, but those were renewable, and the exercise was likely beneficial. Just having objects move through the space of the void corridor caused stress to the mana structure, draining it of power. It didn't matter if it was living or inanimate. It was possible to completely drain the resources set aside to keep the corridors open during transport, but it wasn't something that ever happened. Even with several hundred people moving through the tunnel with the mercenary company, there were enough reserves in place to keep it open safely, and it was extremely unusual to ever have that many people traveling at a time. Most of the payments made to the empires for the use of the teleport circles went toward the resources, though the governments weren't altruistic. They charged a tax for their service. If they hadn't ironed out the agreement that the requesting empire foot the bill for the transportation costs, Rievin knew they would have made a decent amount of money in exchange for the quick travel. Rievin suspected that Kefira was getting quite a bit of benefit from reinforcing the mana, as she had a wide smile on her face as they walked along the path. Rievin didn't want to interrupt her concentration, so he didn't ask her about it. Instead, he tentatively used his own traveler affinity to connect with the mana in the void corridor. He could sense the complicated matrix of space mana at work, but it was way more than he could parse. It reminded him of the teleportation circle device he had destroyed in Drallo, but that one had actually been more complicated, if in a different way. He couldn't quite put his finger on the difference, but he could tell that it was there. There wasn't much that he could do with his own mana, so he simply observed the matrix from within. They weren't alone, though, and they didn't have all the time in the world to explore the intricacies of the void corridor magic. The entire company was following behind, and Rievin and Kefira didn't slow down despite their self-imposed task. Cyrilla had taken up position in her usual spot trailing Kefira to the side, and Rafix was walking next to Rievin. Their mercenary company wasn't the only part of the travelers, though. Silpha had promised that she would be sending maids and other helpers along for the journey, and they trailed behind Rievin's group just ahead of the company. 6 maids had been chosen to accompany Kefira on her journey to the other empire, and Rievin and Kefira were only able to secure 4 of the positions with Kefira's own people. Kefira knew for a fact that the head maid was loyal only to her mother, but the last maid was a mystery. She didn't doubt that she was a loyal servant and suspected her of being a spy or anything, but Kefira didn't recognize her as one of her mothers. Rievin speculated that she was Belafrance, which would make sense considering Silpha's family background. So what's the difference between this and the Realm Bridge? Rafix asked Rievin as they walked. Rievin was only observing the space mana, so he was able to shift his focus without too much complication. Well, they're very similar, Rievin said. The biggest difference would be what you can see beyond the void corridor. I also wasn't suspended over nothingness. There was a physical bridge connecting the realms that looked like threads when not within the confines of the corridor, if that makes any sense. Not really, but explain it, Rafix prodded. Well, when I got knocked out of the corridor surrounding the bridge separating it from the outside, the solid bridge seemed to disappear. All that I could perceive was what looked like a thread between the massive orbs of the realms. Once I was in contact with a bridge, though, it suddenly appeared normal, and I could actually stand on the corridor. I could also see trillions upon trillions of what I now know to be souls drifting through the nothingness. There's nothing like that here, of course. They were like little floating sparks, but they could come together and become a sentient menace. Kefira and I encountered something similar at the tier in reality in Drallo, and as far as I know, they're indestructible. I'm guessing because they have no health value, but that's just a guess on my part. Interesting, Rafix said, stroking his chin. That actually makes sense. If they're just souls, then they're not altered or manipulated into being undead. For the undead, it's actually the magic powering them that we destroy when we kill them. Likewise, inanimate objects have their own durability if you think about it. If there's nothing to attack, then it makes sense that it can't be destroyed. That's what I was thinking, Rievin said with a nod. Anyway, the 2 closest realms were giant orbs floating next to each other, but countless other orbs were floating in the vast expanse of nothingness. There wasn't anything like the stars or whatever floating outside this void corridor, though. I don't know what those are. The things that could be seen outside the realm were just the souls, the other realms, and the connections between them. The realms themselves acted like stars, though, and I believe they were the light source that allowed me to see anything at all. And the souls, Rafix pointed out. You said they were like sparks, so I imagine they were glowing or something. Yeah, or something, Rievin agreed. The corridor they were walking through wasn't endless, and they eventually arrived on the other side. Kefira came back to herself at the end of the void corridor and gave Rievin a smile and a nod, and Rievin led the mercenary soldiers in file out the other side. There was a delegation waiting for them. The squad and platoon leaders made sure that all of the mercenaries appeared as professional as possible. They had arrived in a neighboring Tier 4 empire, Vero, that had sought assistance against an invasion similar to the ones that had been cropping up. It was precisely the kind of place that Janet had been looking for when he had devised the plan with Rievin and the adventurers acting as mercenaries in mind. They were directly connected to Wispan, but they were a neutral empire. They didn't have too many diplomatic ties between them, and the reports of the invasion were primarily positive in Vero's favor. They hadn't been ransacked all the way to the capital, like some of the other empires had been before they had been able to petition for reinforcements. The veterans had a look in their eyes that bespoke of being capable of violence at any time as they emerged from the corridor. They were ready to fight for their lives even in the heart of the capital city. The newer additions to the mercenary company didn't have the dangerous aura about them, but they still maintained proper discipline. There was no way for Rievin to guess what the delegates thought of the troops, but Rievin believed they had put on a good showing for their first impression. There was no difference between his mercenary troop made out of adventurers and the Imperial Army soldiers on the surface. Princess Kefira, I presume. A well-groomed young man stepped forward and accepted Kefira's hand. He bowed over it but didn't kiss the back of her hand. Rievin noticed. I am Prince Alwyn. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Likewise, Kefira smiled as she retrieved her hand. I apologize for the shoddy reception, but everyone is quite busy. You understand, Alwyn continued. My brothers are away leading the troops, and my father is busy with state affairs. I'm afraid you'll have me to deal with as the point of contact. It's fine, Kefira replied. We're here to help you fight off the invaders, not sip tea in the sitting room. Just have your men show my men where to go, and we'll get started on official business right away. That won't be necessary, Kefira said. Our journey here was literally a couple of 100 yards at most. We're ready to depart right now. Alwyn pulled back in surprise. Rievin smirked at the man's reaction. He had apparently been under the impression that Kefira would be staying in the capital, while the mercenaries did their own thing somewhere else. Silpha hadn't helped things when she had implied that Kefira was participating in a diplomatic mission to strengthen the ties between the two empires. Rievin and Kefira had decided to just take the bull by the horns and have Kefira make it clear from the get-go that she was a member of the mercenary company. There was no getting out of every social interaction in the future, but lines needed to be drawn right from the start. They weren't here on a diplomatic mission with the mercenaries as a background event. The mercenaries were the main point. The head maid, Sephia, cleared her throat to gain Kefira's attention. Kefira studiously ignored the woman, but she wasn't going to back down. She just went ahead with her message regardless. Do you think it's appropriate not to give the resident monarch face? It's the polite thing to do. We wouldn't want to be rude after all. What's face got to do with it? Kefira asked without looking at the woman. We were hired for a job, and they sent the appropriate delegation to meet with us. It's basically the same thing as meeting with the monarch. Kefira shrugged. I'm not going to ignore them or anything they are employing us, but right now isn't the right time. Sephia's mouth formed a line, but she didn't speak any further. It was her job to make sure things went according to Silpha's wishes, but Silpha wasn't here, and Kefira wasn't going to bend. The head maid was chosen as the lead for a reason, and she understood when to push and when to back down. Rievin had the company draw up in formation as he waited for Kefira to get the relevant mission details. They had struck a deal with the Empire, but the details of where the mercenaries would be sent hadn't been ironed out right away. This wasn't because they weren't going to utilize the soldiers or try to sweep them to the side. They needed the flexibility to know where to send them when they arrived. If they had come up with a plan of action that wasn't tenable because of the changing circumstances on the battlefield, then they would have had to scramble to find somewhere to send the mercenaries or have them sit and twiddle their thumbs in the capital. Rievin wasn't too terribly worried about not having anything to do because they would get paid regardless. If they didn't get sent to the front lines right away, Rievin could always simply continue with training. Having access to the local dungeons was also part of the deal they had struck. There was no reason for Rievin or the others to be worried about not getting the experience they were expecting when they signed up for the mercenary company. There were always other plans in case others didn't pan out. I'll have to consult with the general to determine exactly where they're going, but that shouldn't take too long, Alwyn said, attempting to once again keep Kefira separate from the mercenary company with his wording. We can march to the outer city while we wait for the news, Kefira replied. She turned her head and gave Rievin a slight nod. Rievin nodded back and turned to Rafix. Rafix had been paying attention to everything going on as well, and he immediately took charge of the company, ordering them to begin marching forward before they even had a destination. There were only so many directions to head from the teleport circle, and the walls separating the inner city from the outer were clearly visible. Kefira started to walk in the same direction, and Alwyn was forced to keep up with her. Rievin maintained his position where Cyrilla normally walked next to Kefira, assuming his role as Imperial Liaison, and Cyrilla simply walked next to him. Are you sure you don't want to visit the palace and stay for a couple of days? Alwyn asked, walking alongside the trio. Why? Kefira shot back, a look of genuine confusion on her face. Why? Alwyn spluttered. He couldn't think of a proper response to the question. If even you can't think of a reason to delay our deployment, then there obviously isn't one. Kefira jumped on the pause as Alwyn thought of an answer. Just send us in the right direction, tell us where we're needed and what the mission is, and we'll get to work right away. Alwyn continued to try and think of something to say as the trio walked in front of the mercenary company toward the outer city. A crowd had formed along the side of the road to watch the procession. Rievin noted that the populace didn't seem to be in a war-ready state, and life didn't seem to be interrupted in any way for the civilians. He did notice that there seemed to be more guards marching about, but he didn't see any worried faces in the crowd. Either the invasion was going really well for the Empire, or the populace didn't understand what was going on. What steps are you taking to mobilize the population for the war effort? Rievin suddenly asked. Mobilize for the war effort. Alwyn repeated. He turned and looked at Kefira. Who's this man? Rievin rolled his eyes at the prince's ignorance. All of the information about their mercenary company, including the information about Rievin being the commander, was public knowledge. It wouldn't have taken any time at all for the other man to acquaint himself with the facts, and yet he had been here to try and whisk Kefira away to the palace. He doesn't seem to understand our situation, Rievin thought, shaking his head. He's my Imperial Liaison, Kefira responded, not even looking at Alwyn as she gestured toward Rievin. He's the commander of the mercenary company, and he holds a commission as a captain in the Imperial Army as well as a writ from the Imperial family. I see, Alwyn trailed off. Well, I'm not sure what you mean about mobilizing the population, but we've conscripted a fair amount of Tier 1s to bolster the ranks of the Imperial Army. That's all well and good, Rievin said, but waging a war requires more than just manpower. You're going to need a lot of supplies, first of all, and it doesn't seem like there's any difference in the livelihood of the civilians. Is it just the capital that's insulated from the repercussions of fighting off an invasion, or have you not thought of this? I'm not sure what your concern is, Alwyn said. We have very high-level experts in charge of manufacturing and distributing supplies to the military. We've been doing this for hundreds of years. I think they know what they're doing. They know how to supply an army fighting monsters, Rievin pointed out. They don't know how to supply an army being besieged by other people. They're not mindless critters that are just going to throw themselves at your people all the time. They'll come up with strategies to counter your own. So you say, but all we've seen of them so far are rabid mongrels, practically frothing at the mouth. There's no subtlety in their fighting at all. We'll be able to drive them off before next season. We only brought you guys on to make up the numbers, and you're not the only group that's arrived to assist. Other mercenaries? Rievin asked. Well, no, we have allies, Alwyn rolled his eyes. He smirked at Kefira with a this guy kind of attitude. We have everything perfectly in hand. If you say so, Rievin wasn't interested in debating the finer points of warfare with the man. Considering he had said that his brothers were busy leading the troops and he was here, he wasn't an integral part of the military. It would just be wasted breath on the man. Jekyll, Rievin motioned for the first platoon commander. Jekyll ran over and offered a smart salute that Rievin returned. Round up the extras. Have them go and secure additional supplies. We'll need an extra bit of everything, but have them focus on travel rations. Yes, sir. Jekyll turned about and jogged to the group of mercenaries that didn't fall into any of the platoons. Don't trust us, Alwyn said with a frown. It's not about trust, Rievin countered. I don't know you. I don't know your people. I know war. My people aren't going to starve because of your overconfidence, and if you're right and I'm wrong, then we just added to your economy so there's no downside. Rievin shrugged. I don't mean any insult, I just don't want to take chances when I don't have to. Whether you mean to insult or not isn't up to you, Alwyn said, raising his nose to the air. It's in the eyes of the beholder. I'll make sure my father learns of your distrust of our methods. Okay, Rievin said, rolling his eyes. If his father and brothers are competent, they'll agree with me whether they think I need the supplies or not, Rievin thought. His opinion of Alwyn went from optimistically hopeful to viewing him as a useless fop. He didn't care one whit about Alwyn's opinion of him. There's no reason for hostilities, Kefira tried to ameliorate. No reason for hostilities, Alwyn said. You've made it quite clear that you want nothing to do with us, the hosts of your little band of misfits, and you've repeatedly ignored any overtures of diplomacy. I dare say there are plenty of reasons for hostilities. Kefira turned her head and stared the other man in the eye until he looked away. I have made it quite clear that I'm not ignoring overtures of diplomacy, Kefira said. Right now is just a stupid time to be doing so. You say we were brought on just to make up the numbers, but I don't see it that way. You've hired us for a job and we're here to work, not play. If there's an opportunity in the future, I would be more than happy to accept an invitation, but I'm not going to shirk my responsibilities to appease your feelings. Alwyn seemed like he wanted to say something to that, but before he could, a runner in military attire appeared before them. Even though he had sprinted up to the group in a hurry, he wasn't out of breath. He calmly handed an envelope over to Alwyn. "Sire, here are the orders for the mercenary company as assigned by General William," the runner said, snapping a salute. He didn't wait for Prince Alwyn to return it. "They are to advance 400 miles to the southeast and link up with Prince Andrew's forces at Piori. Do you know anything about this Piori?" Kefira asked as she accepted the envelope from Alwyn. "I know a lot about the city," Alwyn replied, "but if you're referring to the military situation, all I know is that it's technically on the front lines, but it's not anywhere near the center of the hostilities." "Yes, well, I may have been a little petulant," Alwyn replied. Reevin had to suppress a snort. "I'll see about that invitation and good luck on your journey to Piori." Alwyn rounded up those that had followed him to meet with Kefira and her mercenaries, and he turned around to head back to the palace. There was obviously no hope of persuading Kefira to deviate from her plans, and now that she had the official orders, it definitely wouldn't look good if he continued to pester her. Reevin continued to lead the mercenary company forward toward the outer walls of the city. 400 miles wasn't short, but with their stamina and stats, it wouldn't be too arduous of a journey. The capital city of Vero-Verne was equal parts similar and different to Willowin. It wasn't quite as grand, in Reevin's opinion, but that didn't mean it wasn't prosperous. Reevin couldn't see the signs of a nation at war, though, as he had previously pointed out. The people moved about their daily lives like nothing extraordinary was happening in their empire. Reevin didn't pay it any mind, though, as their destination was on the front lines. It didn't matter to him if the citizens in the capital were mobilized for war as long as he had everything his company needed. It might cause problems for the military down the road if the same issue persisted in the other cities of the empire, but Reevin didn't know for sure that that was the case. It could very well be that it was just the capital that wasn't affected. The emperor could be trying to keep the morale up by not burdening his people. The city wasn't as large as Willowin. Reevin didn't know the reasons behind the disparity, but it was something to take note of. It could be a difference in manpower in the Tier 5 regions. As far as Reevin could tell, most of the empires operated similarly, and there wasn't too huge of a disparity between the talents of the individuals in the empires. Maybe they didn't have as many or as successful of expeditions securing them more advanced resources. Reevin led the company through the city. They ignored the stares from the people watching them go by maintaining their professional bearing. It wasn't as important for them to appear to be as stoic as the local military for the populace, but Reevin was going to ensure they had a good professional reputation. The cohort of extra soldiers sent off to secure additional supplies eventually returned, and Reevin motioned for Jekyll to come over again. "Make sure a proper inventory is done," Reevin instructed. "This is our first mission, and most of our funds are provided by the Wispen imperial family. We can't be too loose with our cash, and we definitely can't allow supplies to be misappropriated when walking into conflict. Have some of those soldiers go and purchase some horses, too. We're going to need scouts, and I don't see any reason why we should make them run when they can ride. This isn't the desert." "Yes, sir." Jekyll performed a salute and strode off to take care of the task. By the time the mercenary company marched out the gates of the city, they had procured 30 horses. Reevin wasn't going to assign that many scouts at a time. They were just one company of just over 200 people, but the extra mounts were a necessity. In a pinch, they could even cobble together a small cavalry strike force. Even though there were 400 miles to the front lines, Reevin immediately sent the scouts out, and the mercenary company trundled down the highway at double time. Everyone had the stamina to spare, and the forced march might help some of them unlock the valuable skill even though there wasn't any kind of emergency. The orders that they had received so quickly upon arrival weren't because it was urgent. The general had just been waiting for their arrival and sent the orders over as soon as he knew they were here. Reevin suspected that Prince Alwyn wasn't actually part of the official delegation, considering his overall lack of knowledge. He had probably just seen the opportunity to approach Kefira and had taken it. Reevin could at least give him points for initiative if that were the case. The weather was pleasant, with scattered clouds and a blue sky, and the topography was very similar to Wispan. The fields were verdant and gold with crops outside the capital city, and Reevin could see forests in the distance. The direction they were headed had hills in the distance, but there were no mountains visible on the horizon. Other than moving at double time, the march was a pleasant affair, and there didn't seem to be anything to suggest that there was an invasion of the Empire. There was still foot traffic that made way for the troops, and life seemed to go on as usual everywhere that Reevin could see. They made good time on the mostly flat terrain, and the first settlements they passed through were comprised of the farming communities surrounding the capital. It was very reminiscent of Rievin's time in Magron. The first true city that they passed through, approximately 60 miles away from the capital city, was more of the same. The people were going about their daily lives without a care in the world. It seemed that the people living near the Verne were either unaware of the impending threat or they weren't taking it too seriously. They hadn't experienced a quick advance from the enemy forces like he had seen reports of in other places, after all. It wasn't until mid-afternoon on the third day, when they were about halfway to their destination, that Rievin saw signs of preparation and worry. The mercenary company jogged into a village about the same size as the village where he had been raised, Hollowville, and Rievin immediately spotted the difference. There was not a single person walking the streets alone. Not only that, but even the obvious lifestyle classers were armed everywhere he looked. Gazing down one of the side streets, Rievin even saw a group of people that were dressed in everyday work clothes and aprons, practicing marching and wielding spears as a group. A couple of militiamen were standing to the side overseeing the practice. Rievin waved down a passing couple of teenagers armed with clubs. They shared a glance and hesitantly approached Rievin as he stepped away from the company. "Hello, I just have a quick question for the two of you, if you don't mind giving me a moment of your time," Rievin addressed the two teenage boys. They looked like they were around the same age as Rievin, but he had a completely different aura about himself after years of military service and active dungeon delving. The two local boys looked like they didn't have combat classes, and they still had the air of carefree youth about them. "Certainly, sir," one of them bobbed his head. "What did you want to know?" Rievin gestured down the side street at the group of people practicing their formation. "Are the lifestyle classers being conscripted?" Rievin asked. The two boys followed his gesture and turned back to Rievin with understanding looks. "Not exactly, no," the first one replied. "There has been a round of conscription, but we haven't moved on to the Tier 2s, as of yet, much less the more established lifestyle classers. Just because they haven't been conscripted doesn't mean they can't fight, though." "Yeah, everyone's been practicing to participate in the militia," the other youth added. "Micah and I are Tier 2s, almost Tier 3, so we weren't subjected to the conscription, but we've all still participated in the same training. Our skills won't grow as fast as those with combat-focused classes, but that doesn't mean we can't raise them at all." "I see," Rievin nodded his head. "So everyone is gearing up for a fight then. What about simply evacuating the civilians?" "That's Plan A," the first youth responded. "Obviously, we hope we can all get away, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be prepared to fight to cover other people's retreat." Rievin considered the words of the two youths. He smiled and clapped the first one on the shoulder. "That's exactly right. You got people like us to hold the line, though, so hopefully, you'll never have to find out if it's useful or not." Rievin turned and jogged back to his position leading the company. The two teenagers watched him go for a moment before turning back to their previous destination. "What was that about?" Kefira asked as he walked up. "I was just gauging the mentality of the people," Rievin said. "It's good to know the mindset of those we're ostensibly going to be protecting. We won't find any hidden masters among their numbers, but in a pinch, we can probably expect some of them to step up to fight. Let's hope it never gets to that point, but it's good to know. Is that your plan?" The head maid asked, frowning at Rievin. She had been walking slightly behind Cyrilla, though the company protected the other maids in the center of the formation. "You're going to place your hopes on the people stepping up to fight with you. That kind of a foolish question doesn't deserve a response." Rievin dismissed the girl. She was clearly just acting out, using her status as Silpha's agent as a shield. "You're only here as a mouthpiece for my mother, and your responsibilities have nothing to do with the mercenary company," Kefira reprimanded the maid. "I don't want to hear another word, even if it's praise, about military matters. Do you understand?" Kefira leveled a fierce glare at the older woman. She held up under the withering glare for a moment before bowing her head. "Yes, princess, and don't think I've forgotten about you contradicting me in front of Prince Alwyn. That's not your place to interject yourself." "Yes, princess." Rievin gave a sly smile to Kefira. She winked back at him. Everything that she said and did would be reported back to her mother, so there was no reason to be particularly antagonistic with the head maid, but that didn't mean she could let her get away with acting however she wanted. She was used to acting with Silpha's presence looming in the background, but that protection was absent. Even if Kefira's actions were relayed to her mother, she wouldn't be punished for disciplining the head maid. The other woman probably hadn't realized that fact yet. The little village was just a blip on their journey to Piori. After seeing the populace taking the matter of the invasion more seriously outside the influence of the capital city, Rievin noticed more and more signs of it. The farming communities had skeleton crews manning them, and only the stronger, higher-level men were there. The women, children, and family members were nowhere to be seen. Rievin suspected that they had made the journey to the capital or one of the surrounding towns. He hadn't noticed a glut of population increase in the closer villages, where the civilians had been training as militia. Even in these situations, they were never alone. They worked in pairs and had ample lookouts keeping an eye out. They made good time traveling about 80 miles a day, and by the time they were within 50 miles of their destination, they began to run into patrols sent out by the commander in Piori. Ryevin inwardly praised the commanding officer. He wasn't solely focused on scouting beyond the lines, but he kept an eye out for anyone infiltrating beyond their lines. A group of mounted soldiers crested a low hill. They weren't riding along the main road, but upon seeing the line of mercenaries in formation, they immediately headed toward them. They pulled up at a distance, and one of the riders rode out a few more feet. "Hello, identify yourself," he shouted. The rest of the patrol remained ready to leave at a moment's notice. They were only a 20-man unit, so if Ryevin's company was hostile, there was nothing they could do being outnumbered 10-1. The fact that the mercenary company didn't react to them, an attack allowed them to converse with them, though. Were the Vin mercenary company, employed by the imperial family with orders from the general of the army to report to Piori, Ryevin hollered back with commanding shout. He had spoken with Kefira at length about the name of the company, and she had agreed to let him leave a legacy for his fallen homeland by naming it after them. His mother and father had been rather appreciative of the gesture, and it warmed Ryevin's heart to be able to do something for them, even if it was purely sentimental. "Do you have proof?" the patrol leader asked back. Ryevin could see some of the tension leave the shoulders of many of the riders after he announced who they were. It was good that they were vigilant, but if he ever ran into their commander in a more private setting, he might mention it to the man. They were a little too trusting to lower their guard so soon. Ryevin banished the thoughts from his mind and summoned one of the scouts. Kefira handed over the envelope containing the orders to the man, and he rode out alone to hand it over to the patrol leader. The man verified the contents and gave it back to the scout. He rummaged in his pack for something and handed it over with the envelope. "Here, attach this pennant to a pole," he called down to Ryevin. "It has a unique mana imprint on it, and it can be used to verify your identity as one of us. It's only a spare, so you'll have to return it to me later after you get your own from the commander." The scout returned to Ryevin, handing over the goods, and the patrol leader commanded his men to continue their mission. "Wasn't that a little too easy?" Ryevin muttered under his breath. "They were far too trusting. What if we had counterfeit documents?" "Not really," Kefira replied next to him. "You didn't really ever look at the orders, but the signature has a unique mana imprint as well. I'm sure the patrol leader was checking that." "That makes sense," Ryevin mused. "It's much easier to encode little things to increase the speed of verification than having to wait around all the time for a third party to confirm things. I hadn't thought of that, but seeing as how they have one on a pennant, it seems it's a widely used strategy." "Yeah, we have them too," Kefira said. "You've just not been exposed to it before. Someone get that attached to a pole," Ryevin said, handing the pennant over to Jekyll. "And let's get moving. We're almost there." The surroundings remained pleasant. The weather was good and the countryside was beautiful. As they got closer and closer to their destination, though, Ryevin started getting a strange sense. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he kept glancing around. He felt like he should be able to spot something different. "You notice it too?" Rafix asked. Ryevin and Kefira both looked over. Noticing their reaction to each other, Ryevin and Kefira shared a look as well. "I can't put my finger on it either, but there's a strange feeling to the atmosphere. It's not like the dungeon break forever ago, but it gives me a similar vibe." "Yeah, it's like there's something strange with the ambient mana, but I can't tell what it is," Kefira said. "The concentration isn't different, but it's like a nettle poking me in the back of my mind." The strange atmosphere only continued to increase the closer they got to Piori. Ryevin almost felt like they should be riding through a dead countryside. He kept expecting to look up at a distant forest and only see bare trees, dead with no leaves, but everything was still vibrant. The wind sent chills down Ryevin's spine, even though it wasn't particularly cold. "I'm sure we'll figure it out before long," Ryevin said, "or someone will just tell us what it is." The mercenary company continued its journey. It must have been because of their sensitivity to the mana that they were the first to notice anything out of the ordinary. Soon after the initial discovery, the members of the Mage Corps platoon began to fidget and shift about. They were also looking around to figure out what was distracting them. Kefira went over and spoke with their leader, and she was able to get them to calm down. It took some time to adapt to the strange sensation, but everyone was able to do so. The next group of people to be alerted to the difference were the few Tier 4 individuals who had just unlocked their mana and affinities. Their sensitivity was the lowest of those able to use mana, but they could pick up on the strangeness after being subjected to it long enough. Finally, even the group of people who made up the majority of the force, the Tier 3s without mana or affinities, began to notice the subtle difference. They were 20 miles away from Piori, and everyone in the mercenary company was aware that something strange was going on with the ambient mana. Ryevin hadn't expected it to be quite so influential that even those without mana skills were able to notice it, and he really wanted to understand what the cause was. There was no difference in his ability to access his mana skills or affinities, and his spell-casting abilities were unaffected as well. He could still absorb mana just fine. There didn't seem to be anything to worry about, but there was just this nagging sensation in the back of his head that was coming from the ambient mana. It must have something to do with the invaders, Ryevin realized. Ariella was there to subjugate that giant spider matriarch. The invaders here must have a purpose as well. They've probably discovered what it is that they're looking for, and they're already tampering with it. A purely defensive strategy probably isn't the right call in this situation. Ryevin was just a mercenary captain this time. He had a say in the tactics during operations planning, but his opinion would most likely be mostly ignored in the overall strategy. He would need to speak with Kefira to figure out a way to leverage her identity if he wanted a voice with the big shots. He didn't know for sure they were dealing with a group of people already accomplishing their mission, either. He would need to do some more investigation and inquiring to piece things together, and considering that at least a portion of the frontline soldiers was located in a spot where it could be felt by everyone, there was no way the commanders didn't know something was going on. The best thing that he could do currently would be to simply explain the situation they had encountered in Drallo. I think you're going to need to relay the information about the spider matriarch to the general in Piori. Ryevin turned to Kefira. You think they're doing something similar here? She asked. Yeah, that wasn't an invasion, according to Ariella, but it was still an intrusion. We've gotten multiple reports of true invasions of other empires, but this one doesn't look similar to those. They aren't pushing toward the capital, at least not yet, but they're probably the cause of the ambient mana phenomenon. It's not our job to take charge and win the war for them. We're mainly here as an experiment to expand the acquisition of experience for the people of Wispan, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do our best to have a positive result for our employers. I'll see about getting a private meeting with him after we get settled in. Bringing it up as soon as we get there might not be the best choice, as I'm sure he's busy. He'll want to pen in an appointment to discuss it at length without having to worry about messing up his schedule. I know I would appreciate that. It's not like the information we have is life or death in this situation. Sounds good. The walls of Piori finally came into view in the distance. Despite the sky being blue with just a little overcast, Ryevin had the impression that everything had a gray tinge to it. The only sounds that were carrying on the wind were those of the military stationed in the city, and he didn't hear the telltale sounds of ordinary life like the ringing of a blacksmith's workshop or the hollering of people bartering for goods in the market square. Those sounds, despite the city walls, were usually carried far enough that they could be picked up by Ryevin's enhanced perception. There was a dreary tone to the day as the mercenary company approached the city gates, and after inspecting the pennant with a tool from a distance, the portcullis was opened for them. Ryevin led the troops inside the city, and he was met with the scene of a military fort. It was like the entire city was one big military installation, and there were hardly any civilians to be seen out and about. They were there, of course, but they were hurrying along with their heads down. There were no throngs of people in the streets, just orderly patrols of soldiers and guards marching about. Ryevin peeled off to the side with Rafix and Kefira, Cyrilla still trailing her with the head maid also in attendance, to approach the guard captain at the gates. Kefira handed over the envelope when they approached, and the man perused the contents briefly. I'm guessing you want directions. The man looked up, quirking an eyebrow. Ryevin nodded his head. Just follow the main road to the administrative buildings in the center of town. Prince Alec has taken up residence there. He's the commanding general. No problem. Your men can follow the wall to the left along that road. He pointed off to the side. There are some empty barracks down that way where they can stay in for now. I'm sure if you tell the admin guys about this, they'll make it so that it's their permanent lodging. Ryevin nodded his head once more and indicated for Jekyll to lead the mercenary company that way. He continued into the city proper with the others in tow. The city was about the same size as Magron, and in better times, Ryevin could imagine the streets being swarmed with civilians. He could faintly hear the phantom calls of the people as they walked. He glanced around everywhere, taking it all in. He didn't know how many soldiers were stationed here, but they could be seen everywhere. That also didn't include the fact that there were obviously multiple patrols on either side of the city as well. This is just a corner of the front lines, and there have to be 40 or 50,000 troops stationed here, Ryevin commented. Rafix glanced around and nodded his head in agreement. Kefira just gave him a curious look. The head maid spoke up, though. I'm not doubting you or anything, I'm just curious, but what do you base that assessment on? She asked. Ryevin gave her a look and saw that she really wasn't trying to stir up trouble this time, so he gave her a candid answer. Just on what can be seen and what can't be seen, he replied. You can't just look at what's in front of you. You have to extrapolate what it means. We can see dozens of squads on patrol in the streets. It's unlikely that they're all on patrol right now, though. 10 squads patrolling indicates there are 10 more squads not patrolling. Taking into account the rotation of duties, we can also extrapolate how many companies there are, and we can guess how many people are in the companies based on the squad size. You also have to consider that there are going to be units training, units out in the field, units manning the walls, and units resting. There's also the fact that we know they've conscripted people from the surroundings as well, but we haven't seen any of them yet. If you operate at 100 capacity at all times, then your soldiers will get worn out. I would guess that they're operating at 20 capacity at any given time. The head maid gave Reevan a strange look, processing the information that he had divulged. He knew that his estimation in her books had gone up, but he didn't really care one way or the other. The small group eventually arrived in front of the administrative building, and with another check of the orders in the envelope, they were directed to where they could meet the commander, Prince Alec. "All right, time to find out what we're going to be doing for the next several months," Reevan said. The office of the commanding general was mostly bare. There weren't any creature comforts or features to make it more personal, but that was just the man's office. For all that Reevan knew, the man could live in luxury in his personal quarters. It was just a fleeting thought, though, and Reevan didn't let what-ifs that had no evidence color his judgment. He could only base his opinion on what he saw, and the man seemed to be a no-nonsense commander so far. Reevan could see the similarities to Alwyn in the commanding general's face, but his entire demeanor was much more severe. He didn't get a foppish sense from him. Prince Alec, the commanding general of Piori, quickly perused the orders presented by Kefira. He gave a polite smile and exchanged greetings with the visiting princess, but he kept himself to his professional duties. He had been expecting the arrival of the mercenary company, though Reevan could tell they had surprised him with how quickly they had made the journey. "It's mostly quiet these days, but there's the occasional skirmish further along the highway," Prince Alec finally said. He kept the original orders and handed back a stamped copy. "We keep a careful watch on all the surroundings, but the enemy forces don't seem too inclined to spread out too far. We'll start you off with patrols in the wilderness, and after I've had time to gauge your competency, we'll move to send your men to places they can get some fighting experience." "That's reasonable," Reevan replied. "I don't know how much information your superiors have divulged to you, but the core of our forces have experience fighting against either these same people or their allies in a different region. The tactics we faced were human wave attacks. The bulk of the enemy wasn't even armed. They simply threw themselves on our spears to immobilize the weapons with the hope of receiving healing later. We also encountered soldiers they referred to as deathsworn, and they were far more heavily armed, though not any less zealous." Prince Alec sat back and stroked his chin as he considered Reevan's words. "We haven't encountered any heavily armed soldiers yet, but the tactics of swarming without weapons are the same. It sounds like they're the same people. Now, I could take your word for it, especially since you prompted the information without being told, but I would prefer to observe and use my own judgment before I thrust you into any real kind of responsibility. You understand?" Of course, Reevan agreed, nodding his head. "That's perfectly understandable. I would make the same decision in your shoes." "Good, I'm glad we're on the same page. That leads me to believe we'll have an amicable working relationship. The war has just recently been going on, so we don't have any kind of rotation schedule set for the troops, so don't expect to be sent back to the capital anytime soon. As far as we're concerned, Piori is the rear. That being said, I'm sure Princess Kefira will receive invitations from the capital for diplomatic meetings. Since there'll be official communications with a foreign dignitary, we'll be sure to provide an escort if and when it's needed. Now, I need to be very clear here." Prince Alec gave everyone in the room a severe look in the eye. "Diplomatic meetings are diplomatic meetings. While you're in Piori, attached to the mercenary company, you're under my command. The chain of command must remain unambiguous. If I give an order, I expect it to be carried out and not countermanded or questioned. Is that understood?" "Perfectly," Kefira answered. "You don't have to worry about me. I've already removed myself from command of the company. Captain Reevan is in charge, and I'm just an erstwhile member of the Mage Corps." "You have your own Mage Corps?" Alec asked, surprised. "Well, it's more like half a platoon, but yes, we have our own mage unit," Reevan replied. "Excellent, excellent. In the event that the enemy encroaches on the city, all mages are to report to the center section of the wall. They've always come straight from the southeast in the past, but in the event they do come, make sure to listen and send the mages to the appropriate wall. Just because they haven't done so yet doesn't mean they can't attack the east or west walls. It's unlikely they'll come from the north, but we never know until it happens. Just to clarify, I'm a caster class too," Reevan said. "I don't want you to think we're not sending all our mages to you if you see some spells getting launched at the enemy from our position. Of course, your position as the commanding officer supersedes your personal class. Do you have a dossier on the enemy forces?" Reevan asked. Prince Alec opened a drawer and retrieved a packet from within. He handed it over to Reevan. "This has all the information we've compiled so far. Check it over once you return to your quarters. Can I utilize your scribes to make more copies for my other officers?" "Feel free. Any more questions? Just one. I'm sure it's in the dossier, but it's really quick. What's the highest number brand your men have encountered among the enemy forces? From what we've seen, the officers all have 4s, but one of the scouts got a glimpse of the enemy general. He wasn't 100 certain, but he said he thought he saw a 5 on the man's forehead. I have no reason to doubt his report at this time, so you should operate with that assumption. Now, I have other things to attend to, and I'm sure you want to get settled. There will be a briefing every morning at 6 a.m. We don't give out new orders every morning. We usually plan a week in advance, but you are required to attend all of them when you're in garrison. Very good. I'll be there in the morning. All right, you're dismissed. Revan gave a salute, which Prince Alec returned, and he departed with Kefira. The others had remained outside of the office during the meeting, and they fell in line with the two as they made their way toward the scribes. Revan walked in and had his request for copies carried out in only a couple of minutes. Once he left the scribe's office, he handed a copy to Rafix and Kefira. So what's the situation? Rafix asked. Based on what I've heard and my experience in Drallo, this doesn't seem like a personal expedition of one of the young nobles like the invasion in Drallo, Revan answered. This is more widespread, more focused on claiming territory, despite them being stalled out for now, and the presence of a Tier 5 brand leading the local army indicates it's a state-sanctioned action. Why do you say that? Rafix inquired. In Drallo, despite having hundreds of thousands of soldiers, the enemies didn't have a single Tier 5 brand leading them. Instead, Ariella had a 6 tattoo. That makes me think those were her personal soldiers, and if I had to guess, I would say there are multiple Tier 5 brand generals leading this invasion. The scale and makeup, while similar, have some distinct differences. And what does this mean? Rafix continued to ask. For us, not much, Revan said. We'll still have to follow orders and perform our mercenary duties, but it can give us some expectations of the future. We don't know their intentions, but it's safe to assume it's not the same as Ariella's. We can't expect them to give up the territory and people they've already conquered like before. That means if they continue their advance and push us out of Piori, we can expect a new front line to form, and the war will continue. I don't think they're looking for something specific and will depart once they get their hands on it. Revan walked with the others back through the city. There was the occasional pedestrian on the streets, but they didn't linger and moved about with purpose. The patrols of soldiers and guards didn't stop anyone to ask questions, so it hadn't descended into total martial law. People were just staying inside unless they absolutely had to be somewhere. Revan noticed that the shops were still open in the commercial district as they moved through the city, but there were very few customers, and the staff in each establishment that he looked into seemed to be a skeleton crew. I can't imagine the war is doing wonders for the local economy, Revan said. Depends on which sector you're talking about, Rafix replied. Just because we can't hear the blacksmith shops at work doesn't mean they're not working. I'll bet they've been moved to a central location to work for the military. Same with the tailors. There are things still moving under the surface. I don't see people starving in the streets either. Yeah, but it'll probably be a while before people can get back to their normal lives. They might be able to still work and tide things over, but they're not able to do normal things with the threat looming over them. I'm sure they're all staying close to home, in case they need to make a mad dash to get their things before evacuating. Keeping the streets clear for the military is also a huge factor. It didn't take long for the small group to make it back to the wall and turn to move toward where the company had gone. Moving through the city was quick and easy without people blocking the way. The barracks that the mercenary company had been sent to seemed to be fairly new. There were traces of tearing down some other buildings to allow for a walled compound to be built where they had previously been. Revan didn't know if people had been displaced or what, but they did have a fairly private area for the company to bunk. They had passed several other similar areas that were in various states of occupation by the soldiers. In each barracks they passed, they could see at least a few people in the central area training their weapons or formations. Revan ran a critical eye over the compound they had occupied. There was still dust and debris littering the area, further indicating it was recently built. The platoons had separated and were busy getting themselves sorted out in the available open barracks. Revan walked up to the platoon commanders that were standing outside waiting for the NCOs to get the mercenary troops settled. Have everyone form up in exercise attire after everyone is done getting set up, Revan instructed Jekyll. Yes, sir, Jekyll answered. It didn't take long as there wasn't a whole lot for each person to do upon getting their bunk. The barracks were open with bunk beds. The officers had their own quarters separated from the open area, and they had all already unpacked their things. Just moving about in the space and finding bunks for everyone had taken the most amount of time. Revan stood in front of the formed-up company. He didn't waste any time before addressing them. I have a copy of the dossier on the enemy forces for all of the officers. Everyone will get a chance to see it, but the officers and NCOs have priority. While they're going over the information, the rest of you are going to be cleaning. Yes, you heard me right. If you look closely, you can see that this place is covered in dust and remnants of construction. We're going to be staying here for several months, maybe even more than a year. We're professionals, and it doesn't reflect well on us to live in squalor. We will have a thorough cleaning of the entire barracks every week, starting today. Lieutenant Jekyll, send some folks to secure cleaning supplies for us. The rest of you, do what you can with what we have before they get back. I expect this place to be spotless before we're done. That is all. Ryevin motioned to the officers and headed to the central building of the compound. It was similar in makeup to the other barracks he had been to, but the administrative building in the center wasn't some grand building. It looked no different than any of the other buildings, it was just positioned in the central location. The officers followed him in, and after a brief moment of scouting the floors, Ryevin led them into a conference room. Rafix took the dossier copies from Ryevin and handed them out to all of the officers after they had found a seat. Ryevin stood in the front of the room, and Kefira and her two followers, Cyrilla and Sephia, stood off to the side. I haven't gone through the information in detail, so you all have as much information as I do. I did learn that there is possibly a Tier 5 brand enemy general. General Alec mentioned that they follow the same tactics we've encountered before in Drallo. Go through the information. Keep an eye out for anything unusual, like a difference in tactics or troop makeup. I don't expect there to be much difference, but we never know. There will be a briefing every morning at 6. I'll have more information about our mission when I return from it tomorrow. Once you and the NCOs have looked through the intel, make sure it's available for all of the other soldiers as well. Everyone needs to understand what we're up against. Are there any questions at this time? The officers shared a look before shaking their heads. Very good, get to it. The officers filed out of the conference room. There hadn't been a need to have the short conversation in the conference room, but Ryevin wanted to establish some normalities right away. Group discussions with the officers would be held in a formal setting when possible. He was simply setting the precedent. Come on, let's go find our own quarters, Ryevin said, turning to Kefira and Rafix. The central building was 2-storied. They hadn't seen any sleeping quarters on the first floor, so they filed out of the room and headed for the stairs. It wasn't a grand foyer with a curving staircase and a grand chandelier. It was simple and utilitarian. The second floor had a couple of rooms that could be used as offices, but as Ryevin had hoped, the rooms at the ends of the hall were living quarters. Ryevin and Rafix chose 2 rooms across from each other on one end of the building, and the ladies moved into rooms on the other end. After getting settled, Ryevin and the others once more headed outside. It was still early afternoon, and the mercenary soldiers were busy getting the place cleaned up. The officers had retired to their rooms to go over the dossier copies, and the NCOs were busy directing the cleaning efforts of the regular troops. Ryevin found a bench to sit on and pulled out his own dossier. The others followed suit, and soon everyone was busy reading up on the situation. Sephia didn't stick around this time as she didn't need to understand the military situation. She gathered up the other maids and they began cleaning the central building. Ryevin peeked over his dossier at them entering the building once more. There are some perks to being the one in charge, Ryevin chuckled to himself. Let Sephia know that neither she nor any of the maids are allowed to enter my private room or office after the initial cleaning, Ryevin said to Kefira. My dad and I will handle our own spaces. Is that necessary? Kefira asked. Why not take advantage of their specialty while it's available? It's not necessary, Ryevin said, flipping through the pages of the dossier. I'm just setting a precedent. I do not have an open door policy. Unless someone is on official business, everyone needs to go through the proper chain of command for every instance. I'm not going to have a separate group of people able to move outside of that rule. Oh, and does that apply to me too? Kefira asked, a teasing tone in her voice. Of course not, Ryevin denied. You're simultaneously my superior and my direct subordinate, depending on the situation. In either case, your position allows you direct access to me. The same goes for all of the other officers, too. And what about our personal relationship? Ryevin looked up from the pages in front of him and winked at Kefira. In that case, it would be me visiting your room. Well, let's keep that to a minimum, shall we? Rafix said, bringing his hand down on Ryevin's shoulder from his position standing behind him. Relax, Dad. Cyrilla will be there as a chaperone. That's why I said it would be me going to her room and not the other way around. And it has nothing to do with being further away from your dear old dad while sneaking around with your girl, Rafix snorted. Hadn't crossed my mind, Ryevin replied with a deadpan expression. Didn't take long for Ryevin to go through all of the information in the dossier. There weren't any surprises that he could see, though some of the other officers might be able to read more into something. Everyone had their own perspective on things, and Ryevin's dreams of the past didn't make him infallible in these situations. The NCOs kept a tight rein on the troops, and after the cleaning supplies, mostly brooms and mops, were delivered, the cleaning was finished in no time. Superhuman stats weren't good just for combat or crafting things. With their perception and dexterity, everyone was able to see and clean even the tiniest of dust particles floating about. It was still afternoon, almost evening, by the time they were done, and the NCOs switched out with the officers to look through the intelligence on the enemy. Ryevin had the company form back up once more as they switched out. Good job, everyone. The place looks livable now. Tonight, everyone will eat their own rations, but we'll get an actual cooking crew up and running starting tomorrow. We'll be operating on the same timetable as the training. Morning chow will be at 5:15 a.m. Everyone will have a bit of free time immediately after breakfast, and I'll return with orders after the morning briefing. We'll iron out the daily schedule after we have more information on what we're going to be doing. Once the NCOs are done looking through the dossiers, I expect everyone to go through the documents. For the rest of the evening, you can do whatever you want. Just make sure you set aside time to go over the dossier. That is all. Dismissed. The soldiers fell out of formation and made their way back to their bunks. They had to retrieve their rations from their packs, but they quickly filed back out of the barracks and headed to another empty building on the other side, the mess hall. It was taboo to eat anything in the living areas, and with Rievin's declaration on the importance of cleanliness, nobody was going to risk making a mess. Rievin retreated back to the administrative building with Rafix, Kefira, and Cyrilla, and they had their meal in the conference room. Everything seems normal so far, Rafix commented, minus the persistent strangeness to the ambient mana. I wonder how long that's going to last, though. Forever, Rievin said, smirking. We're all going to get bored before things get exciting. There will be long bouts of boredom, followed by short, intense bouts of extreme danger. Our biggest mission, personally, will be to ensure that the men don't get complacent. We'll have to keep them busy, and they might get a bit resentful of it after a while, but I'm sure they'll see the wisdom in it when it saves their lives in the future. You think that the enemy will take Piori? Rafix asked. It's a possibility. If something can go wrong, it will go wrong, and Alec already told us they've attacked the city a couple of times in the past. I don't know why they're stalled out where they are for now, but it's not going to be permanent. Even if they don't take Piori, we'll eventually get the orders to attack their position or maneuver to assist another front. We just have to wait and be prepared for either eventuality. The woods were perfectly normal after reaching them on the southeast side of Piori. Rievin could see where the forest had historically run all the way up to the city walls, but they had been cleared for about 100 yards all the way around. There was still that strange sense of gloom permeating over the day, but Rievin couldn't identify the culprit. All of the colors were still vibrant. The woodland creatures and birds still moved about, making noise and acting like their usual selves. It was like a gray undertone shone through everything, though. It just has to be my mental expectations of the war zone, Rievin thought. After traversing through the woods, the platoon spread out to cover hundreds of yards across, and Rievin began to see the telltale signs of combat. At first, it would just be a couple of spots that were clear where there had obviously once been a tree. Sometimes small clearings would appear in their way, but there wasn't enough undergrowth and too much soil indicating it was recent. It seems the debris has been cleared up to allow for easier maneuvering through here. Rievin's mercenary company hadn't been given any real duties for the first full week that they had been on site, but after a week, when new major orders were being passed around, they were given the duty of patrolling a swath of forest between Piori and one of the forward outposts closer to the actual line of engagement with the enemy forces. They didn't have to use the entire company to make the trip, but Rievin was doing a complete sweep for their first outing. It wasn't just that he wanted to do a thorough job. He was more wanting to get his men out of the walled city to get some practical experience. They weren't expecting to run into any enemy ambushes on their route, but Rievin made everyone treat the exercise as if they were under imminent threat at all times. Most of the newer additions weren't able to just flip the switch in their minds. There was nothing out here, and there was nothing other than the direction of their superiors to keep their attention, so their focus wandered. Those that had experienced combat in Drallo were completely focused on their tasks, and not every one of the new adventurers was distracted either. Those who had been around longer and had seen serious combat situations, whether in a dungeon or otherwise, were much like their veteran counterparts. Even though Rievin could perceive the lack of focus in his soldiers, he could tell they were giving it a true effort. The NCOs were constantly whispering down the lines to keep everyone's mind on track, and it was a good experience for them, too. Overall, Rievin was pleased with the results. He couldn't expect people who had never been in any real danger to understand the mentality that came with it. They had all the theory and training they could get, but until they looked death in the eyes, it was a distant concern. It was something to be worried about later. Repetition and discipline from the NCOs were the only way to iron that out of the untested mercenaries, and even then it would pale compared to actual combat experience. After venturing forth for a couple of hours, not moving slowly but not moving particularly quickly, the forest terrain finally shifted. No longer were there empty places where trees had once been. The downed trees remained in place. There was wooden shrapnel and splinters from the destroyed trees still littering the ground, and as they moved closer and closer to the actual front line, the pockets of destruction continued to increase. The front line was extremely noticeable, even from dozens of yards away. At the point of contention, the forest wasn't one with occasional pockets of downed trees. Instead, Ryevin saw a long, straight line of trees covering the floor, exploded trunks and limbs scattered about until there was no ground to step on, and there was the occasional standing tree. It was completely flipped from the forest leading up to the front. The forward outpost was built just behind the tree line leading to the swathe of destruction, and it had been built to camouflage among the rest of the trees. It wasn't a perfect job, and Ryevin could guess that the people who had built it hadn't unlocked the camouflage skill when it was constructed. It at least made it so that one had to actually focus to see it, though it wasn't particularly hidden. With a high enough skill level, Ryevin had found that camouflage worked against even mana sight. When it's our turn to occupy the outpost, I'll have the men with the higher skill level work on remodeling it. Speaking of, this is really something I'll need to get the officers to have the men practice going forward. Ryevin hadn't neglected teaching the skill to all mercenaries, but one never knew what exactly to focus on until it was time to move. He had vague memories from his dreams of the past of militaries, always seeming to train for the previous conflict. With skills, that was something he was confident he could stamp out with his men and have a more all-around approach. If Kefira ever gets powerful enough to cast a long-distance teleportation spell like the fixed ones in the capital, all sorts of climates will open up for training for us. Ryevin brought himself back to the present and had the troops take a break inside the tree line. Scouts were positioned to crawl closer to the swatch of destruction to keep a better eye out, but their mission wasn't to ward off an impending attack. From what Ryevin could see with his enhanced perception and mana sight, there weren't even any troops present on the other side of the downed trees. Ryevin walked into the outpost to make contact with the commander on the scene. It wasn't strictly necessary to meet up with him, but Ryevin was giving him the courtesy of reporting what they had seen, even though it was nothing. Always good to set a professional precedent. I've already begun with other mundane things in-house. Doesn't hurt to extend that to professional courtesy among my peers. The commander of the outpost was a young lieutenant. He was a few years older than Ryevin, but Ryevin had stopped viewing people based on their age long ago. His sense threat skill let him know the young man was a low tier 3, which would put him considerably below Ryevin on the power scale, unless he also has a powerful, hidden bloodline, unlikely as that may be. His sense threat skill wasn't high enough to gauge nuances. It only fed back to him how the other person's level would stack up against his own. There had to have been some sort of system calculations, though, because pretty much only tier 5s ever came back as fatal threats. He didn't have access to the information locked within the skill, but the system must have been able to, which makes sense, considering literally everyone is connected to the system, even before their classes are unlocked. The only thing that made sense was that the system was comparing his rarity against the other's rarity as well as tier and level. If not, even the young lieutenant at the outpost, with his low tier 3 level, would have registered as a significant threat instead of negligible. Captain Ryevin here to deliver the scouting report, Ryevin announced himself as he walked inside. The lieutenant wasn't the most powerful person present, but that wasn't the main factor when it came to leadership. Being personally strong was a good first step to gaining the trust and confidence of those below oneself, but it wasn't the main metric to determine a good leader. Ryevin didn't have interactions with the other man, and he knew nothing about him, but from the way the other more powerful people in the outpost conducted themselves, he could tell he was at least respected by his men. Nobody was slouching, and nobody was slovenly. They were stationed at the outpost for a week at a time, but everyone appeared to be in high spirits. If the men didn't respect their leader, or if their leader was poor, Ryevin would expect to see people lounging about, not caring about their appearance. It was a well-run outpost from the first impression that Ryevin got. Let me guess, you saw nothing, the lieutenant joked with a small smile. Ryevin feigned a shocked expression. How did you know? He broke into a grin and chuckled at the corny joke between the two officers. You don't have to give us a report if there's nothing to report, the lieutenant said, extending a hand to shake Ryevin's. Ryevin accepted the handshake, but he shook his head. Not going to happen, Ryevin said. I won't personally deliver a report. I'm only here because it's the first excursion, and I'm introducing myself to you, but you will always at least get word that we found nothing. Who knows? Maybe someone will see something small, and it will turn out to be significant. If we ever let ourselves get into the habit of shirking the small things, we could miss the big things. That makes sense when you put it that way, the lieutenant said with a thoughtful expression. Well, as I said, I'm Captain Ryevin. I'm the commanding officer of the newly arrived mercenary company, in case you were unaware. A lot of us already have experience fighting these guys in a different region. We're all going to be working together for the foreseeable future, so let's get along. Certainly, the lieutenant agreed. Not everything is gloom and doom back in Peori. I'll invite you to a cafe to meet some of the other officers sometime in the future. Sounds like a plan, Ryevin smiled. Ryevin stayed inside and conversed with the other officer and the senior sergeants for a time as the mercenary company took a break. It had taken them about 4 hours to walk to the outpost at the pace Ryevin had set, and he was going to set a similar pace on the way back. The trip was going to take the majority of their day, and he was allowing the others to get some rest even though the conditions were pretty rough. The outpost wasn't large enough to house the entire company. Since there was already a platoon occupying it, there wasn't much room for the patrolling mercenaries in the little outpost compound proper. None of the men complained, though, as they were used to roughing it as adventurers. The entire line, which traveled in both directions as far as Rievin could see, was dotted with little outposts. They weren't designed to hold off an enemy invasion. They were more lookouts than anything else. They would ensure word got back in time to mount a proper response to enemy encroachment. Based on how long the line was, Rievin suspected that a good portion of the soldiers on duty was stationed at the outposts. It was a long line to watch, and it could be devastating if the enemy found a missing link to sneak past and approach the city walls unimpeded. "All right, you and your men have a safe trip back to the city," the lieutenant said, "though I doubt you'll run into any trouble. There aren't even any wandering high-level beasts or monsters for miles around, much fewer enemy soldiers sneaking past the line." Rievin gave one final nod and exited the small building. He made eye contact with Jekyll and the other officers, including Rafix. His father, as the vice captain, had obviously come along with them, but he had remained outside with the other officers. He still needed some time to build a rapport and reputation other than just a crazy training demon with the troops. The officers immediately spotted Rievin exiting the building, and they ordered the NCOs to get the soldiers formed up. Walking through the forest wasn't an act that could be done in formation, but it was the best way to get set up to begin with. After getting formed up, the mercenaries spread out, and they once more made their way back. The return trip was exactly the same as the journey to the outpost. The NCOs kept up a litany to keep wandering minds focused, but there was no danger or anything of import to take note of. It was just an exercise in mental fortitude for those that hadn't experienced the horrors of actual warfare. Fighting against monsters was one thing, but fighting against other humans was an entirely different experience. Just the visceral experience of ending another person's life, over and over again, would change a person. The company formed back up into neat formations once they made it back to the city and exited the forest. They marched in good order into the city and immediately made their way back to their barracks. Rievin didn't have the company wait around for a long time. The mission for the day was over, and even if there were still several hours left in the day, they could better spend it on other issues other than standing around in formation. Officers, have the senior sergeants take charge of the platoons. Follow the remaining order of the day. Join me in the conference room for debriefing. Rievin strode off to the main building he occupied with Rafix, Kefira, and Cyrilla in tow. Cephia and the other maids had obviously stayed behind, and the extras that had come along with them had held down the fort while they were away. In the future, they would only be sending out 1 or 2 platoons at a time unless otherwise ordered. Rievin walked into the admin building and headed straight for the conference room on the first floor. His divine sense picked up traces of the maids going about their duties within his sphere of perception, and he frowned as he stood in the front of the conference room. He looked up at the ceiling out of habit, noticing an intrusion in his office that was coincidentally located directly above the conference room. It hadn't been done on purpose, but he and Rafix had just happened to choose the living quarters on the same end of the building where the conference room on the first floor was located. "What's wrong?" Rafix asked, immediately picking up on his son's peculiarity. Kefira and Cyrilla looked over and noticed as well. They all walked up to him and looked up where he was looking, trying to see what he was seeing. "One of the maids is in my office," Rievin said. Rievin had made it clear that there was to be nobody in his office other than Kefira, his father, and his direct subordinates at any time, and even then they were expected to go in only when he was present. He had expressly instructed the maids to keep out after the initial cleaning of the building. "Let's go investigate." Rievin shared a look with his father, and he nodded in return. Rafix exited the building and made his way down the hall to the far end, where another, more narrow, set of staircases was located. Rievin walked to the main staircase in the center of the building with Kefira and Cyrilla trailing behind. The 4 quickly made their way up, Rafix blocking any path of escape in the opposite direction, though it hadn't been necessary as the maid hadn't come out or tried to leave. Rievin opened his office door, which had been closed, and entered without preamble. A familiar maid was dusting the mostly empty shelves, and she was startled at the sound of Rievin entering the office. She didn't look like she had been caught doing anything wrong, and she quickly made a hasty curtsy and continued cleaning as if nothing was wrong. Rievin just watched her with a frown on his face. He focused his attention on everything in the room while keeping his eyes on the maid. He activated his monocyte to scan the room, but nothing came up as out of place. His divine sense didn't pick up anything unusual until he brought his focus back to the maid. His divine sense was always picking up everything in its sphere, but he had long since learned the trick to tune out things or focus his concentration. He would have gone mad if he hadn't been able to, with the sheer amount of information dumped into his brain at all times. There was something strange about the maid's face. On the surface, nothing looked out of place, but his divine sense was giving him the impression that her face was like a set of clothes. It was set on top of her skin, not her skin itself. Reevan broke free from his examination and strode to the maid with quick steps. The girl didn't seem to realize that there was anything out of the ordinary. "What are you doing?" Reevan asked, looming over the girl. She had stopped her dusting to turn and face the 4 people entering the room. Rafix remained firmly in the center of the doorway. The maid cowered against the bookshelf, holding the duster to her chest. She looked back and forth between Reevan and Kefira before she mustered her courage to answer the question. "I'm not sure what you mean, my lord," she said. "I'm just doing my duties." "Your duties?" Reevan quirked an eyebrow at her. She nodded her head. "Were they assigned by Sephia?" "Of course, my lord. Lady Sephia oversees everyone's duties every day." Reevan noticed that Kefira's face had hardened into an emotionless mask, and he could feel Cyrilla's body go tense. None of the maids had ever addressed Reevan as my lord. He was either sir or simply imperial liaison. He didn't technically hold a position of nobility within Wispan. I wonder. Reevan trailed off. He brought his hand up to stroke his chin as he leaned forward toward the maid further. Without warning, Reevan's hand shot forward. His fingers were wrapped in unaspected mana, and he dug them into the maid's face. She screamed in terror and pain, and Reevan ripped the mask off her face. It peeled away, little bits still remaining from the haste with which he had removed it. Underneath the skin mask was an unfamiliar face, and a prominent 3 was branded on the new girl. Knowing the ruse was up, the girl's eyes hardened, and the duster seemingly transformed into a dagger. She thrust it at Reevan's stomach with a ruthless look, but Reevan's divine sense missed none of that. He easily captured her wrist and applied pressure. He felt the pop of her wrist bones breaking, but the girl didn't utter a single noise from the intense pain. Reevan felt her body tense and coil, and she attempted to launch herself backward, away from Reevan, even at the expense of further damage to her wrist. Reevan didn't let her go, and she simply lost her balance, still held in place by his iron grip. She grit her teeth as she stared at Reevan with hatred. Reevan started to open his mouth, but then his divine sense picked up something else. A tooth in her mouth was dislodged, and before he could do anything, she crushed it with her other teeth. Immediately, foam started to bubble out of her mouth, and he felt her life dissipate in mere moments. "Poison," he said, letting the dead girl drop to the ground. "Pretty powerful, too, if it killed her that fast. What is going on here?" A frantic voice interrupted everyone in the room. All 4 people turned to see Sephia rush past Rafix. He didn't try to stop the woman. She made a beeline for the dead maid. "Harriet," she shouted, running up to cradle the dead maid in her arms. Sephia was about to lift the girl into her embrace, but she faltered when her gaze landed on the unfamiliar face. "One of yours?" Reevan asked. "Certainly not," Sephia denied. She hastily stood back up and backed up a few steps. "I thought she was Harriet, but I don't recognize that face at all." Reevan's divine sense didn't pick up anything strange about Sephia's face, so she was most likely just startled and confused when she showed such concern for the dead maid. "Did you instruct the maids to clean my office while I was away?" Reevan asked. Sephia snapped out of her daze and brought her eyes away from the dead spy to meet Reevan's. "I did not," she denied. "I didn't know she had made her way in here. I only instructed her to be in charge of this side of the building. It seems like she wasn't around when the word was passed not to enter the office under any circumstances," Kefira said. "She didn't know that she had given herself away before we had ever laid eyes on her. More importantly, where's the real Harriet?" Kefira turned her head toward Cyrilla. "Begin a search of the compound and the surroundings. If she's dead, we need to recover her body and pay the proper respects. If she's alive, she needs rescuing." "Yes, Princess," Cyrilla said. She immediately departed, Rafix following after her. Reevan nodded his head at his father's decision. The mercenary soldiers and the officers respected Cyrilla, but she wasn't in the chain of command. Rafix's presence would give her orders to begin a search legitimacy. Reevan picked the dead girl up and carried her with him out of his office. "What are you doing?" Kefira asked. "I'm taking her to the conference room," Reevan replied. "I'm not going to ask one of you to carry her corpse. The officers need to see this. After that, we'll need to report it to the commanding general. There are probably spies like this littered all over the city, so we'll need to keep it under wraps as much as possible. I'll clean up the remnants of the poison when we're done. I don't know what kind of stats and skills the maids have, but I wouldn't want one of them to accidentally get that poison on them if it's deadly enough to kill a tier 3 in seconds." Reevan walked into the conference room with the dead body. The lieutenants were already seated and waiting, but they didn't react to the presence of a corpse in Reevan's arms. They were all veterans of the war in Drallo, and this wasn't their first time seeing a dead body up close. "We might have a problem in the city," Reevan said. The search for Harriet didn't take too long. Cyrilla returned with the unconscious woman within an hour. For whatever reason, the girl had been kept alive, though she was in a coma. She was left alone in a nearby room, Cyrilla said, gently placing the girl on a table. It seems there wasn't a person dedicated to keeping tabs on her, or if there was, that person wasn't anywhere to be found. She doesn't appear to be in any danger, though she won't wake up. Let's put some men on surveillance to make sure, Ryevin said. Can anyone here determine the cause of her coma? Cyrilla had come into the conference room, while Ryevin had been going over the incident with the imposter as well as the debriefing. He didn't want to alert the enemy that they had discovered one of their moles. Cyrilla and Rafix understood the need for secrecy, so they hadn't sent everyone into a frenzy during the search. They had been broken up into several smaller units to comb the surroundings, trying to act like they were just out to explore and goof off. In the same vein, Ryevin had still conducted the meeting with his officers as usual. He had simply added information about the intruder. None of the officers spoke up to answer the question. While Ryevin could peek at the surface of someone's status with his sense threat skill, it didn't reveal anything other than a comparison based on levels. You would need an entirely different skill to be able to determine someone's status effects. None of the officers were well versed in the healing arts, and all of the mercenaries who had some medical training were restricted to mundane skills like first aid. We'll need to contact a healer, then, Ryevin said after a moment of silence. Jekyll, send some of the auxiliaries out to secure some supplies and have them stop by the infirmary. Make sure they know not to run their mouths. Yes, sir, Jekyll saluted and strode out of the conference room. We'll need to contact the general right away, Rafix commented. The girl seems stable for now, so we should focus on the things that we can actually do. All right, Ryevin nodded. I don't want to go trudging down the main road with a corpse slung over my shoulder, so we'll have to think of a way to get her there. I don't have a spatial pouch large enough to fit her in. I can teleport to the general's office, Kefira spoke up. Since I've already been there, I can find it with my space affinity. I can jump myself, Cyrilla, and the corpse over after you get there. I'll just need you to contact me with one of the short-range communication devices when you're ready. Sounds like a plan. In the meantime, let's put together some reports to deliver to the general. Cyrilla, write down everything about the rescue operation. I'll write down what I know about the interaction with the intruder. The rest of you write down your impressions of the patrol mission. These aren't strictly necessary, but if I have a stack of papers, it can give me an alibi for visiting the general. Everyone got busy with their task. Jekyll returned shortly, and he got to work with the rest after finding out what they were doing. It didn't take long to compile several pages of reports. None of the pages were extremely long and detailed, but all of them added together created the illusion of a thick stack of paper. Ryevin nodded to the officers and dismissed all of them except Jekyll. It would be a little strange to visit the general on official business without an aide or assistant, so he simply took Jekyll with him. Ryevin and Jekyll conversed about the patrol and other topics, appearing like two people simply going for a stroll. Ryevin kept his attention on his divine sense as well as other senses with his enhanced perception to make sure nobody was following them or suspicious of their movements. It was inevitable that the enemy would find out that one of their spies had been caught, but Ryevin wanted to prolong it as long as possible. He could spot the skin masks with his divine sense, but it wouldn't matter if they learned of the danger and aborted their missions. The walk to the administrative building in the center of the city wasn't long, but because of their heightened awareness of their surroundings, it felt like the journey dragged on and on. Ryevin didn't spot any suspicious behavior, so he was confident they had moved quickly enough to keep ahead of the news. He didn't know how the spies would contact their counterparts, but if it was something that was done infrequently, they might actually have a large window to devise a scheme to find as many infiltrators as possible. Captain Ryevin here to see the general on official business. Ryevin announced himself to the guards at the gate. I don't have an appointment, but I have important reports that need to get in the general's hands right away. Yes, sir, one of the guards acknowledged. I'll just check with the guard captain and he'll see about getting you in to see the general. The guard left his station to enter the guardhouse nearby. After a couple of minutes of patiently waiting, the guard returned and held his hand out, indicating for Ryevin to follow him. The general happens to have an open slot in his schedule right now, so he'll see you right away. Ryevin nodded. He scanned all of the guards on duty within range of his divine sense, but he didn't spot any intruders wearing masks among them. Ryevin kept his focus on scanning everyone he passed by as the guard led him to the familiar office. Sir, Captain Ryevin is here to see you, the guard announced outside the door. He didn't knock. He simply walked up to the door and started speaking. At their levels, it wasn't necessary to announce their presence with a knock. Prince Alec would be able to hear the guard clearly from the other side of the closed door. Send him in, the general said. Ryevin nodded to the guard and opened the door. He strode up to the desk Prince Alec was sitting behind, Jekyll trailing behind him, holding the sheaf of papers. Good afternoon, sir. Captain Ryevin reporting as ordered. Ryevin stood at attention and executed a salute. Even though he wasn't technically ordered to report to the general, it was the proper etiquette to say such. If one wanted to get into the technical details, it could be argued that the general saying, send him in, was the order. Prince Alec set his pen down and leaned back in his chair. He appraised Ryevin for a moment. Ryevin nodded his head toward Jekyll, and the other man stepped forward to place the reports on the general's desk. Prince Alec glanced down at the papers. You know, you don't have to report to me after each of your missions, he said. Yes, sir, Reevan answered. That's not what this is about. If you'll flip to the middle page. Reevan raised his eyebrows as he said so. Prince Alec nodded his head as he lifted the top few pages away to reach the report in question. His face turned into a frown as he read the words, getting deeper and deeper the further he read. Are you 100 serious about this? He asked, giving Reevan a sharp look. Absolutely, sir. If you allow me to contact Princess Kefira, she can bring the package over. Prince Alec nodded his head. Reevan fished out his communication device. They weren't nearly as powerful as the ones issued to them in Drallo. They had been given to him by the Wispen Imperial Army, but they had given him a few with the functionality for companies, not battalions. Send it, Reevan said into the device. They only had to wait for a short moment before Reevan detected the ambient mana getting agitated. Prince Alec noticed it too, and he looked over to where three people suddenly appeared out of thin air, two girls standing, one girl lying on the floor. Prince Alec got up from his seat and walked around the desk to squat next to the dead body. His mouth formed a line as he inspected the brand on her forehead, and he made note of the traces of poison around her mouth. This is very serious, he said, standing up. He walked back over and sat down in his seat, dismissing the corpse for the time being. How did you notice the mask if nobody else could see it? Your vice captain is apparently significantly higher level than you, but he didn't notice anything either. Reevan made a mental note that the prince had noticed his father being much higher level, but he didn't say anything about it. I have a skill that lets me see more deeply than others, Reevan answered. The skin mask looked like she was wearing a shirt on her face to my skill. That's all I can say about it. Can it be replicated? Unless they find a way to graft the mask onto their face in place of their own skin, I'll be able to notice it within a certain range. What's the range? Prince Alec asked. He leaned forward, steepling his fingers in front of this mouth. Reevan glanced at his skilled description quickly before answering. He was slightly surprised as he hadn't checked in a while. 40 yards, he replied. Anyone within 40 yards of me, as long as I have line of sight, will be exposed to the skill. Reevan didn't need to see them, obviously, but he wasn't about to reveal everything about one of his most powerful skills. If Prince Alec learned that he could do the same thing through a wall 39 yards thick, there might be some unintended negative consequences. You were at the briefings these past mornings. Is it safe to say that none of my officers have been replaced? Prince Alec asked. None of the officers that attended the meetings had anything suspicious about them, Reevan replied. That's good at least. Prince Alec relaxed a little at the information. They're the main core of the command structure. That doesn't rule out all of the officers, though, just the ones in core positions. We need to move on this fast. You mentioned that you found the girl that was being impersonated. I can't imagine her disappearance will go unnoticed for too long. I'll summon all of the officers in an all-hands meeting. While I'm setting that up, I think you should go to the admin office and get some of these reports copied. Maybe even get yourself acquainted with the other personnel in the building. Prince Alec gave Reevan a look. Yes, sir, Reevan replied. Good. Prince Alec lifted an inconspicuous bell off the corner of his table and gave it a ring. Reevan saw the man in the room next door suddenly get up and make his way to the prince's office. The man in question wasn't an imposter, either, and Reevan pretended like he couldn't see the man before he entered the office. The man glanced at the four other people in the room, pausing for a second at the sight of the corpse. He took everything in at a glance and then threw it all to the back of his head as he walked up to the prince's desk. What can I do for you, my prince? The man asked. The way he addressed Prince Alec led Reevan to believe the man was a personal retainer of some sort. He wasn't simply some cog in the machine of the army. Prince Alec plucked the pages that mentioned the spy out of the stack of papers and slid the rest back to the edge. Jekyll stepped forward and picked them up. Captain Reevan needs to make a quick stop at the scribe's office to make some copies, Prince Alec said to his retainer. After that, you will escort him around the building and introduce him to all of the personnel. Yes, my prince, the man said with a bow. The retainer didn't ask any questions. He followed the orders without hesitation. Reevan nodded to the man and then led his companions out of the office. He hadn't particularly paid attention to the scribes that were further away the last time he had been here, but he did so now as he entered to get some copies made. There were no scribes behind walls, so he didn't have to reveal his ability to see through them, but it didn't matter anyway. There were no imposters among the scribes. After the quick stop with the scribes, the retainer led Reevan from room to room in the admin building, starting on the first floor. There weren't too many offices he needed to inspect. There were the general administrative soldiers who took up the majority of the personnel in the building, and there was the quartermaster. The retainer led Reevan into the offices and simply introduced him to the officers in charge. The rest of the staff gave him curious looks, but nobody said anything. There wasn't enough time to have any kind of real conversation, so the introductions were brief, and they left the officers scratching their heads in confusion as to why the mercenary captain had been introduced to them by the prince's retainer. No answers were given, though, and they simply shrugged their shoulders over the oddity. None of the military personnel on the first floor were imposters. There wasn't just the military personnel, though, and Ryevin made sure to inspect the civilians they passed as well. His divine sense was enough that he could check over most of the building, first and second floor, from just standing in the center foyer, but he had to put up appearances. There were enough people in the building that it took him as long to scan their faces diligently as it did to traverse the floors anyway. The second floor was the home of more senior officers. There were officers for several different specialized tasks: personnel, intelligence, operations, logistics, plans, and communications. Ryevin was led to each office, and the same introductions were done over and over. None of the staff members in each of these offices was a spy, either. The retainer led the group back to the prince's office, and Ryevin suddenly stopped and stepped in front of a young teenager dressed as a manservant. He appeared to be even younger than Ryevin, and if he had to make a guess, he would say he was barely old enough to have advanced to his Tier 2 class. "Excuse me, young man," Ryevin addressed the boy. The boy stopped and looked up at Ryevin in surprise. "The prince instructed me to bring some help along when I returned to his office. I'll need you to accompany me for now. It'll be really quick." The retainer watched the interaction without saying anything. The young manservant was about to open his mouth to say something, but Ryevin didn't give him an opportunity. He grabbed the young man by the arm and started to lead him down the hall to the prince's office. He was somewhat lucky that he had run into the boy so close to the office, but upon thinking about it, it made some sense to him. Before the boy even had a chance to protest, they were already entering the office of the prince. Ryevin felt the man's body stiffen when they walked in, and he saw the corpse still lying on the floor. The blade of a sword immediately appeared on the neck of the manservant as Jekyll understood Ryevin's intentions. "Kefira," Ryevin gave a low shout. Mana flared and the boy's body locked up, unable to move a single inch. Ryevin turned and stuck his fingers into the man's open mouth and forcefully yanked one of the teeth free. He put the tooth in his pocket and drew his own sword with one hand, and he dug the fingers of his other hand into the boy's face. Kefira didn't let up on her space mana that she was using to lock the imposter in place. Ryevin yanked with his free hand, pulling the skin mask off the manservant's face. Suddenly, a middle-aged man was standing where a young boy had once been. "This is the only one I saw," Ryevin said, addressing the still-seated prince. None of the military personnel were imposters. The retainer had strategically positioned himself right next to the prince as soon as Jekyll had drawn his sword, a hand to his breast pocket. He had a concerned look on his face, though he didn't appear to be nervous or scared. Ryevin mentally nodded at the man's composure. "Good work," Prince Alex said. He stood up and walked around his desk once more to get right in the spy's face. "Don't worry, we'll make sure to take good care of you," he smirked. "Bind him and take him to the underground dungeon." The retainer let go of the dagger he was clasping in his breast pocket and immediately stepped forward. He came up with some binding ropes from somewhere, and he expertly tied the imposter up, placing a gag in his still open mouth. Kefira had still held him completely still, and he had been unable to close his jaw. Blood and spittle trickled out of his mouth from where his false tooth had been unceremoniously yanked out of his head. Once he was securely fastened by the retainer, Kefira finally let up on her spell. Her shoulders slumped in relief. To those that were able to perceive the mana fluctuations, they would have seen a fierce contest of wills taking place between the two until the binding ropes were fastened around the man. It hadn't taken everything out of Kefira, but it wasn't a walk in the park, either. The imposter had a 3 branded on his head like the other spy, but he had been quite a few levels higher than the fake maid. The retainer dragged the man away, and the prince once more resumed his seat. He looked up at Ryevin and nodded his head in appreciation. "There are only 2 examples so far, but I think we should pay more special attention to the servants and civilians," Prince Alex said. "That's not to say we're not going to inspect all of the officers and as many of the other military personnel as we can, but maids and manservants are invisible to a lot of people most of the time. It makes sense that they would choose that as an inflection point. The other officers have been summoned to the conference room downstairs. It'll take some time for everyone to get here, but you can go ahead and head there now. I'll be down shortly." "Yes, sir." Ryevin once more gave a salute. The group of 4 made their way back down to the first floor and entered one of the larger offices they hadn't had a chance to step into before. They each found a chair and took a seat. "So how strong was that guy?" Ryevin asked Kefira. "You didn't break out into a sweat or anything, but you seemed awfully relieved when it was over." "It wasn't that he was necessarily strong," Kefira said with a shrug. "He was just slippery. His willpower and mana skills weren't anything amazing, but he seemed to have a unique perspective on how to use them. He could worm his mana in between the weaves of my mana, and I suspect he might have been able to unravel some of the knots if I wasn't paying attention and spotted what he was trying to do. Considering his job as an infiltrator, he probably had some special training in escape methods. Maybe if he was captured by someone not as strong as you, he might have been able to get out of the magical restraints. The fact that you had space mana to enforce your lock on him also played a factor. If nothing else, maybe we can pry some of their training methods out of him. Ha, Kefira chuckled. Leave it to you to immediately think about the training implications. Hey, this could be super useful information for you and me both. Kefira rolled her eyes. Don't think that I don't see the gleam in your eyes, she said. You can't wait to figure out a new method to train. If you weren't needed to identify the infiltrators, I imagine you would immediately chase after that retainer to participate in the interrogation. Revan stroked his chin as he looked off in thought. I bet interrogation would be a skill I could get. Kefira smacked him on the shoulder with the back of her hand. Be serious. She shook her head. Besides, you don't need that skill. That's what subordinates are for. You don't have to try and get every skill in existence, you know. Revan laughed and gave Kefira a one-armed hug. I know. You know I was just joking. The four relaxed in the conference room by themselves, but it wasn't long before others began to arrive. The first several officers to enter the conference room were on the younger side, and several of them were panting and sweating upon their arrival. Looks like the young lieutenants aren't willing to make the higher-ranking officers wait for them, Revan chuckled. Revan and the others nodded to each new person to arrive, and Revan made sure to scan their faces with his divine sense. None of them were problematic. The order of arrival was expected, but it was still amusing. Even the lowest-ranked officers from the furthest away locations in the city arrived before their superiors. All of the lieutenants arrived first, followed by the captains and then the majors. Revan didn't know how many officers there were for the army in Peori, but he started to wonder if the conference room they were meeting in would be large enough to hold everyone. He didn't have to worry, though, as the new arrivals trickled off and the higher-ranked officers with offices on the second floor finally made their appearance. That was the signal to everyone present that all of the officers in the city that were going to be in attendance at the meeting were present. Shortly after they strode in and took seats at the front of the conference room, the prince arrived with his retainer in tow. Prince Alex scanned the room as everyone stood up and assumed the position of attention. He waved his hands to indicate for everyone to relax, and then he locked eyes with Revan. Revan shook his head and Prince Alec gave a slight nod before he motioned to Kefira, waving her to the front of the conference room. She shared a look with Revan and he simply nodded to her. Kefira got up and walked up to the prince. Everyone, this is Princess Kefira of Wispen, Prince Alex said. I know it's short notice and I apologize for that, but I have my reasons. All of you are going to return to your barracks and muster your troops. Princess Kefira is here with her mercenary company and has indicated an interest in learning about how our imperial army operates. We're going to give her a tour. Silence permeated the room as the officers digested the information. It wasn't pandemonium when the dam finally broke, but the difference between total silence and hurried whispers was enough. The officers weren't idiots. The captains gave hurried instructions to the lieutenants, and after only a brief few seconds, there was an exodus of young officers back out through the door. The prince let everyone leave. He just stood there and patiently waited. The captains conferred with their immediate superiors before casting looks toward Revan and Kefira. Not all of them were disgruntled, but a good many were. Some were simply speculative. Sir, if I may, we could have just used the chain of command for this. One of the majors stood up. Revan recognized him as the planning officer he had previously met on his tour of the building. That's what it's there for. Major, do I need you to tell me how to do my job? The prince leveled a gaze at the man. The major was probably a decade older at least, but he wilted a bit under the stern glare of the prince. No, sir, the man immediately denied. I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. Noted. If you come with us on the tour, everything should be made abundantly clear. I have so much work to do. The major trailed off as he looked at the prince. Revan cocked his head and almost lost his bearing, but he kept his jaw from falling to the floor with utmost willpower. His line of sight intersected with another major sitting nearby. The man saw Revan looking over and he rolled his eyes and shook his head. I wasn't asking you, Major, the prince said. Of course, sir. After that little back and forth, there were no more comments or questions, and the senior officers, along with Revan and his crew, joined the prince in a leisurely walk to the closest barracks. Not all of the barracks were located on the edge of the city. The more prestigious units had taken over compounds closer to the center of the city. Prestigious doesn't mean capable, Revan thought as they entered the first compound. They're all neat and tidy, and nice and shiny, but I don't get a sense of dread from their demeanor. In the first compound they entered, the soldiers were already neatly formed up. Revan could see several of them puffing with exertion, sweat dripping down the sides of their faces as they scrambled to get into position promptly. The soldiers were wearing their shiny armor, not a dent to be found anywhere, and they were arrayed in two separate companies, one in front of the other. There wasn't room enough in the compound for them to stand side by side. There almost wasn't room for a full company to form up. The men were basically shoulder to shoulder with the compound walls on either side, the normal gaps between platoons reduced to a sliver. Prince led the procession of senior officers and Revan's group to the front of the formation, where the captain was standing at attention with his senior sergeant standing behind and to the side of him. The captain of the second company was squeezed in behind the last row of soldiers from the first company. Revan suspected that he was a bit irritated at the setup, but there was nothing they could do about it with such short notice. First battalion, first company, all present or accounted for, sir. The captain announced with a salute to the prince. Very well, just stand by for now. The prince reciprocated with a salute. On second thought, have your sergeant round up the civilian staff and have them on standby as well. The captain turned his head to his sergeant and gave him a nod. The man offered a salute, and it could have been directed to either of them. Revan didn't know and took off running before it could be returned. It wasn't every day that a sergeant would interact with the commanding general, much less a prince, and Revan could tell that he had been a bit nervous. He wasn't wearing a skin mask, though, so his thoughts didn't drift into that territory. Princess Kefira, do you or your liaison wish to inspect the troops? Prince Alec turned to Kefira and asked conversationally. I think it would be enough if Captain Revan did it himself, Kefira answered. In these types of situations, it's my job just to stand back and look pretty. The crackle of mana was noticeable to those with the right skills as Kefira accumulated space mana around herself and spoke the truth of the matter. She was never just there to look pretty. She was one of the most capable combatants in the entire outfit. Of course, Prince Alec said with a chuckle. The sly smile on his face indicated that he understood what she was getting at. The senior officers of his staff were all Tier 4 and had unlocked their mana skills. Not all of them were as talented as the others, but a few whispers from those that were gave way to understanding looks. Revan didn't stick around to listen to the whispered conversations of the senior officers. He made a beeline to the first man in the first row. Thoughts of walking through men dressed in green, with strange weapons held at their sides flitted across his mind. He remembered inspecting men with great detail, going so far as to ask obscure questions to test their knowledge and understanding of the most esoteric concepts associated with their jobs. This wasn't the time for that, though. Revan didn't ask any questions. Not only did they have to go through the entire company present, but they had to make their way through the entire city to inspect literally everyone as quickly as possible. Revan gave a cursory glance over the man's armor and equipment. He could tell that the man was nervous as he was sweating more profusely than the weather could account for, but Revan didn't make things difficult for the man. He checked him over and moved on. Revan didn't stop in front of all of the soldiers. He skipped most of them, and he didn't even go through all of the squads. He quickly made his way through the ranks of the soldiers, and as his divine sense encapsulated the last man, confirming that none of them were spies, he quickened his pace even further. Instead of going through the charade again with the second company commander, he simply nodded to the man and walked through the ranks of the second company as well. In almost no time, Revan walked back to the prince and gave a slight shake to his head. Prince Alec nodded in return before turning back to the captain. All right, Captain, that will be all, he said. I'm very pleased with your performance. Let the second company commander know as well. You're dismissed. Yes, sir. Prince Alec led the procession over to where the senior sergeant had run off to. Another group of civilians was loitering nearby. Most of them were the maid staff taking care of the premises, but there were a few other civilian staff as well. They weren't formed up in any military manner. They were just grouped up in a loose mob. Sir, all civilian staff, present or accounted for, the senior sergeant stuttered. Relax, Prince Alec clapped the man on the shoulder with a smile. Are they all present or are they all present or accounted for, sir? The senior sergeant was confused. He had never been asked this question before. Saying that everyone was present or accounted for was just a routine thing they always said. Well, is everyone here or is everyone who can be here? Those are two different things, Prince Alec explained. Everyone is here, sir. Very good. Prince Alec turned to Kefira again. Do you want to inspect the civilian staff too? Revan didn't wait for an invitation. He immediately spotted an anomaly standing at the edge of the group. He meandered his way through the group of people. They didn't know what to make of him walking through their group, looking at them intently, but Revan didn't care to explain anything to anyone. He made his way through the group, finally stopping in front of the young maid who had a skin mask covering her face. Revan reached out and picked something intangible off of her shoulder. It was up to anyone's imagination whether there had actually been something there or not. For a maid in charge of keeping things neat and tidy, your uniform is awfully slovenly, Revan said. He turned his back on her, keeping his focus with his divine sense on her, and motioned to the senior sergeant, and the man ran over to him. Dismiss everyone else, Revan instructed. Have this maid stay behind for a moment. The senior sergeant glanced at Prince Alec for confirmation, and the man nodded to him. The senior sergeant obeyed the command and ordered the civilian staff to disperse back to their duties, but the maid remained behind. The head maid stood off to the side, wringing her hands nervously as she watched one of hers drawing the ire of the senior military staff. There wasn't much she could do in this situation, but Revan gave a mental nod to her loyalty toward her subordinates. Revan's eyes met with Prince Alec's, and he gave a slight nod. Prince Alec turned to his retainer. Take this maid aside and give her some instruction on how to properly care for her appearance and demeanor, he instructed. the maid didn't understand the full extent of the danger she was in. The skin masks had never been seen through as far as she was aware, but Rievin could tell that she obviously knew something was up. She wasn't acting as meek and nervous as a panicking maid in her shoes should be. She was looking around, trying to figure out an escape route. Rievin moved his position to stand behind her, opposite from the rest of the group. The retainer approached her with a stern, no-nonsense expression on his face, and he lifted his hand to indicate to her to follow him. Prince Alec appeared to move nonchalantly, but he also positioned himself to cut off another escape route for the maid. She wasn't led to the interior of one of the buildings. Instead, the retainer had her walk to the side of one of the buildings. It was ostensibly for some privacy for the maid. As soon as they turned the corner, the maid's body shot forward, trying to use the brief period of time she was out of sight of most of the people to get some distance between her and the others. She didn't get far, though, as Rievin used his mana to trip her up. Just because she was on the other side of the wall didn't mean he couldn't see her. Kefira followed his mana and locked down the space around the maid immediately after. The senior officers who had been calmly walking behind the procession, mostly confused at what they were doing picking on a maid, stopped and stared at the display of magic. Even those without much skill in the area were able to sense the powerful space affinity. They looked to Prince Alec to see his reaction, but he was just calmly watching. The retainer didn't waste any time either. He produced another set of binding ropes from his storage pouch, and he deftly secured the frozen maid. Ericta's scowl was locked on her features as she was held in place by Kefira's magic. The retainer, having watched what Rievin did previously, stuck his hand in her mouth to search for the false tooth. He didn't have divine sense, so he couldn't just see it, but it was obvious with a little probing. He removed the tooth, and Rievin finally walked up and removed the skin mask from her face. She was bound and gagged, and the retainer pulled her up to her feet. All of this had been done out of sight of the senior staff, so they only knew that the maid had likely been attacked by Rievin and Kefira's mana. The captains of the two companies and their senior sergeants ran over after having detected the situation, too, and the soldiers of the company stopped what they were doing at the site. Several soldiers had their hands on the hilts of their weapons, but nobody was doing anything else without orders. "Dismiss your men," Prince Alec ordered the captains. "I appreciate your attentiveness, but your men won't be needed. The fewer people knowing what's going on right now, the better. Have the lieutenant stay with the troops." "Yes, sir," the captains both replied. "Come on," Prince Alec addressed his senior officers. "I'll show you all what's going on." They all rounded the corner. The retainer had hauled the maid to her feet, and she stood with an angry expression, glaring daggers at the man. The retainer ignored her, but he kept a hand on the binding ropes, holding her in place. The senior officers came to a stop as they immediately spotted the tattered skin mask and the 3 brand that it had been covering up. "We've been infiltrated by spies," Prince Alec whispered. "We don't know the extent, and so far nobody but Captain Rievin has been able to see through their disguise. The tour is simply a ploy to let Captain Rievin get eyes on everyone to root them out." The senior officers whispered among themselves, casting looks of appreciation toward Rievin. "What are we going to do with the captured spies?" The executive officer, a colonel, asked the prince. "For now, we should confine this one to an out-of-the-way place in this compound," Prince Alec answered. "We found one in our headquarters building, and we took him to the underground dungeon, but I don't want to transport any more captured spies through the city until we've had time to check all of the units." The spy replaced the position of one of the staff. Kefira spoke up. "I don't know how long they've been in their position, so there's no guarantee the true person is still alive or in the city, but we should also check the surroundings for them. The maid that had been replaced in our company had been in a coma in a nearby inn-room. Get on it," Prince Alec addressed the company commander. "Try to keep it under wraps as long as you can. It's not that big of a deal if the soldiers learn the truth, but if you have even one gossipy mouth, word is bound to make it to the uninspected companies and alert the spy. Keep it secret for as long as you can. I doubt the military units are the only place the spies have infiltrated, but they're the #1 priority to check right now." The captains departed to form a clandestine search party for the missing true maid, and one of the senior sergeants took control of the captured spy to take her to a secluded room where she could be held. "All right, let's not waste any more time," Prince Alec said. He led the procession out of the compound and toward the next destination. They spent the rest of the day moving circularly throughout the city. They quickly made their way through each military unit compound, inspecting all of the soldiers and the civilian staff members. All of the spies occupied a civilian position in the more prestigious military camps, and it wasn't until they had made their way closer to the edge of the city, where the more battle-hardened soldiers lived, that they found their first spy among the soldiers. The spy hadn't occupied a position of any importance or responsibility. One of the junior soldiers in one of the weaker squads had been replaced. There was no spy among the civilian staff. There was only ever one spy among each of the military units, but many military units occupied the city. By mid-afternoon, they had discovered 24 spies among the companies. There were more than 24 compounds to go through, but they didn't find any more after that. Someone had finally wagged their tongue, and the jig was up. Lock the city down, Prince Alec commanded. Tell the gate guards to let nobody in or out until further notice for any reason. I don't care who it is or what their excuse is. Yes, sir. Reevan followed the prince to continue the inspection, but they didn't find any more hidden spies. The officers and civilian leaders just shook their heads when they were asked about the missing people. Each company was visited without expecting to find any more spies, and search parties were formed to search for the missing individuals. The spies for the other companies had been in place for much longer than the one found in the mercenary company. That spy had been discovered almost immediately. There was no telling if the people they had replaced were dead or transported out of the city. They would need some additional time to figure everything out. Reevan followed the prince back to the headquarters building to finish things up and discuss the next step. The other officers that usually attended the morning briefings were all present, which were all of the captains. The other officers in headquarters that didn't usually attend such meetings were also present. So I didn't have time to tell everyone about the situation earlier. For obvious reasons, Prince Alex started. Captain Reevan has a unique skill that allows him to spot the minute differences in the skin masks, which is why he needed to personally go to every company. The tour was just an excuse. Everyone needs to keep an eye on their people. If anything suspicious happens, it needs to be reported immediately. We'll try to coordinate with Captain Reevan to check the situation out whenever it seems appropriate, unless… Prince Alec gave Reevan a suggestive look, raising his eyebrows. I have zero confidence in being able to teach the skill, Reevan answered. It's pretty rare, and I don't even know exactly how I unlocked it in the first place. I was unconscious from having a giant boulder dropped on my head when it happened. I see. Then we'll have to bother you each time it happens. Understandable. I'm here to help after all. I'm sure the hidden spies have all gotten wind of what's going on and have disappeared by now, but we should be as thorough as possible, the colonel said. We need to get Captain Reevan to move through the city and check each of the important locations. I doubt there would be any worth in having spies in obscure places if they have the ability to embed them where they had. We can send him to the crafters we've requisitioned for the military as well as the Adventurer Guild at least. Good idea, Prince Alec concurred. We'll have him head out immediately after the meeting. No reason to delay, and it should be quick. No need for all the song and dance setting it up ahead of time. Prince Alec stopped and looked each of the captains in the eye before continuing. I'm very annoyed that the news got spread before we could check all of the barracks. Do an investigation and figure out who had a loose tongue. Yes, sir, the captains chorused. Additionally, send runners out to the outposts to tell them to keep an eye out for the escaping spies and keep an eye out for any encroachment from the enemy. They might have been so quiet on the front because they knew our every move, and now that we've taken that away from them, they might become more aggressive. I'll keep everyone informed of what they need to know after the interrogations. For now, with the exception of keeping an eye out for more infiltrators, everything should continue as normal. The officers all acknowledged the order. They hadn't been conducting any kind of secret plan to begin with, so there wasn't anything that needed to be changed for the most part. Until something changed with the front line, the only differences were the order in which the soldiers occupied the outposts and went on patrols. Captain Reevan, if you would go ahead and head to the Adventurers Guild and the Crafters Station, Prince Alec said after wrapping up the meeting. The officers got up and filed out. The captains held conversations with each other as they left, and Reevan and his group were the last ones in the room after a few moments. That won't be a problem, Reevan nodded his head. Yes, sir, it's what I should have done. Reevan got up and nodded to the retainer. The day was almost over, and he just needed to check a couple more places before he could go back and have a good rest. He had been on his feet all day, starting with the patrol to the front lines, and then he had immediately found the spy in his office, which led to the inspection of the entire city. I wonder if I can get a skill out of this, Reevan idly thought out loud. Kefira smacked him on the shoulder, followed by a chuckle and a shake of her head.